Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 2042 to Chapter 2228. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled at Si Tuyen's question. We've already rescued them. Si Tuyen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had thought of doing it himself, but this was a good opportunity for Bailey Hongzhuang. Thus, he wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's growth. However, he couldn't help but worry. That's good. After all these years, he had never seen his daughter. Although Mu Lingbing had suffered a lot, from now on, all her suffering would end. On one hand, he wanted to make it up to Mu Lingbing. On the other hand, he wanted to know Mu Jin's whereabouts. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Si Tuyen didn't say much along the way. The Yu clan could catch up to them at any time. In addition, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies were extremely weak, so they needed to return to Tiangang sect as soon as possible. However, Bailey Hongzhuang also told Si Tuyen that she had the Chaos Ring. Bailey Hongzhuang believed that Si Tuyen was her grandfather. When Si Tuyen found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had the Chaos Ring, he was completely shocked. However, after knowing the true value of the Chaos Ring, Si Tuyen repeatedly warned Bailey Hongzhuang not to tell anyone else about it. Otherwise, once others found out about it, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Back then, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were too outstanding, so they were framed by Lan Jingquang and his family. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Bailey Hongzhuang being able to obtain the Chaos Ring was a great opportunity for her. However, if she didn't hide it well, it would be a disaster. Bailey Hongzhuang had already expected Si Tuyen to remind her like this. However, after seeing Si Tuyen's vigilant and worried gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of warmth in her heart. In the past, she had been all alone in the Xianxia continent. Now, not only did she have a grandfather, she had also successfully reunited with her parents. This was truly the happiest thing in the world. After telling Si Tuyen about this, Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had to be on guard. She immediately entered the Chaos Ring with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. At the same time, Si Tuyen and Bewitching headed towards Tiangang sect. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had been worried ever since Bailey Hongzhuang left. However, because their bodies were too weak, coupled with their sudden excitement, they had expended a great deal of energy. Under such circumstances, Mu Lingbing couldn't bear it and fainted. When Bailey Hongzhuang entered the Chaos Ring, she saw the unconscious Mu Lingbing. However, Lan Yunxiao persisted. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang arrive, he sighed in relief. He had been so worried that Yixuan would be in danger because of them. As her parents, they hadn't taken good care of her since she was young, causing her to be hurt like that. If Yixuan was still hurt because of them when she grew up, then they really wouldn't have the face to face it. Master, you're here. Baisher sighed in relief when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang arrive. He had been very worried before, but he couldn't disturb his master and Bewitching, so he could only wait. Your mother's body was too weak, and after that incident, she fainted. Lan Yunxiao spoke slowly, his expression helpless. Long before, when they were locked up in the dungeon, they would often faint. Compared to their robust bodies in the past, their bodies were now extremely weak. As long as something happened or they received some stimulation, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Even as a man, he found it hard to bear, much less Mu Lingbing. Before meeting Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Manlin's provocation had already caused Mu Lingbing's heart to burn with rage. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, she had sunk into ecstasy. After experiencing such fury and ecstasy, Mu Lingbing's collapse was within expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood when she heard Lan Yunxiao's words. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took Mu Lingbing's pulse. With this pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang's face gradually sank. She had long expected Mu Lingbing's body to be extremely weak, but she hadn't expected it to be to this extent. Not only was she weak, but she also discovered that Mu Lingbing's body was poisoned by many different kinds of lethal poisons. These poisons had different effects, and they intertwined in Mu Lingbing's body. Some counteracted each other, while others used poison to fight poison. It was extremely complicated. It was precisely because of these poisons that Mu Lingbing was so weak. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know what these poisons were, she knew that because of them, Mu Lingbing had to endure excruciating pain. Father, Has Yu Siqing been experimenting on you all these years and made you take poison? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in a low voice. Although it was a question, her tone was certain. Lan Yunxiao's eyes filled with shock at Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Yishuan, do you know medicine as well? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her gaze landed on Lan Yunxiao's face, but she didn't say anything else. Lan Yunxiao faintly sighed. That's right. All these years, Yu Siqing has been using us as test subjects and constantly experimenting. In fact, both he and Mu Lingbing had thought about it over the years. Sometimes, after Yu Siqing made them take some things, it was really painful to the point of death. However, in the end, they persevered because of their own beliefs. In the past, Yu Siqing had also made them consume poison, but in the end, they were saved. All along, Yu Siqing had wanted to torture them and make them wish they were dead. Hearing Lan Yunxiao's words, the resentment in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. In the future, she'll definitely capture Yu Siqing and use her to test her poison. She'll have her taste the feeling of not being able to live, not being able to beg for death. When Lan Yunxiao saw Bailey Hongzhuang's increasingly gloomy expression, he couldn't help but ask, Yishuan, we both understand our bodies. As long as we can see you before we die, we will be satisfied. You mustn't be sad because of us. Living well is our greatest hope. Lan Yunxiao's gaze focused on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, revealing a trace of forbearance and heartache. Unknowingly, his daughter had already grown into such a slender and elegant woman. All these years, they had been absent and didn't know how their daughter had grown up. Bailey Hongzhuang could hear an indescribable heartache from Lan Yunxiao's words. She had always been grateful for everything Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had done for her and understood how precious family love was. However, when she heard Lan Yunxiao's words, she felt indescribably moved. Lan Yunxiao's gaze towards her was filled with love and gentleness, like a gentle ocean, warm and boundless. When she sensed Lan Yunxiao's sorrow, she also felt uncomfortable. Father, although your and mother's bodies are in bad condition, believe me, I can definitely cure you. Her exquisite and beautiful face shone with confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been interested in medicine, but it wasn't until this moment that she felt it was the greatest value of learning it. Although Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's conditions were terrible, she only needed some time to understand the composition of these poisons. Then she would be able to cure them one by one. As for their weakness, as long as they were properly nourished, she believed it wouldn't take long for them to recover. Lan Yunxiao's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. He wondered if he had misheard. He was well aware of how terrible his body was. However, Yishuan actually said she had the confidence to cure him? Don't worry, Master's medical skills are amazing. They're not inferior to Yu Siqing at all. Baisher smiled. What do you mean by not inferior to Yu Siqing? They're definitely better than Yu Siqing, alright? Xiaohei immediately stood out to refute Baisher's words. Not many people could compare to his master's medical skills. Even that old monster Yu Siqing wasn't master's match. When Lan Yunxiao heard Baisher and Xiaohei's words, he finally understood. It turned out that his daughter was so formidable. She had completely exceeded his expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a qi replenishing pill from her cosmos bag and fed it to Mu Lingbing. Mu Lingbing's body was in a terrible condition, so she had to understand it clearly before she could start treating her. If she acted rashly, it was very likely to affect the whole situation. In the next moment, pills quickly appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Mu Lingbing's body was too weak right now, and she needed to be nourished. If she wanted to neutralize the poison, she needed Mu Lingbing to have a strong body. Otherwise, it would be difficult to proceed. Fortunately, she and Bewitching had already expected such a situation to happen, so they had prepared a lot of nourishing pills. Qi replenishing pill, blood replenishing pill, nourishing pill, yang replenishing pill. These medicinal pills all had excellent effects when saving people, and their value was also not cheap. However, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly separated the pills that were suitable for Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, and then gave a handful to Lan Yunxiao. Father, take these pills first, then have a good sleep. You'll feel much better when you wake up. Her light and melodious voice was filled with concern. All the suffering Lan Yunxiao and the rest had endured all these years was because of her. When Lan Yunxiao saw Bailey Hongzhuang handing over so many pills, his eyes were filled with amazement. He really wanted to know what Bailey Hongzhuang had experienced all these years. However, even though Lan Yunxiao had too many questions in his heart, he didn't voice them out. Because now wasn't the time to talk about them. In the next moment, Lan Yunxiao swallowed all the pills Bailey Hongzhuang gave him. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also fed Mu Lingbing pills one by one. Lan Yunxiao was also extremely tired, but he persevered because he was worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that he had relaxed, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Bailey Hongzhuang moved Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao onto the bed one by one. Then she carefully checked their pulse, understanding their body's condition. Now that she had saved her parents with great difficulty, how could she accept them leaving like this? Therefore, no matter what, she had to cure her parents. In the future, their family would appear together in the Lan estate and take back everything they had lost. With this determination, Bailey Hongzhuang carefully calculated everything. She took some of Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's blood and used it to investigate the composition of their bodies. After more than 10 years of torture, they had taken countless poisons over the years. To detoxify them was a complicated project. The three beasties didn't dare disturb Bailey Hongzhuang when they saw her so busy. Once their master became serious, she was very frightening. Moreover, they were facing Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing this time. After Situyan and Bewitching understood the difference in their bodies, their hearts sank. The two of them immediately returned to Tiangang sect at their fastest speed. Only after they returned would they have many medicinal ingredients and treasures to treat Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang's group was rushing to Tiangang sect, the Yu clan members' expressions were extremely unsightly. They had already done their best to find the culprit, but in the end they hadn't found anything. Instead, the culprit had left just like that. This was a resounding slap to the face of every member of the Yu clan. Under these circumstances, they felt extremely helpless. The clan master was furious, and the Yu clan cultivators were suffering unspeakably. The strangest thing was that in the next few days, the Yu clan's cultivators fell down one after another, showing signs of high fever. Among them, the situation was most common among the younger generation of the Yu clan. The Yu clan was a famous medical family. When such a situation occurred, they naturally started to treat the patient immediately. However, after this treatment, they realized that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. It was not something that could be easily cured. On the contrary, the situation was extremely complicated. Furthermore, this medicine was extremely potent. If it was not treated within a few hours, the patient would die. In this way, the Yu clan could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Regardless of whether it was a young disciple or a mainstay, under such a poison, they would only end up dying. Compared to the losses caused by the explosion, this kind of loss was something that the Yu clan could not bear. The Yu clan's people were currently as anxious as ants on a hot pan. All the doctors had gathered together to discuss how to cure the poison. However, no matter how they discussed, they were unable to obtain a sincere answer. Within a short period of time, many people in the Yu clan had been infected. For a moment, not only could they not find a way to treat it, they did not even have a way to prevent it from spreading. Some of the Yu clan's doctors were also accidentally infected when they were trying to understand the illness. This was simply spreading to a large number of people. Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan could not help but worry when they saw the Yu clan become such a place. If they were to be infected, they would only end up dying. Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan could not understand why such a thing would happen after they came to the Yu clan. However, under the current situation, it was better for them to leave. If they lost their lives here, it would be really depressing. When Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan left, the expressions of the Yu clan's people were not good. The Yu clan was now shunned by the others. When some of the younger disciples of the Yu clan saw that Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan were about to leave, their expressions were also extremely ugly. In their opinion, this incident happened after Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan came. Moreover, everyone knew that Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan had the best relationship with Yuxiqing. The other party had placed a total of 3 powerful explosives. Other than the 2 extremely important places, the Martial Skills Hall and the Ancestral Hall, the other place was Yuxiqing's residence. In comparison, the explosion of Yuxiqing's residence was the strangest place. Therefore, many people felt that this matter was related to Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan. Perhaps, the other party had followed Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan all the way here. Now that such a thing had happened, Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan wanted to leave. Naturally, they were unhappy. After hearing Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan's farewell, the Yu clan master's dignified face became gloomy. Regardless of whether this matter had anything to do with Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan, they were still part of the Yu clan. Now that they were in such a hurry to leave, one could imagine the pain in his heart. However, after thinking about it, the Yu clan master did not say anything. He just waved his hand and let Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan leave. If they continued to stay here, once the two of them were infected, the Lan family would probably be alarmed. However, the Yu clan master was very dissatisfied with Yumanlon. The reason why Yumanlon was able to obtain such a position in the Lan family was all because of their Yu family. Now that something had happened to her family, Yumanlon was actually staying out of it and avoiding it like the plague. It really made people unhappy. Yumanlon and Lan Qingyan also knew that the Yu clan was unhappy with them. When they left, almost everyone's attitude towards them was much colder. However, even if they knew this, they still had to consider their own lives. Yan if we leave like this, I'm afraid that the Yu clan will be very dissatisfied with us. Yumanlon's face was filled with worry. If the Yu clan no longer supported them because of this matter, it would be a huge loss. All these years, the Lan family head had been unwilling to hand over the position of family head to Lan Jingquang. If it wasn't for the Yu clan's support and suggestion, it would have been impossible for the Lan clan's patriarch to succeed. That old man refused to give up and insisted on waiting for Lan Yunxia's return. How foolish. Hearing Yumanlon's words, Lan Qingyan didn't seem to care. Because of what happened back then, grandfather has always been dissatisfied, so it's not strange for him to have such a reaction. Even if father can't become the head of the Lan family, isn't there still me? Your bodies are tainted, but it has nothing to do with the young and ignorant me back then. All along, her father had wanted to become the head of the Lan family, but grandfather was also a stubborn person and was unwilling to give up his position all these years. However, whether or not Lan Jingquang could become the head of the Lan family, she didn't care. As long as she was the future head of the Lan family, that was enough. Seeing Lan Qingyan's indifferent appearance, Yumanlon couldn't help but frown. Yan no matter what, he's still your father. Why are you so unconcerned about your father's matters? Yumanlon felt helpless. Perhaps she had spoiled Lan Qingyan since she was young, but she only thought of herself and didn't care about anything else. What does this matter have to do with me? Lan Qingyan asked back. You should ask father why he couldn't compare to Lan Yunxiao back then. A prisoner can make grandfather so concerned. This is because father is not capable enough. Hearing this, Yumanlon fell into silence. No matter what, Lan Qingyan couldn't understand what happened back then. Lan Jingquang was also a heroic figure, but since he was born, why was he born? Lan Yunxiao was a genius that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Wherever he appeared, everyone's brilliance would be overshadowed. If Lan Jingquang wasn't born in the Lan family, but in another family, then he would have already gotten everything he deserved. How difficult was it to get everyone to support a single person in such a large cultivation family? However, Lan Yunxiao was able to do it. This was a situation that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It was because she had personally witnessed Lan Yunxiao's strength that even though he was a prisoner, as long as he didn't die, she would feel uneasy. Fortunately, this time, her mortal enemy was finally gone. In the future, she didn't need to worry about Lan Yunxiao's appearance anymore. Seeing Yumanlon fall into silence, Lan Qingyan thought that Yumanlon was unhappy because of what she said, so she continued. Mother, if we leave now, the Yu clan might not be happy, but they can understand. Moreover, with our position in the Lan clan, we would be of great help to the Yu clan. They wouldn't ignore us just because of this. How dangerous would it be to stay in the Yu clan? So many young disciples have already died. If we lose our lives just because we don't want to offend the Yu clan, that would be really not worth it. Following Lan Qingyan's words, Yumanlon's heart felt a little better. You're right. The most important thing now is to stay alive. She didn't know what kind of powerful opponent the Yu clan had offended this time. The situation was actually so serious that it made people terrified. The Yu clan master stood in front of Yu Siqing. Yu Xiqing's medical skills had always been the best in the Yu clan. Xiqing, do you know how to deal with this poison? In just a few days, the Yu clan's clan master seemed to have aged quite a bit. One by one, his juniors died. He was really mentally and physically exhausted. Following Yu Xiqing's words, the Yu clan leader's expression turned extremely ugly. He knew best how powerful Yu Xiqing's medical and poison skills were. Sometimes, he would send Yu Xiqing to deal with people he couldn't deal with openly. Most of the time, his opponents would lose their lives without knowing what happened. But now, Yu Xiqing was telling him that the other party's poison skills weren't any weaker than his. When did their Yu clan provoke such a terrifying opponent? As I said earlier, there were other substances during the explosion, but many people still absorbed them into their bodies. Yu Xiqing's expression darkened. Her perception was extremely sharp. Although she couldn't determine it before, she felt that something was wrong. Thus, she immediately warned the clan members. However, many people didn't take her words to heart and thought it wasn't a big deal. Hearing Yu Xiqing's words, the Yu clan's clan head's face turned even uglier. He remembered that Yu Xiqing had indeed mentioned it before, but after the Martial Skills Hall and Ancestral Hall were blown up, he didn't have the mood to care about it. His mind was already calculating the losses. Because of this, he forgot to warn the younger generation. Speaking of which, he was partly responsible for the current situation. I believe that I can neutralize this poison, but I need some time, Yu Xiqing said slowly. She didn't feel good that the Yu clan had suffered such a great loss. The Yu clan had looked deeply at Yu Xiqing, then patted Yu Xiqing's shoulder and said, "Everything depends on you." Bailey Hongzhuang was analyzing Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's blood in the Chaos Ring to understand the composition of the poison. After more than 10 years of imprisonment, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had completely turned into poison people. As long as their blood dripped on plants, the plants would instantly wither and turn black. Just from this little change, one could see how terrifying the poison they were suffering from was. Bailey Hongzhuang covered the two with a blanket. They hadn't had a good rest in a long time. They hadn't had this kind of relaxation for more than 10 years. Thus, they slept for an extremely long time this time. Normally, whenever Yu Xiqing was unhappy, she would torture them at any time. Therefore, there was never a time for them to relax. Bailey Hongzhuang found that not only were their physical injuries very serious, but their mental strength was also extremely exhausted. It would definitely take a period of time for them to gradually recover. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on the sleeping Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's faces. She discovered that Lan Yunxiao was truly very handsome. In the past, she had heard that Lan Yunxiao was a peerless talent who swept away thousands of young girls. Now that she had seen him in person, his handsomeness hadn't disappeared even after so many years of torment. Not only that, Mu Lingbing was also a true beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at herself in the mirror and could see the similarities between herself, Mu Lingbing, and Lan Yunxiao. However, even though the two of them were sleeping soundly, their brows were tightly knitted together as if they were in great pain. Bailey Hongzhuang smoothed their brows and only hoped that the pain would be far away from them in the future. The three beasties silently watched Bailey Hongzhuang do all this with a myriad of emotions in their hearts. During this process, Bewitching and Situyen successfully arrived at Tiangang sect. The return of the sect master and the young sect master naturally attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Tiangang sect. After Xiaojiqing and the others learned that Bewitching had returned, their faces were filled with surprise. A few days ago, Bailey Hongzhuang had left with Bewitching. They didn't know where Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had gone. They only thought that the two had gone to other places to gain experience. Xiaojiqing and Bailey Hongzhuang had been good sisters for so many years. There had been no news of Bailey Hongzhuang, so she was very worried. However, this time she only saw Bewitching come back and did not see Bailey Hongzhuang. She also felt very strange. "Junyu, what do you think Hongzhuang did? Why hasn't she come back for so long?" Xiaojiqing frowned. Since the end of the assessment competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had been with Bewitching. However, this time Hongzhuang did not come back with Bewitching. Did something happen? Bai Junyu's face also showed a touch of doubt. I see that the sect master and the young sect master's expressions are very serious. I don't know what happened. Let's wait first, we will know eventually. With Bai Junyu's voice falling, Xiaojiqing was even more worried. Could something have happened to Hong Zhuang? Right now, they were already in the world of cultivation, and there were many experts. This was a place where anything could happen. Bai Junyu quickly shook his head. Don't think about it, Hong Zhuang will be fine. When Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu were worried, Dong Fengyu and the others in the other halls were also worried. They still remembered that the last time Bailey Hongzhuang separated from them was because she went to the blood abyss with Bewitching to cultivate. This time, they did not ask, but they also felt that they might go to the same place. Now that the sect master and the young sect master had come back together, the atmosphere was really unusual. However, even if they were very worried, they could only wait for news in this situation. If something really happened to Bailey Hongzhuang, then the most anxious person would be Bewitching. On the contrary, they could only stay here and worry, but they couldn't do anything to help. After arriving at Situyan's palace, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching moved Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing out of the chaos ring. The three beasts also followed closely. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were still asleep without any signs of waking up. Situyan's gaze was fixed on Mu Lingbing's face. After so many years, this was the first time he had seen his daughter. Looking at the face that was extremely similar to Mu Jinsei's, his gaze constantly changed as ripples appeared in his heart. His daughter was already so old and had suffered for so many years, but he had always thought that it was someone else. Thinking of this, he really hated that he couldn't punish himself. If Jinsei knew about this, she would definitely hate him. From Mu Lingbing's pale face, he could vaguely see some similarities with himself. He firmly believed that this was his daughter. Situyan's calm and natural face could not hide his excitement. After searching for so many years, he had not received any news. But now, he saw his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter. The heavens had treated him well. Hong Zhuang, why are uncle and auntie still unconscious? Bewitching looked at Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yu, who didn't show any signs of waking up. His face couldn't help but be filled with worry. He'd already heard from Hong Zhuang that the two of them were unconscious. It had been several days since they'd rushed back, but they were still unconscious. Following Bewitching's question, Situyan's gaze also turned to Bailey Hongzhuang with worry and nervousness. Hong Zhuang, will they be all right? They haven't had a good rest in a long time, so it's normal for them to sleep for a long time. Because they've exhausted too much of their mental strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to wake up for a while. However, I've been paying attention to their condition, so there shouldn't be any problems. Situyan and Bewitching finally relaxed when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Everyone knew that the best way to recover mental strength was to rest. During this period of rest, mental strength would unknowingly recover. Based on Lan Yunxiao and his wife's situation these past few years, this was a normal occurrence. Hong Zhuang, how are your parents? Situyan asked with a frown. They looked too haggard. Bailey Hongzhuang had already changed Mu Lingbing's clothes, but the scars on her exposed skin were still visible. They've been tortured by Usiqing all these years, so they're both physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, Usiqing used them as test subjects for her poison techniques, so the accumulation of poison in their bodies is extremely shocking. That's why they're so haggard. It won't be easy to treat them. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was heavy. Situyan's current emotions were probably the same as hers. As soon as he said that, Situyan's hands clenched into fists. His eyes, which had always been kind and gentle, were already burning with anger. That despicable woman is actually so overbearing. Situyan's eyes were spewing flames, and he looked like he couldn't wait to tear Usiqing to shreds. When he thought about how Usiqing had been flaunting her prowess in front of him all these years, he felt even more angry and ashamed. As it turns out, all these years, Usiqing had been tormenting his daughter and he was completely unaware of it. He thought that Usiqing would know about Mu Jinsei's whereabouts, so he had kept Usiqing alive all these years. However, it was precisely because of his actions that his daughter and son-in-law were subjected to such torture. Grandfather, once father and mother recover, I will definitely use Usiqing's method to make her feel all the pain. Killing her would be letting her off too easily. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were also burning with anger and hatred. She had the same feelings as Situyan. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Situyan nodded. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang said, now was not the time to take Usiqing's life. At the very least, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao had to witness this scene with their own eyes. Only then would they be able to vent their years of resentment. Then, can Uncle and Auntie's poison be cured? Bewitching furrowed his beautiful brows. His deep and kind voice was filled with worry. He knew how outstanding Hong Zhuang's medical skills were. Hong Zhuang had never worried about her medical skills when she encountered any problems. However, this time, Hong Zhuang said that it would be difficult to cure them. Just from this point, he could tell how serious the situation was. This was a battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Xiqing. Bailey Hongzhuang was working hard on how to detoxify Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. Similarly, Yu Xiqing was working hard on how to save the poisoned cultivators of the Yu clan. Both of them were researching non-stop. Yu Xiqing's situation was the most urgent because every bit of time she spent, a few cultivators of the Yu clan would die. In a short period of time, the Yu clan was already in a miserable state. Naturally, the Yu clan's situation could not be covered up. After the cultivators of Yutian City understood the situation, they did not dare to stay here for long. After all, no one knew when this infectious disease would spread to them. Mo Yunjue originally wanted to lead the people to finish the show. However, after this incident, they did not need to continue the show and directly left Yutian City. For so many years, Yutian City had never been so depressed. When Mo Yunjue knew what Bailey Hongzhuang had done, his eyes were filled with amazement. Every time Hongzhuang made a move, she could give people a sense of amazement and admiration. When he was in the Qing dynasty, Mo Yunjue had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's methods. However, this time Bailey Hongzhuang's methods had improved a lot compared to the last time. The only similarity was that whether it was the last time or this time, Mo Yunjue felt that the other party deserved it. Especially for a sanctimonious family like the Yu clan, they should be dampened like this. After the cultivators of Shitian Tower knew about this terrible storm, their hearts were full of shock and admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. With such methods, if anyone offended Bailey Hongzhuang, it would be a huge disaster. However, in an organization like Shitian Tower, no one was afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. On the contrary, they only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was too suitable to be their young mistress. In this way, who would dare to offend the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion, that would be courting death? Bailey Hongzhuang worked tirelessly to develop a detoxification method, and her research also made some progress. At the very least, she already knew about 2 of the poisons and the antidote. However, she had to carefully consider whether or not the other poisons in Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies would be affected by these 2 poisons before she truly detoxified them. This was because all the toxins in their bodies had combined to form a strange balance. If he were to recklessly detoxify the poison, it would really affect the whole situation. This was the most difficult part of detoxification. Situyen could not help Bailey Hongzhuang with the detoxification, so he could only bring the precious heaven and earth treasures. As long as they could cure Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, they would not hesitate to pay any price. Bewitching sent the news that they had completed their mission back to Wuji Palace, but they could not personally tell Wuji Palace's palace master and palace master's wife. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang was guarding Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Suddenly, a commotion attracted Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. Mu Lingbing felt that she hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. Even though her body still ached, it was better than it usually was. Amidst this comfortable feeling, Mu Lingbing had a vague feeling that she was already dead. If that wasn't the case, how could she have ever felt so comfortable in all these years? As her memory slowly returned, Mu Lingbing recalled how her daughter had come to save her and then left. Thinking of this, Mu Lingbing abruptly opened her eyes. She had fainted before seeing Yixian return safely. Did Yixian come back? How dangerous was the Yu family, and how shrewd was Yu Xiqing? Thinking of all this, Mu Lingbing felt her hair stand on end. If something happened to Yixian because of this, that would be something she couldn't accept. Yixian, Mu Lingbing called out Bailey Hongzhuang's name, her face filled with worry. When Bailey Hongzhuang felt Mu Lingbing's movements, she had already walked to Mu Lingbing's side. Seeing Mu Lingbing's anxious appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly held Mu Lingbing's hand. "Mother, I'm here, I'm here." Mu Lingbing opened her eyes and saw Bailey Hongzhuang by her side. Her nervousness and worry gradually dissipated. She held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly. "Yixian, thank goodness you're all right." Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Mother, I made sufficient preparations before going to save you. Absolutely nothing will happen. Mu Lingbing still had lingering fears. The Yu family is no different from a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. You were really lucky to be able to save us. All these years, she and Lan Yunxiao had tried many times to escape that hellish place. However, Yu Xiqing was too shrewd. They had been discovered before they could escape. In the past, Yu Xiqing would occasionally leave the house, but as time passed, Yu Xiqing stayed in the house all the time. They didn't have any chance to leave. In addition, their bodies had gradually weakened, so leaving became even more impossible. Mother, no matter what, we've already left the Yu family. That kind of thing won't happen again. Don't worry. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Mu Lingbing's eyes, unconsciously revealing a deep palpitation, and her heart couldn't help but ache. So many things had happened, and over 10 years of torment, Mu Lingbing's fear had long seeped into her bones. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing nodded as a smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be a time when we could leave. She had always thought that she would die in the Yu clan. The current environment was like a dream to her. However, looking at Bailey Hongshuang in front of her, she knew that everything was real. Mu Lingbing immediately thought of Lan Yunxiao and hastily asked, "Where's your father?" Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly and gestured for Mu Lingbing to look in the other direction. My father is resting over there. He hasn't woken up yet. Mu Lingbing turned her head. As expected, Lan Yunxiao was lying on the other side of her. Seeing this, Mu Lingbing finally relaxed. While Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing were talking, Lan Yunxiao slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang, a deep smile spread across his handsome face. Yixuan, Lingbing. The family of three was finally reunited. Bailey Hongshuang told Bewitching and Si Tuyen about Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's awakening. When Si Tuyen heard the news, his expression shook and he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Grandfather, do you want to go in and see my mother? Bailey Hongshuang sized up Si Tuyen's expression. She could feel his excitement and nervousness. After all these years, Mu Lingbing had never seen him before. Hearing this, Si Tuyen thought for a moment and shook his head. They just woke up and need to rest well. They can't be too agitated. Let's wait for a few more days. After saying that, Si Tuyen slowly left. His footsteps grew heavier and heavier. Looking at Si Tuyen's back as he left, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but frown, her eyebrows filled with worry. Hongshuang, perhaps I'm afraid of returning home. Master still hasn't thought of how to face your mother, Bewitching said slowly. He had grown up with his master and deeply understood his master's feelings for Mu Jin's. She was the person he didn't want to hurt the most in his life, but he had hurt Mu Jin's the most. Facing Mu Lingbing, his master also felt extremely guilty. It was because of this guilt that he couldn't face everything. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. She also understood her grandfather's thoughts. Not only that, my mother didn't have parents since she was young. I'm sure that when my mother asks about this, grandfather will be speechless. There's also news about grandmother. Bailey Hongshuang was also an insightful person. From Si Tuyen's attitude, she could already see the problem. If grandmother died, it would be the hardest thing for grandfather to accept. So he was afraid. Bewitching looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang's thoughts were extremely correct. But master is right. What aunt needs now is to rest well and adjust her condition to recover as soon as possible. If master suddenly appears, auntie might not be able to bear it. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and said, I will try to communicate with my mother first and try to find out her attitude. This is a good idea. Bewitching's eyes were filled with a smile. As long as Mu Lingbing was mentally prepared, this matter would be much simpler. Bailey Hongshuang returned to the house again. Bewitching did not want to disturb Bailey Hongshuang and her family, so he did not go in to disturb them. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's eyes never left Bailey Hongshuang. They hadn't seen their daughter for more than 10 years and felt that they couldn't get enough of her. They had never thought that their daughter would grow up to be such an outstanding person while they were away. It was truly delightful. Bailey Hongzhuang poured 2 cups of water for Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao before asking, "Father, Mother, how do you feel now?" According to her judgment, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's bodies had recovered quite a bit after the effects of these pills. At the very least, he was much stronger than his previous weak appearance. However, because the poison had not been removed, they still felt some pain. "We're already much better." Lan Yunxiao smiled. "You gave us so many pills, so how could we not be well?" Mu Lingbing couldn't help but look at Lan Yunxiao. "We took a lot of pills?" Lan Yunxiao nodded. "Yixuan gave us almost all the pills that were useful to us." Mu Lingbing's eyes were filled with astonishment. If it was the old her, taking some pills wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, they were different. She and Lan Yunxiao were no longer the same as before. Bailey Hongzhuang had relied on her own efforts to reach where she was now. How could they let their daughter pay such a huge price? "Yixuan, your father and I are already beyond cure. Why are you wasting those medicinal pills on us?" Mu Lingbing's eyes were filled with desolation. After so many years of torture, she understood her body's condition very well. Even if she was stronger than before, there was no way to cure the poison in her body. There was simply too much. Bailey Hongzhuang had done so much for them. It was truly a waste of resources. Bailey Hongzhuang understood that Mu Lingbing had the same thoughts as Lan Yunxiao. She immediately said, "Mother, don't worry. Although the poison in your body is very complicated and it will take some time to cure you, I will definitely succeed." Hearing her words, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but stare at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Very few people can cure the poison Xianxia created. That's why she's so terrifying. "Yixuan, we all understand." Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that she didn't believe her. However, with her age, she wasn't very convincing. But she would use facts to prove herself to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. "Xianxia's medical skills are good, but mine aren't bad either." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "If not for that, Xianxia wouldn't have been unable to detoxify my poison." Seeing that Mu Lingbing didn't believe Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, the 3 beasts jumped out. "Master's medical skills are very powerful. She's always been called a divine doctor. That old fellow Xianxia is already old. She's no match for Master." Mu Lingbing looked at the 3 beasts. Previously, she only knew that Baisher was Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast. She knew nothing about the black and white furballs. However, the fact that these 3 demonic beasts could actually speak was simply too shocking. "Yixian, who are they?" Mu Lingbing couldn't help but ask. "They are my contracted beasts." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing was still confused. She asked uncertainly, "All 3? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "All 3 of them." Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. 3 contracted beasts, this was truly unheard of. "This has something to do with my cultivation method," Bailey Hongzhuang explained with a smile. The 3 beasties winked at Mu Lingbing and Mu Lingbing, trying to express their cuteness. "Yixian, did you just say that you poisoned Xianxia?" Lan Yunxiao's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't overlook Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Mu Lingbing also returned to her senses, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I didn't poison Xianxia, but the Yu family." When Bailey Hongzhuang recounted the events of that day, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were both dumbfounded. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. They had been worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to escape from the Yu clan and that the journey would be extremely dangerous. Who knew that not only did they leave the Yu clan, they even caused such a huge ruckus? The Yu clan was a cultivation family after all. Wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang a little too daring? Or had they been locked up by the Yu clan for so long that they no longer understood the situation in the Xianxian continent? Could it be that the Yu clan had fallen and was no longer the colossus it used to be? "Yixuan, you mean that Xianxia still hasn't cured the poison?" Mu Lingbing asked incredulously. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "According to the information we've gathered, she hasn't cured it yet." From the poison that Xianxia had concocted, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Xianxia's medical skills were not weak. As long as she had enough time, she would be able to cure it sooner or later. But now, it depended on how long she would need. After all, the longer she took, the greater the Yu clan's losses would be. At least, in this way, the Yu clan's next generation would not be a match for the other families. In reality, it was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had thought. Paper couldn't wrap fire. Even if the Yu clan had done their best to block the news, Yu Tiancheng was not completely a Yu clan member. As the cultivators of Yu Tiancheng left, the news naturally spread. Many cultivation families already knew about the Yu clan's situation. Some were shocked, some were sympathetic, but most of them were gloating. As a cultivation family, the Yu clan had never helped the world. They were completely focused on accumulating wealth. Usually, when someone in the clan needed help from the Yu clan would demand an exorbitant price. Regarding this, even if they were dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. Who would have thought that the Yu clan would encounter such a huge problem this time? This was really good news, a certain clan. The Yu clan has really eaten their own medicine this time. They have suffered such a huge loss. I wonder when they offended such a powerful poison master. Even Yu Xiqing was stumped. Recently, the Yu clan's dead people have been brought out wave after wave. If you don't cure the poison, I'm afraid that the Yu clan will be removed from the list. Another family. Who asked the Yu clan to be so arrogant? Truly, evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Usually, no one can control them. They really think they're so great. I've heard that the Yu clan recently issued a call for poison masters and doctors with strong poison techniques. One must know that there were countless poison masters and doctors who had racked their brains to go to the Yu clan, but the Yu clan had completely ignored them. Now that something like this has happened, it's really ridiculous to gather everyone together. I wonder how many people have gone? What a joke. The poison is so powerful and contagious. Even Yu Xiqing can't deal with it. Wouldn't it be the same as sending others to their deaths? So, no one went there at all? Ha ha ha. When Bailey Hongzhuang talked about this matter, she was very happy. She was quite satisfied with the interest this time. However, this was just the beginning. The Yu clan would definitely pay a heavy price for everything that their family had suffered all these years. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so powerful. The Yu family was a world-renowned medical family. That was why they had gone to the Yu family to seek medical help, resulting in their current predicament. But now, their daughter's medical skills had reached such a level? So the Yu family has suffered a great loss this time, Lan Yunxiao said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. They've gone overboard these past few years. They deserve this loss. Mu Lingbing narrowed her eyes. Indeed, they deserve it. As a medical family, the Yu family pretended to practice medicine to help the world, but in reality, they didn't have the heart of a bodhisattva. A few doctors with good medical skills had been recruited to the Yu clan. As a result, the possibility of everyone seeking medical treatment had decreased by a few degrees. Over the years, Yu Xiqing had often told them about various things. This was because Yu Xiqing believed that they would never be able to escape, so they had a good understanding of the Yu family's situation. If it weren't for the Yu family, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Lan Yunxiao's eyes flashed with hatred. If he still had the strength, he would definitely destroy the Yu family with his own hands. They were very clear in their hearts that Bailey Hongzhuang was doing all this to avenge them, so that they could vent their resentment. In reality, after learning of this matter, they were indeed delighted. Father, Mother, I've already made a few sets of antidotes. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and took the antidotes from the side. Because you've been poisoned with too many poisons, I can't determine the composition of these poisons in such a short time, so I can only determine some. Once these poisons are removed, I'll try to detoxify the others. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression revealed some helplessness. In this situation, she could only do this. Once the symptoms of some poisons disappeared, she would be able to determine the other poisons. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing suddenly remembered something, and her eyes brightened. Yixuan, I remember the composition of Yu Xiqing's poison. Will it be of any help to you? Mu Lingbing asked slowly. She didn't know much about medicine, but it was said that it would help doctors. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. Mother, you really remember the composition? It was precisely because she didn't know the exact composition that she could only discover it one by one. If Mu Lingbing knew the composition, then it would be easy for her to detoxify the poison. Mu nodded her head slightly. Yu Xiqing's every time she made a poison. She would tell us the composition and ingredients of the poison. I was locked up in the dungeon all day and had nothing else to do. Thus, when Yu Xiqing mentioned this, I remembered it. In truth, she had knew the Yus, she had wanted to remember everything. After all, if she had the chance to come out in the future, she might be able to cure the poison. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasties all understood. Mother, if you know these ingredients, I'll be able to detoxify your poison very quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face was filled with a joyful smile. She never thought that Mu Lingbing would be so meticulous, actually remembering all of this. In this way, the most difficult problem could be solved. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They never thought that they would be able to detoxify their poison one day. Bailey Hongzhuang handed a brush and paper to Mu Lingbing. Mother, think carefully and write it down. Although Mu Lingbing tried her best to remember all of this, it wasn't easy for her to remember so much time had passed and so many poisons had been used. Your mother has a photographic memory. As long as she wants to remember something, she'll never forget it. Lan Yunxiao's face rippled with an elegant and charming smile. Mu Lingbing was gifted with this ability. Because of this, Mu Lingbing had an incomparable advantage in terms of cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes widened with surprise. She never expected Mu Lingbing to have such a unique and powerful ability. It was truly astonishing. While Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao were talking, Mu Lingbing had already recorded the ingredients on a piece of paper. She didn't pause at all, as if she'd always remembered everything. She slowly wrote down the names and ingredients of each poison one after another. The three beasties watched in amazement. No wonder Master was so powerful. Masters. Parents weren't just ordinarily powerful either. Mu Lingbing wrote very quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest maintained their silence as they watched Mu Lingbing write. After a while, Mu Lingbing handed the brush and paper to Bailey Hongzhuang. It's all here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the content written on the paper, and her face suddenly had a clear look of understanding. Just as she'd predicted, the antidotes she'd created were correct. Other than that, there were a few other poisons that she'd only vaguely guessed at and wasn't completely sure. Now that she understood the situation, she was able to prescribe the right medicine. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, unsure if she could do it. After all, Yu Xiqing was too famous. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Father, Mother, don't worry. I'll be able to detoxify all your poisons soon. Both Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's eyes lit up with joy at her words. They thought they didn't have long to live, but when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they couldn't help but feel sad. They'd just met, and soon they'd be separated. However, they now had the hope to continue living. How could they not be happy about that? Father, Mother, Hongzhuang, Yunyun's Bing and Lan Yunxiao's, Mother's and Lan Yunxiao's, Bailey Yu's, Yun, Mu, Mu to Hongzhuang SS. It looked like she was going to win this battle between her and Yu Xiqing. Yu Xiqing would never have imagined that Mu Lingbing had memorized all the ingredients. With her skills, it wouldn't be difficult for her to create the appropriate antidote. Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao took the antidote and didn't doubt its effects at all. They directly swallowed it. You've been poisoned for a long time, and the poison is stubborn in your body. My antidote can detoxify the poison, but the process will be painful, Bailey Hongzhuang explained slowly. She also wanted to alleviate some of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's pain, but this was something that could only be resolved by them. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing smiled nonchalantly at Bailey Hongzhuang's words. What kind of torture had they not endured all these years? The pain of detoxifying poison was nothing to them. After all, detoxifying some of the poison would lessen their pain in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao's thoughts. This pain shouldn't be difficult for them to bear. Very quickly, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing felt a burst of pain and itchiness in their bodies. The antidote passed through their cells and removed every bit of the poison from their bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang stood guard at the side to prevent any accidents from happening. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be much of a problem with detoxifying these poisons at the same time. An hour later. PFFF. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing spat out blood clots. However, the blood clots had turned completely black and fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. Just by looking at them, they knew how terrifying the poison was. Yet it had remained in their bodies all these years. It was truly shocking. After seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt relieved. Father, Mother, do you feel better? Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing looked at each other. After enduring so much pain, their faces were pale. However, at this moment, after Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, they really felt that their bodies were a bit more relaxed, and the pain that had been accompanying them was also reduced a bit. As expected, it's much better. Mu Lingbing exclaimed at Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, she no longer doubted Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to create these antidotes without understanding the ingredients. This was not something an ordinary doctor could do. Yixuan, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so formidable. Lan Yunxiao smiled. As for his daughter, he really admired her very much. Yixuan, how did you survive all these years? Mu Lingbing couldn't help but be curious when she saw how outstanding her daughter was. She wanted to know every step of Hongzhuang's growth over the years. Seeing Mu Lingbing's curious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, Mother, you've just neutralized some of the poison and your bodies have been drained. Let's take a good rest for now. I'll tell you about my experiences over the years next time. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing nodded. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had said, she did feel weak and exhausted. She still had plenty of time to spend with Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. The future was long, so there was no need to rush. After Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao rested, Bailey Hongzhuang instructed the three beasts to keep an eye on the situation before leaving the room. Since she already knew the ingredients of these poisons, she naturally had to create the antidote as soon as possible. The sooner she created the antidote, the sooner her parents could be relieved of their pain. She was no stranger to some of these poisons. Bailey Hongzhuang studied it carefully. After thinking about what materials she needed, she went to the alchemy hall. She had to get these herbs back first before she could configure the antidote. Bailey Hongzhuang walked all the way to the alchemy hall. Passing by the resource hall, she found that it was crowded and lively. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a while and found that today was the day to receive cultivation resources. No wonder there were so many people coming today. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Now she was not in the mood to receive these things. She just wanted to detoxify her parents as soon as possible. As long as her parents could be detoxified a day earlier, they could end the pain earlier. Xianxia and the others had been worried about Bailey Hongzhuang since Bewitching came back. However, they had never had the chance to see Bewitching. Naturally, they had no way to inquire about these things. Just as Xianxia received the cultivation resources and was about to return to the Vermilion Bird Hall, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Her eyes could not help but be filled with excitement. Hongzhuang. When I came back, I was delayed because of some things. I made everyone worry about me. I'm really sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang's light and pleasant voice had a trace of apology. This time, she really put all her attention on her parents and forgot to tell Xianxia and the others. It was really her thoughtlessness. Everyone still had some complaints in their hearts, but at this moment, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the dissatisfaction in their hearts completely dissipated. Hongzhuang was different from them. Hongzhuang had more things to do than them. Moreover, they had been with Hongzhuang for so long and always felt that Hongzhuang had some secrets. In this regard, no one said anything. It's okay, Hongzhuang. As long as you are okay, we can rest assured. Xianxia said with a smile. Originally, she was complaining about Hongzhuang, but now listening to Hongzhuang's explanation, she was a little embarrassed. Dongfangyu and the others nodded. Yes, as long as you are okay. Gong Xiaoqing, Yuan Xiaoman, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Boss, I haven't seen you for a while. You must have made a lot of progress, right? Yuan Xiaoman's face was filled with a curious smile. Every time she saw her boss, she couldn't help but marvel at her progress. Speaking of which, she had always been with her boss before. She didn't understand how her boss cultivated and how her progress was so much faster than them. As Yuan Xiaoman's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. It must be known that during the time they stayed in Tiangang sect, they also didn't relax for a moment. Now they were different from before. The strength of the cultivators around them was very strong. If they didn't work hard, their ranking on the list of famous pillars was clearly written. Every time their ranking dropped, it would make them feel ashamed. Therefore, they could only work as hard as they could to prevent their rankings from dropping. Now, they finally understood why the cultivators in the sects could cultivate so much faster than the cultivators in the secular world. It was not only because of the difference in cultivation resources, but also because of a sense of urgency. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. There is not much change. Previously, she mainly cultivated her own control of Yuan Qi in Wuji Palace. She only improved her cultivation on the heaven stairway at night. Later on, she focused all her energy on developing explosives and rescuing her parents. Her cultivation was delayed by quite a bit. As soon as this remark came out, Yuan Xiaoman and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Their eyes were filled with a strange color. This situation wasn't in line with Bailey Hongshuang's style at all. Although everyone had some doubts, they didn't say anything. Yuan Jixin smiled and said, "Boss, we are all working hard to catch up of you." Just as Yuan Jixin had said, Bailey Hongshuang was the goal of all of them. Although the cultivators in the branch hall gave them a lot of pressure, their real motivation was Bailey Hongshuang. After all, Bailey Hongshuang's strength was not stronger than theirs. However, everyone clearly came together, but Bailey Hongshuang surpassed them by so much. Since Bailey Hongshuang could do it, it proved that all of this was feasible. Therefore, they must work hard to not be left behind too much. "Hongshuang, where are you going?" Gong Xiaoqing asked. They did not see Bailey Hongshuang in the resource hall. Obviously, Bailey Hongshuang did not come here to get cultivation resources from the resource hall. "I'm going to the alchemy hall to buy some herbs," Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, everyone suddenly understood. For Bailey Hongshuang, in addition to cultivation, there were also alchemy, inscription, and medical skills. Maybe Hongshuang would mainly focus on alchemy during this time. So that's how it is. Gong Xiaoqing suddenly said. "Hongshuang, when will you go back to the Vermilion Bird Hall to cultivate?" Xia Jiqing asked curiously. Bailey Hongshuang had not appeared in the Vermilion Bird Hall since the last time she left. Her ranking was dropping little by little. "I'll go back in a few days. I have some things to do recently." Her dark phoenix eyes were filled with thoughts. As a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall, it was indeed inappropriate for her to not return to the Vermilion Bird Hall for so long. Fortunately, Si Tuyen had already greeted the hall master before, so there was nothing to do with it. Bailey Hongshuang left after chatting with everyone for a while. She was really busy now. After Xia Jiqing and the others saw Bailey Hongshuang leave, their faces were filled with doubts. "I don't know what Hongshuang is busy with these days. She seems to have lost some weight." Xia Jiqing sighed. She really hoped that she could help Hongshuang, but now there was nothing she could do. This feeling was really depressing. Boss has always been very busy. When she is free, she will naturally contact us. Yuan Xiaoman was very optimistic. Boss's identity was not the same as theirs. As the sweetheart of the young sect master, Boss had to bear much more than them. Therefore, what they could do now was to understand Boss. In a few days, when Hongshuang is free, she will definitely tell us everything. Dongfang Yu smiled brightly, his peach blossom eyes slightly raised. No matter what happened, he believed that Hongshuang would always treat them as friends. After Bailey Hongshuang left, her mind was also thinking about Xia Jiqing and the others. Looking at everyone's appearance today, it was obvious that everyone had adapted well in Tiangang sect and she did not need to worry. As for the matter of her parents, she still needed to keep it a secret. Although she believed in Xia Jiqing and the others, she could not let her parents' lives. Yu Siqing had placed all her attention on concocting the antidote, so she didn't have enough time to confirm the identity of the two corpses in the dungeon. Once Yusiching came back to her senses, she might come to find Situyen to inquire. If someone leaked the news, the situation would be a lot more trouble. His parents were still so weak. Plus, once the Lan family knew about this, Lan Jingquang and his family would be prepared. Their plan wouldn't be so easy to carry out. Therefore, before her parents recovered, she could only hide this news. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to the alchemy hall, she saw that the alchemy hall was full of people. It was very lively. Although it was Bailey Hongzhuang's first time coming to Tiangang Sect's alchemy hall, she felt that it was very familiar. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang came to the place where medicinal herbs were sold and directly told the disciple the medicinal herbs she needed. After the disciple saw that Bailey Hongzhuang actually needed so many medicinal herbs, his eyes were also filled with a touch of surprise. Moreover, these medicinal herbs were of all kinds and he actually couldn't see what they were for. However, he was no stranger to Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him. In fact, presumably the disciples of Tiangang sect would not find it strange. Therefore, even if the disciple had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to neglect. After all, who dared to offend Tiangang sect's future young master's wife? Wasn't this courting death? Just as the disciple went to help Bailey Hongzhuang get the medicinal herbs, the conversation of the surrounding cultivators entered Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. In another month, the alchemist selection will begin. I don't know how many newcomers there will be in our alchemy hall this time. Yes, every time our alchemy hall recruits people, it's later than the other 4 halls. I hope a few junior sisters will come, haha. I heard that the selection this time is very big. Not only will they select newcomers, but even we will also have an assessment. What? Is it true or false? I accidentally heard it when the elders were talking. Although I'm not too clear about the details, I can guarantee that I didn't hear wrongly. In that case, we have to prepare early. If we don't perform well at that time, it will be terrible. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also lit up after hearing everyone's conversation. In that case, Lu Qingyue would soon come to Tiangang sect to participate in the alchemist assessment. Everyone saw Lu Qingyue's infatuation with Gong Xiaoqing. As early as when they left Kanglan school, Lu Qingyue had already said that she would definitely come when the time came. She believed that Lu Qingyue had been waiting for this alchemist assessment for a long time. However, this alchemist assessment seemed to be a little different. She believed that with Lu Qingyue's attainments in alchemy, she would definitely be able to pass this assessment. Regarding Lu Qingyue's persistence, she also very much admired. She also sincerely hoped that Lu Qingyue and Gong Xiaoqing could be lovers and get married. That would be the best result. Originally, after Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing got together, she was a little worried about Yuan Xiaoman's mood. Fortunately, when he saw Yuan Xiaoman today, he saw that Yuan Xiaoman still had a lively appearance, without the slightest bit of discouragement or sadness. Although it may be that Yuan Xiaoman deliberately did not want to show it, on the other hand, it was related to Yuan Xiaoman's carefree personality. In short, everything was developing in a good direction. Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely happy. Very quickly, I have prepared all the herbs that Bailey Hongzhuang needs. Bailey Hongzhuang took the herbs and a smile appeared on her face. Thank you. As soon as her voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang turned and left the alchemy hall. However, the disciple who saw Bailey Hongzhuang's smile looked at the back of Bailey Hongzhuang as she left. He was still immersed in Bailey Hongzhuang's smile and did not recover. Bailey Hongzhuang's outstanding appearance was well known, but everyone had only seen it once from a distance. Now that he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's warm smile, he understood why the young master liked Bailey Hongzhuang. After returning to the sect master's quarters, Bailey Hongzhuang dove into her room and began to concoct the antidote based on the poison. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing wouldn't be resting for long this time, so she hoped she could quickly concoct all the antidotes. Right now, she felt an indescribable satisfaction from being able to see Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's smiles. Kinship was just that peculiar. Seeing the other person happy made her feel even happier. Bailey Hongzhuang felt that after saving her parents, she had become even more passionate in doing things. It was as if there was an inexhaustible energy in her body. All of her hard work was for the sake of seeing their smiles. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang begin her research as soon as she returned, Bewitching stood outside the room and quietly watched Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. His lips curled into a gentle and enchanting smile before he turned and left. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang now, even he could feel a kind of happiness. This kind of happiness could only be given to Hongzhuang by Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. It was something he couldn't give. However, to be able to see Bailey Hongzhuang like this, he also had an indescribable satisfaction. When the three beasties saw this, they looked at each other and smiled. Master is full of fighting spirit right now. I think we should just wait patiently. Master won't be coming out for a while, Baishir said with a smile. Although Master was busier than before, they could feel that she was the happiest right now. I really hope that Master's parents can recover quickly. It would be best if they could recover their strength. Xiao He clasped her hands together and couldn't help praying. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were heroes in the past, so there was no need to mention their strength. However, now that they were in this state, even if the poison was cured, their strength couldn't compare to Lan Jingquang's. Speaking of which, Lan Jingquang and his family had really harmed Master's family. Definitely. Master is so powerful, so her parents must be powerful as well, Xiao Bai said with certainty. It firmly believed that everything could be resolved. Bailey Hongzhuang focused all her attention on the antidote. Looking at the various ingredients written down by Mu Lingbing, Bailey Hongzhuang, who was proficient in medicine, could understand the effects of these poisons after careful consideration. However, when she understood the true effects of these poisons, the hatred in her heart only deepened. Yu Xiqing truly had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Every single one of her poisons was extremely vicious. Once consumed, the person wouldn't immediately die, but they would suffer immense pain. Although Bailey Hongzhuang knew how to concoct poisons, she didn't use them often. Only when she met some extremely hateful people would she use such a method to punish them. However, Yu Yuzes had used all these poisons. She understood why her parents' health's the sect. If it weren't for the fact that their bodies were strong enough in the past, they would have lost their lives under the ravages of these poisons. Even though they'd managed to preserve their lives, their condition couldn't get any worse. Suppressing the hatred in her heart, Bailey Hongzhuang focused on concocting the antidotes. She made 2 portions of each antidote and placed them to the side. While Bailey Hongzhuang was concentrating on detoxifying Lan Yunxiao and Yu Yang's poison, Limitless Palace's Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu had also received the news. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left for the Yu clan, Nangong Wu couldn't help but worry. She even regretted not following along. If she had followed along, then she wouldn't have to sit here and worry. Yu Linfeng looked at Nangong Wu's restless appearance and felt helpless. Nangong Wu had always been an impatient person. As long as she didn't know the result, she would be very anxious. After interacting with each other for so many years, he understood Nangong Wu's character very well. Wu don't worry. Since Sect Master went with Hongzhuang and the others, then there definitely won't be any problems. Hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Nangong Wu glanced at Yu Linfeng, her expression revealing some dissatisfaction. No matter what, you always have this expression. Isn't it better to be safe than sorry? Don't worry. What can happen if Sect Master is there? Yu Linfeng seemed very indifferent. The Yu clan's strength isn't weak, but you also know Sect Master's strength. Even if they don't succeed in saving them, leaving safely is definitely not a problem. After all, the Yu clan doesn't dare to rashly offend the Tiangang sect. Yu Linfeng's expression changed a bit. In his opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' plan had a high probability of success. There shouldn't be any mistakes. It's already a big problem that they didn't manage to save them. After Yu Xiqing knows about this, won't she immediately kill them to silence them? Hongzhuang definitely won't be able to take it. Nangong Wu couldn't help but think of Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Although Bailey Hongzhuang usually had a very indifferent appearance, she understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. If such a thing really happened, Hongzhuang would definitely be very sad. She didn't want to see such a scene. Yu Linfeng faintly sighed. Women always liked to let their imaginations run wild. He felt that there wouldn't be so many accidents. Just as the two were talking, Gu Taihong appeared in front of them. Palace Master, Madam, a letter from Tiangang sect. Following Gu Taihong's voice, Nangong Wu's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately snatched the letter, and impatiently opened the letter. Impatiently. Seeing Nan Gongwu's actions, Gu Taihong was also stunned. His eyes were filled with a touch of astonishment. Yu Linfeng, on the other hand, looked as if he had expected it. He waved his hand at Gu Taihong, indicating that there was nothing else. Seeing this, Gu Taihong then left. Nan Gongwu couldn't wait to read the contents of the letter. After reading it, Nan Gongwu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. This is too funny, the Yu clan is too unlucky. I really didn't expect Hong Zhuang to come up with such a despicable move. The Yu clan is probably mad at this moment. After reading the contents of the letter, Nan Gongwu admired Bailey Hongzhuang even more. In fact, she usually had a lot of despicable moves. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have even more despicable moves. Presumably, the Yu clan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. When Yu Linfeng saw Nan Gongwu suddenly laughing so happily, his eyes were filled with a touch of astonishment. He then said, "Wooer, what is written on it that can make you laugh like this?" Yu Linfeng looked at Nan Gongwu suspiciously, waiting for Nan Gongwu's reply. Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang blew up the Yu clan's martial arts hall. Ha ha ha, she is indeed worthy of being the person that I have my eyes on. Yu Linfeng was slightly startled, his eyes gradually widening. He had never thought that Hong Zhuang would be so daring to blow up the martial arts hall. That was the most important place in a cultivation family. However, thinking about it carefully, if the martial arts hall had been blown up, it would have attracted the attention of everyone in the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were also correct. Not only that, Hong Zhuang had also blown up the Yu clan's ancestral hall. I never thought that Hong Zhuang would be such a genius. I had only told Hong Zhuang to throw 2 sets of explosives to attract everyone's attention. I never thought that Hong Zhuang's move would be so powerful. The ancestral hall blew up. When Yu Linfeng heard this result, his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that this disciple of his really couldn't be offended. The Yu clan would never have dreamt that there would be such a day. The martial arts hall was actually the most important place in the Yu clan. The ancestral hall was nominally the most important place in the Yu clan. Hong Zhuang really didn't miss anything, catching the Yu clan unprepared. So, Hong Zhuang and the rest have already returned to Tiangang sect safely? Yu Linfeng asked. As the hidden power behind Bailey Hongzhuang, it was best that he didn't personally send people to find out about this, so as to avoid exposing his identity. After all, their limitless palace and the Yu clan didn't have any interactions. If they suddenly sent people to find out about this, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So, they had been waiting here for news. Nan Gongwu nodded. They have already returned safely, but they told us that they can't come over for the time being. As she spoke, Nan Gongwu handed the letter to Yu Linfeng. She never thought that the explosives she made would have such a good effect. It really made her happy. Yu Linfeng read through the contents of the letter again, and only then did he relax. I told you, they will definitely succeed. You don't have to worry about this. Yu Linfeng's face was full of smiles. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was finally reunited with her parents, he couldn't help but feel happy for Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Yunxiao was originally a heroic figure, but it was a pity that he was persecuted and reduced to such a state. He remembered that when he was still a child in the Lan family, Lan Yunxiao was already the center of attention. When he was bullied, Lan had stood in front of him to protect him. And that was when his impression of Lan Yunxiao began. Although he didn't Yuan Nangong, he didn't Yuan Yuz and the Yu clan. At that time, he had no parents and no one to protect him. If it wasn't for Lan Yunxiao, his life would be even more miserable. But not long after, he left the Lan family. Perhaps, even Lan Yunxiao himself didn't remember him. But, he remembered. In this huge Lan family, other than his parents, the only person he had a good impression of was Lan Yunxiao. When he found out about Lan Yunxiao's misfortune, he felt indignant and regretful. He originally wanted to become friends with Lan Yunxiao when he had the ability. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. But he didn't expect that he would take Lan Yunxiao's daughter as his disciple. Yu Linfeng felt that most of the time, everything was arranged by fate. If it wasn't for the guidance of the heavens, how could all of this happen so coincidentally? A heroic character like Lan Yunxiao shouldn't have lived his life like that. Fortunately, he had successfully left the Yu family. Although it wouldn't be easy to restore his former appearance, he believed that anyone who had seen Lan Yunxiao's boundless magnificence wouldn't doubt the possibility of him standing up again. Lan Jingquang was also an outstanding person, both in ability and talent. Unfortunately, Lan Jingquang's heart was too narrow. If Lan Jingquang could give up the position of house head and work together with Lan Yunxiao and his brother, the Lan family would be unprecedentedly powerful. However, there were many people in this world who harbored jealousy. After being suppressed for so many years, Lan Jingquang had long been unable to endure it. Regarding this, he was able to understand. However, if he could even be so ruthless to his own niece, then this Lan Jingquang was a little too deranged. Committing too much injustice leads to one's own destruction. Lan Jingquang would never have thought that the niece he had ruthlessly persecuted would grow up to be such an outstanding person. This time, Lan Jingquang had miscalculated. He wanted to imprison Lan Yunxiao for the rest of his life and let him see his success. However, he never thought that Lan Yunxiao would be able to make a comeback one day. As for Lan Jingquang's daughter, Lan Qingyan, Yu Linfeng had never seen Lan Qingyan's appearance, but he had heard of her. Even though Lan Qingyan's reputation was resounding and she was a famous genius, his intuition told him that Lan Qingyan was definitely not Bailey Hongshuang's opponent. Even though there was still a gap between Bailey Hongshuang and the genius cultivators nurtured by aristocratic families, he believed that this gap would continue to shrink. A child born in a wealthy family would never understand the pain and hardship of climbing up from the bottom. Logically speaking, these two identities shouldn't have any intersection, but it happened. The day when the two of them crossed paths, Lan Qingyan would slowly be defeated. Because Bailey Hongshuang could take any blow, but Lan Qingyan couldn't. He hoped that Lan Yunxiao's family could take back their previous position because it originally belonged to Lan Yunxiao. Perhaps it was because Lan Yunxiao was a heaven-sent genius that he had to endure such suffering in his life. In the past, he had also endured such pain to reach where he was today. He asked himself, if he had stayed in the Lan family like that back then, he would probably be just an ordinary person now. He would be mediocre, doing the family business for the Lan family. Perhaps what he had endured in the past was unimaginable to ordinary people, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was all worth it. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still choose to do it. Nan Gongwu saw Yu Linfeng's deep eyes and felt that Yu Linfeng was recalling something. Actually, she felt that Yu Linfeng and Lan Yunxiao were about the same age, so they might know each other. She understood Yu Linfeng very well. Because of their childhood experiences, it wasn't easy for Yu Linfeng to trust someone. However, ever since Bailey Hongshuang appeared, Yu Linfeng had an extraordinary trust in Bailey Hongshuang. He even let Bailey Hongshuang use a secret like the stairway to heaven. Although Nan Gongwu usually had a carefree attitude towards many things and wouldn't take it to heart at all, Nan Gongwu didn't care at all. However, the person she cared about the most was Yu Linfeng. As long as it concerned Yu Linfeng, she would always be the most cautious. Yu Linfeng didn't want to talk about his childhood experiences. Thus, even though she was very curious, she never asked. Linfeng, we can be at ease now. After a few days, how about we go to Tiangang sect to visit Hong Shuang and the others? Nan Gongwu revealed a bright and excited smile. Although Bailey Hongshuang had to take care of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing and couldn't come to Limitless Palace, they could still go. Hearing that, Yu Linfeng's gaze landed on Nan Gongwu. With a single glance, he could see Nan Gongwu's impatient appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. After a few days, we'll go after Hong Shuang's parents get better. Even if we go now, Hong Shuang won't be in the mood to entertain us. If she entertains us and delays the treatment of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, we won't be willing to do that. With Lan Yunxiao's personality, he probably wouldn't be willing to see others with his current appearance. Nan Gongwu, who was originally impatient, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her when she heard Yu Linfeng's words. However, after thinking carefully, it really was as Yu Linfeng said. Bailey Hongshuang must be very busy right now, so she didn't want to add to the trouble. Then I'll listen to you. Since Hongshuang and the others are fine, I can be at ease. You can continue your seclusion and I'll continue researching my explosives. After speaking, Nan Gongwu disappeared from Yu Linfeng's sight. Seeing this, Yu Linfeng helplessly shook his head. Nan Gongwu originally had a special fondness for making explosives, but because she hadn't been able to achieve good results, she paid more attention to it. Now that the explosive's power had increased, Nan Gongwu's enthusiasm had reached an unprecedented high. Now, if she wanted to find Nan Gongwu, she had to go to the explosives workshop. Although his heart was filled with helplessness, Yu Linfeng's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang threw herself into making the antidote without rest or sleep. Even if her medical skills were very good, Yu Xiqing's poison was her own creation, so Bailey Hongzhuang would need a certain amount of time to crack it. Si Tuyan and Di Beichen were a bit worried when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang so engrossed in her work. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't tire herself out after saving the two of them with great difficulty. Fortunately, when Di Beichen went to deliver food, Bailey Hongzhuang would still stop to rest. On this day, Di Beichen slowly walked into Bailey Hongzhuang's room with a midnight snack in his hand. Hearing the sound outside the door, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw Di Beichen's extraordinarily handsome face. "Wife, you've been busy all day. Eat some supper and rest for a while before continuing." Di Beichen's voice was as gentle as water, and his beautiful face was overflowing with concern. Hongzhuang had a different kind of charm when she was serious, but he couldn't help but worry. Bailey Hongzhuang originally wanted to continue her research, but after seeing Di Beichen's concerned appearance, she nodded. "Okay, then let's eat together." Di Beichen smiled. "Okay." Di Beichen raised his brows, his deep eyes flickering as he asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" Di Beichen's heart sank. He knew how important Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. Now that Hongzhuang had finally reunited with her parents, he was the last person he wanted to see if anything happened to her. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Di Beichen's expression and reached out to hold Di Beichen's hand, a gentle and beautiful smile on her lips. "Beichen, this isn't bad news." Di Beichen finally relaxed after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. His face also returned to its usual handsome appearance. "Then what is it?" "I took a look at the various poisons that Yu Xiqing had concocted. Logically speaking, a cultivator who consumed so many poisons would only die. It's impossible for them to persevere. However, my parents persevered for so long. It's truly miraculous. Moreover, many of these poisons are mutually restraining. I believe that Yu Xiqing gave my parents some antidotes every time they were about to die so that they would suffer but not die." Bailey Hongzhuang slowly analyzed the situation. She believed that her judgment wasn't wrong. Di Beichen's eyes darkened, his expression cold. Yu Xiqing's actions were truly loathsome. However, I believe that my parents' bodies have been filled with poison for so many years. After I helped them detoxify the poison, the combination of the poisons they had consumed before had a very miraculous effect. I believe that my parents' physiques might change into one where they are immune to all poisons. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes brightened. She had heard of this when she was learning medicine from the elders in her family. There was a situation where some people were poisoned for many years. Because the poisons had the characteristics of mutually reinforcing and restraining one another, they would sometimes develop a physique that was immune to all poisons. However, this physique was very difficult to change. Most people died after being poisoned, so it was impossible for such a thing to happen. There were only a few times when it could happen by chance. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her parents fit the description. As soon as these words came out, Di Beichen was stunned for a moment. Being immune to poison was an extremely miraculous physique. Only some people who had gone through special encounters would have such a physique. Even in the history of the Xianxia continent, this was rarely seen. Will it really become like this? Di Beichen couldn't help but ask. If Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies could really undergo such a transformation, it would undoubtedly be for the best. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Although I'm not 100% sure, I'm 90% sure." When Bailey Hongzhuang first discovered this, she was a little excited. In the future, they would have to go back and face the Lan family once again. Yu Manlan's viciousness was not much different from Yu Xiqing's. Perhaps Yu Manlan would use the same trick again. If her parents' physiques were immune to all poisons, then they wouldn't have to worry about these schemes and plots. "That's great." Di Beichen couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. In this world, there were always losses and gains. Presumably, Yu Xiqing would never have thought that her years of poisoning would make Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing immune to all poisons. Wifey, how's the preparation of the antidote coming along? Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongshuang's busy table. There were too many medicinal herbs and records on it. Bailey Hongshuang had been busy for a few days. He hoped that Bailey Hongshuang could have a good rest. After all, many things could not be rushed. I still need to prepare the antidote for 2 more poisons. Once the antidotes for these 2 poisons are prepared, then all of this can be resolved. Hearing this, Di Beichen also breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it won't be long before you can complete it. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. I should be able to prepare the antidote by tonight. With that, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes focused on Di Beichen's handsome face. Beichen, I'm lucky to have you by my side all this time. I know that you've been worried about me these days. But don't worry, I know my body well. I won't tire myself out. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were full of tenderness. All along, Di Beichen had been her strongest support. If not for Di Beichen by her side, it would have been more difficult for her to complete all of this. It was because of Di Beichen that she was able to do all of this without any distractions. Di Beichen's eyes gradually softened, and the corners of his mouth opened into a bright and intoxicating smile. The raised corners of his eyes were like cherry blossoms in March, intoxicating. Wifey, as long as you're happy, that's the happiest thing for me. No matter what you do, I'll support you. But when you're doing all of this, you have to take good care of yourself. Don't let me worry. Di Beichen's words were as gentle as a clear spring. They went straight to Bailey Hongshuang's heart, softening her to the extreme. She had put all her thoughts on her parents, but Di Beichen had always been protecting her. She really felt that perhaps all the suffering she had endured before was for the sake of meeting Di Beichen. Compared to getting to know Di Beichen, what he had suffered before was nothing. Bailey Hongshuang nestled in Di Beichen's arms. Feeling the familiar warmth and faint fragrance, her heart was at peace. Before she was reunited with her parents, she didn't have so many emotions in her heart. However, after seeing her parents' deep affection for her, she finally understood how precious kinship was. Di Beichen was an orphan. He didn't know where his parents were all these years. Come to think of it, Di Beichen's emotions must have worsened after she reunited with her parents. Di Beichen was so outstanding. She couldn't understand why his parents left him. If possible, she really hoped that she could accompany Di Beichen to find his parents. She believed that there were no parents in the world who didn't love their children. Just like how she had lived so miserably before, but her parents had already given her the strongest love they could give her. It was just that she had never known it before. Di Beichen's parents might have had no choice but to leave him. Now that Di Beichen had grown up to be so outstanding, she believed that his parents would be proud to see him. Bailey Hongshuang just thought all of this in her heart, but she didn't say it out. She didn't want to make Di Beichen feel sad. Just as Bailey Hongshuang had said, the next morning, Bailey Hongshuang had finished concocting all the antidotes. Bailey Hongshuang stretched lazily. She had been busy for so many days, but she didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, there was a different kind of satisfaction in her heart. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw that Bailey Hongshuang had finally left the room, their faces were filled with excited smiles. Master, you're done? Xiao He went to Bailey Hongshuang's side. Because Bailey Hongshuang had been concentrating on concocting the antidote, they didn't dare to disturb her too much. They were afraid that it would affect Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly with a radiant and satisfied smile. That's right. Father and mother will be free from the pain of the poison today. These poisons existed in the human body and would always cause a dull pain. That's great. Xiao Bai couldn't hide her excitement. After waiting for so many days, they finally received good news. When Bailey Hongshuang saw that only Xiao He and Xiao Bai were by her side, her eyes filled with doubt. Why isn't Baisha with you today? The 3 beasties were usually together, but now there were only the 2 of them. This was a little strange. Xiao He and Xiao Bai answered in unison when they heard Bailey Hongshuang's question. Baisha is taking care of Master's father and mother in the bedroom. We don't dare to come out together. During this period, the 3 of them had taken turns shuttling back and forth between Bailey Hongshuang, Lan Yunxiao, and Mu Lingbing's rooms. If Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing needed help, they would be the first to help. This was the task their master had given them, so they would definitely complete it. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It seemed that the three beasties were very reliable. How are my father and mother now? Their complexions are much better than before. They only asked a few times what you were doing. Xiao He smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved up. She took all the antidotes and walked towards Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's rooms. As long as the poison in her father and mother were cured, they only needed to recuperate and their bodies would be strong again. Every time she saw her father and mother's pale faces, she felt very uncomfortable. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the room, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing revealed a joyful smile. Yishuan, you're here. They hadn't seen her last time, but they didn't see her inzas, so they were missings. They wanted to see her as long as they could. They couldn't get enough of us. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. Father, mother, how do you feel now? We're already much better. Compared to before, we can't be any better, Mu Lingbing replied. Mu Lingbing's words were sincere, and she wasn't lying. Although there were still waves of pain coming from her body, compared to what she had endured before, this was simply a drizzle. She could even ignore it. Now, every minute and every second was an extravagant luxury compared to the past. Yishuan, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so superb. We feel much better now. For the past few days, they had been unconscious for a period of time. When they woke up, they didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the three beasties had always been by their side and only told them that Bailey Hongzhuang was busy concocting the antidote. However, she had been concocting it day and night, so they were very worried. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the worry and concern on Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's faces, and her heart warmed. She only felt warmth in her heart. Father, mother, don't worry. I won't tire myself out. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the antidote from her cosmos bag. Father, mother, I've already concocted all the antidotes. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's eyes were filled with astonishment when they heard this. Even if Mu Lingbing remembered all the ingredients, wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang a little too fast? There were many kinds of poisons. Even with Bailey Hongzhuang's superb medical skills, she still needed to study the antidote. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face brimming with confidence, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing both knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't lying. It seemed that they had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were probably even better than Yu Xiqing's. They remembered how proud Yu Xiqing had been when she had concocted these poisons. She had confidently declared that ordinary people wouldn't be able to detoxify the poisons she had concocted. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to detoxify them all in a short time. If Yu Xiqing knew about this, she would probably die from anger. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang had only left Yu Xiqing one poison, but Yu Xiqing had been puzzled for so long. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. However, there are too many poisons in your bodies. If I detoxify them all at once, I'm afraid your bodies won't be able to take it. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. This was what she thought after understanding the characteristics of these poisons. Detoxification had certain requirements on the poisoned person's body. Although Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies were much better after 2 days of recuperation, it was still impossible for them to expel so much poison in such a short time. Therefore, he could only detoxify a few poisons in a few days. At the same time, he also had to pay attention to replenishing his body. Fortunately, Situ Yan had already brought all kinds of tonics over. Even the meals prepared for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were specially prepared. They were all very nutritious for their bodies. It was because of this that Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's complexions improved in such a short time. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. They weren't doctors and didn't know what to do. Now, I can only remove a few in a few days. I'll be able to remove all of them within a month, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing revealed relieved smiles. They were also clear that they couldn't recover overnight. They needed time to recover bit by bit. Let me take a look at your condition first. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the side of the two people and sat down. She checked the condition of the two people's bodies through their pulse. With this check, Bailey Hongshuang found that the bodies of the two were much better than before, which was really good news. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Bailey Hongshuang returned to Tiangang sect, she had been staying in the sect master's palace and rarely left. Except for the day when they went to the alchemy hall, where some disciples saw Bailey Hongshuang, none of the other disciples saw her. It was as if she had never returned. Xianxia and the others were full of doubts when they saw that Bailey Hongshuang had returned to Tiangang sect but hadn't appeared. However, they didn't know where Bailey Hongshuang was. Although they were full of worry and curiosity, they could only wait. They believed that as long as Bailey Hongshuang was busy, she would definitely contact them. They had known Bailey Hongshuang for so long and knew that Bailey Hongshuang was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. She would never abandon her group of friends. Sect Master's Palace. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies were getting better little by little. Every few days, the concentrated poison in their bodies would be removed. With the gradual reduction of the poison in their bodies, their physical condition was also constantly improving. Compared to before, when they were so weak that they couldn't even stand up, they were now able to move around in the room. However, because they hadn't recovered yet, they didn't go outside to enjoy the breeze. Everyone's hearts were filled with joy at such a change. This was what they wanted to see the most. Yixuan, can you tell us about your experiences over the years now? Mu Lingbing's condition today was exceptionally good. As long as this continued, it wouldn't take long for her to completely recover. In the past, she would sometimes fall into a deep sleep, so she never had the chance to understand what Bailey Hongshuang had experienced over the years. Today, she finally had the chance to understand. Yixuan, tell us about it. We want to know how you've been all these years, Lan Yunxiao said. This was what they had always wanted to know. Although they couldn't participate in Bailey Hongshuang's growth, they at least wanted to know. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. She knew that if she didn't say anything, her parents would be anxious. At that time, father and mother left me at the entrance of the general's mansion in Fengbo country. Coincidentally, the general's wife gave birth to a stillborn child that day. Who knew that she would give birth to a stillborn child? Coincidentally, they found me and treated me as their own child. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other, rejoicing in their eyes. They didn't think that things would be so coincidental. They just saw that the general's residence was very good and hoped that they could adopt Bailey Hongshuang. Noticing Mu Lingbing's expression, Bailey Hongshuang also understood their thoughts. However, Bailey Hongshuang didn't have a good life in the past because the general's wife didn't have much status. In the end, Bailey Hongshuang didn't tell her about the hardships she had suffered in the past. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had already suffered enough. If they knew what had happened, it would only increase their guilt and sadness. This was something she didn't want to see. Later on, by chance, I married Bewitching. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. If she hadn't interacted with Bewitching back then, her life would have been different. Yixuan, you're already married? Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were shocked. They hadn't expected this. Then why haven't we met before? Mu Lingbing's heart clenched. Their daughter's marriage was such an important matter, yet they still didn't know about it. Wasn't that too negligent? Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. He's the one who went with me to save you two that day. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's faces revealed a look of understanding. Just as they had guessed, if the other party wasn't close enough to Bailey Hongshuang, then he definitely wouldn't have accompanied Bailey Hongshuang on such a dangerous mission. Bewitching's appearance was unforgettable. Although Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's attention had been on Bailey Hongshuang, they still remembered Bewitching's appearance very clearly. Mu Lingbing, who was originally very nervous, calmed down a little when she found out that Bewitching was Bailey Hongshuang's husband. At least, when she first met Bewitching, she felt that he was a trustworthy person. Moreover, he looked very outstanding. His appearance was extremely outstanding. What's his name? Why haven't we met after that? Lan Yunxiao usually didn't speak much, but when it came to his daughter's lifelong happiness, he couldn't help but ask questions. Back then, he had already felt that the other party was likely to be Bailey Hongshuang's sweetheart, but he didn't expect their relationship to have progressed to this stage. Since he was already his son-in-law, he naturally had to take a good look at him. His name is Bewitching. Actually, he's always been here. He's the one who ordered people to prepare your meals every day. It's just that he didn't want to disturb your rest, so he didn't see you too. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Hearing Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's questions and worry that Bewitching wouldn't treat her well, she felt that it was very interesting. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, Lan Yunxiao and the other two finally understood. Speaking of which, because they had to detoxify the poison, they were often in a state of unconsciousness. Even if Bewitching came, they wouldn't have the energy to talk to him. It was only today that the two of them felt much better. Since he's here, let him in. As your parents, we'll help you take a good look. Mu Lingbing held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. As her daughter's mother-in-law, she had to be on her daughter's behalf. Although they were already married, that was because they weren't around in the past. Now that they were here, if Bewitching dared to do anything bad to Bailey Hongzhuang, they would definitely not let Bewitching off. Hearing this, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips deepened. She immediately smiled and said, "All right, I'll go get him." Bailey Hongzhuang had always had confidence in Bewitching. With Bewitching's excellence and his affection for her, no one could find fault with him. She believed that her parents would think the same. These days, Bewitching wanted to find a chance to properly meet with Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing and reveal his identity. However, because Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing weren't in good spirits, they hadn't come yet. It was rare for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing to be in such good condition today, so he wanted to properly meet them. Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the room. Bewitching was in the mountain behind the sleeping quarters. That was where Bewitching had been cultivating recently. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing looked at each other with complicated expressions. Yixuan is already married, and we didn't even make it on such an important day. Mu Lingbing's expression was desolate. Marriage was the most important thing in a woman's life. When she found out that she had given birth to a daughter, Mu Lingbing wanted to find a son-in-law in the future. As a mother, she wanted to personally dress her daughter, watch her get married, have children, and live a happy life. However, not only did she not see Yixuan grow up, she even missed the most important moment. Lan Yunxiao patted Mu Lingbing's shoulder. He understood that she must be very disappointed. In reality, even he felt an indescribable desolation in his heart. No matter what, the fact that we can still see Yixuan is already a blessing from the heavens. Even now, he couldn't help but rejoice. If it weren't for the obsession in their hearts that made them give up the hope of living, they wouldn't have reunited today. Mu Lingbing nodded. That's right. This is already the best situation. I really shouldn't ask for too much. As Yixuan's parents, they hadn't done anything for her since she was young. On the contrary, it was Yixuan who went through untold hardships to save them. Now, she was researching the antidote for them day and night. She was truly ashamed. However, as a mother, she really couldn't give Yixuan anything. I saw that Bewitching that day. He's a handsome young man and looks pretty good. A smile slowly spread across Lan Yunxiao's lips. When he saw Bewitching, he noticed that Bewitching's appearance was outstanding. His eyes were clear and not at all exaggerated. Instead, they emitted a sense of tenacity and steadiness. Just from his gaze and temperament, he could determine that Bewitching was a pretty good young man. Hearing this, Bewitching's appearance appeared in Mu Lingbing's mind. He's not bad-looking, but our Yixuan is also a rare beauty. If I had to say, it might not be a good thing for a man to be too handsome. If he was disloyal, Yixian probably wouldn't be happy either. Aren't you men all the same? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. What you're saying is wrong. I've always treated you wholeheartedly. Seeing that Mu Lingbing was talking about him, Lan Yunxiao hastily expressed his stance to prove his innocence. Even though many men in this world had multiple wives and concubines, to him, Mu Lingbing alone was enough. Mu Lingbing raised her brows and glanced at Lan Yunxiao. That's not necessarily true. Didn't your cousin secretly throw flirtatious glances at you? Lan Yunxiao straightened his face. She's just my little sister. Mu Lingbing pursed her lips. Back then, when Lan Yunxiao had married her, many women had been dissatisfied. Now that he thought about it, everything was still vivid in his mind. Fortunately, she was also not easy to bully, so she suppressed all of this. In her view, Xian's personality was so good. If she could not suppress it, wouldn't that be troublesome? When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the back of the mountain, Bewitching was practicing his sword. Under the setting sun, his light golden robes fluttered in the wind. The youth wielded his sword like a cool breeze. When Bewitching saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived, he sheathed his sword and a bewitching smile blossomed on his handsome face. Hongzhuang, how come you have the time to come find me? Bewitching was a little surprised to see Bailey Hongzhuang, but he was even more happy. Recently, Hongzhuang had been busy curing Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's poison. He was the only one who went to find Hongzhuang when she was free. However, in Bewitching's eyes, all of this was extremely good. Back then, Hongzhuang had been in Fengbo Country or Azure Water Academy. It wasn't easy for him to find Hongzhuang if he wanted to. But now, Hongzhuang was in the same place as him. As long as they met, they would be able to see each other immediately. This was what Bewitching hoped for the most. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes at Bewitching's words. Beichen, are you complaining that I haven't come to find you these days? Bewitching reached out and hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. He leaned over slightly and whispered into Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. Wife, even if you don't have time to find me, it's the same if I have time to find you. No matter how jealous I am, I won't be jealous of my in-laws. His warm breath blew into Bailey Hongzhuang's ear, making her feel numb and soft. Bewitching's teasing and playful words were full of ambiguity. Bailey Hongzhuang's earlobes instantly turned red and her body went limp. Fortunately, Bewitching had been hugging her the entire time, so she didn't lose her composure. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and pounded Bewitching's chest. You're really a bad guy. You only know how to bully me every time. Bewitching smiled. Wife, your husband can't wait to dote on you. How could I bully you? Let's not talk about this anymore. Someone is going to teach you a lesson now for bullying me. Bailey Hongzhuang crossed her arms in front of her chest with a somewhat complacent expression. Bewitching frowned and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. He didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Wife, what do you mean? My parents want to see you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled proudly. Now that her father and mother had been back for so long, it was time for Bewitching to meet them. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Bewitching's eyes widened. Really? My father-in-law and mother-in-law want to see me? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. My parents want to see you and help me check you out. If I don't pass, are you going to abandon me? Bewitching raised his brows and teased. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to think seriously for a moment before nodding her head. Maybe, it's very possible. My wife, you're thinking too much. Your husband will definitely not give you this chance. Bewitching took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. It's our first official meeting. We have to leave a good impression on them. We can't let them wait too long. Let's go quickly. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Bewitching so anxious to see Lan Yunxiao, the smile on her lips couldn't help but widen. Usually, it was rare to see Bewitching so anxious. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were about to reach the couple's room, Bewitching suddenly stopped. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in astonishment. She didn't know what Bewitching wanted to do. Although Bewitching was confident in himself, the other party was Hongzhuang's parents. He didn't want them to have a bad impression of him. Seeing Bewitching so serious, Bailey Hongzhuang was moved. In truth, based on Bewitching's feelings for her, her parents wouldn't disagree. Knock, knock. Bailey Hongzhuang knocked on the door. Hearing the commotion outside, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing straightened their expressions and said, "Come in." Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked into the room together. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing could clearly see Bewitching's appearance. He was dressed in a light golden brocade robe. His figure was tall and handsome, slender and noble. His features were elegant and handsome, and his smile was gentle. His eyes were clear and warm, without the slightest trace of coldness. He was just like a graceful and elegant young master. Seeing Bewitching like this, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's eyes were filled with satisfaction. This Bewitching was a perfect match for their daughter. Greetings to uncle and aunt. Di Baichen bowed courteously. However, when Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing heard how Di Baichen addressed them, their brows furrowed. Since Di Baichen was already married to Bailey Hongzhuang, then there was something wrong with how he addressed them. I heard that you and Hongzhuang are already married? Mu Lingbing slowly asked. Di Baichen immediately understood why Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's expressions were so strange after he greeted them. Uncle, Auntie, Hongzhuang and I got married in Fengbo country, but at that time, Hongzhuang and I got married because of a marriage contract from the Emperor of Fengbo country. At that time, I married Hongzhuang as the Emperor of Fengbo. After I got together with Hongzhuang, I decided to wait for the two of you to come before marrying Hongzhuang in a grand manner with my current identity. Di Baichen's eyes were clear and his voice sincere. This had always been his idea. He wanted to marry Bailey Hongzhuang in a grand manner with the blessings of his parents. He didn't want Hongzhuang to have any regrets. Because Hongzhuang was the love of his life. Everything he did was for Hongzhuang to live a better life. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were also slightly moved, their hearts filled with excitement. They had already heard from Bailey Hongzhuang that Di Baichen had become the Emperor of Fengbo because he had been persecuted. In that case, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen's identities in Fengbo weren't their true identities. Mu Lingbing's heart skipped a beat. If she could personally send her daughter off, that would be her wish. But before that, I hope to obtain uncle's and aunt's approval so that you can be at ease in marrying Hongzhuang to me. Di Baichen's smile was sincere and handsome. It was full of sincerity without the slightest hint of hypocrisy or perfunctoriness. Bailey Hongzhuang was a rare treasure in his heart. He also knew what it meant to obtain Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's approval for Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing Di Baichen's earnest and sincere appearance, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to inquire about Di Baichen's background and find out if he had any bad history. However, after seeing Di Baichen's sincere appearance, the original questions could no longer continue to be asked. After all these years of experience, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had a certain degree of accuracy in judging people. Just from Di Baichen's performance, they could already see Di Baichen's sincerity towards Yixuan. In truth, they weren't dissatisfied with Di Baichen before. Because Di Baichen was willing to risk his life to save them with Yixuan. Just this point alone was enough to prove his sincerity. Father, Mother, it was only after Baichen discovered my jade pendant that I learned of my true identity. If not for that, I'm afraid I still wouldn't know. Moreover, it was he who took care of me all these years and helped me inquire about you. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle. She had seen all that Di Baichen had done for her. How could Di Baichen let her down? Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing smiled when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang speaking up for Di Baichen. It looked like their daughter had steeled her heart to be with Di Baichen. Yixuan is my precious daughter. If you dare bully her, I definitely won't forgive you. Mu Lingbing continued. In the past, she and Lan Yunxiao weren't here, so she didn't know if Yixuan had suffered any grievances. But now that they were here, they definitely wouldn't let Yixuan suffer any more grievances. Aunt, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let Hongzhuang suffer. Di Baichen's voice was serious, each word like an oath. To him, if anyone dared to bully Hongzhuang, he wouldn't rest until the other party was dead. Hearing Di Baichen's reply, Mu Lingbing nodded and relaxed. Then, she suddenly recalled Di Baichen's words and couldn't help asking. Baichen, you said you used to be the Prince of Fengbo. Then what is your current identity? Speaking of which, ever since they were rescued by Hongzhuang, they had been staying in the room and didn't know where they were. Because they had never left the room and only saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the three contracted beasts, they didn't ask too much. However, after hearing Di Baichen's words, she felt that Di Baichen's true identity wasn't simple. According to Yixuan, Di Baichen had only become the Prince of Fengbo after being persecuted. After being persecuted, he became a prince. This was enough to prove that Di Baichen's previous status was very high. One had to know that in the mortal world, a prince of a small dynasty was an identity that many people envied. Of course, such a status wasn't much to them. As Mu Lingbing's voice fell, Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at each other, their expressions somewhat complicated. Even now, they still hadn't introduced Situyen to Mu Lingbing. To tell the truth, they were conflicted and didn't know when to do so. Now that Mu Lingbing asked this question, it wouldn't be appropriate if they didn't know how to fight. After thinking for a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded at Bewitching. Over the past few days, she had been looking for an opportunity to sound Mu Lingbing out. However, she hadn't found a suitable opportunity. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing also noticed Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's small movements and couldn't help feeling curious. Could it be that Bewitching's identity was very mysterious? Otherwise, why would they hesitate when talking about this matter? In an instant, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's hearts sank. If Bewitching's identity was someone hiding in the shadows, it wouldn't be good for Yixian. However, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were stunned when they heard Bewitching's next words. I am the young sect master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching slowly said. When Bewitching said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but observe Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's expressions. They didn't know if Mu Lingbing knew of her relationship with Situyen. If she did, Mu Lingbing would be shocked to hear the news. Even if she didn't know, they would tell Mu Lingbing the news today. Tiangang sect was a renowned sect in the Xianxia continent. Countless cultivators racked their brains to enter it. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching's identity was naturally incomparably honorable. If it was before, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao wouldn't have found it strange when they heard the name Tiangang sect. On the contrary, with Bewitching's honorable status and his wholehearted devotion to Yixian, they were most at ease. Tiangang sect was famous for being upright. Once Lan Yixuan became the wife of the young sect master of Tiangang sect, her identity would also be incomparably honorable. However, they had learned of the relationship between Mu Lingbing and the sect master of Tiangang sect from Yixicheng. Thinking back, they had been extremely shocked when they first heard the news. They had even thought that everything Yixicheng had said was false and that she was probably just toying with them. However, thinking about it carefully, there was no need for Yixicheng to tease them. Back then, Yixicheng had already told them that the reason they were being targeted and tortured was because of Mu Lingbing's parents. However, Yixicheng had never revealed the identity of her parents to Mu Lingbing. It was only when Situyen had gone to the Yu clan that Yixicheng had angrily spilled the beans. Mu Lingbing had also remembered Situyen's name. Ever since she was young, she had always thought that she was an orphan. Only her master took pity on her and raised her into an adult. Ever since she married Lan Yunxiao, she didn't even have the chance to return to the Sun Moon Palace before falling into such a state. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing never imagined that things would be so coincidental. Back then, they had left Yixuan and Fengbo, but now Yixuan was together with the young sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect. Perhaps all of this was predestined. They were destined to meet Situyen. Mu Lingbing had hated her own father when she was a child. She couldn't understand why her parents had abandoned her. Right now, her feelings were extremely complicated. The changes in Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's expressions didn't escape Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's eyes. They immediately discovered the crux of the problem. From the looks of it, Mu Lingbing and the others knew about Situyen. Bailey Hongzhuang was inwardly astonished. Grandfather didn't acknowledge Mu Lingbing because he didn't know. If Mu Lingbing already knew, then why didn't she acknowledge grandfather? Father, mother, you've heard of Tiangang sect, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Lan Yunxiao nodded. Tiangang sect is a transcendent sect. Of course we know. Actually, we're in Tiangang sect right now. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to speak. Since she had already spoken up to this point, it would be better for her to explain everything clearly. Mu Lingbing was someone who had weathered many storms. Even if this news had a certain impact on her, she believed that Mu Lingbing would be able to bear it. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing both froze for a moment. They obviously didn't expect such a result. They had always lived in the house and had never stepped out. They had never imagined that they would be in Tiangang sect. Mother, to tell you the truth, I've already acknowledged grandfather. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's hearts. When they first learned about this from Yixicheng, they felt extremely conflicted. They hadn't expected that Lan Yixuan would be the first to acknowledge Situyen. Father, mother, did you already know about grandfather's identity? Actually, grandfather went with you when we went to save you. But he was worried that mother wouldn't want to see him, so he never appeared in front of you. Grandfather was deceived by you Xiqing back then. He's actually been searching for grandmother all these years. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was low. She could understand Mu Lingbing's feelings when she heard this. Just like when she first found out about her own identity, her feelings were extremely complicated. But in the end, she chose to accept it. Moreover, grandfather didn't want what happened to him back then. All these years, he was relying on his own stubbornness to search for grandmother. This was already a huge punishment. As long as all these misunderstandings were cleared up, this wouldn't happen again. But grandmother didn't give grandfather a chance. He also went to Yutian City? Mu Lingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had clearly heard Yu Xiqing say that she had deceived Situ Yan and that Situ Yan didn't know that she was her daughter. She had never thought that Situ Yan would be involved in the rescue this time. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Grandfather went with us. That's why we're so confident that we can save all of you. After receiving Bailey Hongshuang's confirmation, Mu Lingbing's expression changed slightly as a warm feeling rose in her heart. Originally, she thought that she was a child without a father or mother. She didn't expect that everything was not like that at all. Her father had always been looking for her, and her mother had always kept her by her side. It was just that she had never known about it. Mother, did you know grandfather's identity long ago but never acknowledged him? Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but ask. Lan Yunxiao saw that Mu Lingbing was still immersed in her emotions, so he took the initiative to tell Bailey Hongshuang. Your mother didn't know before, but Yu Xiqing told us everything a few days ago. It was said that at that time, sect leader Sidu went to the Yu clan to ask about your mother's identity. This matter seemed to have given Yu Xiqing a huge shock, so Yu Xiqing went to look for us and told us a lot. It was only then that your mother and I found out. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching exchanged glances and immediately understood. It looked like Yu Xiqing was still brooding over what had happened in the past. That was why she had been so agitated when Situ Yan had gone to find her. Father, did Yu Xiqing say that grandfather and grandmother were separated because of a misunderstanding caused by her? Bailey Hongshuang asked. It would take some time for Mu Lingbing to accept her past, but if she knew that it was all a misunderstanding, it would be much easier for her to accept it. Lan Yunxiao nodded. Yu Xiqing clearly thought that we would never be able to leave in this lifetime, so she didn't hide anything when she talked about it. As soon as this was said, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching both breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Xiqing was truly abominable, but they hadn't expected her to help them. With Yu Xiqing's testimony, everything that Situ Yan had said was true without a doubt. That's good. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Actually, grandfather hasn't given up on searching all these years, but he hasn't been able to find grandmother. I was only able to reunite with grandfather by chance, and it's all thanks to mother's name. My name? Mu Lingbing's gaze focused on Bailey Hongshuang's body, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. When grandfather and grandmother were together, they had already thought of your name. When grandfather heard your name, he immediately connected the dots. Adding on my identity, it all came together. Although Bailey Hongshuang's words were simple, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were both smart people. So after thinking about it carefully, they understood everything. So that's how it is. Mu Lingbing slowly clenched her fists under her sleeves as she did her best to control her emotions. She had never thought that her name was the result of her parents' agreement. However, she had always thought that she had been abandoned by her parents. At this moment, all of her previous hatred and pain had vanished into thin air. Whether it was Situ Yan or Mu Jin's situation, she could understand. Based on their standpoint, that was probably the best outcome. This was all because of Yu Xiqing. If it wasn't for Yu Xiqing, how could their family have endured so much pain? Bailey Hongshuang held Mu Lingbing's hand and said, Mother, grandfather has been in great pain all these years. When he first found out that you had woken up, he was also very excited. I could tell that Grandpa really wanted to reunite with you, but he was worried that you wouldn't accept him. Actually, we all know that Grandpa didn't do anything wrong back then. He was just deceived. Mother, if you can understand, why don't you acknowledge Grandfather? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Mu Lingbing. If Mu Lingbing could reunite with Situ Yan, then their family would be reunited. All that was left was her grandmother, and then their family would be completely reunited. Mu Lingbing looked into Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, her right hand slowly resting on Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Yixuan, mother hasn't done anything for you since you were young, and even made you suffer so much pain. However, you've never blamed me, so what right do I have to blame him? Mu Lingbing's smile faded. The person she owed the most in this life was Bailey Hongzhuang. This was what Mu Lingbing was most grateful for. In the past, when she saw Lan Qingyan's attitude towards Yu Manlan, she had thought about it. If she really had the chance to see her daughter in the future, if Yixian criticized her like Lan Qingyan, would she be able to bear it? Without a doubt, she wouldn't be able to bear it. However, ever since she met Lan Yixuan, Yixian had never complained in the slightest. On the contrary, Yixian was so concerned about them that she could feel Yixian's deep feelings for them. To her, this was the greatest gift from the heavens. She had lived with a guilty heart for so many years, but her daughter was a true angel. If she and Lan Yunxiao were parents, Yixian could accept it. But what reason did she have to not accept a father like Situ Yan? When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching heard Mu Lingbing's words, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed like their previous worries were unnecessary. Mu Lingbing was a reasonable person, and had already seen through all of this. Mother, you're the best. Grandfather will definitely be very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang hugged Mu Lingbing tightly, her face full of joy. Since Mu Lingbing had accepted it, their family was getting closer and closer to reuniting. Mu Lingbing hugged Bailey Hongzhuang back, her smile full of happiness. Now, she really felt that all the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to begin. Ever since they left the Yu family, everything had changed for the better. Yixian, I think it's better to wait until my poison is completely removed before meeting him. In my current state, it's still not suitable. Mu Lingbing thought for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Although she was much better than before, she still looked sickly. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father before. Now that she finally had the chance to see him, she naturally wanted to present her best side. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang understood Mu Lingbing's thoughts and nodded with a smile. All right, Lan Yunxiao dotingly looked at Mu Lingbing. As Mu Lingbing's closest person, he naturally knew what she was thinking. In the past, Mu Lingbing had been brooding over her birth. Now that everything had been resolved, he was truly happy for Mu Lingbing. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three talked about a lot of things that had happened in the past few years, and how Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had met. Mu Lingbing was obviously very interested in Bailey Hongzhuang and wanted to know everything about Bailey Hongzhuang. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hide anything and spoke of her experiences over the years. When Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing found out how Bailey Hongzhuang had grown from the young miss of Fengbo's general's estate to her current status, their hearts were filled with shock. Originally, they thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's path had been very smooth. They never expected it to be a path filled with thorns. Situ Yan's reunion with Bailey Hongzhuang had only happened after she had worked hard to reach her current status. After learning about her experiences, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang went beyond admiration. After all the hardships that Bailey Hongzhuang had experienced over the years, her inner strength had shaken them to their core. However, they felt even more pride. As Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's health improved bit by bit, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood completely turned for the better. She felt as if the burden on her shoulders had been lightened by a lot. Although she hadn't gotten her revenge, at least her parents' lives were no longer in danger. Their family was reunited. This was the most joyous thing. After knowing Mu Lingbing's attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching told Si Tuyen about this matter. Si Tuyen was extremely happy when he learned that Mu Lingbing was willing to forgive him. At least, the problem he had been worried about didn't happen. After knowing the truth, Si Tuyen felt extremely guilty, afraid that Mu Lingbing wouldn't forgive him. Fortunately, neither Mu Lingbing nor Bailey Hongzhuang cared too much about this matter. At the same time, the news of the alchemist test gradually spread throughout Tiangang sect. The triennial alchemist test attracted the attention of Tiangang sect's disciples, especially those from the alchemy hall. They were curious as to what kind of junior brothers and sisters would come this time. Of course, most people were interested in the existence of their junior sisters. This time, the medicine sect has come up with a very good reason so that we can't find a reason to reject them at the moment. Back then, when the medicine sect master had been chatting with Master, he had mentioned that if there was an opportunity, the two sects would exchange pointers to promote the efforts of both sects' pill refiners. Master had thought that the sect master had casually mentioned it, so he had agreed without much thought. Now, it seems that the medicine sect master has clearly calculated everything, so we can only accept it now. After all, based on Master's status, he can't possibly go back on his word. Bewitching's eyes were filled with exasperation. He never thought that the medicine sect would come up with such a plan. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes filled with understanding. This matter could be considered as a joke, but it could also be considered as a promise. This was not Xianxia's fault. When the other party had made such a joke, anyone would have agreed half-heartedly. However, they would have treated it as a joke and would not have taken it to heart. Who would have thought that the medicine sect would seize this opportunity? If the Tiangang sect had rejected them, they would have lacked the grace of a great sect. However, if they had accepted it just like that, they would feel as if they had swallowed a fly. It seems that the other party had set up a trap. They had thought of this plan long ago. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly spoke. Many of the leaders of the forces were cunning old foxes. When dealing with such people, one really couldn't relax at all. Otherwise, he might be swallowed by it if he wasn't careful. Bewitching gently nodded. Now that I think about it, that is indeed the case. However, we have no other choice now. The Tiangang sect may have the pill refinement hall, but there aren't that many disciples in the pill refinement hall. Even if the medicine sect were to recruit all the pill refiners in the sect, it shouldn't be enough for their needs, right? Bailey Hongzhuang gently furrowed her brows as a sense of confusion filled her eyes. The pill refinement hall held a very important position in the Tiangang sect. Most of the pills that the sect's disciples require for their cultivation were provided by the pill refinement hall. If the medicine sect were to recruit the disciples, the impact would be very great. The Tiangang sect is the leader among the sects, and our pill refinement skills are very outstanding. The medicine sect wants to make a move on us because we have enough influence. Once our sect's alchemists are lured away by them, then other sects' alchemists will naturally have other ideas. Besides, this way, many pill refiners would rush towards the medicine sect's reputation. Bewitching analyzed the situation to Bailey Hongzhuang. He never thought that the medicine sect would be so scheming. However, the current situation could only continue like this. Then what's the specific arrangement? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. The medicine sect will send some outstanding pill refiners to compete with the pill refiners in the sect. If we win, the medicine sect will give us many pills that we need. If we lose, then we won't be able to stop the alchemists from leaving with them, Bewitching said slowly. Thus, we can only win this competition. If we lose, although the losses won't be too great, we will lose the face of our sect. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang understands the situation very well. The medicine sect may have used a name to send them over, but their actions were no different from a provocation. If the Tiangang sect were to lose, they would lose all face. From Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood the true situation of the alchemist competition. The medicine sect focused on medicine and was equally famous in the Xianxia continent. Everyone knew that the medicine sect had the most number of alchemists. The reason why the medicine sect wanted to recruit alchemists from other places was to win over all the outstanding alchemists in the Xianxia continent to the medicine sect. As a result, the various sects would have a shortage of medicinal pills. When that happens, the medicine sect's status would naturally rise with the tide. Even though the medicine sect's current status was not bad, it was still a distance away from their requirements. This was why they had chosen to start with the Tiangang sect. The medicine sect had many alchemists and they usually focused on refining medicine. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on their medicine refining skills. In comparison, even though the Tiangang sect's alchemists had pretty good medicine refining skills, they did not have enough confidence to compete with the medicine sect. Because they could not afford to lose, they must win. However, it was not an easy task to achieve victory. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered over this matter as she slowly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. She never thought that such a problem would suddenly arise at a time like this. It was really troublesome. On the other hand, Xianxia had successfully cured the Yu family's cultivators of the poison. However, she had spent quite a lot of time on this. Under the influence of this infectious poison, the Yu family's power had been greatly reduced. Many of their core forces and younger generation members had fallen. It could be said that after such a setback, the Yu family's power was no longer what it used to be. Without 20 years' time, they would not be able to recover. However, as a family of cultivators, the Yu family had experienced many storms and waves over the years. Even though this incident had dealt a blow to the Yu family, it would not damage their foundation. At a time like this, the role of an ally would naturally be revealed. After the Yu family had settled everything in the family, they sent people to the Lan family. The Lan family and the Yu family were in-laws and had always looked out for each other. Now that such a thing had happened to their family, they naturally needed to communicate with the Lan family. If someone were to take advantage of this time to harm the Yu clan, then they would need the Lan clan's help. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard this from Bewitching, she felt that it was very funny. The relationship between the Lan clan and the Yu clan was really close. However, she would destroy this so-called alliance one by one. Bailey Hongzhuang went directly to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to meditate. At this time, Xianxia and Bai Junyu were mostly meditating and cultivating. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to the field, she saw that Xianxia and Bai Junyu were still sitting in their old seats. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but smile as she slowly walked towards Xianxia and Bai Junyu. When some of the cultivators who were meditating saw Bailey Hongzhuang, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Bailey Hongzhuang hasn't come to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall for a while. I didn't expect her to come today. Bailey Hongzhuang is really extraordinary after having this relationship with the young sect master. We ordinary disciples can only stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall most of the time and can't leave the Tiangang sect. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang is not restricted at all. Bailey Hongzhuang, as a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, was usually the focus of the disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang only cultivated in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall for a period of time, and then disappeared for 3 months. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure had never appeared in the cultivation field or the residence. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang was probably not in Tiangang sect at all. Because they had not seen Bailey Hongzhuang for a period of time, they also had not seen Bewitching. Bewitching, as the young master of Tiangang sect, was rarely seen. However, even if the number of times they saw him was small, they could still see him. In everyone's opinion, it was likely that the young sect master had taken Bailey Hongzhuang to other places to cultivate. The young sect master was so young, and his cultivation was so outstanding. Everyone could be sure that the young sect master must have his own way of cultivation. Otherwise, how could he improve his cultivation so quickly? For a long time, everyone had been very envious of the young sect master. Who let them not have the noble identity of the young sect master, so they could only be envious. However, now Bailey Hongzhuang was able to cultivate with the young sect master, which made them too unconvinced. It was precisely because of this that when everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they could not help but be envious. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally heard the words of the people talking, but she had already heard this kind of content when she first came to Tiangang sect, so at this moment, she did not feel that there was anything strange about it. People always liked to find excuses for their failures. Only in this way, they felt that failure was easier to accept. In this case, why should she expose all this? Xianxia and Bai Junyu were cultivating when they suddenly found that everyone was talking about Bailey Hongzhuang, and their eyes could not help but be filled with doubts. When they turned their heads, Xianxia and Bai Junyu saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had already sat behind them. Hongzhuang, what brings you here today? Xianxia's face was filled with an excited smile. Since the last time she saw Bailey Hongzhuang outside the resource hall, she hadn't seen Bailey Hongzhuang for a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I was busy before and didn't have time to come over. I'm free now. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xianxia and Bai Junyu had some doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang was busy with. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang didn't take the initiative to talk about it, it must be because it wasn't suitable to talk about it. Therefore, they did not ask. It's good that you're not busy now. Xianxia smiled brightly. then will you be coming to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to cultivate? Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and said, more or less. Right, we haven't gotten together for a long time. It's better to find everyone and get together. Bailey Hongshuang said. Okay. Xia Jiqing's eyes lit up. Everyone has wanted to get together for a long time, but you haven't had time. Now that you're here, let's go find Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Thinking of the time when they were in the assessment competition, they got along with each other every day. Since they came to Tiangang sect, they didn't have the opportunity to get along with each other every day like before. However, they still worked hard to maintain this relationship. At least, their friendship would never change. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. Okay, then let's go. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the others walk out of the arena like this, the cultivators present were also puzzled. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongshuang had the best relationship with Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, and everyone was very envious. After all, once Bailey Hongshuang became the mistress of Tiangang sect in the future, then the status of Xia Jiqing and the others, who were good friends of Bailey Hongshuang, would naturally rise. Bailey Hongshuang and the others left the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and went to the Azure Dragon Palace Hall and the White Tiger Palace Hall. Not long after, everyone had gathered together. Yuan Xiaoman and the others couldn't help but show a happy smile after seeing Bailey Hongshuang return to the team. Boss, you finally have time to come to us recently. Yuan Xiaoman walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side with a smile. The last time Bailey Hongshuang left, they could see that Bailey Hongshuang was in a hurry. This time, Bailey Hongshuang was obviously a lot more indifferent. It should be that things had been handled. Bailey Hongshuang smiled at the crowd. Before, she was full of thoughts about the safety of her parents. Even the last time she got together with everyone, she didn't pay too much attention. Today, seeing everyone full of spirit and ready complexion, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Everyone has been in Tiangang sect for so long, have you all adapted? Bailey Hongshuang asked with a smile. Hongshuang, you shouldn't ask us this question, but you should ask yourself. Dong Fengyu smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongshuang. We've all stayed in Tiangang sect longer than you, but you didn't stay for long before leaving. It took you so long to come back. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang with the same feeling. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongshuang was the one who stayed in Tiangang sect the shortest among them. Bailey Hongshuang came to a sudden realization. Thinking about it carefully, Dong Fengyu was right. She was indeed the person who stayed in Tiangang sect the shortest. Bewitching is the young lord of Tiangang sect. Hongshuang is naturally used to staying here. Xia Jiqing joked. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces as they exchanged pleasantries. It had been a long time since they had gathered together like this. At this moment, they felt exceptionally happy. Hongshuang, you won't be leaving this time, right? Dong Fengyu asked curiously. He didn't know why Hongshuang left Tiangang sect, but he still hoped that Hongshuang could cultivate well in Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and said, I won't be leaving anytime soon. Her parents were now in Tiangang sect. Although the poison in their bodies had been detoxified, it would take some time for their bodies to completely recover. Therefore, during this time, she would not leave. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang's thoughtful expression, and the light in their eyes changed a bit. They really didn't know what Bailey Hongshuang was busy with during this time and could only be secretly curious. It's good that you won't be leaving in a short time. Yuan Xiaoman smiled. Boss, the alchemist assessment will be held soon. I heard from Jiqing that Lu Qingyue is coming. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Gong Xiaoqing. Thinking back, when they left Kanglin College, Lu Qingyue vowed that she would definitely come. They believed that when the alchemist assessment came, they would definitely be able to see Lu Qingyue. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Gong Xiaoqing's face was a bit unnatural. Xiaoqing, Qingyue is sincere to you. I think you shouldn't be stubborn. Just accept it. Dong Fengyu's long eyebrows slanted. His pair of peach blossom eyes were full of banter and joke, like peach blossoms in March. He and Gong Xiaoqing had been together for such a long time. Naturally, he also hoped that Gong Xiaoqing could live well. Lu Qingyue had liked Gong Xiaoqing for so many years, and with Gong Xiaoqing's cold temperament, no one except Lu Qingyue could soften him. What's more, Lu Qingyue's appearance and ability were extremely outstanding. A genius alchemist with such an outstanding appearance. Once she came to Tiangangzong, who knew how many disciples would chase after her. He had stayed in Tiangangzong for so long, and naturally had a certain understanding of the situation in Tiangangzong. Although the number of female disciples in Tiangangzong was not small, the number of male disciples was more. Here, beautiful female disciples were the target of countless male disciples. Tiangangzong could not be compared to Canglan School. Although the strength of Canglan School's cultivators was good, they could not be compared to the disciples of Tiangangzong. Since coming here, he had lost his previous pride. Because this was originally a place where geniuses gathered. At first, they thought they were geniuses in Canglan School, but after coming to Tiangangzong, they understood what a real genius was. All the advantages he had in the past had long since disappeared without a trace. In such a situation, if Gong Xiaoqing did not treat Lu Qingyue well, he was really worried that Lu Qingyue would run away with someone else. He did not want to see his brother regret it. Listening to Dong Fengyu's words, Xia Jiqing and the others could not help but laugh. Dong Fengyu was really a clown. Obviously, it was for Gong Xiaoqing's good, but it had a different flavor. Gong Xiaoqing glanced at Dong Fengyu, his iceberg face showing a look of disgust. Obviously, he did not want to pay attention to Dong Fengyu. Hong Zhuang, I heard that the alchemist assessment this time seems to be different from the past. Gong Xiaoqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had heard other people vaguely talk about this before, but everyone did not know much about it. He felt that with Bailey Hongzhuang's position in Tiangang sect, this matter should be understood. As Gong Xiaoqing's voice fell, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. They had also heard some rumors about this, but they did not know the specifics. This time, it was related to Lu Qingyue. They didn't want any problems to happen midway. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled when she saw how concerned everyone was. This matter won't affect Qingyue's return to the sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone was relieved. At least it did not have any effect on Lu Qingyue. Hong Zhuang, what's different about the alchemist assessment this time? Xia Jiqing asked. This time, before the alchemist assessment, the alchemists from our sect and the alchemists from the medicine sect will compete in an assessment competition. The problem is that in this assessment competition, the alchemist's assessment will be the same as before. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly explained. Alchemist competition? Everyone's faces were filled with doubt. They didn't understand what this alchemist competition was. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone's faces and knew that they had never heard of the alchemist competition before. Thinking about it, the reason why very few people in Tiangang sect knew about this was because the sect master himself was very entangled with this matter. If possible, she believed that her grandfather would not want to hold this alchemist competition. However, the current situation was difficult to refuse. The possibility of changing this situation was not great. It could be seen from the attitude of Bewitching when he communicated with her before. The situation now is a bit complicated. This involves the matter between Tiangang sect and the medicine sect. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. The day of the alchemist competition was not far away. Since Tiangang sect had not come up with a way to deal with the medicine sect, this matter was imperative. She believed that in the next 2 days, everyone would know about this news. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang directly told the news to everyone. After learning about the real situation from Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone's faces changed a bit. No way. Yao Zhong's actions are too despicable. Xia Jiqing's face was full of disbelief. The medicine sect is also a big sect. If news of his actions were to spread, they would lose face. She could not understand. Since it was a big sect, if they used such underhanded means, it would have a certain impact on their reputation. Gong Xiaoqing shook his head. This matter is obviously a hidden loss for the sect master. Even in the end, the sect master will not tell this process to others. Because once other sects know, the sect master will also lose face. It is because of this that the medicine sect is so unscrupulous. They have already set a trap. Dong Fengyu followed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Everyone was not stupid. As long as they thought about it carefully, they would be able to understand the key. No wonder we haven't heard about this recently. It turns out that the reason is here. Yuan Jixin suddenly realized. They had been in Tiangang sect for a long time, but until now, Tiangang sect had not held any activities, so everyone had always been very concerned about the upcoming alchemist competition. Moreover, this matter was related to Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue. Before this, they had already asked around. However, no definite results were obtained in the end. Hong Zhuang, what does the sect plan to do now? Gong Xiaoqing asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. I don't know yet, but I think the disciples of the Alchemy Hall are worried about this matter. Until now, the whole thing was still unclear. As for what to do in the future, they would have to wait for the sect to announce it to the public. However, after knowing that this matter would not affect Lu Qinyue's participation in the assessment, everyone was relieved. After talking for a while, everyone had dinner together. After drinking and chatting merrily for a while, everyone returned to their respective cultivation halls. On the way back, Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about the alchemist competition. Until now, she still did not understand the alchemy skills of the Tiangang sect's alchemy hall disciples. Master, your alchemy skills are so powerful. If the Tiangang sect's alchemists can't deal with the medicine sect's alchemists, then you can go up. Xiao He sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. From her point of view, her master was omnipotent. Up until now, she had always felt that her master's alchemy skills were extremely powerful. Although she had never seen an alchemist, she believed that her master's alchemy skills wouldn't be lacking. In these past few years, although her master had spent most of her energy on cultivation, she had the experience from her previous life and the hard work she had put in this life. Her alchemy skills were far from what an ordinary person could compare to. That's right, master. You're also a member of the Tiangang sect. If the alchemist competition is held, you can also participate. Xiao Bai nodded. He felt that Xiao Hei's words made sense. The Tiangang sect was now her master's home and the sect master was her maternal grandfather. If anything happened to the Tiangang sect, her master naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Hearing Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's contemplation deepened. The most important thing now was to understand the abilities of the alchemists who would be participating. Since the medicine sect had purposely set up such a trap, they must be very confident in this alchemist competition. The alchemists they would send out would definitely be the most powerful alchemists in the medicine sect. Although she had a certain amount of confidence in her alchemy skills, the medicine sect had always nurtured alchemists. The abilities of their alchemists naturally couldn't be underestimated. Thus, she couldn't be certain. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her sleeping quarters, she entered the chaos ring. Previously, she didn't know anything about this. Now that she knew, she naturally had to make some preparations. In a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang began to cultivate her alchemy skills in the chaos ring. As the poison in Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's bodies was gradually dispelled, their complexions improved by the day. Now, they no longer needed to stay in their rooms. Instead, they could walk out of their rooms to relax. Of course, they could only walk around outside the palace and could not go anywhere else. There were no cultivators near the palace master's sleeping quarters, so they didn't need to worry about being noticed by others. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected, she had already made a plan to confuse Yu Xiqing. However, after Yu Xiqing helped the Yu family's cultivators quit gambling, she began to suspect Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. She had always been an extremely cautious person. Even if there were just the slightest clue, she would associate it with a lot of things. Previously, Situ Yan had already asked him about Mu Lingbing's true identity, but she hadn't told him the truth. If Situ Yan was suspicious, it was not impossible for him to come here and take them away. The last thing Yu Xiqing wanted was for Situ Yan's family to reunite. Therefore, she came to Tiangang sect after thinking of this possibility. She had to ask Situ Yan. If this was really a trap set up by Situ Yan, Bailey Hongzhuang had already told Situ Yan about this matter. Thus, when Yu Xiqing appeared in Tiangang sect's territory, Situ Yan was the first to welcome her. 2090 At the foot of Tiangang sect's mountain. Yu Xiqing stood at the foot of the mountain with a complicated and suspicious expression. She had discussed this matter with the Yu family head, but he only felt that someone was taking revenge on the Yu family and had nothing to do with Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. In all these years, no one had come to find Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao. The majority of the Lan family was certain that Lan Yunxiao had fallen. Even those who believed that Lan Yunxiao was still alive felt that Lan Yunxiao hated the Lan family to the core and would never return. Under these circumstances, no one in the Lan family was looking for Lan Yunxiao. As for Mu Lingbing, there were even fewer people looking for her. Mu Jin's had come once many years ago, but she had been poisoned by her. After all these years, Mu Jin's had never appeared again. She believed that Mu Jin's would never appear again. The only person she was suspicious of was Si Tuyen. A few days ago, Si Tuyen suddenly asked about this matter, which made her a little suspicious. If Si Tuyen really believed that Mu Lingbing was his daughter, then it was very likely that he had rescued them to confirm it. However, what had happened this time didn't seem like Si Tuyen's methods. With Si Tuyen's strength, he would definitely choose to barge in if he wanted to rescue Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. It was impossible for him to use explosives or poison. In the past, Si Tuyen had always looked down on her despicable methods, but this time, he seemed to be giving her a taste of her own medicine. Although she felt that the possibility wasn't very high, she still wanted to confirm it. She felt that the other party hadn't appeared to take revenge on the Yu family, but to rescue Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Just as Yu Xiqing was pondering, Si Tuyen slowly appeared in front of her. Yu Xiqing, what are you doing here? Si Tuyen's voice was cold. Every time he saw Yu Xiqing, he would recall what had happened in the past and feel extremely unhappy. Now that he knew the truth, he was even more unwilling to look at Yu Xiqing. He even hated that he couldn't kill her. In the past, he had hoped to hear news about Mu Jin's from Yu Xiqing. That was why he had allowed her to do as she pleased. But now, he no longer held any hope for her. This woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. She hoped that she would never find Mu Jin's. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yu Xiqing, but now was not the time. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had said, Yu Xiqing had done so many things, they would definitely not let her die so easily. Sensing Si Tuyen's icy attitude, Yu Xiqing did not mind. Over the years, she had already gotten used to it. Si Tuyen, do you have anything to do with what happened to our Yu clan recently? Yu Xiqing stared at Si Tuyen, paying attention to every change in his expression. The Yu clan has committed so many unjust acts, they are doomed to destruction. You can only blame yourselves for this. Si Tuyen could not be bothered with Yu Xiqing at all. Now, every second he looked at Yu Xiqing, he could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. If I were to make a move, I would definitely take your life first. With that, Si Tuyen turned around and left. Just the words he left behind were enough to dispel Yu Xiqing's suspicions. All these years, every time they met, it was always like this. Just like how Si Tuyen didn't like her back then. Yu Xiqing's heart was indignant. Every time she saw Si Tuyen's disdainful expression, she wanted to torture him even more and see him suffer. Because all the pain she was going through was because of Si Tuyen. So she wanted Si Tuyen to suffer as much as she did. As long as she suffered, she couldn't let Si Tuyen live happily. Her life was completely ruined because of Si Tuyen. She couldn't understand how she couldn't compare to Mu Lingbing. Aside from Mu Lingbing's appearance, she couldn't compare to her in terms of status or ability. But she had stolen the only man she liked. All these years, no matter how she tried to please Si Tuyen, he only felt disgust for her. That disgust from the bottom of his heart couldn't be concealed. Every time he saw her, it was as if a knife had been ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. With Si Tuyen's status, he was a person of noble status. He was high up and enjoyed the attention of everyone. This man had almost never begged anyone. But in order to find out about Mu Jin's, Si Tuyen had actually begged her. When she saw that Si Tuyen was willing to give up everything for Mu Jin's, she felt even more unbalanced. Only by torturing Mu Jin's and the rest could she ease the pain in her heart. So she imprisoned Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Whenever she felt pain in her heart, she would torture Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Only in this way could she ease the pain in her heart. Looking at Si Tuyen's departing figure, Yu Xiqing felt that she should just let them continue to hate each other. At least, this was her relationship with Si Tuyen. Without Mu Jin's, she was the person who had the deepest relationship with Situ Yan in this world. After Situ Yan left, Yu Xiqing didn't continue to stay and turned to leave. Situ Yan's words had given her the answer. In reality, she felt the same way. If it was really Situ Yan who had rescued Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao, then Mu Lingbing would have told Situ Yan everything. Situ Yan would definitely kill her and wouldn't have such an attitude now. Yu Xiqing quietly relaxed a little. As long as it had nothing to do with Situ Yan, it was enough. Apart from Situ Yan, she could not think of anyone else who could have done this. It seemed that it was just as the patriarch had said, she was overthinking things. After Situ Yan returned to Tiangang sect, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also greeted him. "Grandfather, did Yu Xiqing suspect anything?" Bailey Hongzhuang was very worried. They hadn't figured out how to take action against the Lan family. Her parents still needed a long time to recover. Before that, this news must not be leaked out. Si Tuyan patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and said, "She no longer suspects anything. Don't worry." Although he had always thought that he hated Yu Xiqing, after knowing her for so many years, he had a certain understanding of her personality. At the same time, he also knew what kind of answer would make Yu Xiqing no longer suspicious. At Situ Yan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things didn't develop in a terrible direction. Di Beichen's lips curled into a smile. He had grown up with his master and was full of admiration for his master's abilities. Although Yu Xiqing was a difficult person to deal with his master's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with her. Only those who understood his master well would know how powerful he was. When Hong Zhuang was worried, he had already told Hong Zhuang about it. Yu Xiqing has completely dispelled her misgivings. There's no need to worry about her thinking too much. Situ Yan slowly said. I wonder if Lan Jingquang has any doubts about this matter. Di Beichen furrowed his brows. Lan Jingquang was a very scheming person. Moreover, Lan Jingquang had always had an indescribable knot in his heart towards Lan Yunxiao all these years. Once he learned of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's deaths, he would probably investigate again. Lan Jingquang definitely knew more about Lan Yunxiao than Yu Xiqing. If he discovered something, it would be very troublesome. Since Yu Xiqing already believes it, Lan Jingquang will definitely believe her as well. Situ Yan appeared very certain. Yu Xiqing has always been a suspicious person. If even she has confirmed this answer, then even if Lan Jingquang has doubts in his heart, he will dispel them sooner or later. Moreover, after such a thing happened to the Yu family this time, Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan left first. The Yu family is already hostile towards them. Even if Yu Xiqing was close to them, she probably wouldn't be willing to explain anything to Lan Jingquang after such a thing happened. Hearing Situ Yan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen exchanged glances and instantly understood. Yu Xiqing was someone who held grudges. This could be seen from the various things she had done so far. Although Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan's actions didn't cause Yu Xiqing to make things difficult for them, she must have remembered it in her heart. They were almost certain that a crack had appeared in the relationship between Yu Xiqing and Yu Manlan. This was a good thing for them. It's best if their alliance breaks. That way, our revenge plan will be easier to carry out. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. Lan Jingquang and his family were only able to reach this stage because of Yu Xiqing's help. Of course, she wasn't afraid of Yu Xiqing. However, if Yu Xiqing didn't attack when she attacked, Lan Jingquang and his family would feel even more fear. Even if their alliance hasn't broken, it's impossible for Yu Xiqing to help them like before. Lan Jingquang and his family were living a peaceful life. They had probably already forgotten what had happened and felt that they no longer needed Yu Xiqing's help. As long as things continued to develop like this, it was very likely that such a situation would occur. Di Beichen's eyes flickered with a wise and far-sighted light. The current situation was really developing in a good direction. I also think that we don't need to care about the Yu clan and Lan clan's situation for the time being. The most important thing now is for our parents to recover quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Compared to her previous nervousness, she was much better now. Grandfather, is there a conclusion to the alchemist competition? When he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Situ Yan's gaze slowly turned solemn and his voice quietly lowered. I'm afraid that this matter is imperative. Once he had spoken, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and their hearts filled with understanding. Although they had already guessed this possibility before, they still felt a little helpless when they confirmed the truth from Situyan's mouth. Maternal grandfather, are we confident that we can win this alchemist competition? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly asked. This matter concerns the reputation of the Tiangang sect, so they could only win and not lose. I've already sent someone to find out what the medicine sect's plans are. The most powerful alchemist they have sent is a level 6 alchemist. Master, our sect has a level 6 alchemist as well. Situyan gently nodded, that's right. If the other party is a level 6 alchemist, then we might be able to put up a fight. However, I have a feeling that the medicine sect has come prepared this time and is determined to win. As the sect master, he could see many things very accurately. The alchemist competition was also a huge gamble for the medicine sect. In fact, the risk involved was even greater than theirs. This was because the medicine sect was the one who had instigated this matter. If they were to fail, not only would the medicine sect bear infamy, they would also be ridiculed by the masses. After all, the medicine sect was famous for their pill refinement skills. If they were to lose to them in this matter, the medicine sect would truly lose face. The medicine sect's ability to summon alchemists would also be greatly reduced in the future. Hence, the medicine sect's sect master must have put in a lot of effort this time and believed that they could not possibly lose. That was why he had come. A light of understanding flashed in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. The medicine sect was indeed taking a greater risk in this matter than they were. Bailey Hongzhuang did not think that this was a big deal because the instigator of this matter was the medicine sect. Bearing the risk was something that they must do. However, this was not good news for them. The meaning of Situyan's words was very obvious. Although on the surface, it seemed that the most powerful alchemist on the other side was a level 6 alchemist, it was very likely that they had some means to win. It was just that they didn't know yet. What they were most worried about was that the other party would suddenly use a trump card and catch them off guard. Di Beichen frowned. He was also worried about this. Since things have developed to this point, we can only deal with whatever comes our way. Situyan did not say much about this issue. Since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in worrying. The only way they could deal with this was to get the disciple with the highest alchemy skills in the alchemy hall to accept the challenge. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Situyan's expression and knew that Situyan was also extremely depressed about this matter, but now Tiangang sect really did not have a better way. It was impossible to ask for foreign aid. Tiangang sect could not afford to lose this face. However, the other party was a 6th grade alchemist, so she could deal with him. Grandfather, my mother said that she would see you tomorrow. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Once she said this, Situyan's expression changed and his eyes filled with excitement. Your mother is willing to see me? The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. This kind of weather was just like the mood of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, bright and clear. Ever since they found out about Mu Lingbing's thoughts, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' worries had completely dissipated. However, Situyan still felt nervous and conflicted. Ever since he had rescued Mu Lingbing and her father, he hadn't seen Mu Lingbing again. After Bailey Hongzhuang greeted Mu Lingbing, she went to invite Situyan. Inside the room, Mu Lingbing's expression was also a little nervous. Up until now, she had never seen her father. Anyone who met their father for the first time would be very nervous. Lan Yinxiao felt Mu Lingbing's nervousness and immediately held her hand, his voice gentle and full of strength. Bing-er, father-in-law is a very good person. You don't have to worry. From Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's words, they had a good understanding of Situyan. Not only was Situyan outstanding, he was also a righteous gentleman. All these years, Situyan had been searching for Mu Jin's. Just from this, they could tell that Situyan was devoted and sincere. Ever since he found out about Mu Lingbing's identity, not only had he gone to the Yu family to ask Yu Xiqing, he had also gone to rescue them. This alone showed how much he cared about Mu Lingbing. He believed that family was the most precious relationship in the world. Even if they had never met, there would still be an indescribable feeling when they met. Mu Lingbing looked up at Lan Yunxiao. He had always been her pillar of support. Actually, she wasn't worried. She was just a little nervous, thinking about what to say when they met later. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached and stopped outside the room. Mu Lingbing immediately sat up straight, her gaze focused on the door. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Si Tuyen beside her, her clear eyes twinkling with a smile. "Grandfather, let's go in." Si Tuyen nodded slightly and opened the door. As Si Tuyen slowly walked into the room, Mu Lingbing and Si Tuyen's gazes landed on each other. Si Tuyen's eyes trembled. He had seen Mu Lingbing before, but now that he saw her awake, he felt that her silhouette was even more familiar. He could see Mu Jinsei's shadow in Mu Lingbing, and at the same time, he could vaguely see some similarities with himself. Although Hong Zhuang was somewhat similar to Mu Lingbing, there were still many areas where she resembled Lan Yunxiao. The Mu Lingbing in front of him was clearly a combination of him and Mu Jinsei. Excitement spread uncontrollably in Si Tuyen's heart. His hands couldn't help but tremble. A kind of excitement surged in his chest, making him almost have the urge to cry. Mu Lingbing had tried to guess what Si Tuyen looked like, but when she saw him for herself, she realized that she was very similar to Si Tuyen in many ways. His elegance, his steadiness, his perseverance, and his indifference were like the wind. When he stood next to her master, they were a perfect match. No, they were fated to be a couple from birth. She had always thought that she was an orphan who had been saved and raised by her master. She had never imagined that her master would really be her mother. She remembered that ever since she was a child, countless people had tried to woo her master, but her master had always preferred to gaze at the sky alone. Ever since she had grown up, she had understood that this was her master's longing. There had always been someone in her master's heart, but whenever she had asked her master had always been unwilling to tell her. She had watched as her master wiped her tears silently, as pain and hatred flashed in her master's eyes. From then on, she had wanted to find the person who had let her master down. Her master was such a good person, what right did that person have to let her down? But now, this person was standing right in front of her. Mu Lingbing had the urge to cry. That's right, such a person is truly worthy of master. Compared to this person, all those who had tried to woo her master in the past were so unworthy. This person was her father. All these years, she had wanted to find him, to ask him why he had abandoned her after giving birth to her. Mu Lingbing and Si Tuyen looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could sense the shock and agitation in Mu Lingbing and Si Tuyen's hearts, so they remained silent and did not disturb them. After a moment, Si Tuyen finally spoke, his lips still trembling. "Lingbing, all these years. I'm sorry." A single word of sorry contained too much guilt. When Si Tuyen had been in high spirits, he had always wanted to make his beloved and his child happy, to become the happiest person in the world. But because of him, his beloved and his daughter had been plunged into so much pain for so many years. "I'm sorry for not taking care of you when you were young. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. I'm sorry for finding you so late." This apology caused the tears that had accumulated in Mu Lingbing's eyes to flow freely. Too many grievances, too many questions, too much sadness poured out in this moment along with her tears. But looking at the man in front of her with red eyes, her heart still softened. This was her father. The father she had wanted to find all these years. "Father," Mu Lingbing called out softly. She had thought that when she saw her father in the future, she would interrogate him properly. Since he had abandoned her back then, she would never acknowledge him again. However, the moment she saw Si Tuyen and heard his apology, all of the unwillingness and grievances in her heart had disappeared. Hearing the call of his dreams, Si Tuyen's heart trembled. He raised his hand and quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Mu Lingbing threw herself into Si Tuyen's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Everything that had happened in the past few years had already caused her heart to break down, but she had always been unwilling to show it. At this moment, she could no longer hold it in. Si Tuyen patted Mu Lingbing's back gently, his voice low and bitter. "I've wronged you all these years. It's my fault. If he hadn't been so stupid back then and hadn't been deceived by you Xianxia, then none of this would have happened. The three most important women in his life had suffered too much because of him. He was so guilty and upset." Mu Lingbing shook her head and said in a choked voice, "Father, I know you didn't want this to happen either." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes reddened at the sight, but her lips couldn't help but curve into a joyful smile. Although this scene had happened too late, at least it had appeared. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders. His Hongzhuang would always be the best. If it weren't for Hongzhuang, none of this would have been so easy. Xianxia's handsome face revealed a sincere smile. Although Mu Lingbing was crying, he knew that she was laughing in her heart. Perhaps all the suffering they had endured before was for this reunion. Because of Uxiqing, they had missed each other for too many years. But at least they had met again, and all the misunderstandings had completely disappeared. After a long while, Si Tuyen and Mu Lingbing finally calmed down, and smiles appeared on their faces. They had already learned a lot about the situation on both sides from Bailey Hongzhuang, so the two of them had never mentioned anything about it. "Mother, do you know about grandmother's situation?" Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and took the lead to ask. She knew that this was what her grandfather wanted to know the most. As expected, when Bailey Hongzhuang said this, Si Tuyen's hands clenched into fists. His calm face was tinged with nervousness and apprehension. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Mu Lingbing slowly said, "I also learned about this matter from Uxiqing. I always thought that I was an orphan and was raised by my master since I was a child. The last time father went to look for Uxiqing seemed to have been greatly stimulated and told me everything. She said that my mother was my master." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang changed. This answer was beyond their expectations, but when they thought about it carefully, it was all within their expectations. With Mu Jin's loyalty, she definitely wouldn't abandon Mu Lingbing like this. Thus, it was normal for her to raise Mu Lingbing in the name of master and disciple. "Your master is the palace master of Sun Moon Palace?" Si Tuyen looked at Mu Lingbing with burning eyes. This answer was very important to him. Mu Lingbing nodded slightly. "Yes, I grew up with master since I was a child. Master said that she had picked me up when she was out and felt that we were fated to meet, so she brought me back to Sun Moon Palace." "Mother, don't you think you look a lot like Grandma?" Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes were filled with curiosity and suspicion. Although she had never seen her grandmother, since her grandfather could see that she and her grandmother were very similar, then her mother and grandmother must be even more similar. "I thought so too when I was young, but my master said that after two people spend a long time together, they will naturally become very similar, just like a husband and wife. Moreover, no one in Sun Moon Palace mentioned anything about this, so I didn't give it much thought," Mu Lingbing said slowly. Hearing this, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others showed a look of understanding. Mu Jin's explanation had a certain degree of truth, but if they were too similar, then it wasn't just because they had spent a long time together. "Then, after your accident, did Jins go to find you?" Si Tuyen asked. With Mu Jin's feelings for Mu Lingbing, she wouldn't have left Mu Lingbing in the lurch after finding out that something had happened to her. However, she hadn't appeared until now. That was too strange. Seeing the change in Mu Lingbing's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts sank. Could it be that something had happened that they didn't know about? Xianxia's expression was also heavy. Although they had been tortured by Uxiqing in every possible way, they had still learned a lot from her. "Actually, ever since Yun Xiao and I were imprisoned by Uxiqing, we didn't know much about the outside world. However, I heard from Uxiqing that master went to find me but was poisoned by Uxiqing. Since then, I have never heard Uxiqing mention master again. It wasn't until the last time father went to find Uxiqing that she told me that my master was actually my mother." Mu Lingbing turned to Si Tuyen, her eyes filled with worry. "Father, will anything happen to mother?" This answer exceeded the expectations of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but it wasn't strange. They had always hoped that Mu Jin's would be fine, but luck was useless in the end. The thing they didn't want to happen the most still happened. Since Mu Lingbing was Mu Jin's daughter, Mu Jin's definitely wouldn't leave her alone if something happened to her. Uxiqing had imprisoned Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao in order to make Mu Jin's and Si Tuyen suffer. If Mu Jin's went to find Uxiqing would definitely use the opportunity to humiliate her and even use some sinister methods. "Mother, you mean that when grandmother went to save you, she was poisoned by Uxiqing and never appeared again?" Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. There were only two possibilities for her not appearing for so many years. The first was that her injuries were too severe and she couldn't leave Sun Moon Palace. The second was that she had died. Mu Lingbing nodded. I heard Yu Xiqing say so. That's right, Yu Xiqing did say so. Lan Yunxiao confirmed the answer. They had always remembered these important things clearly. Situ Yan's hands trembled. He was very worried that they couldn't find Mu Jin's figure for so many years. He didn't expect that something like this would happen in the end. Compared to these two possibilities, it was obvious that the possibility of her dying was higher. If Mu Jinsei had fallen, he didn't even dare to think about such a possibility. Mu Lingbing saw that Situ Yan was silent and understood the impact this matter had on Situ Yan. At that moment, everyone's hearts were heavy. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Sun Moon Palace to understand the situation. Situ Yan clenched his fists. Things had already developed to this point. Even if he was unwilling to face it, it was useless. Although the possibility of Mu Jinsei being alive was not high, as long as there was a sliver of hope, she would go and take a look. As Situ Yan's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and nodded. In fact, their thoughts were the same as Situ Yan's. They had to find out more. If Mu Jin's was still alive, but was unable to appear because of Yu Xiqing's poison, then they could start thinking of a way. If he was really gone, then they should at least pay their respects. Father, I'll go too. Mu Lingbing hurriedly said, Sun Moon Palace doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Mother has always misunderstood you. If you go, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to enter. Mother, although the poison in your body has been cured, your condition is still not good enough. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes flickered with worry. Given the current situation, it might not be a good idea to act immediately. Master, the alchemist competition is just around the corner. The people from the medicine sect will be here very soon. If you leave now, I'm afraid that it won't be very convenient. Originally, with Situ Yan's speed, they would be able to make it to the Sun Moon Palace in time. However, if they were to bring Mu Lingbing along, they would not make it in time. Everyone looked at each other. They all hoped that they could get to the Sun Moon Palace as soon as possible. However, the current situation was not a good time to leave. The alchemist competition will begin in 10 days. Why don't we leave together after the competition is over? Bailey Hongzhuang suggested after some thought. This was the best idea at the moment. It was impossible to stop Mu Lingbing from going. With her by Mu Lingbing's side, there were many things that could be done without worry. Furthermore, if Mu Jin's was still alive, it would be a pleasant surprise for them to go together as a family. When they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, Mu Jin's and Situ Yan could not resist the urge to go to the Sun Moon Palace. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's words were reasonable. Alright, then we'll leave after the alchemist competition is over. Situ Yan's voice was gloomy and contained a hint of anger. It was likely that he was even more displeased with the medicine sect because of this matter. As the sect master of the Tiangang sect, he was already extremely displeased when the medicine sect had suddenly made a fool of him. Now, because of the medicine sect's matter, he had been delayed from finding Mu Jin's. This made him extremely angry. During this time I will help father and mother recuperate. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke up. Although 10 days was a short period of time, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Jin's bodies would recover better if they recuperated for a period of time. It was not easy to make up for the deficit of more than 10 years. It was a good thing that they had been very powerful in the past, so they had been able to persevere. Now that the poison had been completely removed and their bodies were gradually recovering, they still needed to continue recuperating. Situ Yan nodded and his gaze landed on Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Take care of yourselves. Don't be anxious. We will. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao smiled faintly, but their words were still somewhat fake. If possible, they really wanted to reach Sun Moon Palace immediately. If Mu Jinsei had really died because of her, that was something that Mu Lingbing would not be able to accept. For so many years, she had not known anything and would often complain to Mu Jinsei that her parents did not want her. Thinking about it, at that time, Mu Jinsei must have been very sad when she heard her words. It was a pity that she didn't know anything. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang helped Mu Jins and Lan Yunxiao recuperate while practicing alchemy. The time for the medicine sect to arrive was drawing closer and closer. As a precaution, she must work hard to improve her pill refining skills. No matter what, she does not wish for Tiangang sect to lose to the medicine sect in this matter. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was very busy. They could tell from Bailey Hongzhuang's exhausted expression, but they didn't disturb Bailey Hongzhuang. The three beasts continued to take care of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing as usual. During this period of time, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing doted on them because of their coquettish and adorable behavior. Mu Lingbing felt that it was a good thing to have three lively contracted beasts by Bailey Hongzhuang's side when they weren't around. To tell the truth, it was hard to feel lonely with these three lively little fellows by her side. "Baisher, what has Hongzhuang been busy with these days? I don't see her at all." Mu Lingbing stroked Baisher's head, her voice gentle and full of concern. "The alchemist competition is about to begin. Master is working hard on her alchemy skills." Baisher narrowed its eyes as if enjoying Mu Lingbing's touch. "Besides medicine, Hongzhuang also knows alchemy?" Mu Lingbing's eyes flashed with astonishment. She had no idea about this before. Baisher proudly raised its head. "Master knows everything. Her alchemy skills are also first-rate." Lan Yunxiao's eyes lit up when he saw Baisher's smug look. Ever since he reunited with Hongzhuang, his daughter's excellence had completely exceeded his expectations. Hongzhuang's medical skills were on par with Xianxia's at such a young age. This was already inconceivable. He never thought that Hongzhuang would also dabble in alchemy. She really had a wide range of interests. As expected of his daughter, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day before the alchemist competition. The alchemists from the medicine sect had arrived at Tiangang sect a day earlier so that they could be in better condition for the competition tomorrow. The disciples of Tiangang sect had already heard about the alchemist competition. Hence, they were filled with revulsion towards the alchemists from the medicine sect. The people from the medicine sect are really shameless. They use such despicable methods and still act so sanctimonious. How disgusting. In the past, I had a pretty good impression of the medicine sect. Now, I don't have a good impression of them at all. They're really annoying. Look at the way they walk. It's as if they think they're so great just because they're alchemists. The disciples of Tiangang sect looked at the disciples of the medicine sect with dissatisfaction. However, due to their reputation, they still had to welcome the disciples of the medicine sect. They were just unwilling to do so. Bailey Hongzhuang, Xianxia, and the rest stood together as they sized up the disciples of the medicine sect. There were quite a few people from the medicine sect this time. There were more than 10 disciples and 2 elders. These disciples were dressed in the medicine sect's uniform robes, and the space between their brows exuded an innate sense of pride. Even when they looked at others, they looked down their noses at them. "Hongzhuang, why do these alchemists from the medicine sect look so annoying? They're so great?" Xianxia frowned. She originally did not have a good impression of the disciples of the medicine sect. Now that she saw them like this, she felt even more disgusted. Alchemists have a noble status and have a sense of superiority. Usually, the alchemists from our sect are also very arrogant. However, because we're all fellow disciples of the same sect, you've never felt it. Bailey Hongzhuang had come into contact with a few alchemists so far. Most of these alchemists had a sense of arrogance in their bones and felt that they were superior to others because they were alchemists. If arrogance was a common failing of alchemists, then this provocation was the hostility of the medicine sect's disciples towards them. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not have a good impression of the medicine sect's disciples either. Presumably, the medicine sect's disciples also knew that their visit to the Tiangang sect today would be detestable, so they might as well be arrogant to the end. Ever since the great elder had been confined, he had not come out for a long time. Everything in the Tiangang sect had been handed over to the second elder, Xianxia, to handle. Xianxia stood in front of the medicine sect's elders with a polite and graceful smile on his face. "Elder Du, Elder Yao, you're here." Even though the entire Tiangang sect did not wish for the medicine sect's disciples to come here, they still had to put on an act. The medicine sect's elders, Du Feiyang and Yao Xinghuai, smiled joyfully as well. Elder Qiao, long time no see. We hope that you can take care of us during our visit to your sect. You're being too distant with each other. Since we're here for an exchange, we should keep in touch with each other. Hearing Xiaoying's words, the smiles on Du Feiyang and Yao Xinghuai's faces froze for a moment, but they quickly recovered. Xiaoying's exchange was truly difficult for them to accept. However, since they were already here, this matter was imperative and there was no room for negotiation. Elder Qiao is right, we should keep in touch with each other. Elders, you've been running around for so long and must be tired. We've already prepared a place for you to rest. Why don't you take a rest first? Xiaoying's face was full of smiles and his words were impartial. Not only did he express Tiangang sect's friendliness, but he also expressed Tiangang sect's dissatisfaction. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiaoying's ability to handle matters and felt a wave of admiration in her heart. It seemed that Xianxia had no problem taking over the Great Elder's position. She had thought that dealing with the Great Elder would be a difficult task, but she did not expect the matter to be resolved so easily. It was beyond her expectations. Thank you, Sect Master and Elder Qiao. Du Feiyang smiled. Xiaoying's led Du Feiyang and Yao Xinghuai in front while the medicine sect's disciples followed behind them as they slowly made their way to their residence. Senior brother, the disciple from Tiangang sect is very dissatisfied with us. Gu Fengyan frowned, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Shangguan Yufeng, who was addressed as senior brother, appeared to be very calm. They can be dissatisfied as much as they want. With our status, do we need to care about the gazes of a group of cultivators? Shangguan Yufeng's brows were filled with arrogance. He didn't even bother to look at the Heavenly Dipper sect's disciple. He did not care about a group of cultivators at all. As an alchemist, as long as his alchemy skills were outstanding enough, what kind of cultivator couldn't he recruit? This group of people was just envious and jealous of them, that's all. Gu Fengyan, who was originally very dissatisfied, also nodded after hearing Shangguan Yufeng's words. Senior brother is right. I don't need to care about those guys at all. Let's make them unhappy today. When the alchemist competition starts tomorrow, they will be even more unhappy. Shangguan Yufeng smiled and replied, that's right. They're just a bunch of ordinary cultivators, and they're not worthy of our attention. As Xiaoying's led the medicine sect away, the disciples of the Tiangang sect dispersed. Although they had only met once, everyone instinctively felt a sense of disgust towards the medicine sect's alchemists. The alchemists of the Tiangang sect naturally felt this way even more. The other party's disdainful attitude was simply infuriating. However, due to this superficial friendliness, they could not make it too obvious. However, even if they did not make it obvious, the medicine sect's disciples were very obvious. Let's go back as well. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Xia Jiqing and the others beside her. Now that the medicine sect's disciples had returned to their lodgings, there was no need for them to continue to stay here. Xia Jiqing nodded. Tomorrow is the day of the alchemist competition. However, I can see that the medicine sect's alchemists have not come with good intentions. I don't know if the medicine sect's alchemists will be able to handle them. Gong Xiaoqing and the others frowned. Although they were not alchemists, as members of the Tiangang sect, they still supported the Tiangang sect 100% in this matter. Usually, I feel that the alchemists of our sect are already arrogant. Compared to the alchemists of the medicine sect, the disciples of the alchemy hall are simply approachable. The corners of Dong Fengyu's lips curled up slightly. His smile was full of ridicule and banter. As soon as he said this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others nodded in agreement. They felt the same way. Most of the medicine sect's disciples are alchemists, but there are also some cultivators. I can't imagine how the medicine sect's cultivators would feel if they were to face such a group of arrogant fellows all day long. Yuan Jixin was secretly speechless. If it were him, even if these fellows were noble alchemists, he would not hesitate to give them a punch. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile, but a dark light surged in the depths of her eyes. The attitude of the medicine sect's cultivators was simply deliberately provocative. It seems that the medicine sect did not even bother to maintain their friendliness on the surface. She could not understand why the medicine sect would do such a thing. Compared to other sects that respected strength, the medicine sect could be said to be unique and focused on developing pill refining techniques. Because there was no competition, the medicine sect's position was naturally very important. It was normal for the medicine sect to want to grow stronger. However, if the medicine sect's relationship with the Tiangang sect became rigid because of this, it would not be a wise move. She had a faint premonition that in this alchemist competition, it would either be the medicine sect slapping the Tiangang sect's face or the Tiangang sect slapping the medicine sect's face. Regardless of the situation, the relationship between the two sides could no longer be as respectful as before. Honestly speaking, she also felt disgusted and impatient with the medicine sect's disciples' attitude. It was said that guests should follow the host's wishes, but this group of fellows seemed to regard themselves as the most amazing existence and look down on everyone else. The disciples of Tiangang Zong dispersed, and Xianxia and the others also returned to their respective halls. Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, returned to the sovereign's chamber. She felt that the situation today was a little different from what she had expected. She was afraid that something else had happened. She also wanted to go back and understand the thoughts of her grandfather and Bewitching. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her sleeping quarters, she saw Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing admiring the flowers. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they both smiled at the same time. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked over to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's side with a lotus-like smile on her elegant face. I did. Second elder already brought them to their residence, so I came back. How do you feel? Lan Yunxiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. When he first saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he clearly noticed that there was a bit of displeasure between her eyebrows. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Not really. What's not good about it? Mu Lingbing raised her brows. She didn't know much about the alchemist competition, but she had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing. Mother should understand the attitude of an alchemist, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing immediately understood. No matter where an alchemist came from, they all had the same arrogant attitude. So that's how it is. Mu Lingbing chuckled. Alchemists rarely have good attitudes. In short, they think they're extraordinary unless they meet someone stronger than them. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. In fact, it wasn't just alchemists. The entire Xianxia continent had such a rule. Anyone with strength couldn't help but have some pride in their bones. Only when they met someone stronger would they reveal a humble appearance. Father, mother, have you seen grandfather and Beichen? Bailey Hongzhuang looked around but didn't see Di Beichen or Situyen. Your grandfather called Beichen away just now. They should be discussing something in the room. Mother, I'll go take a look too. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and walked into the room. She also had some things to discuss. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang leave, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao exchanged glances. They felt that things weren't that simple. Did something happen? Mu Lingbing asked worriedly. It should be because of the alchemist competition. It's fine. Lan Yunxiao patted Mu Lingbing's shoulder. Mu Lingbing had been worried about a lot of things recently. Since Situ Yan and the others did not tell them about this, they naturally did not want them to worry. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the room, Situ Yan and Di Beichen were discussing the assessment. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, the two of them were not surprised and immediately let Bailey Hongzhuang in. Hongzhuang, are you here to talk about the alchemist competition? Di Beichen smiled gently when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded. I've just seen the medicine sect's medicine masters. However, their attitudes weren't very good. That's not strange. This time, our Tiangang sect and the medicine sect have pretty much fallen out. Di Beichen chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang was astonished when she heard this. She looked at Di Beichen in confusion and asked, what do you mean? Master was already very dissatisfied with the medicine sect's sect master's actions. Furthermore, this matter had delayed Master's search for Master's wife. As you can imagine, Master was communicating with the medicine sect's sect master. However, the medicine sect's sect master is also a person who refuses to admit his wrongdoings. Thus, the conflict has intensified. Following Di Beichen's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. So that's how it is. Situyan's expression was a little gloomy and one could still see his displeasure. This time, the medicine sect master had made a fool out of him and he was already very unhappy about it. He, Situ Yan, has been in the Jianghu for many years. And almost no one has dared to treat him this way. Now that this has happened at such a critical juncture, his heart was filled with extreme displeasure. If this had been any other day, he would have been able to swallow this anger. However, he had waited for decades and finally received news of Mujin's. Now, he was being delayed because of the medicine sect master. Because of this, he could no longer hold back his anger and directly exploded. Since the medicine sect master had done such a thing, it proves that he does not see Situ Yan as a friend. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. Hence, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the medicine sect. Regardless of the final outcome of the alchemist competition, he would expose the medicine sect's actions to the public. You are heartless and I am unrighteous. No one can blame the other. Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything after understanding Situ Yan's actions. It seems that the medicine sect was fighting with their backs against the wall this time. The medicine sect master clearly did not expect Situ Yan to play his cards so unpredictably. Furthermore, Situ Yan's words did not leave him any leeway at all. He has known Situ Yan for quite some time but he has never seen Situ Yan act like this. However, since Situ Yan had already spoken, he could not back down from the stage. He would definitely send the medicine sect's alchemists and would not change his mind. Hence, this alchemist competition could be said to be a fight with their backs against the wall. Once the Tiangang sect wins, the medicine sect's reputation would be completely tarnished and their powers would be mocked. Even if the medicine sect wins, their reputation would be ruined. Hence, the medicine sect's disciples were exceptionally arrogant and looked down on everything. Hongzhuang, what do you think of the medicine sect's alchemists this time? Bewitching turned his gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang. It was not appropriate for him and his master to go out on a day like this. Hence, only Bailey Hongzhuang had seen the situation before. High and mighty, full of confidence. I think they have a card up their sleeves and are very disdainful of our cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. She was not trying to be unfair in her words but this was the side of the medicine sect's medicine masters. Hearing this, Bewitching's expression changed slightly. There was a hint of displeasure in the depths of his eyes. The disciples of the medicine sect have always been known for their arrogance. The disciples who have come this time are all outstanding disciples of the medicine sect so this kind of behavior is not surprising at all. Over the years, many sects had been unwilling to interact with the medicine sect. This was largely due to their attitude towards the medicine sect. However, it's obvious that the medicine sect is completely unaware of this. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were full of ridicule. Alchemists are all like this, as if they can't display their strength if they aren't arrogant. However, after careful observation, the disciples of the medicine sect all revere a senior brother by the name of Shangguan Yufeng as their leader. His pill refining skills should be the most outstanding. She had been paying attention to the interactions between the medicine sect's disciples so she had some understanding of what was going on. Situ Yan nodded. The reason why the medicine sect is so certain of their victory this time is because of Shangguan Yufeng. This Shangguan Yufeng is already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. His talent is truly great. Currently, there was only one disciple in Tiangang sect who was a grade 6 alchemist. As for who would win, they were not sure. However, now that things had come to this, they could only wait and see how they perform tomorrow. Then we will have to see which grade 6 pill they are refining. Even if they are both grade 6 alchemists, they will still be able to determine the winner based on the type of pill they are refining. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes shone with wisdom. She believed that her grandfather's information would not be wrong. Shangguan Yufeng was definitely a grade 6 alchemist. However, it was uncertain whether he would be able to refine low-grade, middle-grade or high-grade pills. There are not many types of grade 6 pills. We plan to let Chu Qianni refine the Ice Spirit pill. The Ice Spirit pill was a spiritual medicine used to treat cultivators when they were injured. It could extend the lifespan of a cultivator. Bewitching's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. As an alchemist, Bailey Hongzhuang was more knowledgeable than them in this aspect. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said, the Ice Spirit pill is a middle-grade pill among grade 6 pills. I'm just worried that Shangguan Yufeng will refine a pill of a higher grade than the ice spirit pill. For this matter, before Shangguan Yufeng refined the pill tomorrow, they could only make wild guesses. However, since the medicine sect was so confident, they naturally had to be more careful. I have already asked Chu Qianni. Although he has been promoted to a grade 6 alchemist for some time, the highest grade of grade 6 pill he has refined so far is the ice spirit pill. If he wants to raise the grade of the pill, Chu Qianni himself does not have enough confidence. Bewitching's expression revealed a sense of helplessness. There was nothing he could do about this matter. If Chu Qianni had never refined a higher grade pill, the chances of failure would be very high. In comparison, even if the grade of the pill refined by Chu Qianni was not as high as Shangguan Yufeng's, it was still much better than failing. I understand. Then let's let Chu Qianni refine the ice spirit pill. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood the problem as well. They could only choose a conservative approach. Grandfather, let me participate in the alchemist competition tomorrow. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Si Tuyan seriously, her voice sincere and firm. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Si Tuyan was surprised. Are you sure you want to participate? He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was also an alchemist, but the participants of this alchemist competition were all extremely powerful. At the very least, they had to be 5th grade alchemists. If one did not reach such a level, participating in this alchemist competition would be a complete loss of face. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confident gaze, Si Tuyan thought for a moment and then nodded. Since you already have a plan in mind, then let's do it. Si Tuyan smiled kindly. He knew his granddaughter's character very well. If Hongzhuang did not have a certain level of confidence, she would not say such words. Seeing that Si Tuyan had agreed, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile became brighter. Thank you, grandfather. I will prepare well. After saying this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not stay any longer. She immediately returned to her room to prepare for the alchemist competition tomorrow. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Bailey Hongzhuang had left the house early in the morning. The alchemist competition was about to begin this morning and everyone was heading towards the competition stage at the back of the pill refinement hall. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the house, she saw Bewitching and Si Tuyan in the courtyard. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were also in the courtyard and the four of them were chatting. Astonishment surfaced in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes when she saw this. She had thought that Bewitching and Si Tuyan would not be watching the alchemist competition today. After all, the medicine sect master had not come to watch the competition. If Bewitching and Si Tuyan had gone, then it would have been too important. Grandfather, Beichen. Are you going as well? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bewitching smiled and quickly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. The medicine sect master arrived this morning, so master and I are going as well. Astonishment surfaced in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes when she heard Bewitching's words. She never thought that the medicine sect master would personally come at this time. It seemed that the medicine sect master was also very concerned about this matter. Hongzhuang, I heard from Beichen that you're going to participate in today's alchemist competition as well. A gentle smile appeared on Mu Lingbing's face when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang. While Mu Lingbing was speaking, Lan Yunxiao was also looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with astonishment and affection. Previously, they had heard from the three beasties that Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist. However, they felt that since Bailey Hongzhuang was so accomplished in the field of medicine, she must have only dabbled in the field of alchemy. However, they had actually heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to participate in this year's alchemist competition. This was too shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly with a warm and charming smile. Yes, today's alchemist competition is very important to the sect, so I want to participate as well. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other in astonishment at Bailey Hongzhuang's reply. They had been with Bailey Hongzhuang for a long time, so they knew Bailey Hongzhuang's personality very well. Since Bailey Hongzhuang said so, it proved that she had a certain level of confidence in her alchemy skills. Lan Yunxiao couldn't help sighing with emotion. Their daughter was so outstanding that it exceeded their expectations. Hongzhuang, you're going to participate in the alchemist competition today. We really want to take a look. Mu Lingbing's voice was filled with sorrow and disappointment. Ever since she was young, they had never paid attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's growth. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to participate in the alchemist competition, they couldn't watch because of their status. It was truly regretful. Just as Mu Lingbing said this, Lan Yunxiao gave her a meaningful look. Seeing Lan Yunxiao's gaze, Mu Lingbing was startled. She immediately reacted and smiled awkwardly to hide her embarrassment. She really shouldn't have said such a thing. In this situation, they couldn't appear in front of others. If she said this now, wouldn't it make things difficult for Hongzhuang and the others? Situ Yan and Bailey Hongzhuang naturally noticed Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's expressions. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was also participating in the alchemist competition, so it was normal for them to want to see her. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly had an idea. "Father, Mother, why don't I help you disguise yourselves? That way, you can also watch the alchemist competition." Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain amount of confidence in her disguise. She believed that as long as it wasn't someone with a high enough cultivation, they wouldn't be able to notice their disguise. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were just sighing to themselves. They understood that with their current situation, it wasn't suitable for them to appear in front of others. Once this news spread, it would be abnormally troublesome. However, when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, their eyes couldn't help but brighten, revealing traces of astonishment and disbelief. "Is this really possible?" Mu Lingbing couldn't help but ask. Even her tone had a hint of excitement. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes to Situ Yan. This matter still needed Situ Yan's approval. "Master, Hongzhuang's disguise is extremely outstanding. I believe that ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell." Bewitching naturally understood Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's thoughts. If they could go together, he believed that they would be extremely happy. Situ Yan naturally hoped that this method would succeed. After all, he had never properly taken care of Mu Lingbing. Now that there was something that Mu Lingbing wanted to do, he naturally couldn't bear to object. "Hongzhuang, help them disguise themselves first. If it's effective, then we'll go together," Situ Yan said with a smile. After receiving Situ Yan's affirmation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but smile at each other. "Father, Mother, then I'll help you disguise yourselves now." Bailey Hongzhuang pulled Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao into a nearby room. It was already late, so she had to quickly help them disguise themselves. Afterwards, they would have to participate in the alchemist competition. Luckily, Grandpa and Bewitching were still here. As long as they were not there, the competition would not start. Bailey Hongzhuang was very skilled in the art of disguise. When she was helping Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao change their appearances, her speed was very fast. She had already thought of what she wanted them to look like. During this process, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of Mo Yunjue. She had not seen Mo Yunjue since she had brought her parents back from the Yu clan. However, according to Bewitching's information, Mo Yunjue had helped them leave Yutian City without any danger. At that time, she had promised Mo Yunjue that she would teach them the art of disguise, but until now, she hadn't had the chance. She didn't know when the next time she would meet Mo Yunjue would be. However, Bailey Hongzhuang secretly decided that no matter what, she would definitely teach the art of disguise to Mo Yunjue. From the time they had met until now, she had never helped Mo Yunjue. Instead, it was Mo Yunjue who had always helped her. Now that she finally had something to help Mo Yunjue, she naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, in the previous situation, she really didn't have the time to teach them. Now that her parents' health had recovered, she had more time to spare. 2017. After everything was settled, she could try to contact Mo Yunjue. Bailey Hongzhuang's disguise technique was extremely proficient, but when Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao saw how Bailey Hongzhuang had changed their appearances, their eyes were filled with shock. They had a certain understanding of the disguise techniques of the Xianxia continent. Although it had a certain effect, they were able to quickly identify it with their eyesight. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's disguise technique made it impossible for them to identify her. It was truly too shocking. In their line of sight, they were clearly two cultivators in their 20s. Their appearances were extremely ordinary and didn't seem out of place. They wouldn't be noticed even if they stood in a crowd. Most importantly, they couldn't find any flaws in their disguise. If they hadn't seen Bailey Hongzhuang change their appearances with their own eyes, they would have thought that they had changed their faces. Hongzhuang, your disguise technique is too amazing. Mu Lingbing's eyes widened as they sparkled with joy and excitement. She felt that Hongzhuang was becoming more and more mystical. Her disguise technique was simply unheard of. Lan Yunxiao didn't speak, but his eyes were also filled with amazement. Up until now, Hongzhuang's performance had been stunning. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles as she said, "Father, Mother, let's go out and let grandfather take a look. If there are no problems, we can set off." Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao nodded and walked out of the room together. When Bewitching saw Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's disguise, his lips couldn't help but curve up a little. He knew that there was no problem with Hongzhuang's disguise technique. When Situyen saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled for a moment. This was the first time he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang use her disguise technique. He didn't expect it to be so effective. Originally, he had only wanted to make Mu Lingbing happy. As long as they put on a disguise, even if the other party saw through their disguise, as long as they didn't know their true identities, it didn't matter. However, he didn't expect the disguise technique to be so superb. In that case, they didn't have to worry at all. "Beichen, go get 2 sets of disciple robes," Situyen said slowly. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 smiled. As long as Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao wore Tiangang sect's disciple robes, they wouldn't be noticed in the crowd. After everything was prepared, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 set off for the Pill Refinement Hall. Beichen had already thought of arrangements for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, so he planned to have them stay with him. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, he had to sit in the audience for today's alchemist competition, so Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao could stand behind him. However, this was a little inconvenient for them. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao naturally didn't care about this. They were already very happy to be able to walk around the other parts of Tiangang sect and personally see Bailey Hongzhuang participate in the alchemist competition. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but smile as she watched Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao walk along the path of Tiangang sect. She was clearly in an exceptionally good mood. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang remembered that her parents had been imprisoned all these years and didn't have the chance to visit other places. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest arrived at the venue of the Pill Refinery Hall, the area was already packed with people. When the crowd noticed Situyen's appearance, all the disciples bowed to him. "Greetings, sect master." All the Tiangang sect disciples retreated and opened up a path for him. Situyen's face was less benevolent and amiable, but more dignified and steady. He slowly walked to the spectator's stand at the side. The medicine sect's sect master, Gu Weisheng, was already waiting at the spectator's stand. When he saw that Situyen was late, his expression turned ugly. Tiangang sect was Situyen's home ground, but Situyen was late at this time. It was obvious that he was not welcomed. However, there were so many disciples present. No matter how unhappy he was, he could only pretend to be happy. Situyen did not come late on purpose. He was delayed because of Lan Yunxiao's disguise. However, he did not care what Gu Weisheng thought at all. "Hongzhuang, we'll make a move first." After Beichen appeared in the crowd with Situyen, he could not be with Bailey Hongzhuang because he had to follow Situyen to the spectator stand. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her figure quietly disappearing into the crowd. "Sect Master Situ, you're here." Gu Weisheng stood up with a big smile on his face. Situyen also had a smile on his face, but it did not reach his eyes. "Sect Master Gu, sorry to keep you waiting." Sect Master Situ is too polite. "I came early." Situyen and Gu Weisheng bowed to each other and sat down together. "Sect Master Situ, young Sect Master D is really a young talent. He's becoming more and more outstanding," Gu Weisheng praised. At the same time, Beichen also bowed to Gu Weisheng. "Sect Master Gu is too kind." Gu Weisheng shook his head. "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not as lucky as Sect Master Situ to find such a good successor." Beichen had a humble and polite smile on his face. He was not happy with Gu Weisheng's praise. This time, the Tiangang sect and the medicine sect had already fallen out with each other. Everything that Gu Weisheng had said now was just for show. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly arrived at the location of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly Dipper sect had always been orderly, and the disciples of each palace hall stood in different places. Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang. "Hongzhuang, you finally came. We thought you wouldn't come." Xiaojiqing quickly walked to the side of Bailey Hongzhuang, looking a bit anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I was delayed by something in the morning, so I came a little late. Fortunately, I didn't miss it." Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the doubts in the depths of Xiaojiqing's eyes became more intense. These days, she felt that Hongzhuang had been busy with something. Even this morning, she was delayed by something, but they couldn't think of what it could be. It was really strange. Bai Junyu knew that Xiaojiqing was a person who couldn't hide her words. He was afraid that she couldn't help but ask Bailey Hongzhuang what she was busy with. "No matter what, it's fine as long as you're not late." Bai Junyu smiled. "Jiqing, Junyu, I'm going to see the palace lord first." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Qin Ai, who was standing in front of the team. Today was the day of the Tiangang sect and the medicine sect's alchemist exchange. Therefore, the four palace lords, who were rarely seen, also appeared together today. After the alchemist competition began, she would also participate, so she had to greet the palace lord first. "Okay, Hongzhuang, go ahead," Bai Junyu said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and walked to the front of the team. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, Xiaojiqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Junyu, fortunately you reminded me just now, otherwise I would have asked a question I shouldn't have asked." She felt helpless about her curiosity. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she couldn't help but want to ask. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang twice before, she couldn't help but want to ask, but she had been holding back the thoughts in her heart. Today, when she saw that Hongzhuang was late, she was anxious and couldn't control herself. Looking at Xiaojiqing's helpless appearance, the smile on Bai Junyu's face was soft and warm. "Jiqing, I know you have no malice, but your temper is too anxious. However, Hongzhuang is different from us. She is not an ordinary person, and the things she encounters are naturally different from us. If it was something that could be said, Hongzhuang would have told us long ago. Since she hasn't said it yet, it proves that it is not suitable to tell us. If we ask, wouldn't it make things difficult for Hongzhuang?" Bai Junyu's voice was gentle. He and Jiqing had been together for so long, and he knew her temperament very well. She had such an impetuous personality. She would say whatever she thought, and by the time she reacted, it was often too late. Therefore, as her man, he could only remind her again and again. They had always been the beneficiaries of their friendship with Hongzhuang. On the contrary, they had never helped Hongzhuang. If they were to cause trouble for Hongzhuang under such circumstances, it would be too inappropriate. In fact, Dong Fengyu and the others had already reached a tacit understanding. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as it didn't affect their friendship, there was no need to talk about these secrets. Xiaojiqing's eyes flashed with understanding and annoyance. "I know, I won't do it again." Now, she was really speechless about her own personality. Compared to Xiaojiqing's depression, Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about what had happened before. She slowly walked towards where Qin Ai was. Many disciples had come from every branch hall today. Apart from a few disciples who were in seclusion and not suitable to appear, almost all the disciples who had time to come had come. Therefore, if Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to walk from the back to the front, it would take some time without causing any disturbances. When the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall saw that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stay in her original position after arriving, and instead kept walking forward, they couldn't help but frown. Now that everyone is in formation, why is Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly walking over? Who knows? Every time she appears, it seems that she must do something different. From the looks of it, she seems to be going to look for the palace master. Many disciples' gazes fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. As the distance between Bailey Hongzhuang and Qin Ai grew closer, everyone was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang had gone to look for Qin Ai. In this regard, many disciples felt that it was unfair. They also wanted to find a chance to get closer to the palace master. However, with the palace master's status, they had no chance at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously a new disciple, but she enjoyed all sorts of privileges. This was really dissatisfying. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had brazenly gone to look for the palace master under such an important situation. How could they accept this? In reality, Bailey Hongzhuang had not shown any special traits ever since she had entered Tiangang sect. The only special trait was the various privileges that Bailey Hongzhuang enjoyed. The other disciples had to stay in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, but Bailey Hongzhuang had gone missing. She had clearly returned to Tiangang sect, but no one had seen her in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Could it be that all of this was because of her relationship with the young sect master? If she wanted to become the young sect master's wife, she had to at least prove her abilities. At least, Han Xiling had always shown his prowess in the past. As it could not be compared to him, everyone could still accept it. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had not shown anything until now. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Qin Ai's side amidst the crowd's discussions. She could clearly hear the cultivators' unbalanced discussions. Of course, many cultivators had said it intentionally for her to hear. She also knew that ever since she had arrived at Tiangang sect, not only had she not shown her serious cultivation side, on the contrary, in the eyes of the other disciples, she had nothing at all. She was only trying to get into Bewitching's good books. This was not her initial intention. However, ever since she had entered Tiangang sect, there were many things that she had no choice but to do. As for other matters, she simply could not care less. Palace Master Qin. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed to Qin Ai. She had been back for more than a month, but she had not seen Qin Ai. It was really inappropriate. When Qin Ai saw that it was Bailey Hongzhuang, a smile also appeared on her face. "It's Hongzhuang. Why are you here now? Is something the matter?" Qin Ai's attitude was gentle and kind. As the granddaughter of the sect leader, Bailey Hongzhuang was naturally his junior. Moreover, he knew that the sect master seemed to be busy with something during this period of time. It was hard to see Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. As the hall master, he also knew what kind of things he should not interfere in. The sect master had only arranged for Bailey Hongzhuang to stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall for show. Therefore, he had given Bailey Hongzhuang absolute freedom. When the disciples present saw Qin Ai's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang, they could not help but be taken aback. When had they ever seen the hall master so amiable? Even though hall master Qin Ai usually had a smiling face, she was still very dignified in front of the disciples. This was the first time they had seen such a hall master. "Hall master, the sect leader has allowed me to participate in this alchemist competition. I'm here to report this." Bailey Hongzhuang was modest and courteous. No matter what, she now belonged to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Naturally, she had to report this matter to the hall master. The shock in Qin Ai's eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. She then regained her calm and tranquility. "Since the sect leader has agreed, you can participate in the alchemist competition once it begins. However, have you prepared the pill furnace and medicinal herbs needed to refine the pills?" This alchemist competition was not held within the sect. It was an exchange between the two sects. Of course, to put it nicely, it was called an exchange. To put it bluntly, it was called a competition. Every disciple who participated in this competition represented the sect's reputation. If they made a fool of themselves, they would not only lose their own reputation but also the sect's reputation. As one of the 4 great palace masters, he had a good understanding of the inside story of this alchemist competition. Once this alchemist competition was over, it was inevitable that they would shed all pretenses of cordiality. By then, every organization would understand the situation of this alchemist competition. Therefore, there could not be any mistakes. "Palace Master, don't worry. I've already prepared everything." Her delicate and flawless face was filled with confidence. When she had first found out about the alchemist competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had already made her preparations. Even though the medicinal herbs needed to refine a grade 6 pill were rather expensive, she had already prepared them with Bewitching's help. When Qin Ai saw Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look, the worry in her eyes slowly dissipated. As the sect leader's maternal granddaughter, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance had always been rather good. Since the sect leader had agreed to let her participate, she must have a certain level of confidence. Even if she could not achieve great results, she would not make any mistakes. Perhaps the sect leader wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to let Bailey Hongzhuang have a good experience. Stand behind me and wait for a moment. The alchemists who are going to participate in the alchemist assessment have yet to arrive. Once they arrive, the alchemist competition will begin. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with admiration and kindness. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's current status, she had always abided by the rules and was not the least bit arrogant or rude. Just this point alone was enough to make people admire her. Yes, Palace Master. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly behind Xianxia. Under such circumstances, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Very soon, Third Elder had already brought in the new cultivators who were participating in the alchemist test. If it were in the past, what was about to begin now would be the alchemist test. However, before this alchemist test, there was still an alchemist competition. If the Tiangang sect were to lose the alchemist competition, it was very likely that most of the alchemists who were preparing to enter the Tiangang sect would leave with the medicine sect. A group of young and immature faces slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Every time there was a new disciple, it would always attract the attention of the disciples. Look, that woman in a hibiscus dress is so beautiful. That's right, if she can pass the alchemist test, then she will be our junior sister in the future. I want to chase after her. Voices of joy and excitement rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes fell on the group of fresh faces. Bailey Hongzhuang was also sizing up the new arrivals. As expected, she saw Lu Qingyue in the crowd. Lu Qingyue was still the same as before. She was dressed in a hibiscus dress and her looks were outstanding. Her temperament was gentle and it was hard to forget. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled happily. It seemed that after such a long time, Lu Qingyue's heart had never changed. If Lu Qingyue could become a disciple of Tiangang sect, then Gong Xiaoqing could no longer miss it. She felt that the environment of Tiangang sect was more suitable for Lu Qingyue and Gong Xiaoqing to get along. At the same time, Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing also noticed the existence of Lu Qingyue. In fact, Lu Qingyue standing in the crowd was an extremely eye-catching existence. Xiaoqing, Qingyue really came. Dong Fengyu's eyebrows fluttered as he patted Gong Xiaoqing's shoulder with an excited expression. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes also fell on Lu Qingyue. Although he had already expected Lu Qingyue to come, seeing her with his own eyes still made him feel a little different. Xiaoqing, you also saw the expressions of the surrounding male disciples. Qingyue came specifically for you. If you still refuse her at this time, you will regret it in the future. Before Qingyue is tempted by other men, you have to seize the opportunity. Dong Fengyu put away his joking look and became a little more serious. He was used to playing around. Except for Bailey Hongzhuang, a woman who made him want to be serious, there was no other woman who could move his heart. And Gong Xiaoqing had always had a cold temper. If it weren't for Lu Qingyue, he was really worried that Gong Xiaoqing would live like this for the rest of his life. Listening to Dong Fengyu's words, Gong Xiaoqing didn't make any response. He just looked at Lu Qingyue with a complicated expression. Junyu, look, Qingyue really came. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but be excited after seeing Lu Qingyue. They had been in Tiangang sect for so long and didn't know many friends. Now that they saw an old friend they knew before, naturally they couldn't help but be excited. Bai Junyu smiled, in the future, our team will have one more member. After Lu Qingyue and the others arrived, everyone had already arrived. Only then did Si Tuyen say, since everyone is here, let the alchemist competition begin. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The main event was coming, a smile appeared on Gu Weisheng's face. Then let us witness the elegance of an alchemist refining pills. Pharmacist, go on stage. Second Elder Qiaoying's voice quickly rang out, clearly passing into everyone's ears. Following Qiaoying's words, the alchemists from Tiangang sect and medicine sect who were participating in the competition walked up to the high platform one after another. Hongzhuang, you should go too. Qinai turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang beside her and said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, cupped her hands in salute, and walked towards the high platform. Under the crowd's gaze, the medicine sect and Tiangang sect's pill masters walked up to the tournament stage from both sides of the high platform. Shangguan Yufeng was walking at the front of the medicine sect's disciples. His handsome face was filled with arrogance and disregard. There was no other expression on his face. Among the alchemists of the Tiangang sect, Chu Qianni walked at the forefront, looking valiant and heroic. The alchemists of both teams were equally matched. No one was giving way to the other. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang's figure also appeared in the team of Tiangang sect's alchemists, it caused an uproar among the disciples of Tiangang sect. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang a cultivator? Why did she run up there? Even if she is trying to please the crowd, she shouldn't run up at such an important time. Isn't this throwing away the face of our entire Tiangang sect? At this moment, even if the young sect master protects her, I'm afraid she will inevitably be punished. The disciples of Tiangang sect looked at Bailey Hongzhuang angrily. This alchemist competition was related to their honor and disgrace, but Bailey Hongzhuang ran up to interfere. How could they not be angry? Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's privileges made them somewhat dissatisfied, they were just talking about it. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's current actions were a bit too much. After Xianxia and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang also walk up the high platform, a happy smile appeared on their faces. As Bailey Hongzhuang's friends, they knew Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills very well. Although the scale of this alchemist competition was very large, they were also full of confidence in Bailey Hongzhuang. However, before they had time to be happy, the discussion of the disciples of Tiangang sect had been completely drowned out by their voices. What do you know? Hongzhuang's alchemy skills are also very powerful. Seeing everyone scolding Bailey Hongzhuang, Xianxia couldn't help but refute. However, compared to the cursing of the crowd, the voices of Xianxia and the others were too soft and were soon completely drowned out. Other than Qin Ai, the expressions of the other three hall masters changed a little when they saw this scene. Hall Master Qin, why did you let Bailey Hongzhuang go up? Azure Dragon Hall Master Yan Kaicheng's voice was a bit anxious. At this time, it was not allowed to make a mistake. Could it be that this was instructed by the sect master? Gu Jingqing knew the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang and understood that with Qin Ai's temperament, he would never allow such an accident to happen. Qin Ai nodded. This matter was agreed by the sect master. Bailey Hongzhuang herself is an alchemist. You don't have to worry. After receiving Qin Ai's reply, the three palace masters finally relaxed. Fortunately, they did not cause any trouble. Although the four palace masters already knew all of this, the discussion of the crowd of disciples was too loud. Almost everyone already knew about this episode. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's arrival, Chu Qianni and the other Tiangang sect's alchemists' expressions became extremely strange. They didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to participate in this alchemist competition. However, now, Bailey Hongzhuang's, they could only treat it to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not a disciple of the pill refining hall. At this time, if she was not delirious, she should not have run to the high platform. Shangguan Yufeng and the other medicine sect's alchemists naturally noticed all this. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, it caused such a big disturbance. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't an alchemist. Shangguan Yufeng and the others looked at the indifferent Bailey Hongzhuang and thought it was very funny. Could this woman be a member of their medicine sect? At this time, she deliberately came to slap Tiangang sect's face. Senior brother, this woman is not an alchemist but she volunteered to run up. Is her brain squashed by a door? Gu Fengyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and his expression was full of ridicule. Shangguan Yufeng sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. Although all the Tiangang sect disciples couldn't help but curse Bailey Hongzhuang, and he could see a trace of unnaturalness on Chu Qianni's and the rest's faces. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to be calm and collected under everyone's criticism, questioning, and confusion. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang's temperament was extraordinary and definitely not an ordinary person. Compared to the Tiangang sect's alchemists, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't simple at all. Don't jump to conclusions. Today is an important day. Even if this girl has guts, she wouldn't dare to run amok at this time. Thinking about it, her appearance should have been instructed, but the other disciples don't know about it. Perhaps, this girl is Tiangang sect's trump card and has been hiding it from us. Shangguan Yufeng's voice was heavy. He didn't like to have such unexpected things happen. Hearing Shangguan Yufeng's words, Gu Fengyan couldn't help but be stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. Eldest senior brother, aren't you thinking too much? So many people were against this woman. If this woman was really the trump card of Tiangang's sect, then this trump card of theirs was hidden too deeply, right? They actually managed to deceive all the Tiangang sect disciples? Gu Fengyan couldn't believe it. If Tiangang sect hid this trump card and wanted to catch them off guard, then it was a very normal thing. However, it was impossible for all the Tiangang sect disciples to not know about the existence of this trump card. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, who were standing behind Bewitching, saw all the disciples attacking Bailey Hongzhuang and their eyes darkened. They had never thought that such a situation would occur. These disciples had gone too far in bullying others. Bewitching could naturally feel Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's anger and indignation. He immediately said, "Nothing will happen." Hearing Bewitching's words, although the dissatisfaction in Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's hearts hadn't dissipated, they calmed down a little. No matter what happened, it wasn't suitable for them to take action with their current status. The medicine sect master, Gu Weisheng, was full of smiles. Sect master Situ, could it be that your Tiangang sect's alchemists are inferior, so you sent a cultivator who isn't an alchemist up on stage? If that's the case, I can let one less disciple from our sect go up on stage. That would be fairer. Guz's words and didn't lower his voice. Everyone heard him clearly. And the Tiangang sect's disciples' hearts. The more the Tiangang sect's disciples is, the more their hearts, the more SSSSS, the better it. His TSSSS. Was. Sect Master Gu, you're thinking too much. This Bailey Hongzhuang was originally arranged by us. It's just that she's both an alchemist and a cultivator, so many disciples don't know. Situ Yan's voice was louder than Gu Weisheng's. It was a warning to all the Tiangang sect disciples. Following Situ Yan's words, the disciples who were dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang all shut their mouths and didn't dare to say anything else. Now that they knew the truth, the Tiangang sect disciples could only feel their faces burning up. Previously, they had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions had embarrassed the Tiangang sect. However, from the looks of it now, they were the ones who had truly embarrassed the Tiangang sect. No matter what, they should not have caused an uproar and made a joke out of themselves in front of the medicine sect disciples. Gu Fengyan was stunned for a moment after hearing Situ Yan's words. He admired Shangguan Yufeng even more. Every time, eldest senior brother saw things more accurately than him. Eldest senior brother was actually able to discover something that even the Tiangang sect disciples did not know about. He was truly amazing. The Alchemy Hall disciples who were initially dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance also heaved a sigh of relief. Since this was an order from the sect master, Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refiner must be very good. Next, I will announce the rules of this alchemist competition. Xiaoying's voice rang out very quickly. The area around the high platform regained its silence. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xiaoying's as they listened carefully to the rules of the competition. The rules of this year's alchemist competition are very simple. The pill refiners will refine the highest grade pill within their abilities within 6 hours. The pill refiner with the highest grade will win. If the pills refined are of the same grade, the pill refiner with the higher grade will win. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded after hearing the rules of the competition. Just as Xiaoying's had said, these were the simplest rules of the competition. There were almost no requirements. It was just a competition to see who could refine the best pill. However, this method was also the best way to show the quality of the pill refiner's skills. Next, the alchemist competition will officially begin. Following Xiaoying's command, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest quickly stood in their positions. The area of the high platform was very large and it was in the shape of a staircase. There were 5 pill refiners in each row. This way, everyone could have a panoramic view of the pill refiners refining. Bailey Hongzhuang stood on the left side of the 4th floor. This was the position she had chosen randomly after everyone had chosen their own position. The 3rd floor was the most eye-catching row. Shangguan Yufeng of the medicine sect and Chu Qianni of the Tiangang sect were standing in the middle of the row, adjacent to each other. Although there were many alchemists participating in the alchemist competition, everyone knew that the competition was basically a battle between Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni. the winner would definitely be one of these two. The table was already prepared, but the alchemy furnace was prepared by the alchemist himself. Every alchemist had their own alchemy furnace that they were used to. What's more, when an alchemist's alchemy skills reached such a level, they would definitely use a high-quality alchemy furnace to achieve the best results. It was not an easy task to take out two identical high-quality pill furnaces at the same time. In other words, this pill furnace was also another kind of competition between alchemists. When Shangguan Yufeng took out his alchemy furnace, everyone's eyes lit up. His alchemy furnace was completely black and there were dragons and phoenixes circling around it. It was very majestic. Although many cultivators did not understand alchemy furnaces, they could distinguish the quality of an alchemy furnace at a glance. It seemed that this time, the medicine sect had really put in a lot of effort in order to achieve good results in this alchemist competition. This black gold dragon phoenix furnace was a very famous alchemy furnace. Sect Master Gu was actually willing to take it out for Shangguan Yufeng to refine pills. Fortunately, they had already expected this, so they also gave the alchemy furnace in the sect to Chu Qianni to use. At this time, they would never let the disciples of the sect lose because of the hard conditions. The next moment, Chu Qianni took out a golden alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace was golden in color, and there were fish circling around it. It was very lifelike. After Shangguan Yufeng saw the alchemy furnace that Chu Qianni took out, his eyes could not help but change a little. 9 revolving spirit fish furnace. He did not expect that Tiangang's sect would also take out an alchemy furnace for Chu Qianni to use. It seemed that this time, it was impossible to beat Chu Qianni in terms of alchemy furnace. However, the winner of this alchemist competition could only be him. The participating alchemists took out their alchemy furnaces, and Bailey Hongzhuang also took out a red alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace was the one that she had obtained in the ruins of Yulinfeng. Although she did not know the name of this alchemy furnace, according to her judgment, this alchemy furnace was not ordinary. The quality of this alchemy furnace was also very high, and it was very easy for her to refine pills. At least, with this alchemy furnace, she no longer had to worry about the possibility of an explosion. On the contrary, this alchemy furnace could help her improve the quality and success rate of her pills. After Bailey Hongzhuang took out this alchemy furnace, Xia Jiqing's eyes could not help but show a touch of excitement. It seemed that this time, Hongzhuang was going to show her power. After Bailey Hongzhuang took out this red alchemy furnace, Situ Yan and Gu Weisheng's eyes changed slightly and fell on the alchemy furnace. Sect Master Situ, I didn't know that Tiangang's sect had a Fire Phoenix golden pill furnace. Your trump card is hidden deep. As the sect master of the medicine sect, Gu Weisheng naturally had an extraordinary understanding of alchemy furnaces. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang took out this pill furnace, he had already judged that this pill furnace was an alchemist's weapon, the Fire Phoenix gold pill furnace. This cauldron was not inferior to the cauldrons used by Chu Qianni and Shangguan Yufeng. In fact, its quality was even higher. However, the Fire Phoenix golden core furnace had not appeared in the world for many years. No one knew where it was. Who would have thought that it would appear in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang? Si Tuyen was also a little surprised when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was using the Fire Phoenix gold pill furnace. He had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang refine pills before, so he didn't know much about the pill furnace she used. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have such a treasure. However, he naturally would not show his surprise in front of Gu Weisheng. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. Sect Master Gu has spent so much effort to do so many things this time. Naturally, I have to be prepared. Hearing Si Tuyen's words, Gu Weisheng's eyes could not help but become gloomy. Si Tuyen was really an old fox. He actually hid so many things. The Fire Phoenix gold pill furnace had appeared, and he had actually hidden this news. Bewitching, who was sitting beside Si Tuyen, naturally heard the conversation between Si Tuyen and Gu Weisheng. He was secretly surprised. Gu Weisheng didn't know, but he was very clear that this alchemy furnace belonged to Hongzhuang herself. Previously, he also didn't recognize that Hongzhuang's alchemy furnace was actually the famous Fire Phoenix gold alchemy furnace. Very quickly, the alchemist competition began. Lu Qingyue stood in the group. Her gaze didn't care about Chu Qianni and Shangguan Yufeng. Instead, it fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. After not seeing her for such a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang's charm was outstanding, just like before. However, the commotion caused previously made her even more astonished. Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely a genius alchemist, but the disciples of Tiangang sect didn't know about it at all. It was really unexpected. Moreover, from the position where Bailey Hongzhuang was standing, it was obvious that she wasn't the main character of this alchemist competition. She had known Bailey Hongzhuang for so long. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been the main character and had never been reduced to a supporting role. It seemed that Tiangang sect was indeed extraordinary. There were too many outstanding alchemists to mention. If she was lucky enough to become a member of Tiangang sect, she was afraid that she would have to cultivate even harder in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of the alchemy furnace. Following the loud sound of gongs and drums, she started to take action. Almost all the alchemists started to take action at the same time. The level of the pills that they wanted to refine wasn't low, so the time spent naturally wouldn't be little. 6 hours seemed to be a long time, but once they started to refine the pills, this time wasn't considered much. If there was a mistake in the middle, then it was very likely that the second refinement would be too late. Therefore, although the requirements of this competition seemed simple, it was actually very harsh. Bailey Hongzhuang had already thought about it. The pill that she wanted to refine this time was a 6th grade pill, rejuvenation pill. The effect of the rejuvenation pill was different from the usual pills. It could let people regain their youth. To women, this was undoubtedly their favorite pill. The lifespan of cultivators was much longer than ordinary people. The speed of aging was also much slower. However, women naturally loved beauty, and aging was something that no woman was willing to accept. Therefore, the rejuvenation pill had always been a medicinal pill that many female cultivators fought over. However, the rejuvenation pill had not appeared in the Xianxia continent for a very long time. It was said that the pill formula for the rejuvenation pill had been lost. As a woman, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally remembered the pill formula of the rejuvenation pill very clearly. The rejuvenation pill was a superior pill among the 6th grade pills. It was quite complicated to refine. This time, she was going to rely on the rejuvenation pill to defeat Shangguan Yufeng. Putting aside the fact that the rejuvenation pill was of a high grade, in addition to the fact that it was a long-lost pill, unless it was a grade 7 pill, it would be very difficult to defeat her. The alchemist competition this time was related to Tiangang sect's reputation. She must protect it, regardless of whether it was a 5th grade medicinal pill or a 6th grade medicinal pill. They were all extremely precious. Therefore, during the course of this competition, practically none of the alchemists had placed the medicinal ingredients one by one on the table. The reason for this was to prevent the pill formulas that he had refined from leaking out. Therefore, when every alchemist was refining a pill, they would need to take out a medicinal ingredient from their Qiankuan bag. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind stirred and the essence energy in her body gushed out. The fiery phoenix golden elixir furnace's alchemical fire also started to burn. After the disciples of Tiangang sect first observed Chu Qianni and Shangguan Yufeng refining the pills, they could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang was not a candidate for the winner of this alchemist competition. However, she had stolen all the limelight. Although the sect leader had already said that Bailey Hongzhuang was allowed to participate in the alchemist competition, everyone could not help but be curious. They wanted to know how good Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemist skills were and whether she was qualified to participate in this alchemist competition. One must know that the alchemists standing on the high platform were all famous disciples in the alchemy palace. Usually, there were many cultivators who tried to curry favor with them. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist, it was extremely difficult for her to reach such a standard. Many disciples even thought that it was because some young sect leader had pleaded for Bailey Hongzhuang that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to have such an opportunity. If that was really the case, they really felt that the young sect leader was too protective of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang could naturally feel the attention of the crowd. She did not think too much about it and did not expect that her appearance would cause such a huge commotion. However, as long as she succeeded in refining the pills, all these comments would disappear completely. Perhaps, this was not a bad idea after all. Bailey Hongzhuang ignored everyone's gaze and concentrated on refining the pills. The refining process of the rejuvenation pill was extremely demanding. As long as there was a slight mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, she had to concentrate fully to prevent any problems from occurring. Bailey Hongzhuang placed another medicinal herb into the fire phoenix golden pill furnace. The alchemy fire instantly engulfed the medicinal herb. The medicinal herb quickly withered and turned yellow. All the impurities were refined by the alchemy fire, leaving only the essence behind. After turning into the essence, Bailey Hongzhuang still used the alchemy fire to burn the small ball of essence. This was because there were also impurities in the essence. When the ball of essence became crystal clear without any impurities, Bailey Hongzhuang placed the ball of essence at the side of the alchemy furnace and began to extract the essence of the next medicinal herb. When Bailey Hongzhuang was doing this, the other alchemists were also going through the same steps. Extracting the essence of the medicinal herb was the simplest thing in refining pills. However, one could not be impatient during the extraction and must control the fire well. Once the fire was small, the time spent on extracting the essence would increase greatly. Once the fire was large, the medicinal herb and essence would turn into nothingness in the blink of an eye. However, if a problem occurred during this process, as long as the alchemist still had the same medicinal ingredients, then there was still a chance to remedy it. As the grade of the pill, the ingredients would become more and the ingredients. So, the sect leader, the alchemist pill, the alchemists, had to Hongzhuang, and the alchemist fire phoenix golden pill furnace had. One was and Bailey Hongzhuang Huang and Bail leader to Lin not to be. One Zhuang, one was, is, the sect. However, although they were doing the same thing, there were still some differences. For example, when Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni were extracting the essence of the medicinal herb, they looked calm as if it was not a big deal at all. Even though many of the disciples present were not pill masters, they could tell from their expressions. I've heard that the medicine sect's trump card this time is Shangguan Yufeng. It seems that he does have some skills. Chu Qianni's pill refining skills are also very powerful. Even if he goes up against Shangguan Yufeng, he shouldn't have any problems. That's true. Chu Qianni has always been the most outstanding disciple in the pill refinement hall. Even though the medicine sect focuses on pill refining skills, I believe that Chu Qianni's performance won't be too bad. Since this was Tiangang sect's home ground, all of the Tiangang sect disciples believed that Chu Qianni would definitely defeat Shangguan Yufeng. They had long been annoyed by this group of arrogant outsiders. It would be best if they could use this opportunity to completely defeat them. They would like to see if they would be able to maintain their arrogance and haughtiness when that happens. However, when the crowd's eyes fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had a calm and collected look on her face. This kind of confidence was not at all inferior to Shangguan Yufeng's and Chu Qianni's. This was a little strange. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining skills aren't too bad either. One of the disciples could not help but sigh with emotion. However, most of the disciples did not believe it at all. I think you're overthinking things. The pills that other people have refined are either level 5 or level 6 pills. Who knows, maybe Bailey Hongzhuang has only refined level 2 or level 3 pills. They were a bunch of laymen and could only make a judgment based on the pill refiner's expressions and techniques. They simply could not tell the level of the pills that they had refined. The other cultivators saw it differently, but Gu Weisheng and Situ Yen could see it clearly. This was because the number of medicinal herbs that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out was not any less than the other pill refiners. In fact, compared to Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni, the number of medicinal herbs that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out was one more than theirs. As far as they were concerned, this was something that was simply impossible. This did not mean that the pills that Bailey Hongzhuang had refined were of a higher grade than theirs. However, this was enough to prove that the speed at which Bailey Hongzhuang had extracted the essence of the herbs was much faster than theirs. Although this seemed simple and not that big of a deal, it was actually extremely difficult to actually carry out. Sect leader Situ, it seems like this Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemist is quite extraordinary. Gu Weisheng looked at Situ Yen tentatively. According to the information he had heard before, the most outstanding alchemist disciple in Tiangang sect was Chu Qianni. Therefore, he had absolute confidence in this competition. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly appear. Moreover, this Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was not simple at all. It was really unexpected. Although he felt that this Bailey Hongzhuang was very young and didn't look like she was very skilled in alchemy, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Situyan's gaze was somewhat complicated. Originally, he thought that Hongzhuang wanted to use this opportunity to train. However, judging from Hongzhuang's current performance, it did not seem like this was the case. The problem was that even he was not sure how good Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were. In the next moment, Situyan only smiled faintly and did not answer Gu Weisheng's question. This was because he did not know how to answer. However, Situyan's deep smile fell into Gu Weisheng's eyes and became premeditated. Gu Weisheng was vexed. If he had known about this earlier, he would have investigated thoroughly. It was all Situyan's fault for being so cunning. After falling for his trick last time, he didn't expect Situyan to become so smart. Bewitching had a faint smile on his face. He had some understanding of Hongzhuang's alchemy skills. Perhaps Hongzhuang would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in this year's alchemist competition. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had been standing behind Bewitching the whole time. Although Gu Weisheng and Situyan's conversation was soft, they were able to hear it clearly at such a close distance. However, they were even more surprised when they heard what Ouyangming said. They didn't expect their daughter to be so outstanding in alchemy. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang's smooth and methodical manner of refining pills showed that she had been immersed in alchemy for a long time. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to remain calm in the face of all the disciples' doubts. Her mental fortitude was already incomparable to an ordinary person. Although they didn't know the final result of the alchemist competition, they were already proud of their daughter. Time passed slowly. Alchemy was originally a slow and boring process. However, none of the disciples present felt bored. Instead, they were constantly paying attention to the changes in each alchemist. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Everyone shut their mouths, but their eyes were still sizing up the alchemists. After 2 hours, Bailey Hongzhuang finally finished refining all the essences of the medicinal herbs. Because there were many herbs, the time needed to refine them would increase by a lot. Almost at the same time, many alchemists had finished refining the herbs. Next was the most important time to fuse them. To fuse herbs of different attributes together, one had to be extremely careful in this process. Otherwise, if there was a problem, everything would be useless and they would have to start all over again. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully controlled the fire and slowly gathered all the essences together. This process was extremely slow and couldn't be rushed. Her mental strength wrapped around the fire and the essences of the herbs. She could adjust them at any time. The slightest deviation would cause all her previous efforts to be wasted. Chi. A muffled sound was heard, followed by a burning smell that spread out from the alchemy furnace and quickly engulfed the entire competition platform. One of the alchemists in front of Bailey Hongzhuang encountered a problem during the fusion process, and everything turned into nothingness. After everyone saw that this alchemist was a Tiangang sect disciple, their faces couldn't help but become ugly. At the same time, the disciple's face became extremely ugly. He stared blankly at the scene before him, as if he could not believe that he had failed to merge. He also did not know what to do, so he could only stand there with a pale face. A group of Tiangang sect disciples couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. This was really a bad start. A smile appeared on Gu Weisheng's face. The Tiangang sect's disciple was the first to fail. This was a good thing. On the other hand, Situyan's expression did not look so good. At this moment, another similar voice sounded. Chi. When the crowd saw the alchemist who had failed, they heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he was an alchemist from the medicine sect. Situyan, who had a slightly ugly expression, immediately relaxed when he saw this scene. The smile on Gu Weisheng's face could no longer be maintained and he returned to his normal state. Although the two alchemists who had failed were embarrassed and flustered for a moment, they quickly regained their senses and continued refining. There were still 4 hours left. As long as they were a little faster, they could still make it in time. Bailey Hongzhuang turned a deaf ear to what was happening around her. Her eyes, ears, and heart were only focused on the changes in the pill furnace. Earlier on, she had already tried to refine the miracle cure pill. As she had successfully refined it before, she had a certain level of confidence in her heart. At a time like this, she definitely could not be influenced by others. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni also turned a deaf ear to what was happening around them. However, the other alchemists might not be able to do this. At a crucial moment like this, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, in addition to being influenced by other alchemists, it was very likely that they would fail. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one after another, the sound of failure quietly rang out. Originally, there were a total of 20 alchemists participating in the alchemist competition. In the blink of an eye, 8 alchemists had already failed. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were present sighed deeply in their hearts. It was indeed not easy to be an alchemist. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in failure. It was really a pity that so many precious medicinal herbs had turned into nothingness just like that. It was precisely because the failure rate of refining a high-grade pill was very high that the price of a high-grade pill was even higher. However, when the crowd saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was not one of the alchemists who had failed, they were slightly stunned. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to persevere for so long. It was much better than what they had imagined. As more and more alchemists failed, the alchemists who were originally flustered were no longer flustered. Instead, they began to refine the second pill. After all, they were not the only ones who had failed. As long as they made the best use of their time, they still had one more chance. If they were any later, they would directly declare their failure. After this incident, the atmosphere became even more tense. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully controlled the heat, not allowing any deviation. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's precise control, all the essences of the herbs gradually merged together. Although there was still some rejection, Bailey Hongzhuang controlled it very well. As long as there were no problems, the fusion would happen sooner or later. On the other hand, Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni didn't seem to be affected by their surroundings at all. Both of them understood that the performance of the other disciples wasn't important at all. The most important thing was their performance. Only if they performed well would they be able to win this competition. They were all entrusted with great responsibilities, and none of them were willing to embarrass their sect. An hour passed quietly. The medicinal pills in the pill furnaces of the alchemists who had never failed had already gradually taken shape. However, at a time like this, it was still extremely critical. As long as the pill was not successfully refined, it would still be very fragile. If there was even the slightest deviation in control, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. The Tiangang sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Qianni's calm and confident look. At the very least, Chu Qianni would be able to successfully refine the pill. Although they did not know whether Chu Qianni or Shangguan Yufeng would refine a better pill, they believed that Chu Qianni would not lose. At this moment, Shangguan Yufeng quietly glanced at Gu Fengyan who was beside him. This subtle movement was not noticed by ordinary people. However, Shangguan Yufeng was the focus of everyone's attention. Therefore, some cultivators still noticed it. Gu Fengyan's lips slowly curled into a sinister smile when he saw Shangguan Yufeng's expression. In the next moment, Gu Fengyan's mental energy quietly spread out and slowly moved towards Shangguan Yufeng's direction. Just as Gu Fengyan made this move, the medicine sect's disciples around the high stage all moved their mental energy towards Shangguan Yufeng. In a short period of time, Shangguan Yufeng's mental energy had become much stronger than before. Mental energy was originally invisible. However, the cultivators present were not ordinary people. They could feel a huge wave of mental energy spreading out from Shangguan Yufeng. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned for a moment. What's going on? What kind of trick are the medicine sect's alchemists playing? Their mental energy has all gathered on Shangguan Yufeng. Could it be that they want to use this method to allow Shangguan Yufeng to refine a higher grade pill? Oh no, look, Chu Qianni's expression has changed. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Qianni's brows were tightly knitted together. His previously indifferent look had disappeared and was replaced by a look of clenching his teeth. Bewitching's expression changed when he saw this scene. Although he was not an alchemist, he had a deep understanding of mental energy. The medicine sect's alchemists were all standing with Shangguan Yufeng as the center. Everyone's mental energy had merged with Shangguan Yufeng's. As a result, Shangguan Yufeng's mental energy was far from ordinary. Most importantly, under such circumstances, the mental energy of the surrounding alchemists would be affected to a certain extent and would be absorbed by Shangguan Yufeng's mental energy. In the final stage of refining pills, mental strength was the most important. As long as there was a slight deviation, the medicinal pill would be completely destroyed. Moreover, Chu Qianyi was standing right next to Shangguan Yufeng. He was the one who was affected the most. Situ Yan's face instantly turned gloomy. He was wondering why Gu Weisheng insisted on holding the alchemist competition under such circumstances. As it turned out, Shangguan Yufeng was not his trump card. Such a despicable method was his trump card for sure victory. It wasn't enough that Gu Weisheng tricked him last time. This time, he did such a thing so blatantly. It was too much. Sect Master Gu, this is a competition of alchemy. Don't you think it's a little too despicable to use such underhanded means? After Gu Weisheng did such a thing, Situ Yan no longer spoke politely. Gu Weisheng smiled faintly when he heard Situ Yan's words. Sect head Situ, this Shangguan Yufeng can't control his mental power when he's refining pills. It's very easy for this kind of situation to occur. This was just an accident. It was very easy for accidents to happen during the process of alchemy. When he saw Gu Weisheng's unconcerned smile, Situ Yan could only silently curse him for being despicable. As the sect master of the medicine sect, Gu Weisheng was actually despicable to such an extent. He was simply too shameless. He was not blind, he had seen everything that had just happened clearly. This was a scheme that the medicine sect had been plotting for a long time. Sect Master Gu, you'd better make them stop this quickly, Situ Yan slowly said. Sect Master Situ, what you're saying is wrong. Shangguan Yufeng is currently at a critical juncture in pill refinement, and this kind of situation would occasionally occur. If I were to forcefully stop it, wouldn't Shangguan Yufeng's pill refinement fail? I believe that for the sake of fairness, Sect Master Situ wouldn't allow me to do so, would you? Gu Weisheng's expression was calm. He had already calculated everything. The medicine sect must win this competition. Some people believe that this situation was deliberate while others believe that it was a coincidence. Of course, to most people, the outcome was the most important. In this world, almost everyone would only remember the name of the victor, and not the process. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao naturally understood the situation as well. When they heard Gu Weisheng's explanation, they could not help but sigh. This fellow was simply too despicable. For his skin to be so thick to such an extent, it really made one blush with shame. Gu Weisheng, don't go overboard. Situ Yan's face was filled with anger. He had already given Gu Weisheng face in the past, but he never thought that Gu Weisheng would continue to push his luck. Sect Master Situ, I'm speaking the truth. If you were to forcefully stop it, everyone would say that it's unfair. Gu Weisheng looked as if he did not care. If he was shameless, so be it. The current situation was to put Situ Yan in a difficult position. The four great hall masters' expressions changed instantly. This situation had exceeded their expectations. Chu Qianyi's expression is turning uglier by the minute. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Gu Jingqing furrowed his brows. This situation had exceeded everyone's expectations. I never thought that the medicine sect's sect master would be so despicable. This is putting the sect master in a difficult position. Yan Kaiqing's expression was solemn. Usually, as a sect master, regardless of his nature, he would not do such a thing so brazenly. He never thought that Gu Weisheng would not play his cards according to common sense. I'm afraid that our Tiangang sect will fall this time. A malicious light filled his eyes. This competition was to be held in Tiangang sect. If they were to forcefully stop it, then it would be their fault. No matter how one looked at it, they would be at a disadvantage. Although the Tiangang sect disciples present did not understand what had happened, they also understood that this matter was extremely unfavorable to Tiangang sect. Shangguan Yufeng's lips gradually widened. He had already said that they would definitely win the alchemist competition this time. Chu Qian alone was situ. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the actions of Shangguan Yufeng and the others, there was a touch of anger in her eyes. Initially, she had thought that the medicine sect was already a shameless sect. She never thought that she would have underestimated the shamelessness of the medicine sect. Chu Qianyi's face was getting uglier and uglier. His mental strength was gradually being controlled by Shangguan Yufeng. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on until the pill is refined. He will fail. The faces of the disciples of the Alchemy Palace suddenly changed. Originally, they were very confident about this competition. They never thought that such a thing would suddenly happen. Now the sect master and the palace masters obviously had no other way. What could they do if this continued? It's completely over now. Once Chuchani loses, we will lose without a doubt. How can the people of the medicine sect use such means? They are clearly interfering with Chuchani. All the disciples were anxious. They did not want to be defeated by such a conspiracy. The faces of Xia Jiqing and the others were also ugly to the extreme. They had never seen such a thing. However, from the mouths of some knowledgeable disciples, they also understood the specific situation. What should we do now? Xia Jiqing was completely speechless. Fortunately, Hong Zhuang is standing at the side. The other alchemists can't affect her. I didn't expect the medicine sect to set up such a big trap. I'm afraid that this position was also thought of before. It just so happens that Shangguan Yufeng and Chu Qianni are in the middle. Bai Junyu's face was gloomy. He didn't think so before, but now that he looked at it, this was clearly planned. It seems that the result of this competition can only depend on Hong Zhuang. I just don't know if Hong Zhuang can refine a 6th grade pill. Gong Xiaoqing's face was full of worry. He knew that Hong Zhuang could refine a 5th grade pill, but he didn't know if she had improved. In my opinion, the situation is not good. Dong Fengyu shook his head. This was the worst situation that everyone had expected. Bailey Hongzhuang controlled the heat in the Fire Phoenix gold pill furnace while paying attention to the concentration of mental strength. She had seen this method in her previous life, but she had always been very disdainful of it. This was a very unpopular method. It was only effective in an environment like the alchemist competition. In the past, there were not many people who dared to use it openly. She didn't expect to see it again today. As she looked carefully, she found that this was only a simplified version of what she had seen before. In fact, such a situation was no different from a small-scale formation. Through the power of the array, all the mind power was gathered on Shangguan Yufeng's body. She could conclude that other than Shangguan Yufeng, the other alchemists had never planned to properly refine medicinal pills from the very beginning. What they needed to do was to use all of their strength to ensure that Shangguan Yufeng's refining was successful, thus interfering with the others. He had to admit that this was a very good idea. What is Hong Zhuang doing? Mu Lingbing couldn't help but whisper to Bailey Hongzhuang when she noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't concentrating on refining the pill, but was instead paying attention to the surroundings. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Lan Yunxiao and Di Beichen couldn't help looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. Sure enough, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking around as if she was looking for something. Bailey Hongzhuang was the alchemist standing on the far left, so she wasn't affected by the mental strength at all. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang should be concentrating on refining pills. What was she doing now? Di Beichen and the other two couldn't understand, but they felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't doing something useless. Bailey Hongzhuang was paying attention to the mental strength in front of her. Her mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Even among alchemists, there were very few who could compare to her. Since this was an array, there was naturally a way to break it. However, most people had never come into contact with this kind of situation, so they didn't understand it well enough. However, since they met Bailey Hongzhuang, she would naturally make all of this disappear. After a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had already found the location of the array's core. Chu Qianni was obviously unable to hold on any longer. If he didn't immediately break the array, he would fail. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength instantly spread out. Everyone only felt an extremely powerful mental strength appear with Bailey Hongzhuang at the center, directly charging towards the center of Shangguan Yufeng and the rest's mental strength. When this mental strength appeared, all the cultivators present sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Such terrifying mental strength, was it really Bailey Hongzhuang's? Heavens! Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength is too terrifying, isn't it? I never knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength had reached such a level. This mental strength isn't inferior to the combined mental strength of Shangguan Yufeng and the rest. Damn, so this Bailey Hongzhuang is really so powerful. For a moment, the Tiangang sect's disciples couldn't care less about what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing. They were already shocked by the dense mental strength. As cultivators, their mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people. However, compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, they were completely trash. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were also stunned for a moment. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength could reach such a level. Wasn't this too abnormal? No matter if it was Lan Yunxiao or Mu Lingbing, they had always been famous geniuses. However, in terms of mental strength, they really couldn't compare to Bailey Hongzhuang. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's powerful mental strength, they also understood. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang could become an alchemist. If she didn't become an alchemist with such powerful mental strength, it would be a waste of her talent. When Gu Weisheng saw Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden burst of mental strength, his pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with shock. He had previously felt that he had miscalculated a bit and did not include Bailey Hongzhuang in his calculations. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly make such a move, which made him even more surprised. The method used by Shangguan Yufeng and the others was taught by him. Similarly, he also knew the fatal weakness of this array formation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was so young and shouldn't know about it. Si Tuyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. He didn't know the meaning behind Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden action. However, in the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength directly charged towards Shangguan Yufeng's head. Chi, the crowd only heard a soft sound. Soon after, Shangguan Yufeng's face quickly flushed red and he no longer had his previous complacent expression. It wasn't just Shangguan Yufeng. The faces of the medicine sect's alchemists all turned pale and they fell into a weakened state. Chu Qianni gritted his teeth and held on. He does not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. He would never be able to forgive himself if he were to fail at such an important moment for Tiangang sect. However, the pressure was simply too great. Even though he had gritted his teeth, the waves of attraction were still pushing him to the brink of collapse. However, in an instant, all of the pressure disappeared without a trace. He could not help but pant heavily. It was a good thing that he had held on. Otherwise, only medicinal dregs would be left in the pill cauldron. Once Chu Qianni had relaxed, he could not help but observe his surroundings. He noticed that Shangguan Yufeng no longer looked as high-spirited as before. On the contrary, his face was extremely pale as if he was suffering even more than before. Chu Qianni could not help but feel happy when he saw Shangguan Yufeng's state. However, his heart was filled with curiosity. He could not understand why the formation had suddenly disappeared and how Shangguan Yufeng had ended up in this state. Chi. Chi. Chi, chi, chi. The sound of the pill cauldrons being destroyed could be heard. The medicine sect's pill masters were greatly affected after the formation had been destroyed and could no longer control the pills in their pill cauldrons to continue refining. As a result, the sound of the pills being destroyed could be heard one after another. Aside from Shangguan Yufeng, the medicine sect's pill masters had all been wiped out. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to gasp involuntarily. Just a second ago, the medicine sect's pill masters had been acting wildly. However, in the next second, because of Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Shangguan Yufeng was the only pill master left in the medicine sect who was bitterly holding on. Bailey Hongzhuang had single-handedly fought against the entire medicine sect. The disciples were all dumbfounded. They simply could not understand what had just happened. They only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to solve this unsolvable problem with just a single move. Damn, isn't Bailey Hongzhuang a little too awesome? Who was the one who had said that Bailey Hongzhuang was useless? Step forward. I'm going to beat him to death. This is far too domineering. Her mental strength is enough to fight against all the medicine masters in the medicine sect. The disciples who were originally full of doubts and distrust towards Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had any doubts at this moment. Not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills, just her mental strength alone was something that no one could compare to. Chu Qianni and so many others were unable to do anything about the medicine sect's actions, but Bailey Hongzhuang was able to resolve all of this on her own. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang was. Moreover, Since Bailey Hongzhuang was able to solve the problem that Chu Qianyi and the others couldn't, it proved that Bailey Hongzhuang's understanding of alchemy was even deeper than theirs. If they were worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would bring shame to Tiangang's sect after she stepped onto the high platform, now they felt that they were frogs at the bottom of the well. Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly the one who saved Tiangang Zong from a complete defeat. She was Tiangang sect's hero. Xia Jiqing and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. They had always known that Bailey Hongzhuang was very powerful, but she had never been this powerful before. This senior sister is so domineering. I'm dumbstruck. The Tiangang sect is indeed powerful. I really hope I can become a member of the Tiangang sect. No wonder this senior sister caused such a commotion when she went up on stage. She's the most outstanding alchemist. The cultivators beside Lu Qingyue were filled with envy. They had admired the Tiangang sect for a long time. Today, they saw that the Tiangang sect was simply too powerful. Lu Qingyue's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. It seemed that her previous judgment was wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang would always be the focus of everyone's attention no matter where she was. She had a special ability. No matter what kind of platform she stood on, she would always be the focus of everyone's attention. In the past, she was also arrogant because she was also an existence that received a lot of attention. However, ever since she met Bailey Hongzhuang, she realized that she was only the light of a firefly. Bailey Hongzhuang was the light of the sun and the moon. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang walked up the stage in a low-key manner, she was always able to remain calm in the face of everyone's mistrust. In comparison, she did not have Bailey Hongzhuang's powerful psychological quality. Once someone questioned or denied it, it would affect her performance. Therefore, she envied Bailey Hongzhuang. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, the four hall masters were dumbfounded. The originally certain defeat had been completely rewritten because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Hall Master Qin, your hall's Bailey Hongzhuang is truly amazing. Isn't she hiding it too deeply? Azure Dragon Hall Master Yan Kaicheng's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Previously, he did not receive news that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to participate in the alchemist competition. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang was a hidden trump card. Hall Master Qin, your Vermilion Bird Hall has made a great contribution in this alchemist competition. White Tiger Hall Master Qiyinghan smiled. The entire Vermilion Bird Hall would reward this kind of contribution. However, at this moment, they were truly happy. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they wouldn't even dare to imagine the failure today. Qin Ai's face was full of smiles, but there was a hint of guilt in her smile. He thought that the sect master had allowed Bailey Hongzhuang to go on stage just to train her. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually an existence that turned the tide? Such a Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed worthy of being the granddaughter of the sovereign. Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing were also stupefied. Even they felt that this was an unbreakable array, but Bailey Hongzhuang actually managed to break it in such a short time. It was truly shocking. Yunxiao, our daughter is actually so powerful. Mu Lingbing couldn't help but whisper softly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes today, it would have been such a pity. Lan Yunxiao's eyes flickered with excitement, and his heart was surging with emotions. Such a Bailey Hongzhuang was so outstanding that it was unimaginable. When Bailey Hongzhuang was born, he wanted to nurture Bailey Hongzhuang into an outstanding person, but he simply didn't have the chance. However, without their nurturing, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to grow into such an outstanding person. How could he not be excited? His daughter didn't fall into depression because of the persecution from back then, which was an indescribable comfort to him. Hongzhuang is destined to be the center of attention. The nervousness on Bewitching's face has disappeared and was replaced by a thick smile. Hongzhuang has given him a huge surprise. Even he would not be able to break out of this situation, but Hongzhuang was able to do it. She is such a mysterious woman. Haha. Situ Yan burst into laughter at the sight of this. The medicine sect had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Now, only Shangguan Yufeng was left in the medicine sect to hold on. The rest of the pill masters had been utterly defeated. All this while, he had always thought that he would do his best to fulfill Hongzhuang's wishes. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to turn the tide in such a disadvantageous situation. Gu Weisheng had schemed against him time and time again. This time, he had completely slapped him in the face. Sect Master Gu, It seems that your plan is not that great after all. The consequences of this backlash are not small at all. Situyen calmly mocked Gu Weisheng. He still remembered Gu Weisheng's arrogant face from just a second ago. Now, he naturally wants to return the favor to him. Gu Weisheng's expression has turned extremely ugly. His eyes were fixed firmly on Bailey Hongzhuang, and the malicious light in his eyes could not be concealed. They were supposed to win this situation without a doubt, however, because of an unexpected Bailey Hongzhuang, she had ruined everything. He had never expected such a situation to occur. The strangest thing was that even Situyen could only forcefully break through such a formation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had been able to locate the formation's eye. This was an impossible task, yet Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to do it. Most importantly, even if she had found the formation's eye, her mental strength would not be able to fight against the combined mental strength of Shangguan Yufeng and the rest. This was why he believed that they would definitely win the alchemist competition this time. However, where on earth had the Tiangang sect managed to find such a strange person like Bailey Hongzhuang? For her to be able to find out about such an obscure matter, her mental strength must be abnormally powerful. How come he had never heard of such a person before? Gu Weisheng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No one would believe that he had failed miserably at such an easy task. Facing Situyen's ridicule, Gu Weisheng could only swallow his anger. Who asked Situyen to have the upper hand now? He could only swallow this grievance himself. After all, he had previously used these words to shut Situyen's mouth. However, he did not expect that it would be his turn so soon. If it weren't for this Bailey Hongzhuang, Tiangang sect would definitely lose this time. Chu Qianni and the other alchemists of Tiangang sect also understood at this moment that the reason they were able to escape from that predicament was entirely because of Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, they were deeply grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they would have definitely lost this time. In just a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already changed everyone's impression of her. At this moment, no one was unhappy with Bailey Hongzhuang anymore. On the contrary, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who had saved everyone's face. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Shangguan Yufeng, who was struggling in front of her. Although she was standing behind Shangguan Yufeng, she could still feel the hatred in Shangguan Yufeng's eyes. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. All of this was caused by Shangguan Yufeng and the rest. Bailey Hongzhuang has always had only one way to deal with despicable people who use such despicable methods: give them a taste of their own medicine. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a disdainful and playful angle. Soon after, Bailey Hongzhuang's mental energy gushed out once again in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, the faces of all the people present changed. Gu Weisheng's eyes were fixed firmly on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had completely destroyed the formation. What is she trying to do now? Gu Weisheng could faintly sense a bad premonition. This Bailey Hongzhuang is definitely not the type to stay still. Now, only Shangguan Yufeng's pill has not been destroyed among all the pill refiners in the Tiangang sect. He only needed a little more time to successfully refine this pill. However, Bailey Hongzhuang has suddenly made such a strange move. What kind of trouble is she trying to stir up? In contrast to Gu Weisheng's worries, Situyen and the others were staring curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, they are no longer worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's abilities. They were only curious about the consequences of Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. Bailey Hongzhuang's mental energy spread across Chu Qianni and the others' bodies as the crowd watched on anxiously and curiously. The cultivators from the medicine sect were shocked when they sensed the others' mental energy once again. However, after a careful examination, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's mental energy was peaceful and did not pose any threat to their mental energy. On the contrary, after their mental energy had merged with Bailey Hongzhuang's, their mental energy had become even more powerful and they could control the situation in the pill furnace with greater clarity. Chu Qianni and the others' eyes lit up when they realized this. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would help them in this way. With this kind of spiritual power, they could almost guarantee the success of refining the pills in the pill furnace. However, Shangguan Yufeng did not feel as good as Chu Qianni and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang's array formation continued to attract his spiritual energy. This kind of attraction was much stronger than the array formation that they had used before. His mental strength had already been damaged before, and he was barely holding on. Now that something like this had happened, he couldn't hold on any longer. When Si Tuyen and the others saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, their hearts were already in turmoil. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongshuang would be able to do this? It was simply too shocking. This kind of method was simply unheard of. However, the feeling of giving someone a taste of their own medicine was pretty good. Gu Weisheng looked at Bailey Hongshuang as if he had seen a ghost. Even he had only seen Bailey Hongshuang's formation in ancient books, but he didn't know how to use it. However, he had actually seen it on a member of the younger generation. She was actually able to use such a formation. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, Gu Weisheng understood that they would lose without a doubt. Bailey Hongshuang was clearly well versed in this art. Furthermore, her abilities were on a higher level than Shangguan Yufeng and the others. They were no match for her at all. Junior sister Bailey is too domineering. This is simply unheard of. Junior sister Bailey must have been too low-key in the past. How could the young sect master's favorite be a mediocre person? The faces of the medicine sect's alchemists had turned into the color of a pig's liver. Yesterday, they still had the right to be arrogant, but today, they had become the target of everyone's ridicule. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to maintain their arrogance, they could no longer do so. This feeling of humiliation had ceased to exist from the day they had become alchemists. However, today, in front of all the other sect's disciples, they had to relive it all over again. The culprit was Bailey Hongshuang. Gu Fengyan stared furiously at Bailey Hongshuang and his heart was filled with fear. When the sect leader had first passed this method to them, they were simply shocked and felt that the other party had no other way out other than to fail under such circumstances. However, Bailey Hongshuang was able to destroy it. At least, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it at all. Bailey Hongshuang's terrifying mental strength made one blush with shame. As compared to Bailey Hongshuang's calm and collected face, he was even more shocked. This woman was so young and had not revealed her abilities, but she actually had such abilities. Just like what eldest senior brother had said, Bailey Hongshuang was the real variable. This woman was as elegant as a lotus and had an outstanding temperament, just like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was indeed not an ordinary person. This woman's status was probably higher than theirs. Previously, he had thought that Bailey Hongshuang was probably here to train. Now that he had sensed Bailey Hongshuang's mental strength, he felt that Bailey Hongshuang's pill refining skills were definitely not bad. As an alchemist, he was well aware of the importance of mental strength to an alchemist. Even if Bailey Hongshuang's pill refining skills were not powerful enough, her room for growth was absolutely shocking. His gaze fell upon Shangguan Yufeng, who was struggling to hold on. He understood that Shangguan Yufeng was already at the end of his rope and would not be able to hold on till the end. This time, all their plots had failed in Bailey Hongshuang's hands. Chi. A soft sound was heard and Shangguan Yufeng's expression changed greatly. The sound of the pill being destroyed could be heard from the pill furnace. The smell of burnt flesh entered Shangguan Yufeng's nostrils. His face turned pale and ugly as if he could not accept this result. In the next moment, Shangguan Yufeng suddenly turned around and his gaze fell upon Bailey Hongshuang. His eyes, which were filled with rage, glared fiercely at Bailey Hongshuang as if they could not live under the same sky. This time, he had come with glory, and he would return with glory. However, he had been humiliated to the extreme. As the eldest senior brother of the medicine sect, he simply could not accept this outcome. Now that the pill had been destroyed, it was already too late. He had been completely defeated. He did not even have a chance to compete. If he had to be, he to Bailey Hongshuang. This was because he had absolute confidence in his alchemy skills. Even if Chu Qianni succeeded, he might not be able to compete with him. However, everything has now been reduced to nothingness. There was no longer any possibility. Bailey Hongshuang remained calm and collected as she faced Chu Qianni's enraged and violent gaze. If the medicine sect had not done this first, she would not have given them a taste of their own medicine. The medicine sect's sect master, Gu Weisheng, has an extremely ugly look on his face. He has lost a great deal of face today. Many sects are aware of the medicine sect and Tiangang sect's alchemist competition, and I'm sure that everyone is concerned about the outcome. In terms of pill refinement skills, the medicine sect already had the upper hand in this aspect. However, they had lost under such circumstances. If news of this were to spread, their reputation would be completely ruined. At this moment, even Gu Weisheng himself did not know what to do. They had been completely wiped out. this result was simply too much of a slap in the face. Citoyen's face carried a calm smile. Gu Weisheng had brought this upon himself, however, Hong Zhuang's actions have truly stunned him. If Hong Zhuang had not participated in the alchemist competition today, they would have been completely wiped out instead. He was not concerned about the medicine sect's reputation being completely ruined. The most important thing was that Tiangang sect had achieved a complete victory. He would like to see if Gu Weisheng would dare to play dirty tricks on him in the future. Even though the medicine sect's alchemists had been completely wiped out, it was too late for them to refine pills again. Unless they were to refine low-grade pills, wouldn't that be a slap in the face as well? Hence, the medicine sect's alchemists could only stand on the spot and feel the crowd's disdainful stares. These stares were as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. However, they could only endure it. Bailey Hongzhuang, Chu Qianni, and the rest of the medicine sect's alchemists continued to refine their pills. They were almost done refining their pills. Once they have finished refining their pills, the alchemist competition would be over. After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, a thick fragrance quietly filled the air. Upon smelling this fragrance, the cultivators present could not help but greedily take a deep breath. They felt refreshed. A smile appeared on Chu Qianni's face. He had not disappointed his expectations and had managed to refine a pill, a grade 6 ice spirit pill. Initially, based on his level of power, there was a high chance of failure. However, with the help of Bailey Hongzhuang's mental energy, everything had gone smoothly. He was truly grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. If it had not been for Bailey Hongzhuang, how could everything have been completed so smoothly? Shangguan Yufeng knew that Chu Qianni had refined an ice spirit pill the moment he smelled the pill's fragrance. However, when Shangguan Yufeng found out about this, the anger in his heart grew even stronger. This was because the pill that he had refined was of a higher grade than the ice spirit pill. As long as he could refine the medicinal pill, then he would undoubtedly win this round. This sect's alchemist competition's loss in this competition, the medicine sect's medicine refiners were naturally able to tell as well. Their expressions had turned extremely ugly. If they had known that this would happen, they would have refined it properly. That way, such a problem would not have occurred. Annoyance of the medicine sect's heart pill sect's heart, alchemists'. Gu Weisheng's eyes were sinister, and a feeling of regret sprouted in his heart. If they had known earlier, they could have easily won this battle. Soon after, another thick pill fragrance filled the air. This pill fragrance came from Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining cauldron. Shangguan Yufeng and the others couldn't help but frown when they smelled this unfamiliar yet fresh scent. How come they had never smelled this kind of pill fragrance before? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang had refined an even higher grade pill? When this thought surfaced in Shangguan Yufeng's mind, he himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. How was this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang was only in her teens. If she was able to refine a 6th grade pill and above, then her innate talent was simply too terrifying. His innate talent was already known as a rare genius. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was even more talented than him? After Gu Weisheng smelled this pill fragrance, he also frowned because he had never smelled this pill fragrance before. A look of suspicion surfaced in the eyes of the pill refinery hall's hall master, Sun Yin. He was extremely knowledgeable about pills, but he had never smelled this pill fragrance from the pill that Bailey Hongzhuang had refined. Hall Master Sun, do you know what kind of pill Bailey Hongzhuang had refined? Qin Ai asked with a smile. Ever since he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's performance on the high stage, he had become even more curious about Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refinement skills were probably extremely outstanding. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to do what she had done previously. That's right, Hall Master Sun. What kind of pill did Bailey Hongzhuang refine? Gu Jingqing asked curiously. Now that their Tiangang sect had won this alchemist competition, they could not help but pay attention to the grade of the pill that Bailey Hongzhuang had refined. I have never smelled this pill fragrance before. Sun Yin spoke out his thoughts. Once these words were spoken, the 4 hall masters were all stunned. They could only wonder if they had heard wrongly. Sun Yin's attainments in pill refinement were extremely terrifying. Even he did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang had refined. Immediately after, Sun Yin's next sentence made them even more astonished. This pill fragrance is very similar to the pill fragrance of the return of spring pill recorded in ancient books. However, the return of spring pill has been lost for many years. Furthermore, it belongs to the category of 6th grade pills which are extremely difficult to refine. Sunin frowned slightly. He had a faint feeling that this medicinal pill was the rejuvenation pill, however, because it had been lost for too many years, he did not dare to believe it. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, how could she have grasped the lost pill formula? Gu Weisheng suspiciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. This pill fragrance was very similar to the fragrance of the rejuvenation pill. Could Bailey Hongzhuang refine such a level of lost medicinal pill? One had to know that with Bailey Hongzhuang's age, wanting to concoct a 6th-tier pill was already an inconceivable matter. What's more, the rejuvenation pill's grade wasn't far from a 7th-grade pill. Refining lost medicinal pills was much more difficult than refining ordinary medicinal pills because there was no one to guide her. If Bailey Hongzhuang could really refine it, then this Bailey Hongzhuang's potential was too terrifying. I've heard that Chu Qianni had refined the ice spirit pill. I wonder what kind of medicinal pill Bailey Hongzhuang had refined. I don't know, but I feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's medicinal pill shouldn't be of a low grade. Look, even the alchemy hall master is pondering. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang has really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. The group of disciples looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with smiles on their faces. Now, they were no longer as nervous as before. Regardless of what kind of medicinal pill Bailey Hongzhuang had refined, they had already won this round of the alchemist competition. After Bailey Hongzhuang had successfully refined the medicinal pill, she stood quietly to one side and waited for the alchemist competition to end. After all the alchemists had finished refining their medicinal herbs, second Elder Qiaoying's voice rang out. Hall Master Sun and Elder Du, please inspect the results together. In order to ensure the fairness of this alchemist competition, Tiangang sect and Medicine sect had agreed to send one person each to inspect the results of the pill refinement. However, saying such words now was tantamount to another slap to Medicine sect's face. How was this inspecting the results of the disciples from both sides? It was clearly inspecting the results of Tiangang sect's disciples. Du Feiyang's expression was even more awkward and embarrassed. He originally thought that inspecting the results of the disciples at this time should be a very honorable thing to do. Who would have thought that it would be such a situation? Now that he had stepped up, it was really a slap to the face. However, this was something that had been agreed upon long ago. No matter how unwilling he was, it was meaningless. In the next moment, Sun Yin and Du Feiyang walked up to the high platform of the alchemist competition and inspected the pills refined by the disciples. Su Jin, Grade 5 Clear Heart Pill. Chen Yi, Grade 5 Shadowed Heaven Pill. One by one, the grades and names of the pills refined by the alchemists were read out. Although Tiangang sect was not known for pill refinement, Tiangang sect was a sect that developed in many aspects. Therefore, the results of the pill refinement hall had always been very good. Even Du Feiyang had to admit that Tiangang sect's strength was indeed not bad. A 5th-grade alchemist, this was already an extremely good level. As long as they continued to develop, their achievements in pill refinement would definitely not be simple in the future. As the Tiangang sect disciples listened to the grade 5 pills one after another, their expressions were filled with pride. As Tiangang sect's disciples, they had always been proud. This time, Medicine sect wanted to crush them in pill refinement but was crushed by them in the end. They felt even more elated. Gu Fengyan's eyes were filled with disdain. It's just grade 5 pills. Look at how proud they are. It's as if no one can refine it. If this problem did not occur, there would definitely be no problem with his pill refinement. However, now that he had to endure such humiliation, it was really infuriating. Shang Yufeng's face was ashen. Didn't you fail to refine it? Now that they had lost, no matter what they said, it would be a joke in the eyes of others. Since he was destined to be laughed at, he might as well speak less to avoid being caught by others. Hearing Shang Yufeng's words, the indignation on Gu Feng's face deepened, but he hesitated to speak. He refused to accept this. However, such a result was not convincing at all. As everyone knows, the Medicine sect's pill refinement skills could be said to be peerless. Now, they have been defeated by a sect that specializes in cultivation. This was a great humiliation. None of them were willing to admit it, but now, he could only endure it. At this moment, Shang Yufeng only wanted to know what kind of pill Bailey Hongzhuang had concocted. Chu Qianni was not his opponent. From the very beginning, he did not put Chu Qianni in his eyes. What he cared about was Bailey Hongzhuang. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, he already felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was extraordinary. Now, it could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang was no ordinary person. He felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely a formidable opponent, every part of her was extraordinary. Most importantly, he could not determine the type of pill that Bailey Hongzhuang had refined. Du Feiyang and Sun Yin slowly walked in front of Chu Qianni. Sun Yin then picked up the white porcelain bottle that had been placed in front of Chu Qianni. When he saw the pill inside, his face couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Chu Qianni had always been a disciple that he was proud of. At such a young age, he had already become a grade 6 alchemist and his character was also very good. As long as he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a disciple who could hold his own in the pill refinery hall. Within the white porcelain bottle was a grade 6 ice spirit pill. It had been refined very well and there were no flaws at all. It was very satisfying. After Du Feiyang had inspected it, he did not have any objections. Following that, Sun Yin announced the final result. Chu Qianni, grade 6 ice spirit pill. When the words grade 6 ice spirit pill were announced, the disciples of Tiangang sect burst into cries of surprise. Although a grade 6 pill and a grade 5 pill seemed to only have a difference of 1 grade, pill refinement skills were the same as cultivation. The further one progressed, the more difficult it was to raise one's grade. The difference between a grade 6 pill and a grade 5 pill was just as great. The price was also doubled. Chu Qianni had refined a grade 6 pill. This result was extremely outstanding no matter where one went. Chu Qianni's face was filled with a joyful smile. Originally, because of this alchemist competition, his heart was under immense pressure. He was afraid that he had let down the palace lord's heavy responsibility. If he had made a mistake in his performance, the entire Tiangang sect would be humiliated. Hence, he had not been able to rest properly for the past few days. Fortunately, the final result was extremely good. Fortunately, he had managed to hold on. Finally, Sun Yin and Du Feiyang walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. In reality, before the start of this alchemist competition, they did not have any understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang at all. Sun Yin only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the young sect master's sweetheart and had obtained first place in the assessment. Other than that, he did not know anything else. Hence, he only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain amount of talent in cultivation, but it had nothing to do with the alchemy hall. However, after what had happened, he no longer felt that way. Originally, he should have checked the pills refined by Bailey Hongzhuang before going to see Chu Qianni. After all, Chu Qianni was the most promising person in the competition. However, under such circumstances, Sun Yin had a faint premonition that Bailey Hongzhuang might be the final character. Du Feiyang wasn't dissatisfied with Sun Yin's arrangement because even he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most important person in this alchemist competition. Sun Yin and Chu Qianni slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang and stopped in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang just stood there quietly with an elegant smile on her face. Du Feiyang took the lead and picked up the white porcelain bottle in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. He had long been curious about the pills refined by Bailey Hongzhuang. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was simply inconceivable for her to be able to refine pills of a very high grade. However, based on Bailey Hongzhuang's display of mental energy, her pill refining skills were definitely not bad. Hence, this was an extremely contradictory situation. This was because he had never seen this pill before. As an elder of the medicine sect, he had seen countless pills and knew them like the back of his hand. However, he had never seen this pill before. Du Feiyang was certain that this pill was not of a low grade as he smelled the refreshing pill fragrance. Could it be that there was a pill that he had never seen before? Du Feiyang continued to ponder as he handed the white porcelain bottle over to Sun Yin. Sun Yin took the pill and examined it carefully. Previously, he had felt that Bailey Hongzhuang had most likely refined the long-lost spring return pill. Now that he had seen it, he felt that it was very likely to be the same as his judgment. However, he had only seen the records in the ancient books and had never seen the spring return pill with his own eyes. Therefore, he could not give a definite answer. Hallmaster Sun, what pill is this? Du Feiyang slowly asked. The medicine sect had already lost all face in the alchemist competition, so he did not mind asking again. Pretending to know when he did not know would only invite more ridicule. Following Du Feiyang's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Bailey Hongzhuang had stolen the limelight in the alchemist competition. Everyone was curious as to what pill she had refined. However, even an elder of the medicine sect did not know what pill it was. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Shangguan Yufeng seemed to understand when he heard Du Feiyang's question. It was no wonder that he could not tell. Since even an elder could not tell, it was normal for him to not be able to tell. It was not because he was not skilled enough. Chu Qianni's gaze also fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang had helped him so much previously. He had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. Suning smiled when he heard Du Feiyang's question. Actually, I can't confirm my judgment either. Saying this, Suning couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang, his smile kind and amiable. I don't know if this is the long-lost rejuvenation pill? When Suning asked this question, Gu Weisheng's gaze was also fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. His thoughts were exactly the same as Sun Yin's because this situation was too similar to what had been written in the ancient books. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded and her expression was filled with admiration. That's right, it is the spring return pill. This was the first time she had met the hallmaster of the alchemy palace. Based on her knowledge, the spring return pill had disappeared from the Xianxia continent for many years. She never thought that hallmaster Sun Yin's judgment based on the pill's fragrance when refining the pill. It was truly incredible. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, the eyes of everyone present changed a bit. Isn't this too amazing? I never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so secretive. It's simply too amazing. I'm really impressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. She's always kept a low profile. At this moment, the Tiangang sect disciples' feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang had turned into worship. Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly the youngest disciple to participate in the alchemist competition. Wow, boss is really too cool. Yuan Xiaoman's face was full of excitement. She always knew that boss was a very amazing existence, but today's amazing feat really made people feel happy. Boss's ability is simply amazing. Now the disciples of Tiangang sect have completely changed their view of her. Yuan Jixin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bailey Hongzhuang was really a legendary figure. It was obviously something impossible, but she could do it. It was really amazing. Xia Zhiqing and the others had no other thoughts at the moment except to worship her. For a long time, they had been immersed in the shock brought to them by Bailey Hongzhuang, and now they admired her even more. Shangguan Yufeng's eyes suddenly condensed. He had naturally heard of the name of the rejuvenation pill, but he didn't expect to see Bailey Hongzhuang refining it today. If there was still arrogance in his heart before, at this moment, that arrogance had gradually dissipated. The pill he refined could defeat the ice spirit pill refined by Chu Qianni, but it couldn't defeat the rejuvenation pill refined by Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, Shangguan Yufeng understood that they didn't lose this competition unjustly. Even if the previous incident didn't happen, even if his pill was successfully refined, the final winner would still be Bailey Hongzhuang. He was not her opponent. Gu Fengyan, who was originally dissatisfied, could no longer say anything at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was enough to shut him up. How is this possible? Gu Fengyan only felt that it was hard to believe. Bailey Hongzhuang looked like she was in her teens. How could she refine such a high-level pill? He had always felt that his talent in alchemy was good, but he was still a little lacking compared to his senior brother. But now that he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang, his sense of superiority had disappeared. Bailey Hongzhuang was the real genius. Gu Weisheng's eyes also changed. Such a young 6th-grade alchemist, her future was limitless. When did Tiangang sect recruit such a good seedling? He didn't know anything. As the gathering place for pill masters, the medicine sect paid the most attention to genius pill masters. But such a genius alchemist, they actually did not receive any news at all and was poached away by the Heavenly Dipper sect just like that. This was simply inconceivable. He could imagine that if the medicine sect managed to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang, with Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yufeng, which sect would be able to compete with them in pill refinement? What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang actually grasped the pill formula of a long-lost pill. Although the rejuvenation pill was not a pill that could aid in cultivation, it was still very attractive to cultivators. As long as they took one pill, they would be able to return to their youthful appearance. Who wouldn't want that? A woman's desire was something that even a man couldn't avoid. This was a huge fortune. At this moment, Gu Weisheng's heart could not help but become active. If I can recruit Bailey Hongzhuang into the medicine sect, that would be great. Bailey Hongzhuang, grade 6 rejuvenation pill. Next, I announce that the first place of this year's alchemist competition is Tiangang sect's Bailey Hongzhuang. Following Sun Yin's words, the Tiangang sect disciples present burst into exclamations. Wow, this was truly an exciting piece of news. They did not want to miss out on anything related to Bailey Hongzhuang, but they never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such a stunning performance in the Pill Master competition. It seems that their daughter had kept a very low profile. She clearly has such great talent, yet she has never mentioned it. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was rare for someone to be able to keep such a low profile. Compared to Lan Qingyin's arrogance and haughtiness, Bailey Hongzhuang was much better. Mu Lingbing's heart was filled with complacency. Yu Manlan had thought that she would be able to destroy everything, but her hopes had never been destroyed. On the contrary, she now felt an indescribable sense of pride. Debachen's face was filled with a gentle and intoxicated smile. No one could compare to his Hongzhuang. Regardless of the circumstances, her grace was enough to make anyone fall head over heels for her. Haha, Sect Master Gu, we've come out on top this time. Situ Yan laughed heartily. He was already very happy to have been able to achieve such a victory. Besides, the one who had achieved this victory was his maternal granddaughter. He had always known that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation was not bad, but he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in pill refinement would be even more stunning and peerless. This had given him a huge surprise. Compared to the current situation, he only felt that everything was quickly changing for the better. Gu Weisheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he stared at Situ Yan's radiant smile. This slap in the face was a great humiliation to him. However, he, who should not have been here, had still come. He could already imagine the mocking laughter of the other organizations when they find out about this. This time, the medicine sect had really gotten off to a bad start. Gu Weisheng's gaze fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. When he returns, he must investigate Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. If he has the chance, he must work hard to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang into the medicine sect. If they were to miss out on such a genius pill refiner, it would be a reckless waste of God's gift. Let's go. Gu Weisheng suddenly stood up and looked at Shangguan Yufeng and the others with an ashen face. He turned around and walked towards the Tiangang sect's mountain gate. Today, they had completely lost face. The reason why they had stayed was because the alchemist competition hadn't ended yet. If they left just like that, it would be too ungentlemanly. Now that the alchemist competition was over, there was no need for them to stay here and be ridiculed by the crowd. After hearing Gu Weisheng's words, Shangguan Yufeng and the rest of the disciples followed him. In fact, they had long wanted to leave. Staying here for even a second longer made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Now that they had the chance to leave, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Du Feiyang and Yao Xinghuai also hurriedly followed. This time, they had lost all face, and the following matters would be the most troublesome to deal with. At the very least, the label of the medicine sect cannot be removed for the time being. Situ Yan did not react to Gu Weisheng's departure. He only watched quietly as Gu Weisheng left. In this match, Tiangang sect won a complete victory. He believed that in the future, Gu Weisheng would not easily set a trap for him. After all, no one was willing to go for wool and come home shorn. Bailey Hongzhuang put away the pills and pill cauldron before slowly walking back to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's team. The alchemist competition had ended and the alchemist assessment was next. When Qin Ai saw Bailey Hongzhuang walking back to the team, she quietly nodded at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her face was full of praise. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and walked back to her seat. Everyone's eyes could not help but follow Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, everyone felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's entire body was surrounded by a dazzling halo. Today, Bailey Hongzhuang was the Tiangang sect's hero. Chu Qianni and the other alchemists also walked back to their seats in the pill refinement hall. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's previous results had given them too much of a shock. Chu Qianni could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He simply could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang did not stay in the pill refinement hall and had run off to the cultivation hall. What was Bailey Hongzhuang thinking? If Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to come to the Pill Refinement Hall, he was willing to give up his position as the #1 alchemist to Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a position was meant for those who were capable to occupy it. He had always thought highly of himself. His talent was outstanding and he was hardworking. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the palace master, they all admired him. No one in the entire Pill Refinement Hall was a match for him. He felt that he was the most outstanding genius alchemist. However, after witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's talent and power, he realized that there was always someone better out there. She was able to refine a level 6 pill at such a young age. Her mental energy was even more shocking. He knew very well that this kind of mental energy was like adding wings to a tiger for Bailey Hongzhuang. The other disciples in the Pill Refinement Hall could only gasp in admiration of Bailey Hongzhuang. Her mental energy was beyond their reach. Sunin slowly walked to Xianxia's side. His usually calm face was now filled with anxiety. Palace Master Qin, your palace has such an outstanding genius alchemist, yet you've kept her a secret. Isn't this too much? Sunin stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in dissatisfaction. If it had not been for the alchemist competition today, he would not have known that Bailey Hongzhuang was such an outstanding alchemist. Such an outstanding alchemist had not stayed in the Pill Refinement Hall to study and had actually gone to the Cultivation Hall to cultivate. What a waste of God's gift. The eyes of Yan Kaiqing and the others also fell on Xianxia. They did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang had such a talent before. Sunin was in a daze. Sunin was on. His on. Sunin. And Sunyin's on's face. On Sunin SS Palace Master Qin, since you found out about this, you should let Bailey Hongzhuang come to the Pill Refinement Hall to cultivate. If you let such an outstanding alchemist seedling cultivate, wouldn't that be a waste of her talent? Sun Yin's expression was serious. After all, the chances of a genius alchemist appearing were much lower than the chances of a genius cultivator appearing. As long as an alchemist's pill refinement skills were powerful enough, they could recruit some cultivators to serve them in the future. This was a profession with limitless potential. After witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's talent and power today, he had made up his mind. He must recruit Bailey Hongzhuang to the Pill Refinement Hall no matter what. Actually, when Xianxia had seen Sunin approaching, he knew that Sunin must be here to poach her. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was so outstanding that it was even more impressive than Chu Qianni, whom Sunin had always treated as a treasure. It would be strange if Sunin, this old fellow, was not jealous. Besides, Bailey Hongzhuang was still young and her mental energy was strong. Her talent was definitely one level above Chu Qianni's. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a genius of their palace. He could not allow Sunin to poach Bailey Hongzhuang away just like that. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang had volunteered to join the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. As the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he had witnessed the improvement of Bailey Hongzhuang's powers. If Sunin were to poach her away just like that, how could he continue to show his face? Palace Master Sun, you're wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang is the champion of the assessment competition. It can be seen that her talent in cultivation is not inferior to her talent in pill refinement. Xianxia hurriedly expressed his opinion. Even if he did not accept Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the sect master's granddaughter, just Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation alone was enough to make her worthy of being recruited. He had to admit defeat. Without the sect master's nurturing, Bailey Hongzhuang had relied on her own abilities to reach this stage. Her talent was truly shocking. One should know that in the past, Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the support of abundant cultivation resources. He simply could not imagine that if Bailey Hongzhuang had had sufficient resources in the beginning, she would have grown to such a shocking state. Yan Kaiqing and the rest were shocked when they heard Xianxia's words. Just as Xianxia had said, Bailey Hongzhuang had entered the Tiangang sect with extremely outstanding results. She had not relied on her pill refinement skills to obtain first place in the assessment competition. Instead, she had relied on her own abilities as a cultivator. Sunin was slightly shocked. He had previously forgotten about this. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in pill refining was simply too stunning. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation is very good, her development in alchemy is more promising. Sunin had always been a person who loved talents. With such a good seedling, if he didn't have any achievements in alchemy, it would really be a pity. Qin Ai's expression also revealed some difficulty. Previously, he completely did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang had such shocking attainments in alchemy. Logically speaking, most people would only do their best to develop what they were best at. After all, everyone's energy was limited. Rather than working in both areas at the same time and failing to achieve good results in either, it was better to focus on one area and achieve greater results. But who would have thought that a freak like Bailey Hongzhuang would appear? Whether it was alchemy or cultivation, she could develop to such a level. Hall Master Sun, I think we should report this matter to the sect master. Qin Ai and Sun Yin had known each other for such a long time, so he understood Sun Yin's character very well. Once this fellow had set his eyes on a talent, he would definitely pester that person to death and would definitely not leave the matter at that. Bailey Hongzhuang was the sect master's maternal granddaughter. It would be best to report this matter to the sect master and let him make the decision. Based on the sect master's love for Bailey Hongzhuang, he would definitely follow Bailey Hongzhuang's wishes. Bailey Hongzhuang was the eldest young lady of the Tiangang sect. Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted. Seeing that Qin Ai did not have any stance of refusing to let go of Bailey Hongzhuang, Sun Yin felt relieved. Usually, such matters could be discussed and decided amongst the palace masters. Of course, they would need to seek Bailey Hongzhuang's opinion. However, there was no need to report such matters to the sect master. He never thought that Qin Ai would actually make such a suggestion. After careful consideration, Sun Yin felt that it was probably because of Bailey Hongzhuang's special status, which was why Qin Ai had made such a decision. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was the young sect master's sweetheart and she had been given preferential treatment in Tiangang sect. Alright, we shall meet the sect master tomorrow. Sun Yin's face revealed a satisfied smile. No matter who it was, between cultivators and alchemists, they would choose to be alchemists. Only because the conditions to become an alchemist were simply too harsh and it was much easier to become a cultivator. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely like pill refining skills as well. Otherwise, based on Bailey Hongzhuang's age, if she hadn't spent enough effort on pill refining skills, no matter how shocking her innate talent was, it would be impossible for her to achieve such results. Qin Ai and Sun Yin's conversation was not veiled, hence some of the disciples who were standing very close to them could hear it clearly. Instantly, the crowd did not only admire Bailey Hongzhuang, they were even more envious. Two palace masters were fighting over Bailey Hongzhuang. What a great honor this was. If it were them, it would be extremely difficult for them to get familiar with the palace masters, not to mention for the palace masters to recruit them. However, at this moment, even though everyone was envious, they did not have any words of jealousy like before. In the past, they had always felt that the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to receive preferential treatment was entirely because of her relationship with the young sect master. However, everything that had happened today made them understand that Bailey Hongzhuang had relied on her own abilities to obtain this. Hence, they had no reason to be jealous. If they had the same strength as Bailey Hongzhuang, then they would be the ones being fought over right now. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang has really struck it rich. The only thing is, we don't know if she will go to the pill refining hall or stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. In my opinion, he's most likely going to the Alchemy Hall. The resources available to the disciples of the Alchemy Hall are much more abundant than ours. Moreover, with Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining skills, if she were to go to the pill refining hall, she would be the #1 existence. I don't think so. If Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to go to the Alchemy Hall, she would have gone there long ago. Why would she wait until now? There was a lot of discussion among the disciples. Now Bailey Hongzhuang was a famous figure in Tiangang sect. Everyone was very curious about what choice Bailey Hongzhuang would make. Bailey Hongzhuang was standing at the back of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall team. She wasn't too clear about what was happening in front of her. Hongzhuang, you're amazing. Xianxia gave a thumbs up to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was too domineering when she turned the tide. Bai Junyu also gave a thumbs up, his face flashing with heartfelt admiration. Hongzhuang, if it weren't for you today, I'm afraid that Tiangang sect would have lost a lot of face. Just as Xianxia and Bai Junyu were talking, a group of disciples around Bailey Hongzhuang also echoed. Junior sister Bailey, your performance today is really amazing. You saved the dignity of our Tiangang sect. In the future, the disciples of the medicine sect can no longer be arrogant in front of us. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the kind smiles on the faces of the disciples around her, and a smile also appeared on her beautiful face. The friendship in the sect was so simple and pure. When you proved your strength and even saved everyone's dignity, everyone's prejudice against you would disappear. If it was outside, everything would not be so simple. The alchemist assessment soon began. Lu Qingyue and the other alchemists who wanted to become disciples of the alchemy hall had already walked up to the high platform. Situyen, Bewitching, and the rest had already left. Previously, it was a contest between the Tiangang sect and the medicine sect, so they naturally had to be present. As for the alchemist assessment, they obviously would not waste time to pay attention to it. Although Lu Qingyue and the rest knew where the problems were, they were still a little disappointed when they saw Situyen and the rest leave just like that. However, no matter what, being able to see the sect master and young sect master on their first visit to the Tiangang sect was already an honor that many people had never had before. After the soul-stirring alchemist competition, the alchemist assessment was obviously not that eye-catching. Many disciples from the branch halls chose to leave. After all, the process of refining pills was really long. They had already stayed here for so long, and now they had to continue staying here. It was really uncomfortable. In fact, the alchemist assessment was originally the alchemy hall's matter. The disciples from the 4 major branch halls were all here to join in the fun. In the previous years, only a small number of cultivators would come to watch the fun. It was impossible for a large number of people to gather here today. The disciples from the alchemy hall still stayed where they were. Every alchemist assessment determined what kind of fresh blood they could recruit. Other than the disciples from the alchemy hall, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest also did not leave. After all, Lu Qingyue was participating in the assessment. As Lu Qingyue's old friends, they had to support her. After many disciples left, Lu Qingyue naturally saw Gong Xiaoqing's figure. The moment she saw Gong Xiaoqing, Lu Qingyue's face revealed deep longing and joy. Ever since Gong Xiaoqing went to the Tiangang sect, she had done her best to improve her alchemy skills so that she could stay in the Tiangang sect with Gong Xiaoqing. She was still confident about today's assessment. Lu Qingyue's performance in this alchemist assessment was extremely outstanding. Not only Lu Qingyue, but there were also several very outstanding alchemists. The alchemy hall appeared to be very happy. There was a certain level of competition between the various halls of the Tiangang sect. Although the competition in the pill refinement hall was not as intense as the other 4 halls, they still had to increase their influence. Most importantly, during the exchange between the sects, they must not drop the ball. The remaining alchemists were naturally extremely happy, but there were also some alchemists who were eliminated. These alchemists could only leave Tiangang sect with a depressed and unwilling face. For such a large force, the selection process was extremely cruel. As long as one's strength was insufficient, there was absolutely no possibility of continuing to stay. Lu Qingyue originally wanted to communicate with Gong Xiaoqing and the others, but the disciples of the alchemy hall had already led them to the alchemy hall. Obviously, there was no chance to speak for the time being. Xiaoqing, you can rest assured that Lu Qingyue has become a disciple of Tiangang sect. Yuan Jixin looked at Gong Xiaoqing with a smile. He had already learned about Lu Qingyue from Dong Fengyu and the others. Today, seeing her, Lu Qingyue was really an outstanding person. In my opinion, it's not that simple. Lu Qingyue is a great beauty. In a place like Tiangang sect where disciples gather, I don't know how many people have their eyes on her. Xiaoqing, I think you should take advantage of her. Yuan Xiaoman pretended to be mature and patted Gong Xiaoqing's shoulder. She had been in Tiangang sect for so long and knew this very well. As Yuan Xiaoman said, whether it was Yuan Xiaoman or Xia Jiqing, they both had pursuers in Tiangang sect, not to mention that Lu Qingyue's appearance was even more outstanding. Of course, the reason why no one pursued Bailey Hongzhuang was because no one dared to pursue her. Daring to steal the young sect master's woman, wasn't that courting death? It was precisely because of this that Bailey Hongzhuang saved a lot of trouble. Gong Xiaoqing was still silent and didn't speak. It was really difficult to judge his real thoughts from his expressionless face. Looking at the people gathered together, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "I'll go back first." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang had such an amazing move in the alchemist competition today. They didn't know whether Bailey Hongzhuang was affected or not. After all, refining pills was something that consumed a lot of mental energy. Before, Bailey Hongzhuang had stayed here because of loyalty. Now that things had been settled, Bailey Hongzhuang should go back and have a good rest. Boss, you have to go back and have a good rest, Yuan Xiaoman said with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I'm fine, don't worry. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the sect master's palace, she found Si Tuyen, Lan Yunxiao, Mu Lingbing, and Di Beichen waiting for her in the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in her eyes. Are you waiting for me? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Si Tuyen and the others nodded slightly. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today was beyond their expectations. Naturally, they had to get to know her better. Hongzhuang, your performance today was too amazing. You gave us a big fright. Mu Lingbing's face was full of smiles. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Hongzhuang, I didn't know that you had such amazing attainments in alchemy. Si Tuyen's voice was a bit emotional. Before, he just wanted to spoil Bailey Hongzhuang, so he didn't ask anything. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would give him such a big surprise? Bailey Hongzhuang felt a surge of warmth in her heart when she saw how worried and happy Si Tuyen and the others were. Everyone trusted her so much. Previously, they didn't know how talented she was in alchemy and just let her do as she pleased. Just this point alone was enough to prove everyone's trust and pampering for her. Grandfather, my alchemy skills have always been pretty good. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles as she slowly walked over to sit beside Si Tuyen and the others. Since your alchemy skills are so outstanding, why didn't you go to the alchemy hall earlier? To me, the most important thing is to raise my own strength. Alchemy is only one of the things I'm interested in. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. She had always thought this through clearly. What she cared about the most was raising her own cultivation. Only with enough strength would she be truly powerful. Only with enough strength would she be able to protect the people she loved. She had a wide range of interests and hobbies. She was very interested in many things, but those were all methods to aid her cultivation. After she became an alchemist, she no longer needed to seek alchemists for pills. Moreover, her identity as an alchemist brought her great convenience. Thus, she had always ensured her own strength before diligently practicing alchemy. All of this was under the premise of ensuring that he could cultivate properly. Letting her only be an alchemist, this was not what she wanted. In Bailey Hongzhuang's life philosophy, she wanted to travel north and south, to go to many places. Once she became an alchemist, her ability to protect herself wouldn't be strong. She could only rely on recruiting cultivators to protect herself. In this way, it wouldn't be convenient for her to go anywhere. This wasn't what she wanted. Interest. One aspect. When Si Tuyen and the others heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they were speechless. This kind of genius alchemist had defeated the alchemists from the medicine sect and Tiangang sect who had devoted themselves to studying alchemy. Now, she actually said that alchemy was only one of the things she was interested in. How were the other alchemists supposed to live? So many years of hard work had all been fed to the dogs. She had obtained such results just by being interested. How were they supposed to endure this? Fortunately, the alchemy hall's disciples weren't here. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's gazes changed. If Bailey Hongzhuang was only interested in alchemy, how could she have become a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age? In their opinion, the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang chose to major in alchemy was because she had yet to take revenge. If she was only an alchemist, it clearly wasn't enough. At this thought, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao both felt guilty. Originally, they should have given Bailey Hongzhuang a relaxing environment to grow up in. But, not only did they not give her anything, on the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang had to endure everything. In fact, she could not even walk the path that she liked. However, the two of them didn't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang was so sensible that she definitely didn't want them to be sad. Their debt to Bailey Hongzhuang could only be repaid in the future. Hall Master Sun really wants you to go to the alchemy hall, Situyen said with a faint smile. Previously, when Sunin went to look for Qin Ai, he had noticed it. However, with Sun Yin's character, his actions were within his expectations. Sunin was absolutely someone who loved talents. As long as he encountered talented alchemists, then he would pursue them relentlessly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Although I am interested in alchemy, the most important thing is still cultivation. To her, improving in both areas wasn't a problem at all. Her energy was originally very vigorous. Moreover, with the existence of the desert world, her time had greatly increased. It wasn't a problem for her to take care of both. He had wanted to sound out Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. If Bailey Hongzhuang was interested in pill refinement, she could join the pill refinement hall. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was very firm. She prioritized cultivation. In reality, Bailey Hongzhuang had developed very well in every aspect. She was a genius filled with potential. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had already made her decision, he naturally would not change her mind. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was interested in pill refinement. However, between the two of them, Bailey Hongzhuang was more interested in raising her cultivation. Yixuan, what method did the medicine sect use today? How did you manage to break it? Lan Yinxiao stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions today were truly shocking. They were extremely shocked by what they had seen, but they could only roughly guess what method the medicine sect had used. However, they did not know the details. Situyen and Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. They had never encountered such a situation before. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not managed to break it, the medicine sect would have achieved a great victory this time. This time, it could be said that Gu Weisheng had calculated everything, but he had overlooked Bailey Hongzhuang. In the previous situation, even Situyen was at his wit's end. The medicine sect had used a formation to gather the mental energy of all the pill refiners together. This way, the pill refiners' mental energy would grow stronger and increase the success rate of pill refinement. However, the mental energy of the pill refiners who do not belong to them would be affected by their mental energy. As a result, their mental energy would become unstable and they would not be able to control the situation in the pill cauldron. Thinking about it, the medicine sect must have planned this for a long time. They must have practiced this many times. As a pill refiner, Bailey Hongzhuang had a good understanding of this field. If this was the first time they had used it, the chances of failure would be very high. After all, every alchemist's mental strength was different. Now that they had to gather together, as long as there was a trace of distrust, it would lead to failure. However, looking at the situation of the medicine sect pharmacists today, it was obvious that they were extremely proficient in this. Only after practicing many times would they be able to achieve such results. Once they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, Situyen and the others finally understood the situation. The hatred in their hearts towards the medicine sect grew even stronger. Situyen felt that Tiangang sect should treat the medicine sect as their enemy. The medicine sect had provoked them time and time again. This time, they had even come up with such a despicable method. They were simply trying to completely destroy Tiangang sect's reputation. Although the two sects were not on good terms, they would not make it too obvious. After all, it was better to leave some leeway behind so that they could meet each other in the future. Everyone had such thoughts. However, the medicine sect has already gone overboard this time. If he were to act as if nothing had happened, wouldn't that mean that he, Situyen, was a coward? They had used all sorts of methods to practice so many times just to ensure that they would fail. How abominable! Hongzhuang, what you did after that was to break the eye of the formation? Bewitching asked. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded. This kind of formation always has a weakness. As long as we can find it, it's not difficult to break it. Daughter, how do you know all this? Not only Mu Lingbing, but Situyen and the others also had the same thought. Since Gu Weisheng had done this, it was obvious that he was certain they wouldn't be able to find a solution. He didn't know where Gu Weisheng had obtained this method, but it must have taken a lot of time. As the sect master of the medicine sect, Gu Weisheng's alchemy skills were outstanding. Anything related to alchemy, Gu Weisheng knew about it. Thus, it wasn't strange for Gu Weisheng to know about it, no matter how obscure it was. However, Bailey Hongzhuang also knew about it. This was too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang was startled. Previously, she only knew that this method was obscure, but now it seemed that it was too obscure. I usually like to read ancient books. When I first saw this array, I thought it was very mystical because I had never seen an alchemist use this method to refine pills. Thus, I paid special attention to it. At that time, I only read it as an interesting anecdote. I didn't expect it to really appear in front of me. I used the method recorded in the ancient book to break this array. It seems that reading more books has its benefits. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled to herself. It seemed that it wasn't easy to cover up a lie. Si Tuyen, Mu Lingbing, and Lan Yunxiao didn't doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation. In reality, this kind of thing could only be recorded in ancient books. It was impossible to know about it anywhere else. Only Bewitching had some understanding. This was probably Bailey Hongzhuang's experience from her previous life. Otherwise, how could Bailey Hongzhuang have broken the array so easily with just a few sentences in the ancient book? Now that the alchemist competition has been perfectly resolved, should we head to Tiangang sect tomorrow? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes shone brightly. Grandmother's matter had always been their greatest concern. Previously, they couldn't go because of the competition. Now that the matter was resolved, they should hurry and take a look. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing and the others' eyes brightened. The earlier they went, the earlier they could understand the situation. Although everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts, they would find out sooner or later, so they naturally had to find out. That's right, we'll set off tomorrow. Si Tuyen said decisively. His voice was deep and firm. He had been waiting for this day for many years. It was just that in the past, he had always been like a headless fly, unable to find where he should go. Now that he finally had a clear goal, he didn't want to delay any longer. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, their expressions showing traces of excitement and nervousness. At night, Bailey Hongzhuang came to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's room. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were both astonished before revealing joyful smiles. Yixian, why are you here? Could it be that you can't sleep tonight because you're leaving for the Sun Moon sect tomorrow? Mu Lingbing pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and pulled her into the house, a loving smile on her face. When Mu Lingbing said this, Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but glance at her. You should be talking about yourself, right? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing didn't hide her emotions. In reality, ever since she'd found out about this, she'd been feeling uneasy. She'd hoped to see Mu Jintz safe and sound when she returned to Sun Moon Palace. But if Mu Jintz was still alive, then there was no reason not to look for her all these years. Now that she hadn't even gone to Sun Moon Palace, she already had a certain judgment in her heart. My feelings are very complicated right now. I don't know what Yu Xiqing did to my master. Mu Lingbing's gaze was heavy. All these years, Yu Xiqing had used countless methods of torture on them. However, Yu Xiqing hated Mu Jintz the most. She must have used the most insidious methods to deal with Mu Jintz. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. This was the last thing she'd wanted to happen. Grandfather hadn't known about Mu Lingbing's identity, but grandmother had. Since grandmother had gone to the Yu family and never appeared again, then something must have happened. She was very worried. If it was bad news, she was worried that grandfather wouldn't be able to take it. After all, grandfather had been looking for grandmother all these years as a pillar of support. If grandmother was no longer around, then it would be a huge blow to grandfather. If that was the case, then grandfather might as well not know. At least he'd still have some faith in his heart. In that moment, the three people in the room fell silent. They were all familiar with Yu Xiqing's methods, so they couldn't be any clearer. As the atmosphere in the room grew heavier, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, "Mother, the situation might not be as bad as we think. Yu Xiqing's personality is very strange. She likes to torture people and see them in pain, but doesn't want to immediately take their lives. So grandmother might have been poisoned or injured." Although this was only a guess, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was very likely. She could deduce this from the things Yu Xiqing had done all these years. However, if this was really the case, then Mu Jintz must have suffered greatly all these years. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing's eyes brightened. If possible, she really hoped that was the case. Then, at least she would have a chance to see her master again. She had grown up with her master since she was a child, so one could imagine her feelings for her master. Xian is right. With Yusiqing's personality, it's very likely that she would do such a thing. Perhaps Yusiqing had poisoned his mother-in-law to trap her in the Sun Moon Palace in order to reduce the possibility of his mother-in-law appearing. After all, father-in-law often went to Yusiqing to ask about mother-in-law's situation. It's very possible that Yusiqing did this. Lan Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a wise and far-sighted light. Based on his understanding of Yusiqing over the years, this possibility was very high. However, if her injuries were really that serious, he didn't know if his mother-in-law would be able to hold on after so many years. Mu Lingbing nodded slightly. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao's words made her feel better. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they could not give up. She had been living as an orphan for so many years. If she had the chance to reunite with her family, that would be the happiest thing for her. Father, Mother, I came here tonight to give this to you. Bailey Hongzhuang took out 2 white porcelain bottles from her cosmos bag and gave them to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. What is this? Lan Yunxiao asked. This is a rejuvenation pill. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was clear and gentle. She had already thought of this long ago. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had suffered under Yusiqing's torment all these years. Not only had their bodies been hollowed out, but their appearances had also aged greatly. Compared to cultivators of the same age, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were undoubtedly much older. This wasn't something Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to see. She knew the method to refine the rejuvenation pill, so she began to refine it. Coincidentally, the alchemist competition was being held, and the rejuvenation pill was a suitable pill for the competition. She had already successfully refined one pill when she tried to refine it before, and she had successfully refined another one during today's competition. Now, she was giving it to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's eyes flashed with astonishment. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would give them the rejuvenation pill. Yixuan, this rejuvenation pill is expensive. Keep it for yourself, Lan Yunxiao said. A 6th-grade pill's value couldn't be compared to an ordinary pill. Although the rejuvenation pill wasn't helpful to cultivation, its allure wasn't inferior to other pills. On the contrary, cultivators who pursued the rejuvenation pill would be even more fanatical. Mu Lingbing, on the other hand, was envious of the rejuvenation pill. As a woman who could resist its allure, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I refined this pill for the 2 of you. With my current age, I can't use it, so what's the point of keeping it? We're leaving tomorrow to see grandmother, so it's just right for father and mother to use it tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang winked at Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, then walked out of the room. She knew that her parents didn't want to burden her, but that didn't matter. Although the value of a grade 6 medicinal pill was high, they could completely afford it. Moreover, she herself was an alchemist, so this was even less of a problem. As she watched Bailey Hongzhuang leave, Mu Lingbing didn't even have time to say anything. Looking at the white porcelain bottle in her hand, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but sigh at the good daughter she had. Turning around, Mu Lingbing saw Lan Yunxiao frowning as he looked at the rejuvenation pill in his hand. He looked like he wanted to talk more with Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't think about it, just eat it. Mu Lingbing said. This was what their daughter had meticulously prepared for them. In fact, they had only been imprisoned by Yusiqing for more than 10 years, but they looked a few decades older. Torture would cause one to age quickly. Lingbing, Hongzhuang, Mu Lingbing rolled her eyes. If you don't want it, I'll use it. Tomorrow, you won't look like you're my age. Don't tell me you're with me. With that, Mu Lingbing turned around and walked inside. The heavens were really good to her. At least she had a good daughter. Lan Yunxiao watched helplessly as Mu Lingbing left, but at the same time, he followed her inside. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang's group was ready to set off. The alchemist competition had just ended, so it was likely that all the major powers would soon know the details of the competition. At that time, the Tiangang sect would become the center of attention. At this time, the sect master of the Tiangang sect would be the center of attention if he left with them. Moreover, Yusiqing and Lan Jingquang's family would naturally pay close attention to the Tiangang sect's movements, so they couldn't reveal any clues. When Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao appeared before Si Tuyen and the others, their eyes lit up. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked like youths in their 20s. Their original weariness and vicissitudes of life had disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, they were full of energy and radiant. With this look, everyone understood how enviable Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were in the past. Mu Lingbing was originally a beauty. Her snow-white skin set off her flawless face, making her look like a character from a painting, bright and moving. Lan Yunxiao was even more handsome and elegant. His impeccable features exuded a scholarly and righteous aura. At a glance, he gave off a trustworthy feeling. As he walked, he had an elegant demeanor. Bewitching used to think that since Bailey Hongzhuang was so beautiful, her parents must be stunning figures as well. Today, he saw that it was indeed so. Si Tuyen's eyes flashed with a trace of comfort as he looked at Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, who were well-matched and energetic. Although Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's appearances were still outstanding, the traces of exhaustion and pain couldn't be hidden. Now, all of that had disappeared as if it had never existed. Thinking carefully, everyone knew that Lan Yunxiao and Bailey Hongzhuang had taken the rejuvenation pill refined by Bailey Hongzhuang. I didn't expect the spring returning pill's effects to be so good. Bewitching's low and charming voice was filled with astonishment. He had only heard of the spring returning pill's fame, but had never seen its effects. After seeing it with his own eyes today, he finally understood the power of this pill. In fact, as long as it was a 6th-grade pill, its effects were extremely shocking. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's faces were full of smiles. The rejuvenation pill had been lost for a long time, so they didn't know its effects before. Now that he saw it today, the effect was simply too shocking. Looking at themselves in the mirror, they felt as if nothing had happened in the past 10 years. Everything was still the same. However, although his appearance remained the same, his heart was much more determined than before. After Bailey Hongzhuang helped everyone to disguise themselves, they left Tiangang sect under Si Tuyen's lead. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and others did not leave through the gate of Tiangang sect. It was too eye-catching. There was another passageway in Tiangang sect, which was extremely hidden. Only the sect master and young sect master knew about it. Yesterday, Si Tuyen had already made arrangements for the following matters, including their attitude towards the medicine sect and so on. Originally, he had to stay in Tiangang sect to oversee the overall situation, but now he was not in the mood to continue waiting. He only hoped that he could reach Sun Moon Palace as soon as possible. Nothing else could stop him. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 5 quickly left Big Dipper sect and headed towards Sun Moon Palace. Sun Moon Palace had always been a rather mysterious sect. Although it was quite famous, it rarely interacted with other sections. Therefore, many people didn't know much about Sun Moon Palace. The strangest thing was that Sun Moon Palace didn't usually recruit disciples through the competition, so everyone knew even less about Sun Moon Palace. Fortunately, Mu Lingbing had come from Sun Moon Palace, so she knew a little more about it. If it weren't for Mu Lingbing, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Sun Moon Palace. After all, large sects had their own methods to protect themselves. It was impossible to discover them with the naked eye. In addition, Sun Moon Palace had deliberately disappeared from everyone's sight, so it was even more difficult to find them. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 5 moved very discreetly. No one noticed them as they left Big Dipper sect's territory. Mother, why has Sun Moon Palace always been so mysterious? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know much about Sun Moon Palace in the past. She had only heard of its name. Now that she heard everyone's discussion about Sun Moon Palace, she realized that Sun Moon Palace was actually such a mysterious sect. This level of mystery was on par with Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. Sun Moon Palace is a semi-hidden sect, so it's not the same as other sections. It rarely appears in front of the world. However, although Sun Moon Palace used to keep a low profile, it didn't appear like it did now. Mu Lingbing frowned. When she had grown up in Sun Moon Palace, it hadn't been so low-key. In her eyes, Sun Moon Palace was an extremely powerful sect. Its strength wasn't any weaker than some of the more famous sections. It was just that Sun Moon Palace was used to keeping a low profile. However, when Sun Moon Palace had participated in the competition held by the various large sects, Sun Moon Palace's strength hadn't been weak at all. Speaking of which, Sun Moon Palace suddenly became so low-key over a decade ago. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing were talking, Si Tuyen's slightly low voice suddenly sounded. When he said this, the gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others changed. The four of them did not know much about the situation. Only Si Tuyen knew about the changes in the past 10 years. However, Si Tuyen's words were definitely not good news. If Sun Moon Palace had suddenly become low-key over a decade ago, then this timing was too much of a coincidence. If that was the case, then Mu Jinsei was really in trouble. If something happened to the palace lord, it would definitely be a huge problem for the sect. Once the palace master fell and there was no young palace master, the sect would fall into chaos. No one asked further. When Si Tuyen said this, it meant that even Si Tuyen was sure that these two things were related. Si Tuyen's gaze was complicated, but his face did not reveal any emotions. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others hurried to Sun Moon Palace. If Si Tuyen was alone, his speed would definitely be extremely fast. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not keep up with Si Tuyen's speed, so they were delayed for some time. Finally, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the Sun Moon Palace's territory after traveling without stopping. When they heard Mu Lingbing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes lit up. Along the way, the more they walked, the more deserted they became. They had thought that they would have arrived long ago, but after walking for a long time, they still could not reach their destination. Compared to the Sun Moon Palace's level of concealment, the Tiangang sect's level of concealment was nothing. If Mu Lingbing had not personally led them here, they would have been headless flies and would not have been able to find their exact location. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were wholeheartedly heading towards the Sun Moon Palace, the news of the Pale Master competition between the Tiangang sect and the Medicine sect had already reached the ears of many organizations. Paper cannot contain fire, and the exchange competition between the two sects could not be concealed at all. Many sects were puzzled by the Medicine sect's sudden actions. However, when they found out that the Medicine sect had been completely annihilated this time, their expressions became interesting. The Medicine sect has always been known for their pill refinement skills, but now, they have been defeated by the Tiangang sect in their most prominent area. They've lost a lot of face this time. Speaking of which, the Medicine sect had taken the initiative to organize this pill master competition. I heard that Bewitching had even set up a trap so that Si Tuyen could not refuse. I never thought that in the end, Bewitching would go for wool and come home shorn. I wonder how depressed he must be now. Do you know the details of the pill master competition? The disciples of the Tiangang sect's pill refinement hall may be rather powerful, but it would be impossible for them to completely annihilate the entire pill refinement team. You don't know about this. This is all thanks to the future young sect master's wife of the Tiangang sect. There were many disciples in the Tiangang sect. Since they had been in the limelight this time, everyone could not help but spread the news. Even though most of the disciples wanted to stay in the Tiangang sect to cultivate, there were also many disciples who had left to carry out missions. As such, the news naturally spread even more widely. Besides, the Medicine sect's actions had already incurred the displeasure of the Tiangang sect. Hence, the Tiangang sect would not help to cover up the news. On the contrary, the Tiangang sect wanted everyone to know about this. Putting aside the fact that Gu Weishan had schemed against Si Tuyen, he had even schemed against the disciples participating in the Pill Master competition. No wonder the Tiangang sect did not give him face. Because of this, the Medicine sect would have to think twice before scheming against us in the future. Compared to the Tiangang sect, who was flushed with success, the Medicine sect was in a very bad situation. Many organizations were paying close attention to the Medicine sect's movements. Among them, those who were not on good terms with the Medicine sect would naturally take advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury. Some of the sects who were on good terms with the Medicine sect could not help but ask the Medicine sect about the specific situation. They wanted to know if the information they had obtained from the Tiangang sect was false. Gu Weishan refused to see any of him. Wasn't this the same as rubbing salt on his wounds? Right now, the Medicine sect was behaving like an ostrich, completely ignoring all inquiries. They could only wait for this storm to pass before appearing again. As soon as Gu Weishan returned to the Medicine sect, he announced that he would be going into closed-door cultivation. Shangguan Yufeng and the rest were equally embarrassed. When they left the medicine sect, they were determined to win. The disciples of the medicine sect were full of admiration for them and were waiting for their triumphant return. In the end, not to mention a triumphant return, they simply returned dejectedly. Under these circumstances, the reputation that Shangguan Yufeng and the rest had built up has received a huge blow. Many people began to doubt the power of Shangguan Yufeng and the rest. They were usually so arrogant in the medicine sect, yet they had been utterly defeated in the Tiangang sect. If they had known that this would happen, they would have gone on stage instead. Under these circumstances, Shangguan Yufeng and the rest were no longer able to garner their original respect. Sometimes, they would even hear some sarcastic remarks which made them extremely unhappy. However, in the face of such an outcome, it was useless for them to be unhappy because they had indeed lost. In the medicine sect's meeting hall. Great Elder, have you found out about Bailey Hongshuang's identity? Gu Weisheng sat gloomily on the main seat. Even though he had announced that he was in closed-door cultivation, how could he possibly cultivate in peace under these circumstances? The medicine sect was a great sect after all. This time, they had been humiliated to such an extent. It was difficult to accept. Reporting to the sect master, I found out. The great elder replied to Gu Weisheng, but his expression was not very pleasant. Who is Bailey Hongshuang? Bailey Hongshuang had stolen the limelight in this pill master competition. If he could recruit Bailey Hongshuang, he believes that this unfavorable situation would be turned around. Sect Master, I found out that Bailey Hongshuang is a disciple who had been recruited by the Tiangang sect during the assessment. Hearing this, Gu Weisheng furrowed his brows in astonishment and confusion. Why would a pill master like her take part in the assessment? The medicine sect has always focused on pill masters and has not paid much attention to matters concerning cultivators. Hence, even though Gu Weisheng was aware of the existence of the assessment, he would not normally pay attention to it. However, Bailey Hongshuang was clearly a pill master with outstanding talent. She could have entered the sect directly by taking part in the pill master assessment. Why would she take part in the assessment? It seems that Bailey Hongshuang had been extremely lucky to have survived the assessment. Sect Master, Bailey Hongshuang is the champion of this year's assessment. The great elder looked a little speechless. In fact, he did not pay much attention to the assessment competition before. He only knew that the first place of the assessment competition went to Tiangang sect. Nobody would have thought that the first place would actually be Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Gu Weisheng couldn't help but be stunned. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. Bailey Hongshuang is the champion of the assessment? Isn't she an alchemist? Gu Weisheng had never thought that Bailey Hongshuang had another identity besides being an alchemist. Sect Master, the information I received cannot be wrong. This Bailey Hongshuang was the champion of the assessment competition. Moreover, after she entered the Tiangang sect, she had always stayed in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to cultivate as a cultivator. She was a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Not only that, before this alchemist competition, Bailey Hongshuang had never shown the talent of an alchemist in Tiangang sect. The great elder reported this specific information to Gu Weisheng. When he first saw this news, he also felt speechless. A 6th-level alchemist actually stayed in Tiangang sect as a cultivator. This was too shocking. Gu Weisheng finally understood what was going on after hearing the great elder's words. No wonder when Bailey Hongshuang took part in the alchemist competition, all the disciples of Tiangang sect revealed an expression of disbelief. Do we have a way to recruit Bailey Hongshuang? Gu Weisheng furrowed his brows and his expression was unfathomable. From the information he had gathered, he could tell that not only was Bailey Hongshuang outstanding in her pill refining skills, her abilities were also outstanding. If her abilities were not outstanding enough, it would be impossible for her to obtain first place in the assessment competition. It seems that Bailey Hongshuang was indeed an exceptional talent. If they could make Bailey Hongshuang a disciple of the medicine sect, he would definitely nurture Bailey Hongshuang well. Tiangang sect could not even figure out Bailey Hongshuang's talents. What more nurturing Bailey Hongshuang well? Sect leader, I'm afraid that's impossible. The great elder sighed. It would be great if such a talent could be used by them. Unfortunately, when he found out about Bailey Hongshuang's other identity, he understood that it was impossible. Why? Gu Weisheng stared at the great elder in confusion. the great elder had always been a radical person. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would never give up. However, the great elder had now determined that it was impossible. This was simply too shocking. Sect leader, you may not know this, but Bailey Hongzhuang's other identity is Bewitching's sweetheart. Gu Weisheng's expression changed when he heard this. This answer had far exceeded his expectations. The rumored future young sect leader's wife of Tiangang sect is Bailey Hongzhuang? Gu Weisheng had an incredulous look on his face. This was something that he had never expected. It was no wonder that the first place in this assessment competition had chosen Tiangang sect without any hesitation. It was because of this relationship. Great senior brother, do you know who Bailey Hongzhuang is? After Gu Fengyan found out about Bailey Hongzhuang, he quickly made his way to Shangguan Yufeng's residence. Ever since he had returned from Tiangang sect, Shangguan Yufeng had obviously been stimulated by Bailey Hongzhuang. He had been in seclusion to refine pills in order to improve his alchemy skills. Gu Fengyan had come to look for Shangguan Yufeng a few times, but Shangguan Yufeng had not even opened the door. After Gu Fengyan said this, he saw that the door was still closed. He sighed in his heart and prepared to leave. It seemed that great senior brother was going to be in seclusion for a long time. Just as Gu Fengyan was about to leave, the door suddenly opened. What have you found out? Shangguan Yufeng looked at Gu Fengyan with a burning gaze. He did not care about anything else and went straight to the point. Gu Fengyan was slightly surprised. Eldest senior brother, so this Bailey Hongzhuang is Tiangang Zong's future young lord's wife. Great senior Bailey Hongzhuang Longs was the great elder, of course, Bailey Hongzhuang's SS, Long. He was wondering how it was possible for Bailey Hongzhuang to have such powerful alchemy skills at such a young age. It turned out that she had such an identity. With so many resources from Tiangang sect, although it was still shocking that Bailey Hongzhuang could reach such a level, it made him feel better. However, Gu Fengyan's next sentence made Shangguan Yufeng's face turn ugly again. I found out that Bailey Hongzhuang is not only an alchemist, she is even more powerful. She is the first place in this assessment competition and entered Tiangang sect with this identity. Gu Fengyan had been extremely displeased with Bailey Hongzhuang, but after learning about her true situation, his displeasure dissipated. Instead, he began to admire Bailey Hongzhuang. It was hard not to admire a true genius. Shangguan Yufeng's face was as dark as water, and his eyes were filled with malice. A woman from the countryside had actually defeated her so thoroughly, his self-esteem and pride had been completely shattered in that moment. Mu Lingbing led everyone to Sun Moon Palace's array. In the past, she had a personal token that allowed her to enter Sun Moon Palace directly, but now she had nothing. Thus, Mu Lingbing could only shout loudly for the Sun Moon Palace disciples to come out. Before that, everyone had already reverted to their original appearances. If they had come here as strangers, Sun Moon Palace probably wouldn't have let them in. Sun Moon Palace's Mu Lingbing requests an audience with the palace master. Mu Lingbing's voice was loud and clear. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others waited quietly, hoping that the Sun Moon Palace disciples would come out. After waiting for a while, sure enough, 2 disciples appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Who are you? The 2 disciples dressed in Sun Moon Palace's robes sized up Bailey Hongzhuang and the others warily. Sun Moon Palace had always been extremely secretive. If one wasn't related to Sun Moon Palace, they wouldn't be able to find this place. I am Sun Moon Palace's Mu Lingbing said seriously. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, the 2 disciples paused for a moment. After carefully sizing up Mu Lingbing, their expressions were still somewhat suspicious. Senior sister Mu left Sun Moon Palace more than 20 years ago and hasn't appeared in all these years. How can you prove that you are senior sister Mu? These 2 disciples were very young and obviously didn't know Mu Lingbing. However, they were aware of Mu Lingbing's reputation. I am Mu Lingbing, why do I need to prove it? However, the 2 disciples ignored Mu Lingbing's words. Mu Lingbing looked so young. How did she look like senior sister Mu? Mu Lingbing felt a wave of helplessness as she watched the 2 disciples confront her. Speaking of which, she had indeed not returned for too many years, so it was normal that these disciples did not recognize her. You can invite the great elder here. The great elder will naturally prove my identity. Is the Great Elder someone you can meet just because you want to? The two disciples said righteously. With the Great Elder's status, they wouldn't be able to see him normally. Not to mention going up to report it, they would probably be punished as well. In response, Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other. This situation really made them feel helpless. I'll go with you and request an audience with the First Elder, Mu Lingbing said. The two disciples looked at each other. They also felt helpless in the current situation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have chased him away long ago. They were well aware of Senior Sister Mu's status in the Sun Moon Palace. If the other party was really Senior Sister Mu, then their actions were inappropriate. After thinking about it, this was probably the only way. All right, you follow us. The rest of you, wait here. Mu Lingbing nodded. All right. Wait here for me. Once I confirm my identity, I'll come get you, Mu Lingbing said. Mu Lingbing followed the two disciples into the Sun Moon Palace. She couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the familiar yet slightly changed scenery. She had grown up here since she was young, so she was very familiar with everything here. However, after she had left, she had never thought that it would take so many years for her to return. Everything that had happened here seemed like yesterday. She had always thought of the Sun Moon Palace as her home. The two disciples were constantly on guard against Mu Lingbing, afraid that she wasn't the real Senior Mu. If anything happened, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thankfully, they noticed that Mu Lingbing didn't do anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, there was a look of nostalgia on her face. Very quickly, they arrived at the Sun Moon Palace. After the two disciples briefed him on Mu Lingbing's situation, they handed her over to the other disciples to inform the First Elder. They were just disciples on guard duty and couldn't be away for too long. Mu Lingbing was very familiar with the rules of the Sun Moon Palace. She quietly followed behind the disciples, waiting for their report. You stay here and watch over her. I'll inform the Great Elder. One of the disciples turned to the disciple beside him. Mu Lingbing stood there quietly, waiting. She couldn't wait to see the First Elder. She believed that the First Elder would know everything that had happened all these years. When Gu Jinghe heard that Mu Lingbing wanted to see the Great Elder, her first reaction was that it was impossible. Mu Lingbing had disappeared for so many years and had been imprisoned in the Yu family. There was no way she could have left. However, the disciple's message was clear. Mu Lingbing wanted to see the Great Elder. Gu Jinghe couldn't care less about the Great Elder's demeanor. She rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. This was the first time that the disciple had seen the Great Elder so absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder had disappeared from her sight. She couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Mu Lingbing was waiting outside when she suddenly sensed an aura rapidly approaching. It was an aura that she was very familiar with. Lingbing, it really is you. Gu Jinghe looked at Mu Lingbing in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. However, this stunning woman was clearly the Mu Lingbing she had watched grow up. Great Elder! Mu Lingbing couldn't contain her excitement when she saw Gu Jinghe. After so many years, she was finally reunited with her family. First Elder and her master were as close as sisters. Gu Jinghe had always treated her well since they were young. In the past, when she made a mistake and was punished, it was always Gu Jinghe who protected her. Gu Jinghe had always been her family. Gu Jinghe walked up to Mu Lingbing and sized her up carefully. She couldn't help feeling suspicious. Lingbing, how did you come back? Gu Jinghe found it hard to believe. Everything that had happened was too unbelievable. Back then, they had tried to rescue Mu Lingbing, but Chen Gong had failed. Now, Mu Lingbing had returned on her own? It's a long story. The situation was far too complicated to be explained in a few words. Mu Lingbing quickly asked, First Elder, how is my master? When she heard Mu Lingbing's question, Gu Jinghe's expression turned ugly and hesitant. When she saw Gu Jinghe's expression, Mu Lingbing's heart sank. This was the outcome she didn't want to see the most. She had grown up by Mu Jin's side and didn't know that Mu Jin was her mother. Now that she had found out, she didn't even have a chance to see Mu Jin's. Why were the heavens so cruel? They weren't even given a chance to reunite. Mu Lingbing's face turned pale. Her mother had died trying to save her, and it was all because of Yu Xiqing. If she had been more careful back then, if she had discovered Yumanlin's scheme earlier, none of this would have happened. However, she had been too foolish in the past. She had trusted the people around her, and that was why she had sunk into such a state of remorse. When Gu Jinghe saw Mu Lingbing's soulless expression, she hurriedly said, "Lingbing, the situation isn't what you think. The palace lord hasn't died." Gu Jinghe's words reignited Mu Lingbing's hope, and she gripped Gu Jinghe's hand tightly. "Great Elder, is what you say true?" Mu Lingbing looked at Gu Jinghe with shining eyes, as if she was her last hope. As long as her master was still alive, she would have a chance to reunite. Gu Jinghe nodded. "It's a long story, let's go inside first." There were many disciples coming and going, and they couldn't help but pay more attention to them when they saw them like this. When the disciples of Sun Moon Palace saw the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face, and the appearance of the Great Elder at that, they all felt a strong sense of disbelief in their hearts. The Great Elder had always been the embodiment of dignity. When had she ever revealed such a gentle expression? Mu Lingbing naturally knew that this wasn't a good place to talk, but when she heard Gu Jinghe's words, she said, "Great Elder, I didn't come alone this time. There are others waiting at the foot of the mountain. Can you let them come up first?" Gu Jinghe frowned when she heard this. Sun Moon Palace had never allowed outsiders to enter. "Lingbing, you should know the rules of Sun Moon Palace." "First Elder, they are not outsiders. They are my family." Mu Lingbing hurriedly explained. She couldn't be more familiar with the rules of the Sun Moon Palace. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were her family, so they weren't considered outsiders. As soon as these words came out, Gu Jinghe's eyes widened a bit, revealing a bit of surprise. "Then I'll go with you to pick them up." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were waiting at the foot of the mountain. They didn't know what kind of changes had happened to the Sun Moon Palace after more than 20 years. If Mu Jinsei had really fallen, Mu Lingbing didn't know if it would be dangerous for her to go up alone. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were worried, Mu Jinsei and another middle-aged woman appeared in front of them. Gu Jinghe clearly didn't expect there to be such a group of people at the foot of the mountain. She thought Mu Lingbing's only family was Lan Yunxiao, so who were these extra people? Gu Jinghe looked at Lan Yunxiao. She had personally attended Mu Lingbing's wedding, so she recognized Lan Yunxiao. It looked like Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao had escaped the clutches of the devil this time. "Lingbing, who are they?" Gu Jinghe looked at Mu Lingbing suspiciously. "Great Elder, this is my daughter and son-in-law." Mu Lingbing introduced Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. As soon as these words came out, Gu Jinghe's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Her eyes were filled with deep shock. They all knew about the tragedy back then, but it was a pity that they found out about it too late. Yu Xiqing and Lan Jingquan had obviously been on guard against them, so everything had been done in secret. By the time they had found out, it was too late. They couldn't even find a trace of Mu Lingbing and the others. As for the child in swaddling clothes, they had thought that there was no way he could have survived. But they never thought that he would appear before her again. When Gu Jinghe saw the resemblance between Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing, she no longer had any doubts. She never thought that after so many years, Mu Lingbing and the others would be reunited one day. It was truly delightful. Finally, Gu Jinghe's gaze landed on Si Tuyen. She felt that Si Tuyen looked very familiar, but she couldn't recall who he was. Then, who is this? Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were Mu Lingbing's daughter and son-in-law, so this man was obviously not related to Mu Lingbing. Hearing Gu Jinghe's question, Mu Lingbing slowly said, "He is my father." These words were like a bomb that caused ripples in Gu Jinghe's heart. She looked at Si Tuyen in shock. She had thought that Si Tuyen looked very familiar, but after hearing Mu Lingbing's words, she completely understood. Si Tuyen, wasn't this the sect leader of Tiangang sect? However, after a short moment of shock, Gu Jinghe's gaze turned to one of disgust. What is such a heartless man doing here? Gu Jinghe and Mu Jint's were like sisters, so she naturally understood Mu Jint's situation very well. Si Tuyen, this ungrateful heartless man, had let Mu Jint's down for so many years, and now he was here to acknowledge her as his daughter. What a joke! Faced with Gu Jinghe's attitude, Si Tuyen wasn't surprised. In fact, he was indeed a heartless man. He had let Mu Jint's down for so many years, making her carry everything on her shoulders until now. He was a sinner. Get lost. Sun Moon Palace does not welcome you. Gujing, his anger completely exploded. This bastard had let down Mu Jin's for her entire life. When she first met Mu Jinsei had a sad appearance. That kind of sadness spread from the bottom of her heart, making anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She watched as Mu Jinsei struggled to support everything by herself. She helped Mu Jinsei deliver the child, but from the beginning to the end, she had never seen Situyen. Originally, she thought that Mu Jinsei's husband had already fallen, which was why she was so worried. However, after she found out about everything, she felt that Situyen was so trustworthy. Mu Jinsei was a beautiful woman with outstanding talent. She should have been doted on and lived a good life. However, all of this was ruined by Situyen. She had hoped that with the passage of time, Mu Jinsei would slowly get better. However, she had never forgotten Situyen. She hated Situyen, but there was still a trace of love in the depths of her heart. She had once advised Mu Jins that a heartless man like him was not worth remembering. Unfortunately, an outsider would always be an outsider. Without personally experiencing it, she would never understand the obsession in Mu Jin's heart. Watching Mu Lingbing slowly grow up and hearing Mu Lingbing complain about her biological parents abandoning her, she would see Mu Jin silently weep. Every time this happened, she would feel that Situyen was a bastard, not to mention how amazing the sect master of Tiangang sect was. In her eyes, he was a despicable and shameless heartless man. Even after Mu Lingbing was in danger, Mu Jins was not willing to see Situyen. From this, it could be seen how much Mu Jins hated Situyen. Or perhaps, she was afraid of seeing Situyen's disdainful gaze. However, Situyen had actually appeared here now. Looking at Gujing, his surging anger, Mu Lingbing hurriedly said, "First Elder, things are not what you think. Father has his own difficulties." Mu Lingbing understood that First Elder had always fought for justice for Master. Seeing Situyen's reaction now was within her expectations. What difficulties? What difficulties would make him abandon Jins? Gujing furiously said. However, after saying this, Gujing, his gaze involuntarily fell on Mu Lingbing. "You already know?" Mu Lingbing slightly nodded. "Yun Xiao and I were able to escape from the devil's claws this time because Father and Ishuan came to save us. Otherwise, I would still be in that dungeon without seeing the light of day. First Elder, Father was deceived by you Xiqing back then and did not intend to let Master down." Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, the anger in Gujing, his heart did not dissipate, but at least she recovered some rationality. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. From Gujing, his angry appearance, it could be seen that she treated Mu Jins very well. Otherwise, she would not be so angry. "First Elder, let's return to the sect first and talk properly," Mu Lingbing hurriedly said. She knew that First Elder had always complained about injustice for Master all these years and could not control herself after seeing Situyen today. However, she had to find an opportunity to explain. Gujing looked at Situyen and snorted coldly. She then turned around and walked towards Sun Moon Palace. Seeing Gujing walk into Sun Moon Palace, Mu Lingbing smiled and said to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, "Let's go up first." Bailey Hongzhuang and the others followed closely behind. During this process, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but size up Situyen's expression. Situyen was usually the high and mighty Tiangang sect master. Now that he was scolded as soon as he came here, Situyen presumably felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, Situyen's expression remained the same. Clearly, Situyen had already thought about all of this before coming to the Sun Moon Palace, so he wasn't displeased at all. He owed Mu Jinsei for so many years, so it was normal for him to be humiliated. He had come here to apologize. Seeing Situyen like this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were relieved. This time, Situyen's suffering was unavoidable. However, it was still good that he had entered the Sun Moon Palace's gates. When the Sun Moon Palace's disciples saw this group of strangers suddenly enter, their eyes filled with surprise. Their Sun Moon Palace had never allowed outsiders to enter. Who were these people? Inside the hall, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others each found a place to sit down. However, Gujing's attitude was still the same as before. She looked at Situyen with an unfriendly gaze. Obviously, the dissatisfaction and disgust that had accumulated over the years could not be erased in a short period of time. Gu Jinghe had already made a certain concession by allowing them to enter Sun Moon Palace. Si Tu-yen naturally knew that he was not happy to be under her control and looked at, so he only sat quietly to the side and did not say anything. Now that you've all come in, you can tell me what difficulties you have. Gu Jinghe's expression was cold. She did not believe that Si Tu-yen had any difficulties. What difficulties could have caused him to let Mu Jin's down for so many years? Moreover, when Mu Jin's left, she was already pregnant with his child. As long as he was a man, he would not abandon Mu Jin's at a time like this. The most shameless thing was that Si Tu-yen had let Mu Jin's down because he liked Mu Jin's good friend. What did this man take Mu Jin's for from the beginning? Si Tu-yen raised his head and looked at Gu Jinghe. He had made too much of a mistake back then, but it was difficult for him to say it in front of others. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They naturally knew what Si Tu-yen was thinking. No matter what, Si Tu-yen was the dignified sect leader of Tiangang sect. Moreover, the matter back then was so complicated. It was not appropriate to say it in front of a woman. First elder, let me tell you about this matter. Mu Lingbing gave Gu Jinghe a look. It was most appropriate for her to tell the first elder the whole story. Gu Jinghe saw that Si Tu-yen was still trying to cover things up at this time. It was obvious that he was not sincerely remorseful, and this made her even angrier. Back then, when he abandoned his wife, he did not feel embarrassed. Now that he has to say it out loud, he feels embarrassed? Mu Lingbing walked to Gu Jinghe's side and said, First elder, this is a long story. Let me tell you slowly. If my father is really such a person, with my personality, how could I possibly forgive him? Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Gu Jinghe looked deeply at Mu Lingbing. Thinking of how Mu Lingbing used to be angry at her parents for abandoning her, the anger in her heart dissipated slightly. Indeed, if even Mu Lingbing could accept all of this, what else could she not accept? At Mu Lingbing's request, Gu Jinghe followed her to another room, leaving Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to wait in the hall. What Si Tu-yen was concerned about right now was obviously not this, but Mu Jinsei's current situation. As they were walking up the mountain, Mu Lingbing had already told them that Mu Jinsei had not perished. It was precisely because of this news that everyone was somewhat patient. Even so, they still urgently wanted to know about Mu Jinsei's situation. I wonder how Grandma is doing now. Bailey Hongzhuang's elegant face was filled with worry. According to what Mu Lingbing had told her, Mu Jinsei's situation was not good. If this first elder doesn't know the origin of all this, I'm afraid he won't tell us the details. Now, we can only wait. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat there quietly, but they couldn't help but think about Mu Jin's current situation. Inside the room, Mu Lingbing told Gu Jinghe everything that had happened. Gu Jinghe had always treated her and her master with sincerity, so it wasn't a big deal to tell Gu Jinghe about this. When Gu Jinghe learned of all this, she was also dumbfounded. Is what you're saying true? Gu Jinghe couldn't help but ask again. Mu Lingbing nodded seriously. It's true, it's all true. It wasn't just father who said this. All these years, when I was imprisoned by Yu Siqing, she told me the truth herself. From the beginning to the end, it was Yu Siqing who had been playing tricks. His father had been deceived, but he soon realized the truth. All these years, father has been searching for master, but he hasn't been able to find any trace of her. Gu Jinghe was stunned. This news was too shocking and she couldn't digest it. She only knew from Mu Jin's that Si Tu-yen was a heartless man. He had clearly been with her, but had suddenly said cruel words to her, saying that he wanted to be with Yu Siqing. When Mu Jin's had left, Si Tu-yen hadn't even tried to keep her. All these years, whenever Mu Jin's thought of Si Tu-yen and Yu Siqing standing together, her heart would ache so much that she found it hard to breathe. After finding out about this, she had also paid attention to Si Tu-yen's situation. She didn't know why Si Tu-yen hadn't been with Yu Siqing, but she felt that they deserved it. It turned out that it was all a misunderstanding. Si Tu-yen wasn't a heartless man. It was only because of Yu Siqing's machinations that they had misunderstood for so many years. If this was just Si Tu-yen's one-sided story, Gu Jinghe wouldn't have believed it. But if Yu Siqing had said the same thing, then it could only be true. Gu Jinghe finally understood why Mu Lingbing had forgiven Si Tu-yen. Decades had passed, but Si Tu-yen had never given up on Mu Lingbing. This proved that she was equally infatuated with Si Tu-yen. Mu Lingbing hadn't loved the wrong person. Si Tu-yen was also true to her. It was just that he had been blinded at that time, causing them to miss out on so many years. When Gu Jinghe and Mu Lingbing returned to the meeting hall, Gu Jinghe's attitude had clearly improved. Seeing the change in Gu Jinghe's attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were relieved. It seemed that Gu Jinghe also believed everything they said. Although Gu Jinghe already knew the reason for all of this, she still did not have a good attitude towards Si Tu-yen. After all, if Si Tu-yen had not made such a stupid mistake back then, it would not have led to so many tragedies. Si Tu-yen also understood this. He had never denied his mistakes, but he had made a huge mistake back then. Great Elder, can you tell us about Master's current situation now? Mu Lingbing asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. They had come back for their master. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Gu Jinghe, waiting for her answer. Gu Jinghe's words caused Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts to clench. They didn't understand the true meaning behind her words. Back then, Palace Lord immediately sent people to save you when he found out what had happened to you. However, it was already too late by the time we found out. You should have told us immediately after the incident. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have been so serious. Gu Jinghe sighed faintly. The situation that Mu Lingbing and the others encountered back then was truly a tragedy. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao sighed inwardly. When that kind of thing happened back then, when they saw the dying Yi Xian in swaddling clothes, their reason had long since disappeared completely. They didn't have the heart to calm down. They only wanted Lan Jingquang and his family to pay with their blood. Who would have thought that the Lan family would choose to stand on Lan Jingquang's side? That was why they had fallen into such a state. Even though so much time had passed, everything that had happened back then was still vivid in their minds. That kind of hatred had never been extinguished in the depths of their hearts. Just thinking about it made them tremble uncontrollably. That was a blood feud, betrayal, pursuit, despair. That was a pain that went deep into their bones. Even in death, they weren't willing to forget it. It was because of this extreme hatred that they never thought of giving up in the face of endless torment. Because they couldn't forget, if it happened again, they probably wouldn't be able to stop themselves from doing it again. Because no one else would understand the feeling of seeing their own child lying in a pool of blood, Gu Jinghe saw the change in Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's expressions and understood that under such circumstances, they wouldn't have thought so much. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel emotional. Even though she didn't have any memories of her childhood, she could still imagine how tragic that scene had been. Her rationality had long dissipated. Gu Jinghe sighed faintly and didn't continue on this matter. After we found out about the situation, we went to look for you, but there was no news at all. We went to the Lan family, but the Lan family's elders' attitude was the same as before. This matter was a kind of humiliation to them, so they weren't willing to talk about it. After that, the palace lord never gave up looking for your whereabouts, but there was too little information left behind at that time, and there were people who erased all traces along the way. Therefore, even though we tried our best to search for him, there was still no news. A long time later, when the palace master found out that Yu Manlan and Yu Xiqing were very close, she seemed to have thought of many things in an instant and went directly to the Yu family. At that time, I didn't know what had happened, and the palace lord had gone there alone. However, when the palace master returned, she was already heavily injured. Gu Jinghe couldn't help but recall the scenes from back then. Even though many years had passed, she still remembered them clearly. When the palace lord returned, his face was green. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Moreover, there was an indescribable despair on her face. No matter how I asked, she didn't tell me anything. Hearing Gu Jinghe's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that the situation was exactly as they had thought. Yu Xiqing had poisoned Mu Jinsei. Based on Yu Xiqing's hatred for Mu Jinsei, the poison she had used must have been extremely powerful. Curing the poison would not be easy. Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood how powerful Yu Xiqing's poison skills were. She could cure it, but others might not be able to. This was because her own medical and poison skills were not something an ordinary person could compare to. What happened after that? Si Tu-yen couldn't help but ask. With Yu Siqing's viciousness, he could almost imagine what Mu Jinsei had encountered after going to the Yu clan. Yu Siqing had long fallen into madness and hated Mu Jinsei to the bone. Mu Jinsei had not understood the truth of the matter after so many years. Presumably, Yu Siqing's words had pierced Mu Jinsei's heart again and again. Just thinking about this made him want to tear Yu Siqing into pieces. Gu Jinghe couldn't help but look at Si Tuyen and continued, the poison was too powerful. We had already thought of many ways, but there was no way to cure the palace master. The Yu clan had the best medical skills in the entire Saint Xian continent. However, the Yu clan obviously wouldn't lend a helping hand, so we couldn't do anything. The doctors had used all their skills, but could only save the palace master's life. After that, the palace master went into closed-door cultivation. After so many years, I haven't seen the palace master again. Following Gu Jinghe's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' expressions became complicated. Great Elder, since you haven't seen the palace master for so many years, how can you be sure that the palace master is still alive? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with doubt and worry. Mu Jinsei's injuries had been so serious and they hadn't seen her for so many years. No one knew how she was doing now. We have the palace guardian lantern. The lantern has always been lit, proving that she's still alive. If the lantern is extinguished, then she's fallen. The palace master's palace guardian lantern has always been lit. Although it had looked like it was on the verge of collapse, it had stabilized. It's because of this that I can be sure that the palace master is fine. Gu Jinghe said. As soon as this was said, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt relieved. As long as Mu Jinsei was still alive, it was good news. First Elder, have you not gone to see Master all these years? Since Master is still alive, why hasn't he appeared for so long? Mu Lingbing couldn't figure it out. This was too strange. She couldn't figure it out at all. Gu Jinghe looked at Mu Lingbing with a complicated expression. The Palace Lord, has been disfigured. The pupils of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others instantly widened, and there was a thick color of disbelief in their eyes. Being disfigured was something that no woman could bear. Moreover, Mu Jins was a devastatingly beautiful woman, yet she was disfigured. However, thinking about it carefully, Yu Siqing had been jealous of Mu Jinsei for so many years. She could think of all kinds of vicious methods. This kind of method was really in line with her personality. Si Tuyan's hands couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't imagine how Mu Jinsei would be able to endure all this. All of this was his fault. At this moment, Si Tuyan hated that he couldn't kill himself. If he hadn't cared so much at that time and killed Yu Siqing at the first opportunity, how could so many things have happened? The atmosphere in the discussion hall grew heavy, and everyone's emotions were complicated. Mu Jins had suffered too much in this period of history. Mu Jins and Bailey Hongzhuang's expressions were equally ugly. An ordinary woman wouldn't be able to bear such a thing. First Elder, if I'm not wrong, the poison in the palace master's body shouldn't be as simple as disfiguring her face, right? Although it was just a guess, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was filled with certainty. As soon as this was said, the eyes of Di Bei Chen and the others fell on the body of Bailey Hongzhuang. They did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang came to this conclusion. Gu Jinghe looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected Bailey Hongzhuang to be so intelligent. That's right. Gu Jinghe nodded. What other questions do you have? Mu Lingbing quickly asked. The palace master's condition is extremely bad. She can't move at all. All these years, I haven't seen the palace master, so I don't know the exact situation. Gu Jinghe was deeply worried. She had always been worried about the palace master's condition. All these years, she had tried many times to see the palace master, but the palace master had never responded. In this regard, she could only continue to wait. After hearing Gu Jinghe's answer, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. This was the only situation that made sense. Based on how much Mu Jins cared for Mu Lingbing, even if her face was disfigured, it would only be a temporary blow to her. After she recovered from this blow, she would definitely not let it go like this. However, if Mu Jins could no longer move, then everything would make sense. Mu Lingbing's face drained of all color. She had never imagined that her master had suffered so much. Si Tuyan's expression was also extremely ugly. Mu Lingbing had been so beautiful in the past. Her every frown and smile was enough to mess with people's hearts. But now, Mu Lingbing had been reduced to such a state. All these years, she had been alone. What kind of pain was that? But he didn't know anything. Gu Jinghe's gaze landed on Si Tuyen. The current Mu Jin's was no longer the Mu Jin's of the past. He didn't know if Si Tuyen would still want to see Mu Jinsei after knowing all this. Where is she? I want to see her. At this moment, Si Tuyen could no longer hold himself back. He wanted to see Mu Jinsei, he wanted to confess to Mu Jinsei, he had to make up for it, all these mistakes were caused by him. He thought that what he had suffered all these years was pain, but compared to this, it was nothing. The palace lord is already disfigured. Why do you still want to see her? Gu Jinghe stared at Si Tuyen. The palace lord had already endured extreme pain all these years. If Si Tuyen were to hurt the palace lord again at this time, the palace lord would definitely not be able to bear it. I don't care. Si Tuyen answered without hesitation. He didn't care what Mu Jinsei looked like. As long as she was Mu Jinsei, then she would be the only woman he, Si Tuyen, had ever loved. He was the one who came too late. He had let Mu Jinsei bear so much alone. But now, he was here, he only wanted to stay by Mu Jinsei's side and spend the rest of his life with her. Where is she? Quickly take me to see her. Si Tuyen seemed to be possessed as he stared at Gu Jinghe. She suddenly understood that Mu Jinsei had not misjudged him from the start. Si Tuyen was not an ungrateful man, nor was he a heartless man. At this time, Si Tuyen's true feelings were not faked. I'll take you to see the palace lord, but I think it's better for Ling Bing to see her first. Don't appear first. I think the palace lord has become like this because she doesn't want to see you the most. Gu Jinghe looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, her voice filled with concern and seriousness. As a woman herself, she understood a woman's feelings very well. The palace lord had always been a proud daughter of the heavens. She only wished to appear in front of Si Tuyen in her best appearance, and not in her current ugly state. Following Gu Jinghe's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others thought for a moment and understood Gu Jinghe's meaning. Although Gu Jinghe had always been dissatisfied with Si Tuyen, her dissatisfaction had dissipated a lot after knowing the origin of all these grievances. The reason why she had said such words now was completely from Mu Jinsei's point of view. Si Tuyen's expression was somewhat anxious. He had been searching for Mu Jinsei for over 40 years, for so many years, he had relied on the memories of their past together to get by. He really wanted to see Mu Jinsei, no matter what Mu Jinsei looked like now, even if she was unbearably ugly, even if she couldn't move, as long as she was still alive, it was the most fortunate thing for Si Tuyen. In the past, he had been stunned by Mu Jinsei's beauty. However, after so many years, the one he loved was no longer those, but only Mu Jinsei herself. Bewitching pulled Si Tuyen and said, Master, I'll wait here with you. Since we're already here, there's no need to be anxious. Si Tuyen had wanted to say something, but after hearing Bewitching's words, he only sighed and nodded. That's right, after waiting for so many years, he really shouldn't be too anxious. If he ended up scaring Mu Jinsei, that was something he didn't want to see. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao were also sitting in the discussion hall. It was better for Mu Lingbing and Gu Jinghe to communicate with Mu Jin's first. Just as Gu Jinghe and Mu Lingbing were about to leave, Mu Lingbing called for Bailey Hongzhuang. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang was Mu Jin's granddaughter. Back then, Mu Jin's had met Bailey Hongzhuang. At that time, Mu Jin's was extremely affectionate. Mu Lingbing had always felt that her master treated her well, so she liked Bailey Hongzhuang very much. Only now did she understand. So, it was kinship. Seeing Mu Lingbing's actions, Gu Jinghe didn't object. She believed that if Mu Jinsei knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was still alive, she would be extremely happy. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two left the discussion hall together, leaving behind the three men to continue waiting. First Elder, Master has sealed herself away all these years. When you spoke to her, did she respond to you? Mu Lingbing's hands were tightly clasped together as she couldn't help but worry. No one had seen her master for so many years, so she didn't know if her master's current situation was very bad. Palace Lord would respond to me sometimes, but she clearly didn't want to say much. She only told me to properly manage Sun Moon Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang silently listened to Mu Lingbing and Gu Jinghe's conversation. So many years of loneliness must have been unbearable. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao had been tortured by Yu Xiqing all these years, while Mu Jince had been tortured by herself. In the past, she had never imagined that her grandmother would live such a tragic life. Gu Jinghe's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Even now, she still found it inconceivable. At that time, almost everyone was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that not only did Bailey Hongzhuang survive, but she had also grown into such an outstanding person? Yixuan, I never thought that I would have the chance to see you again. Gu Jinghe couldn't help but sigh, her joy evident in her words. Mu Lingbing's group had brought so much good news with them today. When Mu Lingbing had given birth to Bailey Hongzhuang, she had accompanied Mu Jince to the Lan family to congratulate them. The young Lan Yixuan had been extremely adorable. When she found out what had happened to Lan Yixuan, she had been furious. Now that she could see her again, it was truly a blessing from the heavens. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Such a change, she was afraid that nobody would have thought of it. Everything is fated. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Gu Jinghe's eyes were deep as she nodded. That's right, everything is fated. No one would have thought that your family would see the light of day again. I believe that the palace lord will get better. Gu Jinghe clenched her fists. They had already suffered so much. She believed that the heavens wouldn't be so cruel. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at Mu Jince's quarters. Mu Lingbing looked at the familiar quarters and her eyes reddened. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. It's been so many years, but everything is still the same. The palace lord's quarters had always been off-limits to disciples. However, she had lived here since she was young and was very familiar with everything. During the days when she had been imprisoned and tortured by Yu Xiqing, she would often dream of everything here. The palace lord is in the quarters. Go ahead. I believe that the palace lord will be very happy to know that you're here. Gu Jinghe's eyes were also red. After waiting for so many years, they had finally come back. As an outsider, she should leave it to them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing looked at each other, and then walked together to the door of the palace. Master, I'm back. Mu Lingbing looked at the mahogany door and said only one sentence, but her tears were already flowing. She had missed everything. She had missed everything here. As soon as she came here, she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. After she said the words that she had wanted to say for more than 10 years, she finally burst into tears. Master, I'm back. You're Bing, I'm back. Mu Lingbing's tears fell uncontrollably. I came back too late. I found out too late. Pata. The sound of a teacup shattering rang out. The owner of the teacup had been too shocked and had accidentally broken it. Bailey Hongzhuang sat next to Mu Lingbing. As she looked at the sobbing Mu Lingbing, she couldn't control her emotions. Mu Lingbing called out mother very naturally. In her heart, she had already said it thousands of times. Ever since she was a child, she had always treated her master as her mother. It was just that she had never dared to say it out loud. Now, she had finally said it out loud. Bing, is it really you? A hoarse and dry voice rang out. It was obvious that the other party had not spoken for a long time and her voice had an indescribable dryness to it. However, this simple sentence was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It's me. I'm back. Mu Lingbing nodded frantically, even though Mu Jince couldn't see. That's great, you're back. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing heard the sound of shuffling coming from the bedroom. It looked like Gu Jinghe was right. Mu Jince really couldn't walk. Just as Mu Lingbing and Mu Lingbing sensed that Mu Jince was getting closer and closer to the bedroom door, Mu Jince suddenly stopped. Bing, who are you with? Mu Jince had been too excited by Mu Lingbing's appearance and hadn't noticed anything else. However, as she neared, she sensed that there was someone else beside Mu Lingbing. Grandmother, I'm Yixian. I'm here too. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sparkled. Although she had never seen Mu Jince before, she was also filled with longing. All these years, Mu Jince had suffered too much and they had only just found out about it. Mu Jince was stunned for a moment at these words. Then she said in disbelief, Yixian? Is it really Yixian? You're still alive? Mu Jin's felt that this was too unbelievable. Lan Yixuan's dantian had been forcefully destroyed and a rainbow pearl taken out. No one had been able to heal her after that. How could Lan Yixuan still be alive? Grandmother, I'm blessed with good fortune and won't be harmed so easily. I'm afraid Lan Jingquang and the rest wouldn't have thought that I'm still alive. Her inky black phoenix eyes flashed with a sinister light. Before she had appeared, everyone must have thought that Lan Yixuan was already a dead person. However, things weren't that simple. Karma and retribution, everything will be returned. Mother, this time, Yun Xiao and I were able to escape from Yu Xiqing's control because Hong Zhuang saved us. Mu Lingbing hurriedly said. You. What did you call me? Even though Mu Lingbing had already called her once, Mu Jinsei had been too anxious to ask. She couldn't help but ask when she heard how Mu Lingbing addressed her. Mother, I already know all of this. It turned out that the master who raised me was my mother. It's a pity that I didn't know about it before. You must be heartbroken. Tears streamed down Mu Lingbing's face as she spoke. She had felt the same way when she first learned about this from Yu Xiqing. The bedchamber was completely silent. Mu Jinsei clearly hadn't thought of how to face all of this, so she could only stare in a daze. In fact, the people in the hall were already in tears. She thought that she would keep this secret for the rest of her life. Even if he couldn't reunite with Mu Lingbing in this lifetime, it was enough that he was her closest master. Seeing that there was no movement in the bedchamber, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but ask, Mother, can you open the door to the bedchamber? She hadn't seen Mu Jin's for a long time. She really wanted to see her and not talk to her through the door of the bedchamber. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly sat to the side and didn't say much. The most important thing was for Mu Lingbing and Mu Jin's to recognize each other. Yixuan, the current me is no longer the previous me. Mu Jin's voice was filled with bitterness. Let me always remain in your memories. Don't ever see me again. Mu Jin's leaned against the door of the bedchamber as tears continuously flowed. She really wanted to take a good look at and see the grown-up Yixuan. But with her current appearance that was neither human nor ghost, how could they recognize each other? Rather than letting them see her neither human nor ghost, it was better not to see them. Mother, First Elder has already told us about your situation. It doesn't matter. We'll think of a way together and we'll definitely successfully cure you. Grandmother, my medical skills are very good. Believe me, I'll definitely help you recover. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was sincere. She knew that Yu Xiqing must have used the most vicious poison on Mu Jin's, but she was also confident in her medical skills. Mother, Yixuan is a godly doctor. These years, Yu Xiqing has used many poisons on me and Yun Xiao and it was Yixuan who detoxified them. You don't have to worry, everything will be fine. Even if we can't cure you, you're still our closest relative. Mu Lingbing pressed her hands against the door of the bedchamber. No matter what Mu Jin's became, she would always be the person who took care of her, loved her, and accompanied her since she was young. After hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Mu Jin's tears had already overflowed. These years, when she looked at her ugly self in the mirror, it was so disgusting that she couldn't face it. She was really afraid that if others saw her current appearance, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing looked at each other. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they thought. Based on Mu Jinsei's situation, she would definitely want to see them. However, the fact that Mu Jinsei did not open the door despite her current state of mind meant that she was afraid. What had she become that she didn't even have the courage to see them? Mother, let us take a look at you. I know that you became like this because of me. If you don't want to see me, then I can't face myself. If I wasn't useless, you wouldn't have become like this. It was my stupidity that allowed the wicked to find the opportunity to make you and Yixuan suffer so much. Mu Lingbing slammed her forehead against the door. She had been filled with regret for far too long. Ever since she found out about Mu Jinsei's situation, she found it even harder to forgive herself. In fact, she couldn't take it anymore. Because of her ignorance, her arrogance, and her carelessness, she had made such a mistake. She suddenly felt that she deserved all the torture she had endured for so many years because it was all because of her negligence. However, Mu Jinsei and Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered so much because of her. Bing this has nothing to do with you. If I'm wrong, then I'm the cause of all these mistakes. If I had seen through Yu Xiqing's character earlier and not become friends with her, then perhaps this wouldn't have happened. The worst thing was that I shouldn't have fallen for a heartless man. All of this blame is because of him. Mu Jinsi clenched her fists tightly. All these years, she couldn't help but feel regret. Because of her relationship with Si Tuyin, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan had to endure all this. She'd been wrong, very wrong. When she was young, she'd thought that she was a proud daughter of the heavens. Even if her status was low, with her talent, she'd still be able to become one of the best. But now, it seemed that everything was a big mistake. Hearing Mu Jinsi's accusations, it was clear that she didn't know all this. Mu Lingbing immediately prepared to explain to Mu Jinsi. Just as Mu Lingbing was about to explain, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but stop her. The most important thing now was for Mu Jinsi to be willing to come out of the bedroom. There was no need to rush any other explanations. After all, Mu Jinsi had been immersed in this thought for so many years. If Mu Lingbing mentioned Si Tuyin now, Mu Jinsi would immediately reject it. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Mu Lingbing didn't understand at first, but she quickly reacted. Mother, just let us meet. We've already been separated for so many years, don't you want to see Yixuan when she grows up? Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing had been trying to get Mu Jinsi to open the door to the bedroom. There was a restriction on the door, and if Mu Jinsi didn't open it, they wouldn't be able to enter. Under Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing's continuous efforts, Mu Jinsi finally opened the door to the bedroom. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing looked at the purple-robed woman in front of them. Her face was covered by a veil and her entire body was covered tightly. Thus, they could only see Mu Jinsi's figure and couldn't see anything else. Mother, Mu Lingbing's face lit up with joy. Even though she only saw this figure, she could recognize that this was the master who had raised her all this time. When Mu Jinsi saw Mu Lingbing with her own eyes, her hands couldn't help but tremble. She'd thought that she'd never see Mu Lingbing again in this lifetime. Who would have thought, the heavens had given her this chance? Bing I've finally met you. You are still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Mu Jinsei looked at Mu Lingbing's familiar face. It was exactly the same as when Mu Lingbing had gotten married. Yes, Mu Lingbing's right. She had deliberately said this in hopes that Mu Jinsei would not despair because of her disfigurement. They'll find a way, Mu Jinsi, tss, teat have test teat Yixuan, it's Yixuan. Even though this was the first time she'd seen Bailey Hongzhuang in so many years, Mu Jinsi could still recognize her at a glance. That silhouette, it was clearly the combination of Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Mu Jinsei didn't walk out of the bedroom, but let Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing enter before closing the door behind them. It wasn't suitable for her to go out now. Bing Yixian, tell me how you've been all these years. As she spoke, Mu Jinsei covered her face with her veil, unwilling to let Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing see even half of her face. From Mu Jinsei's cautious manner, it was clear that she was extremely concerned about this situation. She wanted to see Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang too much, so she was willing to open the door to the bedroom. However, in her heart, she still refused to let anyone see her current appearance. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing weren't in a hurry. Since Mu Jinsei was willing to see them now, then she would definitely let them know the truth of the situation. Mu Lingbing clearly didn't have much to say about what had happened all these years. She had been imprisoned by Yu Xiqing all these years and had suffered all sorts of pain and torment. Now that all this suffering had ended, she didn't want to think about it anymore. However, there were times when she would still dream about the nightmarish past. Yu Xiqing's sinister and crazed face had caused her body to turn cold, and all sorts of strange poisons had caused her to be terrified. She understood that it was because all of this had haunted her for so many years that she couldn't forget it. However, she believed that after a certain amount of time, all of this would become a thing of the past. Mu Lingbing clearly wasn't willing to talk about all of this. Saying it now would only cause Mu Jinsei and Bailey Hongzhuang to feel even more upset. Hence, Mu Jinsei and Mu Lingbing focused their attention on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang gave a brief account of her experiences all these years, but she didn't mention all the humiliation and suffering she had endured. The three of them had suffered all these years, and it was enough for her to bear this kind of experience. The heavens have really blessed us. Fortunately, you survived and have become so outstanding. The heavens didn't take away all of our hope. Mu Jinsei couldn't help but sigh. When she found out about what Bailey Hongzhuang had gone through, she was also heartbroken. She had thought that they would never meet again in this lifetime. She even thought that she would never be able to face Bailey Hongzhuang even in the underworld. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so strong and survive. Grandma, God hasn't cut off our hope. Although we've suffered a lot over the years, it's finally over. After that, we will return all the pain to the Yu clan and the Lan clan. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. They had wasted decades of their lives, especially Mu Jinsei. Yu Xiqing had almost ruined her life. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Jinsei couldn't help but be taken aback. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. This light was fleeting, but it quickly turned into determination and viciousness. That's right, they had suffered so many years of humiliation for no reason at all. It was fine that the grudge between her and Mu Jinsei had developed to this point, but why did her daughter and granddaughter have to be immersed in such a conspiracy? She couldn't accept this, she couldn't bear all of this so easily. In the past, she felt that without Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang, all of this was meaningless. Mu Jinsei's gaze landed on Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang before revealing a helpless expression. Lingbing, Yixuan, this enmity must be avenged. But I'm afraid I can't do anything in my current state. Mu Jinsei's gaze fell on her hands. She was no different from a cripple now. Revenge. She couldn't do it. At least, she couldn't do it personally. After learning of Yu Xiqing's actions, her hatred had reached its peak. This sinister and vicious woman had ruined her entire life. She wanted to kill Yu Xiqing with her own hands almost every day, but what could she do now? However, the Sun Moon Palace's forces can be given to you. Mu Jinsei's eyes flashed with hatred. She couldn't do this in the past, but now that Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang were here, it was possible. Although the Sun Moon Palace rarely appeared in the eyes of the world, its strength wasn't weak. It was even stronger than some famous sections. Hearing Mu Jinsei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing looked at each other. It seemed like Mu Jinsei's hatred was even stronger than theirs. Just from Mu Jinsei's eyes, they could see all of this. It's not just the Yu family, there's also the Lan family. Back then, I saw their sincerity and Lan Yunxiao was the next head of the Lan family, so I agreed to let you be together. But, the Lan family actually dared to treat you like this. Hate. Mu Jinsei had hated for so many years. Ever since she became an ugly cripple, she had locked herself in her bedroom and relied on this surging hatred to survive until now. In the past, she, Mu Jinsei, had never known what hatred was. No matter what she encountered, she could always face it indifferently. She only felt that hate was an unnecessary emotion. But after returning from the Yu family, only hatred remained in her heart. She missed her daughter and granddaughter, hated Yu Xiqing, hated that man, and hated herself most of all. She never thought that after Lan Jingquang's family did such a despicable thing, not only did the Lan family not seek justice for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, they even protected them. This was intolerable. Mother, this enmity, we will definitely take revenge. But you must come personally and watch us take Yu Xiqing's dog life. Mu Lingbing tightly grasped Mu Jinsei's hand. She could feel the intense hatred in her mother's heart. Mu Jinsei must see this scene with her own eyes. Only then would she be able to truly let go of everything. Just as Mu Lingbing was about to grab Mu Jinsei's hand, Mu Lingbing suddenly trembled and hurriedly pulled her hand back. But at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Mu Jinsei's hand, and her eyes narrowed. Mu Jinsei's hand was black. It didn't look like a person's hand, but more like a piece of charcoal. How was this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. Could it be that Mu Jinsei was poisoned so deeply that her whole body had turned black? But if the poison was really that strong, then Mu Jinsei should have died long ago. However, Mu Jinsei was clearly alive and well. She could even feel that Mu Jin's aura was very strong. Night slowly fell. Situyan's group of 3 had been waiting in the discussion hall, but they still hadn't seen Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang return. At this moment, Gu Jinghe walked into the discussion hall. Lingbing and Ishuan are both in the palace master's sleeping quarters. I don't know how long they'll be talking. I've already prepared a place for you to stay, Gu Jinghe said slowly. When she saw Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang enter the sleeping quarters, she relaxed. After waiting outside for a while, she noticed that Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang didn't show any signs of coming out, so she came to inform Situyan's group. Mu Jin's and the other 2 hadn't seen each other for so many years, so they must have a lot to talk about. A few days and nights wouldn't be enough. She believed that the palace master's mood would improve after seeing Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang. If Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang were capable enough, she really hoped that the palace master could come out of the sleeping quarters. In these 10 years, the palace master had been sealed up by herself, so she must be in great pain. Hearing Gu Jinghe's reply, Situyan hurriedly stood up. His expression was somewhat anxious. You're saying that Lingbing and the others have already seen Mu Jin's? Gu Jinghe glanced at Situyan indifferently, then nodded. They've already gone into chat for a while, but we don't know when they'll come out. After receiving Gu Jinghe's confirmation, Situyan, Lan Yunxiao, and Bewitching all couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as they successfully saw Mu Jin's, it would be an extremely good result. No matter how long they had to wait here, they didn't mind. They believed that with Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing's persuasion, everything would be easily resolved. Under Gu Jinghe's guidance, the 3 of them arrived at the living quarters she had prepared for them. You can rest here. When Lingbing and the others come out, we'll bring them over. If you need anything, you can tell the servant girls. After saying all this, Gu Jinghe saw that Situyan and the other 2 did not need anything else, so she turned around and left. She believed that Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongshuang wouldn't stay in the bedroom for the entire night. They would probably come out soon. Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing had been telling Mu Jinse about what had happened in the past few years, including the fact that Bailey Hongshuang already had a sweetheart. However, they never mentioned Bewitching's name and identity. With the relationship between Mu Jinse and Situyan, she must have been extremely concerned about Heavenly Dipper sect all these years. As the young master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching's reputation was naturally very resounding. Once Mu Jinse found out, they were very worried that Mu Jinse's emotions would fluctuate. While they were chatting, Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing also tried to persuade Mu Jinse to let Bailey Hongshuang treat her. However, Mu Jinse was extremely resistant. Every time Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing brought up this point, she would remain silent. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing didn't force her. It was obvious that Mu Jinse had closed herself off for so long that many of her thoughts were already deeply rooted. If they wanted Mu Jinse to let go of everything, it wouldn't be an easy task. However, since they were already here, they had plenty of time. When Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing walked out of the bedroom, the sky was already filled with stars. The 2 of them had faint smiles on their faces, but the worry in the depths of their eyes had not dissipated. Ishuan, your grandmother has been unwilling to seek treatment. What should we do? Mu Lingbing was now full of confidence in Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills. She believed that Bailey Hongshuang would definitely be able to cure Mu Jin's. Unfortunately, Mu Jin's was unwilling to accept treatment. She didn't understand what Mu Jin's was thinking. Mother, we can't rush this. Back then, grandmother would have been able to cure herself, but the doctors were helpless. At that time, grandmother had been disappointed too many times, so she doesn't want to be disappointed again. We just need to slowly open grandmother's heart. She will definitely accept it. As a doctor, Bailey Hongshuang was very familiar with a patient's condition. She wasn't willing to try because she didn't want to be disappointed again. Actually, from a doctor's point of view, since she had been disappointed so many times, she shouldn't be afraid of being disappointed again. Because after trying, there would at least be a glimmer of hope. However, her grandmother's condition was more serious than those who were afraid of treatment because her condition was too serious. Moreover, it was the person she hated the most who had caused her to become like this. She believed that her grandmother would rather lose to anyone in this world than to Xianxia. However, in this matter, she had lost to Xianxia. So, the more she tried, the more she failed. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Mu Lingbing's expression changed and she nodded. You're right, I was too anxious. Mu Lingbing was vexed. She had been too anxious. Because she had suffered for so many years, and now that she had finally recovered, she hoped that Mu Jintz would be able to recover from this pain as soon as possible. However, she didn't consider that Mu Jintz's situation was different from hers. Her actions were only making things difficult for Mu Jintz. Mother, you're being too concerned. Bailey Hongshuang comforted Mu Lingbing. Right now, they both hoped that the other would recover quickly. However, this all depended on grandmother to walk out of this. When Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing arrived, they discovered that Si Tuyen, Lan Yunxiao, and Bewitching were all awake. The moment they saw them return, the three men walked out of the house almost at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on them. Si Tuyen quickly walked over to Bailey Hongshuang and asked, "How is Xianxia now?" "Her injuries are very serious, but Grandma didn't want us to know, so I can only make a rough guess. I can't be sure of the real situation," Bailey Hongshuang said frankly. She knew that her grandfather was definitely the one who cared about her the most, so there was no need to hide these things. Mu Lingbing then told everyone everything that had happened after they entered the sleeping chamber. Si Tuyen fell silent for a long time after he heard everything. It seems that mother-in-law's injuries are more serious than we thought. Lan Yunxiao furrowed his brows. He originally thought that only Mu Jintz's face was disfigured, but now it seemed that her entire body was affected. After seeing Mu Jintz's condition, Bailey Hongshuang had been thinking about what kind of poison could cause Mu Jintz to become like this. However, there was no such poison in her memories. For a woman, turning every part of her body into such a state was no different from the cruelest punishment. Bailey Hongshuang could understand Mu Jintz. She was once a proud daughter of the heavens, but now she had become like this. She must have found it hard to accept and was even more unwilling to be seen by the people she cared about. After thinking for a long time, Bailey Hongshuang still couldn't think of the relevant poison. Only if Mu Jintz was willing to examine her would she be able to find the root of the problem. Si Tuyen and the rest all knew of Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's judgment, their hearts sank even more. This Xianxia is simply inhuman. Bewitching's handsome face couldn't hide his anger. When he found out about this from Gu Jinghe, he was already extremely angry. He didn't expect the situation to be even more serious than he imagined. It was no wonder Mu Jintz had sealed herself away for so many years. If it was only her face that was disfigured, she could still wear a veil in front of others. If her entire body became like that, then she really wouldn't know how to face others. "Yixuan, do you have the confidence to cure grandmother?" Lan Yunxiao looked towards Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were much stronger than ordinary doctors. He could only place all his hopes on Bailey Hongshuang. "I don't understand the situation right now, so I can't make a judgment. However, I will definitely find a way to save her." Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flickered with a resolute light. She had always had an extraordinary talent in medical skills. No matter what method she used, she would definitely cure Mu Jintz. Even if she really couldn't find a way to cure the poison, she would still find a way even if she had to pry open Xianxia's mouth. After all, as a doctor, she had too many ways to torture people. Normally, she disdained torturing others. No matter how disgusting someone she met, she would just give them a quick death. However, a person like Xianxia was clearly not worthy of such a death. Si Tuyen clenched his fists tightly. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, from Bailey Hongshuang's description, he could already imagine Mu Jintz's current appearance. She was such an unforgettable woman back then, but now she had become like this because of him. How could he bear it? Bailey Hongshuang and the others did not overlook Si Tuyen's emotions. In fact, Si Tuyen was the one who found it the hardest to accept the truth. "Grandpa, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Mother and I will try our best to convince grandmother. As long as grandmother is willing to let me treat her, I will definitely find a way to help her recover. As for those hateful people, they will be dealt with sooner or later. Father, don't worry. At least mother is still alive." This is already good news. Mu Lingbing hurriedly said. Compared to what they had expected, the current situation was much better. Even if the current situation was very bad, it was still very bad. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing's words, Si Tuyan's anger subsided slightly. However, it was still very strong. He did not speak and turned to walk into the room. Over the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing stayed with Mu Jintz. They didn't say much, only chatting with Mu Jintz. Mu Jintz had been alone for more than 10 years, and the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang had undoubtedly made Mu Jintz's mood a lot better. Si Tuyan, Lan Yunxiao, and Bewitching stayed in their rooms to cultivate. Sun Moon Palace had never allowed outsiders to enter, so they didn't go anywhere else to avoid trouble. Now, they could only place their hopes on Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Jintz, hoping that they could persuade Mu Jintz soon. However, Mu Jintz's thoughts were already deeply rooted, so it wasn't easy to persuade her. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing weren't anxious about this. In any case, it was the same no matter where they stayed. Under these circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang found that Mu Jintz's thoughts were gradually wavering. Perhaps it was because this trust was constantly deepening, so Mu Jintz was gradually willing to open her heart and accept everything. 1 month later. Under Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing's unrelenting efforts, Mu Jintz finally agreed to let Bailey Hongzhuang treat her. After hearing this news, everyone's faces were filled with joy. As long as Mu Jintz was willing to let them treat her, this was already the best news. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang, Mu Lingbing, and Mu Jintz were in the bedroom. "Mother, let Yixuan take a look at your condition." Mu Lingbing encouraged Mu Jintz as she spoke slowly. Mu Jintz nodded, but her eyes still flashed with a complicated light. In the end, this uncertain and complicated light finally turned into determination and decisiveness. Mu Jintz removed the light muslin that had tightly wrapped around her body. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had guessed, Mu Jintz's exposed skin was completely charcoal black, dry and wrinkled like tree bark. It was extremely shocking. Mu Lingbing couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this. She knew that Mu Jintzei had been severely damaged, but the situation before her eyes had exceeded her expectations. She had never seen anyone become like this. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw Mu Jintz's skin, her brows furrowed tightly. "Are you all frightened by me?" Mu Jintzei looked at Mu Lingbing's shocked expression and couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "Grandma, it's okay. Take off your veil. I need to know more about your situation." "Mother, no matter what, your image in my heart has never changed," Mu Lingbing hurriedly added. When Mu Jintzei saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not show any signs of fear or disgust after seeing her current appearance, she relaxed a little and slowly removed her veil. Her face was also charred black. Other than her eyes, which were still bright, the rest of her face was unsightly. "Grandma, let me take your pulse." Mu Jintz stretched out her hand, and Bailey Hongzhuang immediately began to take her pulse. Mu Jintz's situation was really too shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang thought that she had been exposed to a lot of toxins, but compared to Mu Jintz's situation, it was like a small child in front of a great witch. As she took Mu Jintzei's pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. She had never heard of such a poison before. Mu Jintzei's body wasn't affected at all, but her skin had turned into burnt bark. If anyone else saw Mu Jintzei's appearance, they wouldn't think that she was a living person, but a burnt tree. "Grandmother, your insides aren't affected at all. It's just the surface, right?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Mu Jintzei nodded. "This bark-like skin will fall off, and every time it does, it's extremely painful." "Skin will fall off?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed. Skin could actually fall off. It was truly shocking. "Grandmother, how many times have you shed your skin so far?" Bailey Hongzhuang had never come into contact with this kind of poison before and could only understand it from her grandmother. Only then could she make an accurate judgment. "Quite a few times, about once every 2 years. In the beginning, it was only my face that became like this. Later on, every time I shed my skin, the area would expand and eventually my entire body would become like this. I've tried not to shed my skin, but it's not something I can control." Mu Jintzei's expression was extremely ugly. She didn't know what Bewitching had done to her body. Since that was the case, why not let her die a quick death? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing couldn't help but look at each other. It looked like Yu Xiqing really did find pleasure in torturing Mu Jinsei. Every 2 years, she would give Mu Jinsei another blow, immersing her in this kind of pain and watching her body slowly being eaten away. This was a situation that no one would be willing to accept. This Yu Xiqing, she's really crazy. Mu Lingbing gritted her teeth. Yu Xiqing didn't want Mu Jinsei's life. She wanted Mu Jinsei to suffer so much that she would rather die. Grandmother's entire body has already become like this. I wonder if she'll shed her skin again. Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself. Grandmother, how long until the next time you shed your skin? There's still a month left. After Mu Jins decided to tell Bailey Hongzhuang everything, she did not hide anything. She told Bailey Hongzhuang everything that had happened in the past few years in great detail. However, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't figure out where the problem lay. She only took a bit of Mu Jin's blood. She needed to study it carefully. Grandma, let me take a look at your legs first. After understanding the specifics of the disfigurement, Bailey Hongzhuang changed her target to Mu Jin's leg. The former problem was obviously not something that could be solved in a short time. Mu Jinsei nodded slightly. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, she knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was also helpless. However, she had already been disappointed many times. Moreover, this time, the other party was her own granddaughter. She knew that she would probably be like this for the rest of her life, so she didn't care. Mother, is there no one who can cure your leg? Mu Lingbing couldn't help but ask. Mu Jins nodded bitterly. Yu Xiqing is a poison expert. She wants me to live like this for the rest of my life. Naturally, it's not something that an ordinary doctor can cure. Just as Mu Jinsei and Mu Lingbing were talking, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly rang out. This leg illness. I can cure it first. As Bailey Hongzhuang's words fell, Mu Jinsei and Mu Lingbing were stunned for a moment, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. They hadn't expected Bailey Hongzhuang to have found a cure so quickly. Mu Jinsei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Back then, many famous doctors could only shake their heads and sigh when they saw her legs. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was now telling her that she could cure it so easily. Yixian, is what you said true? Mu Lingbing asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The poison in this leg illness isn't complicated. Give me some time and I'll be able to concoct the antidote. However, grandmother's legs haven't moved for many years, so even after the poison is cured, it will take some time for them to fully recover. As for grandmother's skin condition, I've never seen any similar symptoms before, so I'll need some time to understand. After receiving Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, Mu Lingbing and Mu Jinsei's faces lit up with joy. No matter what, being able to solve a problem was extremely good news. Bailey Hongzhuang left the palace lord's hall after understanding all the information. She needed time to do some research. She believed that no matter how difficult the poison was to cure, as long as she understood the root cause, she would definitely be able to find a cure. Once Bailey Hongzhuang became serious, many people couldn't compare to her. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's departing figure, Mu Jinsei was still in disbelief. Can Yixian really do it? Even though she had heard from Mu Lingbing that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were outstanding, but hearing Bailey Hongzhuang say it so straightforwardly still gave her a feeling of disbelief. Although her skin couldn't recover, as long as she could walk again, it would be much more convenient. Mother, Yixian's medical skills are outstanding. As long as she says it can be cured, then it can definitely be cured. Let's wait for her good news. Mu Lingbing's clear eyes shone with excitement. Yixian's excellence had exceeded everyone's expectations. In order to convince Mu Jinsei, Mu Lingbing even told her about how Bailey Hongzhuang had poisoned the Yu clan. The Yu clan had suffered such a huge blow this time was all thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang's efforts. Mu Jins was also dumbfounded after knowing all this. She knew how powerful Yu Xiqing's medical skills were, but she didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to compare with her. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her residence. When Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang return so early, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You're back, why are you so? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I've already treated grandmother and came back to prepare some things. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Si Tuyen and Lan Yunxiao quickly walked over. Jin say, she is willing to accept the treatment? Si Tuyen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Grandmother has already been convinced by us. Then how are her injuries? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened as she helplessly shook her head. The situation is very complicated. It's not easy to cure her. After Bailey Hongshuang had told Si Tuyen and the others about Mu Jin's situation, she returned to the house. Although they couldn't help but be worried when she told them this news, if she didn't say anything, they would be even more worried. Inside the house, Bailey Hongshuang sat quietly in front of the desk, her delicate and elegant face filled with unconcealable worry. Master, what are you worried about? Xiao He rarely saw Bailey Hongshuang so worried and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Bai and Baisher also looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. Even if Mu Jin's poison was very difficult to remove, Master shouldn't have shown such an expression. One had to know that as long as there was no other way, Master would never give up. Hope. Skin shedding happens once every 2 years. Now that grandmother's skin has become like this, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that Master won't shed her skin anymore. As for the other, if there's a change, where do you think it will be? Hearing this, the 3 beasties were stunned for a moment before their eyes filled with fear. Could it be that it will turn inside her body? Xiao Bai voiced out her guess. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the man and the 3 beasts turned ugly. Bailey Hongshuang felt that with Yu Xiqing's level of viciousness, she wouldn't think in a good way. So, the first possibility was too small. There was only the second possibility. Since there was no way to spread it outside her body, she could only spread it inside her body. Bailey Hongshuang didn't know what would happen if it spread inside her body, but she was sure that when it reached that stage, Mu Jin's would definitely be in great pain. This was what she didn't want to see the most and what she was most worried about. There wasn't much time left before the next outbreak. If they couldn't find a solution in this period of time, she wouldn't be able to judge what they would have to endure next. At this moment, the 3 beasties completely understood that Master hadn't told the others about this situation. Master, what will you do now? Xiao Hei's face was filled with worry. However, in the current situation, they knew nothing about medicine and could not help at all. Their master could only bear all the pressure by herself. Bailey Hongshuang's black eyes suddenly deepened, and then, a sharp light suddenly appeared, turning into an indomitable determination. Let's hurry up and research. We can only give it a try. Now, they had no way out. They could only do their best to change everything. With regards to Mu Jinsei's leg disease, Yu Xiqing's method wasn't too complicated. Bailey Hongshuang only needed to understand the ingredients and she would be able to make it. The next day, Bailey Hongshuang had already concocted the antidote. The detoxification process was not complicated and Bailey Hongshuang returned to the house after handing the antidote to Mu Lingbing. It could be said that she was racing against time and was unwilling to waste any time. Mu Lingbing seemed to have sensed that Bailey Hongshuang's mood was different from usual. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask too much. Bailey Hongshuang always had her own ideas. Since she couldn't help Bailey Hongshuang in this aspect, she could only leave Bailey Hongshuang alone. Even though Bailey Hongshuang had tried her best to research it and flipped through many medical books, she still couldn't find any relevant records. As the 1-month deadline drew closer, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but feel anxious. If it was any other day, she would definitely be very interested in researching a poison she had never seen before. But with the current situation, she couldn't treat it as a test or a game. In this period of time, Bailey Hongshuang had only discovered that Mu Jin's blood was very special and mixed with some special substances. However, these substances weren't poisonous. Similarly, she couldn't find anything special in Mu Jin's skin. It was like a piece of real tree bark and was made of human tissue and tree bark. As for the poison, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't find it at all. She was helpless. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang was also helpless. This kind of feeling made one feel especially hopeless. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the moonlight outside the window. Tomorrow was the 1-month deadline, but she hadn't found anything. The 3 beasties quietly stayed by Bailey Hongshuang's side. They could all understand Bailey Hongshuang's complicated feelings. Usually, no matter what kind of illness it was, as long as Master took action, the illness would immediately be cured. But now, the person Master cared about was in such a state and Master was helpless. It could be seen how terrible Master's mood was. For the entire night, Bailey Hongshuang sat like this until dawn. She couldn't think of anything. Yishuan, something happened to grandmother. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was about to go check on Mu Jin's condition, Mu Lingbing ran over in a panic. Originally, Bailey Hongshuang had hoped that this kind of situation wouldn't happen again, but reality told her that it was impossible. Mu Lingbing's shout attracted everyone's attention and they all ran out of their rooms, their faces full of worry and anxiety. What happened? Lan Yunxiao hurriedly asked. When Bailey Hongshuang heard Mu Lingbing's words, she didn't care about anything else and quickly ran in the direction she had personally chosen. Mu Lingbing's words had already told her too much. She was afraid that it was as she had expected. Mu Jin's skin shedding this time was different from before. When Bailey Hongshuang arrived at the bedchamber, she saw Mu Jin struggling on the ground with a face full of pain. The intense pain made her face pale and veins popped out on her temples. She was in extreme pain. Mu Jinsei had been enduring immense pain all these years, and she was able to endure normal pain. But even so, Mu Jinsei was still in such pain. It could be seen how terrifying the pain she was enduring was. The next second, Bailey Hongshuang noticed that Mu Jin had started to vomit blood. The blood was all black, and not a single trace of red could be seen. "Grandmother, where does it hurt?" Bailey Hongshuang quickly asked. Inside my body, ah." Mu Jinsei let out a blood-curdling scream as she frantically rolled on the ground. That kind of pain almost caused her to collapse. When Si Tu-yen and the others rushed into the bedchamber, they saw this scene. Si Tu-yen looked at Mu Jin, who was suffering like charcoal. His face was full of shock and pain. He had already understood the situation from Bailey Hongshuang, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he still had an indescribable impact. Lan Yunxiao and Bewitching also received a huge shock. This kind of situation was simply unheard of. "I can't take it, ah." Blood-curdling screams kept coming out of Mu Jin's mouth. In this kind of situation, she really felt that death was better than living. When Bailey Hongshuang saw Mu Jin's state, she hastily said, "Grandfather, hold grandmother down. You absolutely can't let her seek death." This kind of pain was clearly not something Mu Jin could endure. She already wanted to die. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Si Tu-yen immediately reacted. He absolutely couldn't let Mu Jin die like this. In the next instant, Si Tu-yen tightly hugged Mu Jin, preventing her from seeking death. Mu Jin's consciousness had already been obliterated by the pain. She didn't know who was hugging her. She could only frantically struggle, wanting to end her own life. Bailey Hongshuang swiftly grabbed Mu Jin's hand. She had to understand Mu Jin's current situation. Just as Bailey Hongshuang had guessed, this dark transformation had already spread to Mu Jin's body. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Mu Jin completely lost her life. When Lan Yunxiao and the rest saw Mu Jin like this, they didn't know what to say. Even if Mu Jin had stolen Yu Xiqing's sweetheart, Yu Xiqing's actions were too vicious. Normal people wouldn't be able to do such a cruel thing. Bailey Hongshuang swiftly took out silver needles and pierced them into Mu Jin's acupuncture points. Miserable screams spread throughout the bedchamber. Bewitching, Lan Yunxiao, and Mu Lingbing were all helping Bailey Hongshuang to hold down Mu Jin's body, preventing her from struggling. Seeing Mu Jin in such pain, their hearts were bleeding. However, they couldn't accept Mu Jin's leaving them like this. When Bailey Hongshuang finished her acupuncture, the struggling Mu Jin finally calmed down. However, she had already fainted. "Yishuan, what's going on?" Mu Lingbing hastily asked. Si Tu-yen and the rest focused their gazes on Bailey Hongshuang. They never thought that Mu Jin's condition would be this serious. Bailey Hongshuang told Si Tu-yen and the rest her previous judgment. Now that things had developed to this stage, there was no point in hiding it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "Right now, I'm only using acupuncture to temporarily control the spread of the poison. But this is only a delaying tactic. Of course. If we can't find a solution within this period of time, grandmother is very likely to die." Calm of the bedchamber. Everyone stared blankly at the unconscious Mu Jinsei. They were unable to accept such an outcome. Si Tuyen hugged Mu Jinsei tightly. After waiting for so many years, he finally got to see Mu Jinsei again. How could he watch her leave him like this? Yixuan, is there no other way? Mu Lingbing's face was ashen. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a glimmer of hope. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Not at the moment. She turned to look at Mu Jin's. She never thought that the poison would be so terrifying. But at that moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed a faint red light between Mu Jin's eyebrows. Could it be? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes flashed with shock. She had never thought of this possibility before, but from Mu Jin's current situation, there was only one possibility. Si Tuyen and the rest looked at Mu Jin's with worry, their hearts in a mess. At this moment, when they suddenly heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's eyes fell on her. Yixuan, do you know something? Mu Lingbing quickly grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her face filled with anxiety. Gu poison. Bailey Hongzhuang muttered these two words, but it made Si Tuyen and the rest's expressions change. Gu poison? Si Tuyen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. Gu poison was rarely seen, and it was sinister and vicious. Just hearing its name was enough to make people shrink back. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I just saw a trace of gu poison in grandmother's forehead. It had never appeared before, so I didn't think in that direction. For the past few days, Bailey Hongzhuang had always thought that Mu Jin's current state was caused by poison. However, she couldn't find any poison that matched Mu Jin's condition. Now that she linked it to gu poison, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but come to a realization. If it was gu poison, then everything made sense. Gu poison is a sinister move that has long been banned. Back then, the witchcraft clan was directly exterminated. It's been many years since gu poison appeared in the Xianxia continent. Lan Yunxiao said with a solemn expression. The gu poison was too insidious, and its methods were extremely cruel. Back then, the witchcraft clan committed crimes in the Xianxia continent and was exterminated. Since then, gu poison had disappeared from everyone's sight. They never thought that Yuxiqing would poison Mu Jin's, but now that they thought about it, they felt that other than gu poison, there was nothing else that could cause Mu Jin's to be in such pain. Hongzhuang, if it's gu poison, then do you have a way to cure it? Si Tuyen and the rest's expressions turned ugly. Gu poison had disappeared for too many years, so many doctors didn't have much understanding of it. They only had a few records in ancient books. Based on those records alone, it was obviously impossible to cure the gu poison. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, so she probably hadn't come into contact with gu poison. At this moment, it wasn't easy to determine that Mu Jin's had been poisoned, let alone cure it. Bewitching's gaze focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was special, but he didn't know if Bailey Hongzhuang had any understanding of this. Let's see what kind of gu poison it is. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened, but she didn't say anything else. There were many kinds were there different kinds of gu poison. In her previous life, when she was still alive, the gu poison was a very frightening poison. The witchcraft clan could always use gu poison to control others or make people die without knowing why, without leaving a trace. After she transmigrated, she found out that the witchcraft clan had been exterminated, so she never thought about this. She didn't expect Yuxiqing to be able to do this. She had underestimated Yuxiqing. Bailey Hongzhuang sat by Mu Jin's side and put away her silver needles. Following that, Bailey Hongzhuang pierced the silver needles into different acupuncture points on Mu Jinsei's body. Si Tuyen and the rest quietly watched Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. They didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. After Bailey Hongzhuang pierced the silver needles into Mu Jinsei's acupuncture points, the silver needles started to vibrate. Seeing this scene, a wisp of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. However, Si Tuyen and the rest were all experienced and knowledgeable people, so they quickly knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was using the vibrating needle technique. In that instant, they completely understood the power of Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Previously, they might not have had a direct understanding of this, but now, they completely understood. With the trembling of these silver needles, Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead was also oozing fine beads of sweat. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked and astonished gazes, they saw Mu Jinsei's body start to move. In her meridians, there was a protruding thing that kept moving forward. Seeing this, everyone immediately knew that this was a goo worm. In the past, everyone had only heard of goo worms, but seeing it with their own eyes was still extremely shocking. This thing had actually been hiding in Mu Jinsei's body for so many years. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang also confirmed her judgment. This was a goo worm. Under the pressure of Bailey Hongzhuang's silver needles, the goo worm arrived at Mu Jinsei's wrist. "Hongzhuang, can this drive the goo worm out?" Si Tuyen hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "No, I'm only forcing the goo worm's form out. After understanding it, I can think of a solution. Goo poisons are extremely complicated and Yuxiqing is sinister and vicious. Who knows, this goo worm might even have a mother worm. If that's really the case, then Yuxiqing has been relying on this to control grandmother's life and death." Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, everyone's faces turned ugly. They simply couldn't imagine that Yuxiqing was actually so vicious. The goo worm had been moving around Mu Jinsei's wrist. This goo worm had been living in Mu Jinsei's body for too long and was almost the size of a fist. At this moment, it was like a tumor. Bailey Hongzhuang took out her silver needles. She was only using this method to force the goo worm to this place. But once she cut Mu Jinsei's hand, the goo worm wouldn't come out. Instead, it would quickly hide inside Mu Jinsei's body. If she wanted to find it again, it would take a lot of effort. Bailey Hongzhuang stabbed the goo worm. She had to extract some of the goo worm's body fluids. Only then would she be able to find out what kind of substances could restrain the goo worm's bodies was. Si Tuyen and the rest looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. They, who didn't know anything about medicine, could only place their hopes on Bailey Hongzhuang. As Bailey Hongzhuang's silver needles pierced into the goo worm's body, the goo worm immediately started to struggle. It twisted and turned, wanting to leave this place. After extracting some of the goo worm's body fluid, Bailey Hongzhuang then kept her silver needles. When Bailey Hongzhuang kept the silver needles in Mu Jinsei's body one by one, the goo worm disappeared into nothingness under everyone's shocked gazes. It merged into Mu Jinsei's body as if it had never appeared. "Yixuan, how is your grandmother now?" Mu Lingbing asked anxiously. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her head to look at the unconscious Mu Jinsei. Her expression was also filled with worry as she said, "I've already temporarily controlled the goo poison in grandmother's body. She's just fainted from exhaustion. Once she wakes up, she'll be fine for now. However, that goo worm has been absorbing nutrients from grandmother's body all these years. Take good care of grandmother, I'll go study this goo worm." "All right." Everyone nodded. None of them expected Mu Jinsei's condition to be this bad. In comparison, if Mu Jinsei was only disfigured, then it wasn't that serious. But now, they really didn't know what to do. Si Tuyen looked at Mu Jinsei with heartache. His stupidity had caused Mu Jinsei to fall to this state. When he saw Mu Jinsei struggling like she was better off dead, his heart ached to the extreme. He slowly carried Mu Jinsei to the bed. He was so careful that it was as if he was carrying a rare treasure. Even though Mu Jinsei's skin had become like this, he could still recognize that the person in front of him was the Mu Jinsei he had been thinking about day and night. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Si Tuyen's expression. They already knew about Si Tuyen's feelings for Mu Jinsei. Now that they saw it, their feelings deepened. In reality, no matter who saw Mu Jinsei's current appearance, they would be extremely shocked and even terrified. Even though Lan Yunxiao and Bewitching were prepared, they still found it hard to accept when they first saw it. However, Si Tuyen used his actions to tell them what true feelings were. When Mu Lingbing saw this scene, her heart was comforted. These days, she and Mu Jinsei had talked about many things. Mu Jinsei was filled with hatred towards Si Tuyen. Back then, when Mu Jinsei left by herself, she was even more worried than before. However, after Yuxiqing hurt Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang, Mu Jinsei's feelings towards Si Tuyen had turned into hatred. Because of Si Tuyen's mistake, she had hurt the people she cared about the most. This was something she couldn't accept. Now, Mu Lingbing only hoped that Mu Jinsei would recover quickly. She believed that as long as Mu Jinsei knew what Si Tuyen had done all these years, she would definitely forgive him. Mu Lingbing, Lan Yunxiao, and Bewitching exchanged glances before leaving the room. At this time, it was enough for Situyen to take care of Mu Jinsei. Right now, Situyen only had the opportunity to take care of Mu Jinsei while she was unconscious. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the house, she began to research. She had been puzzled before, but now she finally found a direction. After understanding what it was, at least he had a target to study. When Mu Lingbing and the other two returned, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's tightly shut door. They wanted to know more about the poison. However, this was not the time to disturb Bailey Hongzhuang. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang was more anxious than them. In the next few days, Bewitching only sent food to Bailey Hongzhuang's house regularly. At other times, they didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang. Situyen had been taking care of Mu Jinsei the entire time. This time, Mu Jinsei had been unconscious for a long time, but her body's condition was very stable. Because the goo worm was affecting Mu Jinsei's insides this time, the deficit was even more alarming. 5 days later, Mu Jinsei slowly woke up. When Situyen saw that Mu Jinsei was showing signs of waking up, he quickly left the palace and left Mu Lingbing to take care of Mu Jinsei. Mu Jinsei's body was already extremely weak. If she saw him, she would probably go even more hysterical. He couldn't take such a risk and let Mu Jinsei's condition worsen. When Mu Jinsei woke up, she saw a familiar figure disappear from her sight. But when the thought of it being Situyen appeared in her mind, even she found it laughable. She had actually dreamed of the man who had ruined her life. What a joke! Mother, how are you feeling? Mu Lingbing couldn't help but rejoice when she saw that Mu Jinsei had woken up. Mu Jinsei hadn't woken up for several days and she had been worried to death. Mu Jinsei's face was pale as she shook her head. What happened to me afterwards? Mu Lingbing poured a cup of water for Mu Jinsei before telling her what had happened that day. Of course, she didn't mention Situyen and the others. You're saying that I've been poisoned by a goo worm? Mu Jinsei's eyes were filled with shock. She had never thought that she had been poisoned by such a terrifying goo worm. That's right. Hongzhuang used silver needles to force the goo worm out of your body. That's how we saw the goo worm's existence. However, it's not an easy task to force the goo worm out of the body. Hongzhuang has been trying to think of a way recently. Mu Lingbing slowly explained. Yu Xiqing actually used a goo worm on me. Mu Jinsei's voice was filled with disbelief. She had never thought that this would be the result. No wonder so many doctors had never seen this kind of symptoms. Goo worm was something that had disappeared for many years. It looked like Yu Xiqing had really gone to great lengths to torment her. She had even managed to find such a thing. I didn't think that Yixian could even diagnose a goo worm. Truly incredible. Mu Jinsei couldn't help sighing. Previously, Hongzhuang had already healed her legs, which made her extremely surprised. Although the way she walked was still somewhat unchanged, as long as she was given a little more time, she would be able to completely recover. She couldn't help but marvel at Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Back then, so many doctors came, but none of them could cure her legs. Just this point alone was enough to prove it. She had been poisoned by goo. Other doctors were unable to tell, but Bailey Hongzhuang was able to tell. It was really amazing. My goo poison was suppressed by Yixian? Mu Jinsei asked. Mu Lingbing nodded slightly. Yixuan has only temporarily suppressed the outbreak of the goo poison. She said she wants to use this time to find a solution. Hearing this, Mu Jinsei's expression changed a little. Although Mu Lingbing had only said this much, she already understood. In the past, when the goo poison acted up, although the pain was unbearable, it was far less intense and terrifying than this time. If Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't find a solution in this time, then she wouldn't have long to live. This wasn't something she wanted to see, but to be able to see Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan in this lifetime was already a blessing to her. Lingbing, tell Yixuan not to feel too much pressure. To be able to see all of you return safely while I'm still alive is already the greatest blessing I've ever had. Mu Jin stared at Mu Lingbing's familiar face and reached out to hold the latter's hand. No matter what, at least when her life was about to end, she would not be alone. If one were to say that she hated Situyen to the core, then there was only one thing she was grateful for. Because without Situyen, she would not have been able to have Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan. To her, this was enough. Her life in this world had not been in vain. Hearing Mu Jin's pessimistic words, Mu Lingbing's eyes darkened and her lips trembled. She did not wish for Mu Jin to give up hope like this, but the goo poison was too powerful and she could not guarantee that she would be able to get rid of it. Over the past few days, Bailey Hongzhuang had been immersed in her research and had not rested at all. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang in this state, she could not help but feel her heart ache. In the long run, Bailey Hongzhuang's body would not be able to take it. But now, Mu Jin's life was at stake and she had no way of stopping Bailey Hongzhuang. All of them were in this state of mind and their emotions were extremely complicated. Originally, they had wanted to capture Yu Xiqing alive. Perhaps after capturing her, they would be able to save Mu Jin. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Tu Yan had told them the truth and they had given up on this plan. There must be a mother worm in Mu Jin's body and this mother worm must be in Yu Xiqing's hands. Based on Yu Xiqing's deranged behavior, she would not give them the chance to save Mu Jin. Perhaps to Yu Xiqing herself, she did not fear death. She had been no different from a zombie these days and she only wanted to see everyone suffer. Once they went to find Yu Xiqing, she would definitely take Mu Jin's life. This would only make things worse. Tu Yan nodded in agreement after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's analysis. He had interacted with Yu Xiqing for so many years and understood her very well. Bailey Hongzhuang researched day and night, and in the process of this research, Bailey Hongzhuang also had some gains. This goo worm lived on trees, so Mu Jinsei's skin had the appearance of tree bark. It sucked the nutrients from Mu Jinsei's body while secreting the components of the tree. Under this imperceptible influence, Mu Jin would become a dead tree in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang had high attainments in medical skills. As long as she was given enough time, she would be able to decipher everything. Now, what she needed to do was to develop a drug that could stop the goo worm from continuing to grow and suppress its secretion in Mu Jinsei's body. Moreover, she wanted to completely sever the connection between the mother insect and the child insect without the mother insect knowing. Once the connection was broken, it had to be completed in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, once Yu Xiqing discovered that something was wrong with the mother insect, she would immediately give the order to the mother insect and let the child insect take Mu Jin's life in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang had interacted with the witchcraft clan in her past life, so she was very clear about their methods. Now, the most important thing was to understand what ingredients could suppress the growth of the child insect. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was worried about Mu Jinsei's condition, Bailey Hongzhuang did not lose her cool because of this. On the contrary, in the eyes of others, Bailey Hongzhuang was terrifyingly calm. Nothing could affect her, and all her thoughts were focused on developing a solution. The three beasts had always been by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's serious and determined look, they could only hope that their mistress's body would be able to hold on. Their mistress did not hide anything from them. Even if their mistress had already thought of a way to stop the child worm's movements, she could only delay it for half a month. If their mistress could not find a solution in this half a month, then Mu Jinsei would die. It was because of this that their mistress was so restless. They were very clear in their hearts that if their mistress were to watch someone she cared about die like this, she would definitely not be able to bear it. After all, their mistress had studied medicine for so long and had saved countless people, but she was unable to save her own loved ones. This kind of pain was the hardest to bear. After Gu Jinghe saw Bailey Hongzhuang heal Mu Jinsei's legs, she was also shocked by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang had such abilities at such a young age. In a few more years, she would definitely be a world-renowned genius doctor. Yu Xiqing was able to enjoy such a reputation because of her outstanding medical skills. She could be said to be the Yu family's #1 doctor in all these years. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not even 20 years old yet and was already able to do this. This was something that Yu Xiqing could not compare to at that time. These days, no matter what Bailey Hongzhuang needed, Gu Jinghe would always be the first to prepare it. As long as they could save Mu Jinsei, Sun Moon Palace would definitely do their best. And it was with Gu Jinghe's help that Bailey Hongzhuang's progress was very fast. On this day, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was researching, Mu Lingbing suddenly knocked on Bailey Hongzhuang's door, unable to hide the panic on her face. "Yixuan, your grandmother is unconscious." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately stood up. Her serious face did not show any surprise. "I'll go take a look." Mu Lingbing nodded and walked towards the sleeping quarters with Bailey Hongzhuang. Situyen had not appeared in front of Mu Jinsei for the past few days. Now that he knew that Mu Jinsei had fainted again, his heart was burning with anxiety. He immediately followed her to the palace. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the palace, they saw Mu Jinsei lying unconscious on the bed. Bailey Hongzhuang pulled Mu Jinsei's hand, and after taking her pulse, her face sank. Sure enough, such a situation still happened. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's face that suddenly turned ugly, and their hearts couldn't help but sink. "Hongzhuang, how is Jinsei?" Situyen asked. "Although I managed to stop the childworms from flaring up earlier, I couldn't hold on for long. Now that my methods are gradually losing effectiveness, the childworms are constantly resisting. Once they succeed in resisting, then..." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say the following words, but everyone already understood. Once the childworms succeeded in resisting, Mu Jinsei would die an extremely painful death. Situyen clenched his fists tightly, his face ugly. An indescribable anger surged in his chest, mixed with an indescribable heartache. Is there no other way now? Situyen suppressed the pain in his heart and looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. When Mu Jinsei was in such pain, he was powerless to do anything. He couldn't put this feeling into words. Mu Lingbing and the others looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was their only hope. However, they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had already done her best. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed, her expression serious. Based on grandmother's current condition, she can only hold on for 3 more days. I've already come up with a few ideas, but I still need some time to prepare them. If they're effective, then grandmother still has a glimmer of hope. Over the past few days, Bailey Hongzhuang had tried many ways to deal with the parasites. However, these things were simply too rare. Those who had never seen them before had no idea what to do. So, she could only keep trying. In this continuous trial and error, he finally found some things that had a certain effect. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's eyes brightened. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, then it was good. Grandfather, mother, take good care of grandmother. If the parasites begin to move, inform me immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was solemn. She could only give it her all. Yishuan, don't worry. Leave this to us. Mu Lingbing hurriedly said. We only have 3 days. I'll make it in 3 days. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Gu Jinghe. First Elder, there are many materials that I'll need your help with. Don't worry. No matter what the materials are, I'll find a way to get them. Gu Jinghe's heart ached when she saw Mu Jinsei's condition. She hadn't seen the palace lord for so many years. She hadn't thought that the palace lord's condition would be so serious. No matter what it was, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the Sun Moon Palace wouldn't be stingy. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, then quickly left the bedroom and returned to her room. Originally, she only had a vague idea, but she wasn't sure what the final result would be. If she had enough time, she would be able to configure it and test it out, but judging from the current situation, it was obvious that she had no chance. She could only give it her all. This was her last hope. Bewitching followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang and left. These days, Hongzhuang had been under too much pressure, and his heart ached for her. However, just like Mu Lingbing and the others, he couldn't bring himself to ask Bailey Hongzhuang to rest. Now that there were only 3 days left, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely do her best. He could only silently watch over Bailey Hongzhuang and wait for the dust to settle before letting Hongzhuang have a good rest. Recently, Bailey Hongzhuang's meals had been prepared by him. He had already added a lot of nutrients to it, so that Hongzhuang wouldn't be so tired. However, it wouldn't do for her to not rest for so many days. Once these 3 days were over, he would definitely let Hongzhuang have a good rest. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her room and quickly began to configure the ingredients. She told Gu Jinghe all the ingredients she needed. Situyen, Mu Lingbing, and the rest waited anxiously. With each passing day, they could sense that Mu Jinsei's condition was worsening. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had said, she could only hold on for 3 more days. Everyone was burning with anxiety, but when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang in this state, they couldn't help but worry. Every minute and every second was torturous. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Si Tuyen had been guarding Mu Jin's by her bedside the entire time. He suddenly noticed that Mu Jin's body had begun to tremble. Her brows were tightly knitted together, clearly in great pain. Noticing this, Si Tuyen immediately understood that the goo poison in Mu Jin's body was about to flare up. Thus, he immediately sent Mu Lingbing to inform Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as Mu Lingbing rushed over to inform Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of her room with a bowl of medicine in her hands. Bewitching and Lan Yunxiao had been guarding outside Bailey Hongzhuang's room for the past 3 days. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang walk out, they immediately went to welcome her. "Yixuan, this is?" Lan Yunxiao immediately noticed the bowl of medicine in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands and couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang had been concocting the antidote these past few days. Now that she suddenly brought out a bowl of medicine, could it be that she'd found a solution? Let grandmother try this bowl of medicine. Perhaps it can suppress the parasites. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone was shaken. Then let's go to the sleeping quarters immediately. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3 was about to set off, Mu Lingbing quickly ran over. "Mother, grandmother's goo poison is flaring up?" Without waiting for Mu Lingbing to speak, Bailey Hongzhuang spoke first. Mu Lingbing quickly nodded. "It's almost uncontrollable. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over." When Mu Lingbing saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had already prepared the medicine, she was overjoyed. Everyone hurried to the sleeping quarters. When everyone arrived at the bedchamber, Mu Jinsei's body was already twitching. She was in extreme pain. Si Tuyen covered his face, worried that Mu Jinsei would see his appearance. However, with the current situation, Mu Jinsei clearly did not notice Si Tuyen. This kind of intense pain was the same as the one he had experienced a few days ago. It was so painful that he wished he could just take his own life. Mu Jinsei couldn't help but roll on the ground as blood spurted out from her mouth. She felt her body burning, as if she was about to be incinerated. Seeing Mu Jinsei like this, everyone was shocked. This goo poison was too terrifying when it flared up. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly stepped forward and said to Si Tuyen and the others, "Hold down grandma's body and don't let her move." Si Tuyen and the others immediately restrained Mu Jinsei's body. Mu Jinsei struggled violently, but under the intense pain, she didn't have much strength. Now that she was restrained by Si Tuyen and the others, she couldn't move at all. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly applied the needles, trying to use this method to alleviate Mu Jinsei's pain. The silver needles kept vibrating and Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face was covered in sweat. This time, it was even more difficult to contain the pain. Finally, under Bailey Hongzhuang's control, Mu Jinsei's condition stabilized. Everyone's gaze focused on Mu Jin's body. When the goo poison had flared up, a red light had flashed between Mu Jin's brows. That was the sign that the goo poison had flared up. Just as everyone's attention was on Mu Jin's, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFF, Bailey Hongzhuang's already pale face turned even paler. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly spat out blood, they panicked. "Yixuan, what's wrong?" Mu Lingbing hurriedly walked over to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her eyes filled with worry. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. Over the past few days, the one who had suffered the most was Bailey Hongzhuang. She had been researching day and night and had not closed her eyes at all. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was not weak, but she was not made of iron. From Bailey Hongzhuang's increasingly pale face, they could see that she had been holding on bitterly. Now, she could not hold on any longer. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand slightly and said, "I'm fine." But Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was unusually weak. She had expended too much energy over the past few days. She was already at the end of her rope, and adding on the mental strength she had expended earlier on, she could not take it anymore. "Yixuan, hurry and rest." Mu Lingbing's heart ached. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been very filial. In order to save Mu Jin's, she had almost given up her own life. Now that Hongzhuang had already done so much, they could only resign themselves to fate. They could not let Hongzhuang fall into danger. "Hongzhuang, hurry and rest." Di Beichen's heart ached. Hong Zhuang had always been too strong. All the pressure had been placed on her alone. He had no way to share it even if he wanted to. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, I can still hold on. Let's see how the outer skin is doing first. Everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so determined and thought about Mu Jin's situation. None of them had any ideas and could only wait a little longer. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixed on the red light in between Mu Jin's brows. Although she was going all out this time, she still had a certain amount of confidence in her antidote. The ingredients in the antidote could effectively suppress the development of the childworms. As long as it was successful, she would only need to put in a little more effort and everything would be resolved. But the effects would depend on the situation. A moment later, Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Mu Jin's breathing had stabilized a bit, and the red light between her eyebrows had also gradually dimmed. A happy smile appeared on her face. Success! This antidote can restrain the childworms. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone was overjoyed. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to concoct an effective antidote at the last minute. Just as everyone was about to praise Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer hold on and her body fell to the ground. Di Beichen had been focusing all his attention on Bailey Hongzhuang. He could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer hold on. So when Bailey Hongzhuang fainted, he immediately supported her body. Master, uncle, auntie, I'll bring Hongzhuang back to rest first. Di Beichen's eyes were bloodshot. Hongzhuang had become like this. The person who felt the most heartache and sadness was him. Since the antidote was effective, there was no need for them to worry. Di Beichen did not send Bailey Hongzhuang back to her room. Instead, he sent her to his own room. Bailey Hongzhuang had been researching and developing an antidote recently. The herbs and other things in the room were in a mess. It was not a suitable environment for her to rest. Along the way, Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's extremely pale face and felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly smashed. It was so painful that he found it difficult to breathe. He had secretly sworn that he would never let Bailey Hongzhuang suffer so much in the future. But this time, he had still made Hongzhuang so exhausted that she had fainted. As he carried Bailey Hongzhuang, he could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang had become lighter again. In the past month, Bailey Hongzhuang had lost a lot of weight. He had painstakingly fattened Bailey Hongzhuang up, but now, she was even thinner than before. Even though he was not a doctor, he could see how weak Bailey Hongzhuang was now. The three beasts were shocked when they saw Di Beichen carrying Bailey Hongzhuang back. But soon, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen into a coma. What's wrong with Master? Baisher quickly asked. She has used up too much energy. Her body cannot take it anymore. Di Beichen said in a low voice. He was in a terrible mood. To him, nothing was more important than Hongzhuang. Now that Hongzhuang was so weak, he could only vent his anger on himself. Master has been too tired these days. She has not slept a wink. Xiaohei looked anxiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. They had been very worried when they saw their master's desperate look. They had not expected things to turn out this way. When Di Beichen carried Bailey Hongzhuang back, Mu Lingbing immediately went to find Gu Jinghe. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had vomited blood, the situation must be very serious. They had to get a doctor to take a look. Gu Jinghe was very anxious when she found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen into a coma. She immediately went to find a doctor. Mu Jin's had already fallen into such a situation. She could not let anything happen to Bailey Hongzhuang. After Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxia found a doctor, they quickly headed to Bailey Hongzhuang's residence. After the doctor took Bailey Hongzhuang's pulse, his expression turned ugly. What did you make her do? Her mental energy is so severely depleted and her body is so weak. She is a girl, you can't treat her like an Iron Man. The doctor had obviously never seen anyone who could be so exhausted. Originally, he still maintained respect for Gu Jinghe and the others, but at this moment, he couldn't help but speak with anger. He was a doctor of Sun Moon Palace and his status was not low. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, but she was so exhausted. It was as if her body had been completely drained. He found it hard to imagine. Hearing the doctor's reprimand, everyone's expressions turned ugly. They felt deeply guilty. These days, Bailey Hongzhuang was truly exhausted. They had only thought of Mu Jin's and had not considered whether Bailey Hongzhuang could endure it. "Doctor, how is her condition? Will there be any problems?" Bewitching quickly asked. This result was within his expectations. He was more concerned about whether Hongzhuang would be in any danger. "She needs to rest well and replenish her nutrition. Her body can be slowly replenished, but her mental energy can only be slowly recovered through rest. This young lady is young and her body's condition isn't bad. That's why she's been able to persevere until now. Every time her body is drained, it will have a huge impact. I will do my best to help her adjust. As for whether there will be any side effects, I can't guarantee it." The doctor was furious that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so exhausted. He didn't know what the first elder and the others had been busy with recently, but he couldn't allow a young lady to be so exhausted. If he didn't say this, no one would understand the severity of the problem. "Doctor, you must take good care of her." Bewitching hastily pleaded the doctor. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Bailey Hongzhuang. That was something he couldn't bear. Dr. Su glanced at Bewitching. He could see that Bewitching was truly concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang. Only then did his expression soften. "I will do my best, but the most important thing right now is for her to rest well. I'm afraid she'll be unconscious for a while." Dr. Su looked at the unconscious Bailey Hongzhuang. It wasn't as if he had never seen someone so tired that they fainted. There were many cultivation maniacs in this world who didn't care about their own bodies in order to raise their cultivation. What shocked him was that he had never seen anyone like Bailey Hongzhuang who was in such a bad situation. He simply couldn't imagine how Bailey Hongzhuang had persevered until now. The more she was in this kind of situation, the more difficult it was to persevere. After Dr. Su left, Mu Lingbing and the others' expressions were extremely unsightly. "It's all our fault for putting all the pressure on Yixuan. Her body has already deteriorated to this extent, but we didn't know." Mu Lingbing's eyes gradually moistened. Looking at the deathly pale and unconscious Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt an indescribable heartache. As Bailey Hongzhuang's mother, she truly felt guilty. Xianxia's expression was gloomy and no emotion could be seen. But from his flickering eyes, one could see his heartache. Everyone fell silent. The current situation was something none of them wanted to see. However, under such circumstances, they had no other choice. This feeling of helplessness made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. "I'll stay here to take care of Hongzhuang. Uncle, Auntie, you can go and rest first," Bewitching said slowly, his deep voice somewhat stiff. When Mu Lingbing and Xianxia heard Bewitching's words, their gazes changed. It seemed that Bewitching was still holding a grudge against Bailey Hongzhuang for being too tired. Before this, Bewitching had already tried to persuade Bailey Hongzhuang to rest, even if it was only for one night. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not agree. Instead, she immersed herself in developing the antidote. They also saw it, but under such circumstances, they didn't know what to say. After all their hopes rested on Bailey Hongzhuang. "Bewitching, then take good care of Hongzhuang. We'll leave first." Mu Lingbing was about to say something, but Xianxia patted her shoulder, indicating for her to leave with him. Seeing this, Mu Lingbing glanced at Xianxia before walking out with him. Bewitching understood that this was a situation that no one wanted to see. Rather than saying that he was angry at others, it was better to say that he was angry at himself. He couldn't help Hongzhuang in this matter at all. He could only let Hongzhuang bear it by herself. Looking at that pale and clean little face, he really felt his heart ache. The three beasties left the room together. Recently, Master had been busy concocting the antidote and rarely had time to spend with Bewitching. At this time, they naturally wouldn't be third wheels. "White Lion, is Master's situation very bad right now?" Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at White Lion. The contract between White Lion and Master was different from theirs. White Lion and Master could sense each other's condition. White Lion nodded. "Master's breathing is very weak, but her life isn't in danger." Hearing this, Xiaohei and Xiaobai relaxed. They had been with Master for so long, and this was definitely the most tiring time for her. When the three beasties walked out of the room, they saw Mu Lingbing and Xianxia still standing outside, their faces full of worry. "Uncle, auntie, is grandmother feeling better after drinking master's medicine?" Xiaohei asked. "That medicine is indeed effective. The parasites in grandmother's body have already been suppressed," Mu Lingbing replied. At the last moment, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't disappoint and concocted a useful antidote. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, joy surfaced on the three beasties' faces. In that case, Master's efforts during this period had been effective. Before Master left, she warned us that if she fainted, there were several portions of medicine in her room for grandmother to drink a bowl every day, Xiaobai said slowly. This was what Master had specifically instructed them to do. As long as the medicine was effective, Mu Jins had to continue drinking it. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were both stunned by Xiaobai's words. Yixuan already knew that she would faint? Master's body couldn't hold on any longer. The only reason he could hold on until today was because of his stubbornness. This morning, she couldn't take the medicine anymore after she finished it. That's why she specifically instructed us to do this. White Lion felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Master was really suffering too much. They had tried to persuade their master, but to no avail. After that, they continued to accompany their master and no longer spoke of such matters. Because they didn't want their master to regret it. If their grandmother lost her life just like that, their master would definitely be very sad, so they could only choose to accompany her. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other. Their heartache and guilt intensified. Bailey Hongzhuang had truly done everything to the extreme. Over the next few days, Mu Jinsei's condition gradually improved as she continued to consume the medicinal soup. Just from Mu Jinsei's gradually improving complexion, it could be seen that Situ Yan was by Mu Jinsei's side every day, personally taking care of her. Bailey Hongzhuang remained in a deep sleep. Dr. Su had come to check on her several times and fed Bailey Hongzhuang some spirit medicine, hoping that she would recover quickly. 7 days later. Mu Jinsei slowly woke up, feeling a throbbing pain in her head. Just as she was about to move, she noticed a figure beside her bed. She thought it was Mu Lingbing who had fallen asleep beside her, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly a man. When Mu Jinsei saw the man's true appearance, her mind couldn't help but explode. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. She fell into a daze, unable to believe what she was seeing. How could this be? Mu Jinsei's first thought was that she had just woken up and wasn't clear-headed enough to see such a scene. However, when she looked again, she was certain that the person beside her was him, Situ Yan. This was the man she hated so much and who had ruined her life. She had wanted nothing to do with him for the rest of her life, but this man had actually appeared in front of her now. "Get out of here!" Mu Jinsei roared. The sudden voice woke Situ Yan up. He raised his head and saw that Mu Jinsei had woken up. He couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. However, when Situ Yan saw the sudden change in Mu Jinsei's expression, he realized that the situation was bad. "Jinsei, you, get out of here. I don't want to see you." Mu Jinsei couldn't control her emotions. When she thought of her disfigured appearance, she hated that she couldn't just disappear. "Jinsei, listen to my explanation," Situ Yan hurriedly said. "Get out of here. Get out. Get out of here." Mu Jinsei didn't want to hear a single word from Situ Yan. She threw a pillow and a cup at him. Right now, she didn't have time to think about why Situ Yan was here. She only wanted him to disappear from her sight as soon as possible. Situ Yan panicked when he saw Mu Jinsei's hysterical state. Although he had expected that Mu Jinsei would be upset when she saw him, the situation in front of him had clearly exceeded his expectations. All right. I'll leave immediately. Don't be agitated." Situ Yan retreated as he comforted her. However, all of this was useless. "Get out of here quickly." Mu Jinsei felt like she was going crazy. She had become like this, and the last person she wanted to see was Situ Yan. She was such a proud woman, but now that Situ Yan had seen her most unbearable side, how could she not go crazy? Bang! Situ Yan hurriedly closed the door. He wasn't worried about Mu Jinsei scolding him. No matter how Mu Jinsei scolded him, he didn't care. It was just that Mu Jinsei had just woken up and her body had finally gotten better. He couldn't let his appearance affect Mu Jinsei's body. After Situyen disappeared from her sight, Mu Jinsei hurriedly got off the bed and locked the door. She gasped for breath as tears blurred her vision. She was now certain that the person she saw earlier was Situyen. She did not understand why Situyen would appear here, but she could not accept the way she was now. Why did it turn out like this? Mu Jinsei couldn't help but ask. What was this damned man doing here? He had already ruined her entire life and destroyed all her hopes. Could it be that he was still going to pity her now? When she thought of Situyen seeing her in such a sorry state, Mu Jinsei felt that she might as well just die. Even in that short period of time, she had seen the pain and guilt in Situyen's eyes. Mu Jinsei only found this even more laughable. When she had wanted to be with Situyen, Situyen had told her firmly that the person he wanted was Xianxia. She had left with bruises all over her body. Even though her face was covered in tears, Situyen had not hesitated at all when he had turned around. Since he had been so cruel to her at that time, why was he acting like he cared about her now? As for guilt, he had ruined her life and caused Ling Bing and Yixian to suffer so much. Now he was acting like he was feeling guilty. Wasn't this just too laughable? Mu Jinsei's eyes flashed with hatred, but after this hatred, she wanted to cry even more. Mu Lingbing had just finished boiling the medicine when she saw Situyen standing at the door with a disappointed expression. She couldn't help but ask, "Father, what's wrong?" "Jinsei has woken up." It was just a simple sentence, but Mu Lingbing understood what had happened and her expression changed. "Mother saw you? Did she chase you out in a frenzy?" In the past few days, Mu Lingbing had known that Mu Jinsei hated Situyen, but she had not explained it to Situyen. Now that Mu Jinsei had seen Situyen as soon as she woke up, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Situyen nodded. "She has suffered a great blow and is in a terrible mood. Accompany her well, I'll go back first." Situyen understood that Mu Jinsei's misunderstanding of him was too deep. It was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. If he continued to stay here, it would only make it harder for Mu Jinsei to calm down. Mu Lingbing nodded and looked at Situyen's back as he left. She sighed in her heart. It wasn't easy for Situyen either. He had been misunderstood and hated all his life. She had to help him resolve this misunderstanding as soon as possible. Since Mu Jinsei had seen her, she might as well use this as a breakthrough to explain what had happened all those years ago. Just as Mu Lingbing was about to push the door open, she found that it was locked. She couldn't help but shout, "Mother, it's me. Open the door." Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Mu Jinsei asked in a low voice, "You brought him here?" "Mother, this matter is complicated. I have to explain it to you properly." "You don't have to explain to me. I don't want to hear it." Mu Jin's attitude was firm. She didn't want to know anything about that man. Could it be that that man had come here to acknowledge Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan? "Mother, let me in first. You haven't drunk your medicine today. Yixuan specially concocted this for you. I want to be alone. You can leave first." "Mother, Yixuan has already been unconscious for many days in order to help you concoct the antidote. You can't let Yixuan down. If you don't drink the medicine, this goo poison can't be removed. Wouldn't that be making Yixuan work for nothing?" Mu Lingbing naturally couldn't let Mu Jinsei stay here alone. She had to see Mu Jinsei and explain everything clearly. Hearing that Bailey Hongzhuang was unconscious, Mu Jinsei couldn't help but panic. "What did you say? Yixuan is unconscious? Why is she unconscious?" Mu Lingbing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Mu Jinsei open the door. She was really worried that Mu Jin Southeast would close the door to her bedroom like before and seal herself up again. Yixuan has been thinking of ways to restrain the goo poison without rest these days. She fainted from exhaustion and has been in a coma for 7 days now. She hasn't woken up yet. Speaking of Bailey Hongzhuang, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but worry. Over the past few days, Situyen had been taking care of Mu Jinsei while she stayed at the residence to keep an eye on Bailey Hongzhuang's condition. "She's tired because of me?" Mu Jinsei was stunned and immediately understood. Her heart was filled with worry. "Since I'm already in this state, how can I let Yixuan tire herself out because of me? How is she now? When will she wake up?" Mu Jinsei never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would fall into such a state because of her. Her heart couldn't help but ache for her. Mu Lingbing shook her head. I don't know yet, but Dr. Su said that Yixuan's condition is gradually improving. Once she recovers, she will wake up. Mother, take care of your body first. Yixuan fainted because of you. If you don't get better, then Yixuan will be very disappointed when she wakes up. Hearing this, Mu Jinsei sighed. Yixuan is a good child. My old bones have already become like this, and I'm actually dragging down a child. I really shouldn't have. Mother, Yixuan and I finally reunited with you. Yixuan naturally doesn't want anything to happen to you. Now that you found a way to cure the goo poison, Yixuan's body is gradually improving. Overall, this is a good thing. Mu Lingbing handed the medicine to Mu Jinsei and Mu Jinsei drank it without hesitation. Just as Mu Lingbing said, she couldn't let all of Bailey Hongshuang's efforts go to waste. Tell me about Yixuan's condition. I want to go see her. Alright, then let's go see her. Mu Lingbing didn't refuse. Mu Jinsei's condition seemed to have improved a lot. If she didn't let her take a look, Mu Jinsei wouldn't be at ease. Mu Jins wrapped herself up tightly before arriving at Bailey Hongshuang's room. Lan Yinxiao and Bewitching were shocked when they saw Mu Jins leaving her sleeping quarters. I'm here to see Yixuan. Mu Jinsei walked into the room. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's unconscious appearance, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Her heart was in turmoil. It's all because of this useless grandmother of mine. Yixuan has suffered. After Bewitching heard Mu Jinsei's words, the darkness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Mu Jinsei's line of sight couldn't help but fall on Bewitching's body. Looking at this young and elegant young man, she couldn't help but ask, this is? Mother, this is Yixuan's sweetheart, Bewitching, Mu Lingbing introduced. Greetings to grandmother. Bewitching bowed. Although he had already met Mu Jinsei, this was her first time seeing him. Mu Jinsei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. What a young and promising young man. He's extremely compatible with Yixuan. But this name seems somewhat familiar? Hearing Mu Jinsei's words, Bewitching and Mu Lingbing looked at each other but neither of them continued the topic. Mu Jinsei was relieved when she found out that Bailey Hongshuang's condition was gradually improving. As long as Bailey Hongshuang was not in danger, her heart would feel a little better. However, when Mu Jinsei walked out of the room, she discovered that Si Tuyen was outside as well. Instantly, Mu Jinsei's expression darkened. She didn't even want to look at Si Tuyen as she walked towards the sleeping quarters. She never wanted to see this man again in this lifetime. She wanted to ask Mu Lingbing why she had allowed this man to appear here. Seeing this, Mu Lingbing followed behind Mu Jinsei and returned to the sleeping quarters. Today, she had to explain this matter clearly. She believed that even if she didn't say anything, Mu Jinsei would definitely ask her. As expected, the moment they returned to the sleeping quarters, Mu Jinsei spoke with a gloomy expression. It was you who allowed that fellow to enter the Sun Moon Palace? Mu Jinsei found it hard to believe. That man had treated them so badly and Mu Lingbing had still allowed him to enter. Furthermore, she had never heard Mu Lingbing mention anything about Si Tuyen before this. However, when she had been unconscious, it had been Si Tuyen who had been by her side. This was simply too hard for her to accept. Mu Lingbing nodded, yes. After receiving Mu Lingbing's confirmation, Mu Jinsei felt an indescribable rage rise in her chest. Why did you let that man in? Hasn't he done enough for you all these years? Mu Jinsei couldn't understand. Even if Si Tuyen was Mu Lingbing's father by blood, that man had done nothing for her all these years. Mother, actually there was a hidden story behind what happened back then. It's not what you think. I don't want to hear any explanations. I just want that man to leave. Mu Jinsei's attitude was firm. Lingbing, he is your father. If you want to acknowledge him, that's your freedom. I won't stop you. Similarly, I don't want to see this man either. This is my choice. When Mu Lingbing saw Mu Jinsei's resolute attitude, she understood that all these years, Mu Jinsei hated Si Tuyen to the bone. In the past, Mu Jinsei still had deep feelings for Si Tuyen. However, everything that happened after that was like a sharp knife that pierced Mu Jinsei's heart again and again, causing her to completely lose all hope for Si Tuyen. Mother, let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about it calmly. Actually, the people who saved me from Yusiching were Yixuan and Situyen. In front of Mu Jinsei, Mu Lingbing could only call Situyen by his name. If she had used any other form of address, Mu Jinsei would have been even more agitated. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Mu Jinsei paused slightly, but her expression remained cold. So what? It's all thanks to him that you and Yunxiao fell into such a situation. Are we supposed to be grateful to him for saving all of you? Don't say these meaningless words to me. Get out first. Mu Jinsei obviously didn't want to discuss this matter with Mu Lingbing any further. Since things had already come to this point, no matter what Situyen did, it would all be in vain. When Mu Lingbing saw Mu Jinsei's unyielding attitude, she quickly told her everything that had happened. However, Mu Jinsei clearly didn't believe her. She had personally experienced everything that had happened. It was Situyen who had clearly told her that he wouldn't be with her and that the person who would be with him was Yusiching. Even though several decades had passed, she still remembered this scene clearly. Had Situyen changed his story in order to give Mu Lingbing a good impression of him, however, she was still alive and she remembered everything clearly. She was such a proud woman. After she had given Situyen her chastity, she had been waiting for him to make a promise to her. However, she had never thought that Situyen would be such a heartless man. The heavens had played a huge joke on her. In just one night, Situyen and Yusiching were together. It was as if, from the start, Situyen had never been true to her. He had only treated her as a plaything and had casually tossed her aside. She had wanted him to stay and give her an explanation, but he hadn't even given her the chance. He had swiftly turned around and led Yusiching away like a victor. He had ruthlessly trampled her pride under his feet and shattered it all over the floor. Mu Jinsei pushed Mu Lingbing out of the room. She really didn't want to have anything to do with that man. It would only make her feel that she had been a joke. However, just as Mu Lingbing was about to leave the room, she said something. At that time, Situyen thought that the person that night was Yusiching. Yusiching had drugged him and caused Situyen to misunderstand. Mu Lingbing looked at the tightly shut doors of the bedchamber, a look of helplessness on her face. The grudge from back then was too deep and it wasn't going to be easy to resolve it now. It looked like this matter wouldn't be resolved in a short period of time. She could only let Situyen slowly explain. After all, Situyen had caused Mu Jinsei so much pain for so many years. Situyen would definitely spend a lot of time before he could open Mu Jinsei's heart. She believed that Situyen had already made preparations for this. Mu Lingbing tried a few times, but when she saw that Mu Jinsei didn't show any signs of opening the door, she finally left. However, Mu Lingbing didn't know how much shock her last words had brought to Mu Jinsei. Mu Jinsei had never thought of such a possibility. That night, Situyen had indeed acted very strangely. If all of this was Yusiching's trap, then Mu Jinsei's body, which was leaning against the door, couldn't help but slide to the ground. If this was all a misunderstanding, then, she couldn't imagine such an outcome, nor could she believe that all of this was real. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly woke up. Bewitching had been guarding by Bailey Hongzhuang's side the whole time. When he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had woken up, he couldn't help but have a look of joy on his face. "Wife, you're awake." Bewitching hurriedly poured a glass of water and brought it to Bailey Hongzhuang's lips. Bailey Hongzhuang indeed felt thirsty. She only felt better after drinking the entire glass of water. "Bewitching, how long have I been unconscious?" "You've been unconscious for 10 days. Bewitching's heart ached. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was concerned about Mu Jinsei's condition the moment she woke up, Bewitching's heart ached even more. "Don't worry, grandmother's condition is very good. She has already woken up and the antidote you made is very effective." Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang felt relieved. Previously, she had only confirmed that the antidote had a certain effect, but she didn't know what happened after that. "That's good." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Grandmother was finally fine. As long as she confirmed that the antidote was effective, she was confident that she could completely remove the goo poison from her grandmother's body. Previously, she didn't know that it was a goo poison, which was why she spent so much time. Now that she had a better understanding of the goo poison, it wouldn't be difficult to get rid of it. "Wife, how do you feel?" Is there any part of your body that doesn't feel well? After Bewitching asked, the three beasts came over. Master, don't think about anything else. The most important thing is your body. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Don't worry, I'm just exhausted. It won't affect me much. As a doctor herself, she understood her own condition very well. Long before she had fainted, she had already understood her own body's condition. It was because she understood her own body that she decided to give it a try. Master, Dr. Su said that doing this will harm your body and leave behind repercussions in the future. Xiaohei said seriously. Every time something happens to someone else, Master would always do her best. But how could she not take good care of her own body? Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment before she understood. I won't let my body have any repercussions. Don't worry. This kind of deficit did have a certain effect. After all, there would always be problems when the body's energy was completely depleted. However, she had a way to adjust to this situation, so she didn't need to worry. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't being perfunctory, Bewitching and the three beasts were relieved. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were not comparable to ordinary doctors. Master, is Yuxiqing's poison technique that powerful? White Lion could not help but ask. In the past, Yuxiqing had made so many poisons, and Master had been able to neutralize them all in a short period of time. However, this time, Master was exhausted to such an extent that he could only neutralize it. It could be seen that Yuxiqing was powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. This goo poison was not controlled by Yuxiqing. She must have obtained this goo worm by chance. If I'm not wrong, she should only have one goo, and she chose to put it on her grandmother. From the previous confrontation, Bailey Hongzhuang already had a direct understanding of Yuxiqing's poison skills. The poison that Yuxiqing had concocted had nothing to do with goo poison. It was because of this that she had never thought of goo poison. If Yuxiqing was very familiar with goo poison, then the poison she concocted would not be like this. I see. The three beasts finally understood. She had used the most vicious goo poison on her grandmother. How abominable. Next time, I will prepare an even bigger gift for her. When they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had regained consciousness, Mu Lingbing and the others all ran over in joy. To everyone, the sky had cleared up after the storm. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Jints were both safe and sound. This was the best news. After Bailey Hongzhuang had regained consciousness, her body had quickly recovered. Dr. Su was extremely shocked when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's speedy recovery. When he found out about Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, he was even more astonished. To possess such medical skills at such a young age, she was truly worthy of being called a genius doctor. Mother, has maternal grandmother been shutting herself in her bedchamber all this time? After Bailey Hongzhuang learned about Mu Jin's situation, she couldn't help but frown. As early as before, they had already expected that once Situ Yen appeared in front of Mu Jin's would inevitably lose control of her emotions. Initially, they had planned to completely cure Mu Jin's before Situ Yen went to see Mu Jin's. At least this way, they would be able to preserve Mu Jin's self-esteem and pride. However, none of them had expected that Mu Jin's would be able to see Situ Yen first. This made the situation even more difficult to handle. The way I see it, the knot in your maternal grandmother's heart isn't something that can be easily untied. It's a long road ahead. Mu Lingbing sighed. She had been telling Mu Jin's about what had happened in the past every day, and she had already explained everything that needed to be explained. She believed that Mu Jin's would have heard everything she had said from within the bedchamber. However, Mu Jinsei did not respond from the start to the end, so there was nothing she could do. Since maternal grandmother can't accept it, we don't need to be anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. She believed that maternal grandmother's thoughts would gradually change after finding out about this. However, she had held a grudge for too many years and it would take some time for her to let go. Let's not talk about this with maternal grandmother for now. Let me get rid of the goo poison in maternal grandmother's body and restore her looks. I believe that everything will slowly get better. Mu Lingbing nodded. She couldn't help but grab Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yixuan, can you really restore your grandmother's appearance? As long as the goo poison is removed and I clear out the poison in her body one by one, grandmother will definitely be able to recover her looks. Bailey Hongzhuang's face rippled with an elegant and confident smile. She had already conquered this goo poison. Completely eliminating it was absolutely not a problem. That's great. Over the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang helped Mu Jin's recover her appearance. At first, Mu Jinsei didn't believe that her appearance could be restored, but when she saw the charred black on her body gradually dissipating, and her skin slowly recovering, she had no choice but to believe it. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang surprised her even more and filled her with hope. She thought that she would have to live like this for the rest of her life, but now, she had the chance to see the light of day again. This was simply her dream. 7 days later, when Mu Jinsei walked out into the sunlight again, Mu Lingbing and the rest were shocked. This was because the Mu Jinsei in front of him was still that elegant and charming woman from back then. Compared to her elegant and refined appearance in the past, the passage of time had caused her to become more elegant and tolerant. When Gu Jinghe saw Mu Jin's in this state, her tears couldn't help flowing. She thought she would never see Mu Jin's again in this lifetime. She didn't expect Mu Jin's to be able to return to her original state. When Mu Jin saw Gu Jinghe, her eyes were also filled with tears. After she left Tiangang sect, she and Gu Jinghe were like sisters. All these years, it was Gu Jinghe who had helped her. However, after she was disfigured, she didn't want Gu Jinghe to see her like this, so she hid. Palace Master. Gu Jinghe choked with sobs. Jinghe, the two sisters hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. At this moment, they were both speechless. Mu Lingbing covered her mouth with her hand, afraid she would cry out loud. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had promised that she would be able to restore Mu Jin's to her original state, when this scene really appeared in front of her, her heart was filled with unspeakable shock. She really recovered. Lan Yinxiao was also in disbelief. Lan Yinxiao also found it hard to believe. He was very clear on what Mu Jin's looked like before, but Bailey Hongzhuang actually had a way to restore her. She was really too powerful. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was standing next to Mu Jin's, with a face full of smiles. She had done it. She had turned the rotten into the miraculous, turning the impossible into the possible, a family reunion. She had really done it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. There was no need for words. Now, they only needed Situ Yan and Mu Jin's relationship to improve. Then, they would truly have a family reunion. They could embark on another journey. In the distance, Situ Yan secretly watched Mu Jin's recover her original appearance. His heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, even now, Mu Jin's was still unwilling to see him, so he could only hide in the distance and quietly watch. No matter what, as long as he saw Mu Jin's recover, he was already very happy. As for what he owed Mu Jin's in the past, he was willing to use his entire life to repay it. He believed that there would be a day when Mu Jin's would accept him. Even if Mu Jin's didn't accept him, as long as he had the chance to treat Mu Jin's well, that was his happiness. After Mu Jinsei's body recovered, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others discussed and decided to return to Tiangang sect. After all, they had left Tiangang sect for a long time. Although the elders and hall masters had been taking care of Tiangang sect, it was not appropriate for them to never go back. There were always some things that needed someone to oversee the sect. When Mu Jinsei found out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were preparing to leave, she was also very surprised. You want to return to Tiangang sect? Why don't you just stay in the Sun Moon Palace? That way, your grandmother can take care of you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Grandma, I will come to see you often. Beichen is the young master of Tiangang sect. After leaving the sect for so long, I have to go back and have a look. Hearing this, Mu Jinsei unhappily said, you guys stay behind and let that old fellow leave. He is the sect master of Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but snicker. Grandfather still has the most important thing in his life to do. We can't let grandfather delay this important matter, so we can only help. These days, Situ Yan had completely exhausted Mu Jin's. After seeing Situ Yan's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood who Bewitching had taken after when he pursued her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Previously, Mu Jin's had tried to chase Situ Yan out of Sun Moon Palace. However, Great Elder Gu Jinghe had become an accomplice after learning of the situation. Every time Situ Yan was chased out, Gu Jinghe would let him in again. Thus, Mu Jin's attempts to chase him out were completely useless. In the end, Mu Jin was too lazy to say anything. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest saw Situ Yan and Mu Jin's game of cat and mouse, they found it extremely funny. However, the two elders had already wasted their entire lives. Now that there was a chance for them to reconcile, they naturally thought of ways to help. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Jin's expression was awkward and unnatural. She was already so old, yet she was still being laughed at by her granddaughter and grandson-in-law. She was truly embarrassed. Grandfather already knows his wrongs. If possible, please forgive him. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles. They could feel that Mu Jin's attitude was gradually changing. As long as a few more days passed, they believed that everything would change. Mu Jin didn't reply to Bailey Hongzhuang's words and said, "Then be careful on the road. Come to Sun Moon Palace when you have time." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Grandmother, we will definitely come back often. Yixuan, you and Beichen have to take good care of yourselves. We will also return in a few days." Mu Lingbing smiled. Mu Lingbing had grown up in Sun Moon Palace since she was young. Now that she was staying in Sun Moon Palace, she felt more at ease. Moreover, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao didn't know how to arrange their identities after they went to Tiangang sect, so it was better for them to stay in Sun Moon Palace. The poison in their bodies had already been purged, but their cultivation had decreased greatly. Sun Moon Palace was rich in origin energy, so they had to stay here and cultivate properly, striving to recover their strength as soon as possible. Only after they recovered their strength could they return to the Lan family. "Father, Mother, we'll be leaving first." Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. This kind of separation was not really a separation for them at all. She believed that the next time they met, they would all be better. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen left the Tiangang sect. The incident with the medicine sect had caused the Tiangang sect to become the focus of attention of all forces. This time, they had been away for such a long time. Presumably, there were many things that needed to be dealt with in the sect. Obviously, it was impossible for Situ Yan to return to Tiangang sect in a short time, so this heavy responsibility was completely handed over to Di Beichen. According to Situ Yan's words, Di Beichen was fully qualified to be the sect master of Tiangang sect. As long as he reconciled with Mu Jinsei, he would stay in Sun Moon Palace. He didn't intend to care about the matters of Tiangang sect. Regarding this, Di Beichen only felt helpless. However, Master had been busy for so many years. Now, he could indeed enjoy his life. Since he was young, he had hoped that Master would be able to fulfill his wishes and enjoy his old age happily. Now that Master had found what he wanted, he naturally wouldn't obstruct Master. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen left with smiles on their faces. During this time, they had made great progress. The next time they came to Sun Moon Palace, they wouldn't be stopped outside the mountain. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen returned to Tiangang sect in high spirits. Ever since her grandmother had recovered from her injuries, Bailey Hongzhuang could finally relax. She had never felt so relaxed before. In the past, too many things had piled up in her heart. She was worried that she would not be able to save her parents in time and worried that her grandmother was no longer in this world. Fortunately, the heavens were not so cruel to them and everything had changed for the better. If Yu Xiqing knew that she had allowed Mu Jin to enjoy years of torture in exchange for giving them a chance to reunite as a family, Yu Xiqing's expression would be even more sinister. However, before Bailey Hongzhuang began her revenge, she would not let Yu Xiqing know about this. Previously, when she had removed the child worm from Mu Jin's body, Bailey Hongzhuang had not killed the child worm but had kept it. If there was a chance, the child worm would be very useful in the future. "Wife, guess when Master will be able to reconcile with you and grandmother?" Di Beichen was clearly in a good mood. Along the way, he would occasionally joke with Bailey Hongzhuang. The knot in grandmother's heart is very deep. Although she now knows the origin of everything, based on grandmother's character, she will not be able to accept it in a short period of time. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with a confident smile. Bailey Hongzhuang understood that Mu Jin was a proud person. Even if Mu Jin's hatred towards Si Tuyen had been completely erased, it would not be easy for her to put down her pride and accept Si Tuyen. However, the only thing she could be sure of was the final outcome: they would be together in the end. Master's abilities are not bad. I feel that this day will not be too far away. Bewitching was full of smiles. His already handsome face was now filled with warmth and brightness, like the resplendent sunlight, dazzling people's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head to look at Bewitching beside her. She only felt that the sunlight and Bewitching's smile contrasted together, warming her heart. Wife, after we return to Tiangang sect, the competition between the four halls will begin. Bewitching restrained his smile, and his handsome face was full of serious color. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She had previously heard that there would be a competition between the four palaces, but she was not clear on the exact time of the competition. Is this competition very important? Why do you look so serious? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bewitching nodded. This competition is indeed very important. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned serious. Since Bewitching said so bluntly that this competition was very important, then it must be very important. The competition between the four halls is only an internal competition within Tiangang sect and is not considered important. However, this competition was related to another matter. Every 3 years, the major sects and aristocratic families would jointly hold a competition. As long as one could obtain an outstanding performance in this competition, they would be rewarded handsomely. These rewards were jointly provided by the various sects and aristocratic families, so the richness of the rewards could be imagined. To the disciples, the most important thing was naturally the rewards. However, to the various powers, the most important thing was the ranking. This competition can reflect the strength of the various sects to a certain extent. If one's ranking was low, it would be a loss of face. To you, as long as you participate in this competition, you will be able to compete with Lan Qingyan on the same platform. Bewitching's words exploded in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze suddenly froze and a complicated expression emerged on her charming face. Lan Qingyan, this name had long been engraved in her heart. This woman had snatched everything from her, and now she was shamelessly enjoying something that did not belong to her. She had always wanted to compete with Lan Qingyan, and now, this opportunity had appeared in front of her. All the major sects and aristocratic families will place their most outstanding successors and youths in this competition. Lan Qingyan, as the most famous person in the Lan family, will definitely participate. This point, there was no need to doubt. So, I have to obtain a good enough result in this four palaces exchange competition before I can participate in this competition? Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood the crux of this. If this was really the case, then this competition between the four palaces, she was determined to win. Bewitching nodded, that's right. When will the competition between the four palaces be held? 3 months later. Then what about that competition? 6 months later, I will also participate. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. These days, she had been delving into the art of medicine and poison and had delayed her cultivation. However, after such a high level of deficit, her mental strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before. There are still 3 months' time. I will go into closed-door cultivation. That competition, I will definitely participate. She would not miss this opportunity. Lan Qingyan, there's still half a year's time before we can meet again. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking arc. They had exchanged lives for close to 20 years, and now, it was time to exchange it back. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes that flashed with a resolute light. He understood that in these 3 months' time, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely cultivate bitterly. He was also looking forward to the wonderful expression on Lan Qingyan's face when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang. When Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang returned to Tiangang sect together, Tiangang sect could not help but be in an uproar. However, compared to the time when everyone doubted Bailey Hongzhuang, the situation now was undoubtedly much better. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang turned the tide in the alchemist competition, proving her ability and redeeming everyone's honor, everyone's doubts towards Bailey Hongzhuang had lessened. No matter whether they accepted it or not, the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang were together. Moreover, the two of them looked as though their love was stronger than gold. It was totally not what they had guessed previously that they would part soon. Bewitching immediately went to the conference hall. He needed to understand the sect's situation during this period of time when they were not around. The 4 palace masters and the Pill Refinery palace master all went to the conference hall, along with the various elders. Since the young sect master had returned, they were bound to report everything. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. She had not returned for a long time. Now that she had decided to go into closed-door cultivation, she had to be prepared for it. Luckily, the Chaos Ring had the existence of the desert world. Although it was only 3 months' time, she could extend it by a lot. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been a steady cultivator. Even though elixirs were very effective in raising one's strength, Bailey Hongzhuang did not consume much of them. Based on her current situation, there was still a large gap between her and Lan Qingyan's strength. Therefore, she wanted to raise her strength by 1 point. With her current foundation, it was not a problem for her to raise her strength from the 6th level of the Green Realm to the 7th level of the Green Realm by consuming elixirs. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang went into seclusion the moment she entered the house. She wanted to use this night to break through to the 7th level of the Green Realm, in order to be able to appear in front of the Lan family, in order to be able to compete with Lan. Qingyan, she had waited for a long time. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, she naturally wouldn't miss it. While Bailey Hongzhuang was in seclusion to break through to the 6th level of the Green Realm, Bewitching was listening to the elders and the palace master's report. Young lord, the martial arts championship will begin in half a year. We have to prepare in advance and select some outstanding disciples to participate with you. The Azure Dragon Palace Master, Yan Kaiqing, had a serious and dignified expression. The martial arts championship was a grand occasion in the entire Xianxia continent. As long as one could achieve good results in the martial arts championship, one would be truly famous. Tiangang sect's strength had never been weak. They could not perform badly in the martial arts championship. Bewitching nodded slightly. Same old rules. The 4 palaces competition will be held in 3 months to select outstanding disciples. The next 3 months will be a unified experience to raise one's strength. All the palace masters and elders can begin to inform the disciples of this news so that they can prepare early. Although Bewitching knew a lot about the martial arts championship, he had never participated in it. If his leg had not been injured previously, he would have competed in the previous martial arts championship. However, Tiangang sect was represented by someone else at that time. This time, as the young lord of Tiangang sect, he would personally lead the disciples to compete. He must achieve good results. Hearing Bewitching's arrangement, the palace masters and elders all nodded. It seemed that Bewitching had already thought of a way to deal with this matter without their reminder. Looks like the battle of the 4 palaces this time is going to be exceptionally exciting. Qin Ai's face was brimming with smiles. Usually, there were still many disciples who liked to preserve their strength during the competition of the 4 halls and did not display their full strength. However, the battle of the 4 palaces this time was related to the martial arts championship. He believed that no matter which disciple it was, they would not give up such an opportunity to become famous. All the disciples would definitely use their trump cards. The hall masters and elders all smiled and nodded after hearing this. Their Tiangang sect had many disciples and countless genius disciples. Once the fighting spirit of these disciples was aroused, it would absolutely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Now, they could start looking forward to it. Bewitching's eyes darkened. Just as Qin Ai had said, the competition between the 4 palaces this time would be unprecedentedly difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang came to Tiangang sect for only a short time, and during this period of time, she put her energy in other aspects. If she wanted to stand out in the battle of the 4 palaces, it would definitely not be an easy task. However, Bewitching was still full of confidence in Bailey Hongzhuang. When the news of the battle of the 4 palaces and the martial arts tournament spread in Tiangang sect, all the disciples were full of excitement and shock. Some disciples who did not know about the martial arts tournament even asked about it. After knowing the importance of the martial arts tournament, all the disciples could not help but be full of expectations. Such a good opportunity, every disciple had a chance. Of course, the premise was that their own strength was strong enough. Some disciples who did not cultivate with all their strength only felt regret after knowing about this. If they knew that the martial arts tournament was about to begin, they would have cultivated with all their strength. If they watched this opportunity slip away in front of their eyes, it was really unbearable. Similarly, some disciples who were extremely diligent on weekdays only felt that they had waited for so long and finally waited for a good opportunity. They had long been eager and could not hold back. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating in the house, did not know that the news had exploded in Tiangang sect. Until the next day, when the sky gradually brightened, Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes. As she thought, with the effect of the elixir, she successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Green Realm. Moreover, after breaking through to the 7th level of the Green Realm, she found that there was still a part of the elixir in her body. As she cultivated, this part of the elixir would be completely absorbed by her and her cultivation would be improved again. During this time, although Bailey Hongzhuang had put all her energy on her parents and grandmother, her cultivation still had a certain progress. Therefore, she was not far from breaking through to the 7th level of the Green Realm. With the elixir, it was even faster. When Xianxia and Bai Junyu were preparing to go to the meditation field in the morning, they unexpectedly saw Bailey Hongzhuang coming out of the house. Their faces suddenly showed a strong surprise. "Hongzhuang, when did you come back?" Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. Since the end of the alchemist competition, they had not seen Hongzhuang and did not know when Hongzhuang came back. "I just came back yesterday." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Hongzhuang, have you heard? The Battle of the Four Palaces this time concerns the martial arts championship." Xianxia quickly walked to the side of Bailey Hongzhuang. The news had only come out yesterday, and everyone was very concerned about it. There were many outstanding disciples in Tiangang sect, not to mention that the strength of those senior disciples was far stronger than them. In comparison, this batch of new disciples basically had no hope. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not something an ordinary new disciple could compare to. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang worked hard, she might have a chance to participate. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "I've already heard. This time, whether it's the Battle of the Four Palaces or the Martial Arts Championship, it's a great opportunity for us. All of you must do your best." Even if he could not participate in the Martial Arts Championship, as long as he could perform well in the Battle of the Four Palaces and gain the attention of the Palace Master, it would be good enough. "We will, Hongzhuang, you have to work harder." Xianxia smiled. "I will." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were sharp. This time, she would definitely get a place in the Martial Arts Championship. "Hongzhuang, are you going to meditate now? Then let's go together," Bai Junyu said with a smile. Today's Bailey Hongzhuang was much busier than before. They could only choose not to ask, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang had a good life. "You go first, I'm going to find Bewitching," Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Although the concentration of power in the meditation room was much richer than in other places, Bewitching's cultivation room was even richer. For her now, there was nothing more important than improving her strength, so she didn't have any time to waste. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xianxia and Bai Junyu also understood, and immediately smiled and nodded. They all understood that Bailey Hongzhuang would never miss such an opportunity, and presumably now she would seize every second. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to Bewitching's palace, she found that there was no Bewitching in the palace, and then went directly into the cultivation room. Sure enough, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Bewitching in the cultivation room. "Wife, you are here." Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang coming, Bewitching's face quickly filled with a happy smile. Looking carefully, Bewitching suddenly found that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had changed, and the smile in his eyes suddenly deepened. In one night, wife has broken through to the 7th level of the Green Realm. Yesterday, Bailey Hongzhuang told him that she was going back to retreat, and he didn't think much about it. He didn't expect that in just one night, Bailey Hongzhuang had successfully broken through. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "There are many excellent disciples in the four temples. If I want to get a place, don't I have to work hard?" Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know enough about the strength of these disciples, but after knowing the strength of Bewitching and Xiren, she knew how big the gap between them was. The strength of the disciples of Tiangang sect couldn't be compared with Bewitching, but some of the powerful cultivators wouldn't be much worse. In contrast, the pressure on her was really not small. She didn't know how strong Lan Qingyan was now, but if she guessed correctly, Lan Qingyan's cultivation was definitely not worse than Bewitching and Xiran. Because Lan Qingyan was a talented cultivator with the colorful pearl. The colorful pearl could help a cultivator save a lot of time during cultivation. Ever since she had the colorful pearl, Bailey Hongzhuang already deeply understood how big the gap was. Lan Qingyan already had it since she was young. After so many years, she saved a lot of time compared to others. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching chuckled, "Wife, your strength is also very strong. Let's seize the time to cultivate. Let's go to the desert world first." Bailey Hongzhuang had already thought of a cultivation method. They would cultivate in the desert world for 3 days, then meditate in the cultivation room to recover. In this way, not only would their battle strength be improved, the effect of cultivation after their spirit power was exhausted would also be better. Bewitching nodded slightly. He was also very interested in the desert world, especially those strange demonic beasts that he had never seen before. They always had different characteristics when fighting. The 3 beasts immediately came up. "We also have to work hard." As contracted beasts, they were part of their master's strength. No matter if it was a competition or other times, they were allowed to appear. Although Lan Qingyan started cultivating much earlier than master, it was impossible for Lan Qingyan to have 3 contracted beasts like master. At least in this aspect, they had better conditions than Lan Qingyan. Therefore, they must display their strength and help master completely defeat Lan Qingyan. In the following period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching entered the desert world to cultivate at night and meditated in the cultivation room to absorb elemental energy during the day. Regarding such high-intensity cultivation, whether it was Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, or even the 3 beasts, none of them had any objections. Normally, they might be able to relax a little, but at such a critical moment, no one had the slightest thought of relaxing. At the same time, the benefits of such high-intensity cultivation were also extremely shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others encountered more and more powerful demonic beasts in the desert world. Their battle methods also became more and more varied. Every battle was thrilling. Because there was a big gap in strength between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, Bewitching often dealt with the most difficult ones while Bailey Hongzhuang dealt with the slightly weaker ones. The 3 beasts also went all out in this desert world. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's figures changed size at will and they became more and more proficient in using the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation. Previously, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also spent a lot of effort to cultivate the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation, but they didn't have much opportunity to test it on normal days. Ever since they had this desert world, they didn't have to worry about not having a place to test it. What they were most worried about was exhausting the elemental energy in their body and the demonic beasts attacking again. That was the worst. Bewitching also felt the benefits of this desert world. The demonic beasts here were endless, and the deeper they went, the stronger they were. He didn't have any suitable opponents when cultivating in Tiangang sect. In the past, Master would occasionally spar with him, but now there was no chance. If he didn't have this desert world, he could only leave Tiangang sect to find a place to cultivate. However, with this desert world, it was undoubtedly much more convenient. In the process of fighting in the desert world, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also found that these blood demon crystals were not harmful to Baishur. On the contrary, they could promote the growth of Baishur's cultivation base. The effect seemed to be stronger than the usual demon crystals. Usually, Bailey Hongzhuang had to spend a lot of effort just to prepare enough rations for Baishur. Now that they were here, Baishur's rations were completely solved, which was undoubtedly a good thing. In the process of consuming the blood demon crystal, Baishur's strength continued to rise. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, but all the disciples of Tiangang Zone were working hard to cultivate, in order to amaze the world in 3 months and be famous in 6 months. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching was even more willing to part with these cultivation resources. The martial arts championship was a competition that every force attached great importance to. If they fell in the rankings in this martial arts championship, the reputation of the sect would be damaged. As the representative of Tiangang sect, Bewitching had to perform well in this martial arts championship. Therefore, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching retreated from the desert world, they used the cultivation resources while cultivating in the cultivation room. As a result, the speed at which his strength was increasing had increased by a few notches. Bailey Hongzhuang felt that time had passed extremely quickly as she cultivated like an ascetic monk. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. To other cultivators, it might have been 3 months, but to Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, it was close to a year's time. For an entire year, if they weren't fighting in the desert world, they were cultivating in the cultivation room. Wife, the competition of the 4 palaces will begin tomorrow. It's time for us to come out of seclusion. Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang beside him. They had been in seclusion for so long. If they still didn't come out, the palace masters and elders would be worried. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It's time for me to return to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang still didn't know what the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had planned for the competition of the 4 palaces. If she didn't go and find out today, she might not even know how the competition was going to be tomorrow. I also need to find the palace masters and elders to discuss this in the conference hall. Bewitching smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, then walked out of the cultivation room together. Xiao He and Xiao Bai leaped onto Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders, while Baishir followed beside Bailey Hongzhuang. In this year's time, Baishir's figure had become even more muscular than before. Walking beside Bailey Hongzhuang, he was like a majestic lion, very eye-catching. Once they left the bedroom, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly rushed to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Speaking of which, she could be considered as the least involved disciple in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Ever since she had become a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, she rarely stayed in the Palace Hall and didn't know anything about the Palace Hall. As a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, she didn't even receive the cultivation resources that she was supposed to receive every month. After she had verified her strength at the ranking pillar, she had never gone back for another verification. Perhaps, the current her had already become an existence at the bottom of the Vermilion Bird Palace's ranking pillar. After all, every disciple in the sect improved their strength very quickly. Although her ranking back then wasn't bad, after so long, the cultivation of the new disciples had already increased. Fortunately, with her current conditions, she didn't need to worry about how many cultivation resources she needed every month. This was the innate condition of being a proud son of heaven. In the past, she had climbed up step by step from the grassroots. But now, she was someone with a backer. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang rushed to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Xianxia and Bai Junyu were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Junyu, could it be that Hongzhuang has cultivated so much that she doesn't even remember the date of the Battle of the 4 Palaces? Xianxia anxiously paced back and forth. Today was the day to confirm the number of disciples participating in the competition between the 4 temples. Although there were many disciples participating in the competition between the 4 palaces, not every disciple could participate. There were many disciples in Tiangang sect. If every disciple were to participate, then who knew how long this battle of the 4 palaces would have to last? If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't appear today, then she wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of the 4 palaces tomorrow. Bai Junyu obviously didn't expect such a situation to occur. Hongzhuang shouldn't have gone out to cultivate, right? Should we go to the young sect master's bedroom to find her? The young sect master hasn't appeared for a long time. Maybe she isn't in the sect. Listening to Xiaojiqing's words, Bai Junyu's face also showed helplessness. Indeed, they were able to go to the young sect master's palace because Bailey Hongzhuang had led them. With their identity, it was impossible for them to set foot there. Even if Hongzhuang doesn't know, the young sect master should know. Bai Junyu couldn't understand. Such an important opportunity, Bailey Hongzhuang must not miss it. I think the palace master is also waiting for Hongzhuang, but if Hongzhuang doesn't appear, the palace master wants to give Hongzhuang a spot. I'm afraid it will only cause criticism. Xiaojiqing's face showed a strong sense of helplessness. Usually, Hongzhuang would not be like this. What was going on this time? When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, she saw Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu anxiously waiting. Her face suddenly filled with a smile. Jiqing, Junyu, what are you doing here? Suddenly hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu were shocked. They only felt that this voice was like the sound of nature, and their eyes instantly turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, you're finally here. Xiaojiqing quickly trotted to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her delicate and beautiful face was full of anxiety. If you're a little later, I'm afraid there won't be a spot for the competition. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Xiaojiqing knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had no idea what was going on. Today is the day to determine the spots for tomorrow's competition between the 4 palaces. Only 20 disciples of our Vermilion Bird Palace Hall can participate. Just getting a spot for the competition between the 4 palaces is not an easy thing. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with surprise. She only knew that tomorrow's battle of the 4 palaces was very important, but she didn't know that there was a quota for the participants today. Bewitching didn't tell her about this either. In fact, Bewitching could not be blamed for this. This was because the palace lords were usually the ones to choose the quotas for the competition of the 4 palaces. With Bailey Hongzhuang's status, no matter what, Qin Ai would always leave a quota for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the battle of the 4 palaces this time was related to the battle of Zhuolu. Every disciple paid close attention to it. That was why there was such a thing as a selection. It was to make these disciples accept it wholeheartedly. Bewitching did not participate in the previous battle of Zhuolu, so he naturally did not know about it. What's the situation now? What should I do? Bailey Hongzhuang asked quickly. She had been in seclusion for so long in order to get a quota for the battle of the 4 palaces. If she didn't even have the qualifications to participate, wouldn't she be speechless? Hongzhuang, it is said that this time all disciples above the 5th level of the Green Realm can go in for the assessment. You must have already reached that level, so you should go in quickly. Xiaojiqing said quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that many disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were waiting outside the stone room. Some of the disciples had entered the stone room for the assessment. Those who were not qualified to enter or had already finished the assessment were waiting outside. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, then I'll go in first. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked into the stone room. It was already late. If she didn't hurry up, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the opportunity to take the assessment. I thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was not going to participate in the competition of the 4 palaces. I didn't expect her to appear today. Although Bailey Hongzhuang is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, she comes and goes without a trace. I haven't seen her many times in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang is the future wife of the young sect master. This matter is already set in stone. I think even the sect master has agreed. If I were Bailey Hongzhuang, then I would enjoy the resources of the sect. Why would I work so hard to participate in the competition of the 4 palaces? A group of female cultivators felt a strong sense of incomprehension towards Bailey Hongzhuang's behavior. The reason why they worked hard to cultivate was that they could only get sufficient resources after their strength was improved. They may also have a better life in the future. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she was now a sparrow that had turned into a phoenix. There was no need for her to work so hard. What's more, if she didn't perform well in the competition of the 4 palaces, it would have a bad impact on her. Xiaojiqing and Baijunyu listened to the thoughts of these female disciples and suddenly understood why these guys didn't have the opportunity to become a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate. Just this kind of thinking was already impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching never had any dependent relationship between them. They were equal. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the stone room, she found that the stone room was unexpectedly spacious. There were several disciples lining up inside. After Qin Ai saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He was still worried that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't appear today. If he forcibly left a spot for Bailey Hongzhuang, it would lead to criticism from the disciples. As the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall master, even if the disciples criticized him, it wouldn't have any impact on him. However, after participating in the alchemist competition, Bailey Hongzhuang finally had a certain amount of fame. If she was criticized again because of this matter, it was tantamount to returning to the past. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Qin Ai's smile, she also bowed slightly. Every time she saw Qin Ai, she could feel Qin Ai's goodwill. In the process of waiting, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the disciples in the queue all walked towards the Brotherhood statue behind Qin Ai after obtaining permission. It was as if, according to the performance of the cultivator, the apparatus would give a corresponding grade. It was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Among them, heaven was the strongest and yellow was the weakest. If the disciples' grade was only at the yellow grade, then they would definitely not be qualified. If it was the Xian rank, there might be a chance, but the chances were slim. If he reached the earth rank, the possibility of obtaining a spot would be very high. As for obtaining the heaven rank, that was definitely not a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang watched as one disciple after another came out of the apparatus. Most of the disciples were of the Xian grade, and occasionally there would be an earth grade. Once an earth-ranked disciple appeared, Xianxia would record this disciple's name. It's really too difficult to obtain a spot. I don't know how this place determines the qualifications. Although my strength has reached the 5th level of the Green Realm, I don't think it's possible. There are so many disciples in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. There are only 20 spots in total. It's definitely extremely difficult to obtain a spot. Since you're just going through the motions, what are you doing here? What if there's a problem with the apparatus? Or what if my talent isn't tested? Wouldn't it be a waste? Besides, it's good to be recognized by the palace master. One of the disciples smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the disciples present nodded in agreement. Many of them knew that they had no hope of passing the test. However, they still wanted to get lucky. Green Realm Level 5. This was a pretty good cultivation. If the palace master could remember them, it would be a good result. After waiting for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it was Bailey Hongzhuang's turn to go in for the test. Do your best to display your strength. Hold on for as long as you can. Xianxia smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. When the crowd saw Xianxia's kind attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang, they were envious. This was the difference between them. So many disciples had participated in the test, but the Palace Master had never told any of them. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to receive the Palace Master's guidance the moment she arrived. Although everyone knew about this, they were still envious. Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the apparatus. The door of the apparatus was closed and no one outside could see what was happening inside. However, when the cultivator left the apparatus, the top of the apparatus would display the cultivator's previous performance. This was the first time Bailey Hongzhuang had seen such an apparatus. She had no idea what kind of test she would face once she entered. However, since Palace Master Qin had reminded her to hold on for as long as she could, she would hold on for as long as she could. As Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the apparatus and the door closed, the apparatus attacked her rapidly. In an instant, it was as if countless hands had appeared in the apparatus and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Every fist was filled with powerful force. Once it landed on the cultivator's body, it would be unbearable. The range of this device was very small, so the cultivator's range was also very small. They could only passively receive these attacks. Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction speed was very fast. After seeing the attack coming, she quickly blocked it. Today, her shape-shifting technique has reached the completion stage. Her body was like the wind, ethereal and formless. Fulgurating transposition was a very high-level movement technique, and its ability to dodge was even more impressive. Therefore, even though the range of the device was very small, Bailey Hongzhuang's dodging ability was still extremely shocking. If the cultivators could see the situation in the apparatus, they would definitely be amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's dodging ability. This was because they could only see a figure changing rapidly like the wind in the device. They could not see its real movements at all. Bailey Hongzhuang's current cultivation was no longer the same as before, and her combat ability had also improved greatly. If it were her in the past, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. As the time Bailey Hongzhuang spent inside increased, the number and strength of the punches increased. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the apparatus, the disciples who were waiting at the back all paid close attention to the situation of the apparatus. For an influential figure like Bailey Hongzhuang, her results had always attracted attention. I wonder how long Bailey Hongzhuang can last and what level she has reached. I only know that her alchemy skills are extremely powerful and she was the champion of the assessment competition. However, I have never seen her true abilities and have no idea at all. I feel that since Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills are so powerful, her cultivation shouldn't be that strong. As the disciple's voice faded, the disciples present all nodded their heads. Alchemists were not powerful enough, and this was something that everyone knew. This was because alchemists put all their energy into alchemy and would not spend any more time on cultivation. After hearing the disciples' thoughts, a smile appeared in the depths of Xianxia's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang was the granddaughter of the sect leader, and this was not something that could be explained by common sense. Being the champion of the assessment competition was enough to prove how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang was. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang came to Tiangang sect, she had always been elusive, and he was not sure what level of cultivation Bailey Hongzhuang was at. However, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's abilities would not disappoint him. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect leader, who was a cultivation maniac, were together. Presumably, both of them were cultivation maniacs. As Bailey Hongzhuang stayed in the apparatus for a longer period of time, the disciples' expressions changed. Bailey Hongzhuang has been in there for a long time. Why hasn't she appeared until now? I don't know. Isn't this apparatus used to determine a cultivator's talent level based on the length of time they stay in there? Bailey Hongzhuang can actually stay in there for so long. Isn't this too strange? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang has some special method to stay in there and we don't know about it? The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples were confused. Before this, they had seen many cultivators take the test, but they had never seen a disciple who could stay in there for such a long period of time. The longer the time, the more shocked the disciples became. I remember, that disciple who had reached the earth rank had stayed in there for so long. He should have come out by now? A disciple could not help but ask. This time was a little too long. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang has really reached the earth rank. After all, the cultivation resources that she has are incomparable to ours. It's not strange for her to reach this level. Another disciple voiced his opinion. Come on the path of cultivation, other than the cultivator's own talent and hard work, resources also played a large role. That being said, the disciple still felt sour grapes when he spoke. When Xianxia saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had not come out after such a long time, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It looked like Bailey Hongzhuang had not disappointed him. To be able to stay in the apparatus for so long proved that Bailey Hongzhuang had reached the earth rank. This kind of ability was enough to take part in the competition of the four palaces. Although Xianxia could not be certain whether Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to perform well in the competition of the four palaces, Xianxia's gaze landed on the apparatus. It was about time for Bailey Hongzhuang to come out. However, after waiting for a while, Xianxia saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had yet to appear, and his expression instantly became interesting. This time was a little too long. The time for Earth grade had already been reached. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to reach heaven grade? When this thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind, even he himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Heaven grade, such a grade was extremely rare to appear. When Xianxia made such a guess, the expressions of the Tiangang sect disciples became even more interesting. They had never seen it for such a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang actually stayed for so long and still hasn't come out. She couldn't have been knocked unconscious inside, right? When a cultivator voiced out his conjecture, the other disciples were also stunned. Speaking of which, such a situation had happened before. The attacks within the apparatus had always been very powerful. If one was not careful and was hit in a vital point, it was very likely that one would faint. Once the cultivator who entered the apparatus fainted, the apparatus would stop attacking. Back then, there was a disciple who fainted forcefully. Everyone waited outside the apparatus for a long time, but there were no signs of her appearing. In the end, even the higher-ups were shocked. Everyone thought that a shocking genius had appeared in the sect. Who would have thought that the so-called genius was carried out in the end and had already fainted? It was really laughable. This story was very widespread in Tiangang sect. Later on, such a thing had also happened before. This is really hard to say. If Bailey Hongzhuang really fainted in the apparatus, it would be a big joke. Although from a certain point of view, the disciples did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would faint in the apparatus. However, if Bailey Hongzhuang did not faint, then Bailey Hongzhuang's grade would be close to heaven grade. Between these two possibilities, everyone obviously believed in the former more. This was because the latter possibility was simply too unbelievable. Palace Master, should we check on Bailey Hongshuang's situation? The elder beside Qin Ai could not help but suggest. They were well aware of the power of this instrument. Bailey Hongshuang was young, and she was also an alchemist. It was hard to believe that she could persist for so long. If Bailey Hongshuang was really unconscious, they had to rescue Bailey Hongshuang as soon as possible. Once Bailey Hongshuang's vital parts were injured, it wouldn't be good for Bailey Hongshuang for too long. Qin Ai frowned. He had never thought of such a possibility before. Now, as time passed, he was starting to worry. For so long, he had never understood Bailey Hongshuang's strength, so he could not determine the result. In an instant, all the disciples' gazes landed on Qin Ai. They did not know what decision the palace master would make. Let's wait for a while. Qin Ai muttered. He believed in Bailey Hongshuang's strength. If Bailey Hongshuang was really still persevering, wouldn't they destroy Bailey Hongshuang's results if they turned on the apparatus now? After hearing Qin Ai's decision, the disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect the palace master to have such high hopes for Bailey Hongshuang. It was really unexpected. Time continued to pass. After waiting for a while, Qin Ai noticed that Bailey Hongshuang still had not emerged from the apparatus. His expression instantly turned into an ugly shade. Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang's luck was really so bad that she had been struck in a vital spot by an attack from the apparatus and had fallen unconscious? This length of time had exceeded his expectations. Based on Bailey Hongshuang's level of power, she should not have been able to hold on for such a long time. Palace Lord, let's open the door of the apparatus and take a look. The elder could not help but remind him. If Bailey Hongshuang had really met with an accident in the apparatus, it would be a disaster. Hearing this, Qin Ai thought for a moment before nodding his head. Bailey Hongshuang's status was extremely noble. If she had met with any danger and was not treated in time, he would not have the face to face the sect master. Then, Qin Ai and the elder walked towards the apparatus. They had to ascertain that Bailey Hongshuang was safe. When the cultivators who were watching from the sidelines saw Qin Ai's actions, their eyes lit up. It seems that the palace lord also believes that something has happened to Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang has definitely fainted in there. If this news were to spread, it would be a major piece of news. If Bailey Hongshuang had really fainted, I'm afraid that she would not be able to obtain a place in the competition of the 4 palaces. Speaking of which, it would be rather embarrassing. Bailey Hongshuang is a genius pill master. She should just focus on refining pills. There's no need for her to fight with us for such a small number of places in the competition. The disciples were delighted to see this. With one less competitor, their chances of obtaining a place in the competition would increase. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Just as Qin Ai and the elder were about to open the door to the apparatus, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bailey Hongshuang opened the door to the apparatus and walked out. When Bailey Hongshuang saw Qin Ai and the elders standing outside the door of the instrument, her face couldn't help but be filled with doubt. Hall Master, elders, what are you doing? Previously, when the disciples were taking the test, the palace master and the elders were standing at a relatively far place. Why were they suddenly here now? Upon hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Qin Ai and the elders' expressions froze for a moment. Soon after, they revealed somewhat embarrassed smiles. From the looks of it, Bailey Hongshuang did not faint in the machine. Bailey Hongshuang, did you just finish the test? The elder couldn't help but ask. He still couldn't believe that Bailey Hongshuang had stayed in the device for so long that it was hard to believe. Bailey Hongshuang nodded and said matter-of-factly, yes. When the disciples saw Bailey Hongshuang's reaction, they couldn't help but look at each other. Was Bailey Hongshuang telling the truth? This must be fake, right? How could Bailey Hongshuang have lasted for such a long time in the machine? Do you think it's possible that Bailey Hongshuang fainted first, but soon woke up again, so she came out? After all, if she had really fainted in the machine, that would be an extremely embarrassing thing. She would never admit to it. What you've said makes sense. That's very likely the case. The disciples nodded and confirmed this guess. Qin Ai sized up Bailey Hongshuang for a moment but did not say anything. He was also unable to fathom the situation in which Bailey Hongshuang had entered the apparatus. Bailey Hongzhuang, who initially did not understand what had happened, suddenly understood after hearing the disciple's words. So, everyone had thought that she had fainted in the apparatus. The attacks in the apparatus were very concentrated and strong. It was not easy for her to deal with them. However, she had always kept Qin Ai's words in mind, so she tried her best to hold on for as long as she could. After all, she was determined to win the quota for the competition of the 4 palaces. She could not just hand it over to someone else. Hence, she had given it her all in the apparatus. As long as she could hold on for a long enough time, she would be able to win the quota without any dispute. As for how long she had been in there, Bailey Hongzhuang was not sure either. She had placed all her attention on dealing with the attacks and did not notice the passing of time. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Qin Ai thought for a moment and decided to ask. He knew the power of the apparatus very well. If Bailey Hongzhuang had really stayed in there for such a long time, the attacks and power she had to endure would be very terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head gently and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master. I'm fine. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's reply, everyone in the stone room had a strange expression on their faces. In the next moment, a clear and large word appeared on the apparatus. However, when the crowd saw the contents clearly, the disciples present could not help but gasp. Even Qin Ai and the elder were surprised when they saw the 2 words written on it. They never thought that it would really end up like this. Heaven grade, it was a simple word, but it blinded the eyes of all the disciples present. Damn it, am I seeing things? Is that the heaven grade? Is it really the 2 words heaven grade? You're not seeing things. I saw those 2 words too. How long has it been since I've seen a cultivator who has reached the heaven grade? Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang an alchemist? Who can tell me why an alchemist can reach heaven stage? Don't stop me, I want some peace and quiet. The disciples didn't know what to say. This level proved that Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't fainted in the device. She had been holding on until now. Qin Ai's eyes instantly lit up. He had long expected that Bailey Hongzhuang's powers would not be weak. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually be able to reach the heaven stage. This result was enough for Bailey Hongzhuang to get a place in the competition. Bailey Hongzhuang, you've given me a huge surprise. Qin Ai did not hide his admiration and optimism. Previously, during the alchemist competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had already given him a surprise. He did not expect that this time, Bailey Hongzhuang would give him an even bigger surprise. Even in the 4 palaces, there weren't many cultivators who had reached the heaven grade. This time, perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to bring glory to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in the competition of the 4 palaces. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her smile was elegant and beautiful. Palace Master, you flatter me. Qin Ai and the Palace Master next to him looked at each other and a smile appeared in their eyes. If their results in the competition of the 4 palaces were too poor, then as Palace Masters and Elders, they would also lose face. Although the 4 Palace Masters usually looked as if they did not care much, in fact, all of them hoped that their own disciples would be able to perform well in this competition of the 4 palaces. Bailey Hongzhuang could achieve such results. At least the strength of their Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had increased by a few points. The next moment, Qin Ai's gaze fell on the other disciples in the stone room, and a majestic aura instantly broke out. Regarding Bailey Hongzhuang's results, no one can leak it out, do you all understand? Bailey Hongzhuang had never shown her strength in cultivation since she entered Tiangang sect. In the eyes of the other disciples, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was a mystery. In that case, why not hide Bailey Hongzhuang's strength first? In this way, she could also become their Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's trump card. Yes. This disciple understands. As Qin Ai's voice fell, the disciples nodded one after another. They all understood Qin Ai's reason for doing so. Although in each palace hall, the disciples competed fiercely for the quota. However, when the battle of the 4 palaces truly began, they would belong to the same branch palace. Only when the disciples of the palace hall obtained a good ranking could they get more cultivation resources. Therefore, such a secret would never be leaked out. After receiving the disciples' answer, Qin Ai nodded and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, you go back first. When the assessment is completely over and the participants have been decided, I will send someone to inform you. At that time, I will tell the 20 participating disciples about the rules of the competition and what to pay attention to. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang, Qin Ai's attitude was much gentler and more cordial. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the quota for the competition of the 4 palaces was already in her bag. After walking out of the stone room, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xianxia and Bai Junyu still waiting for her outside the stone room. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come out, Xianxia and Bai Junyu immediately greeted her. "Hongzhuang, how are you? Did you get a spot?" Xianxia quickly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. "I've already gotten a spot." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia and Bai Junyu's faces both showed a smile. "That's great. I knew that with your strength, you would definitely be able to get a spot. By the way, Hongzhuang, what happened in the stone room just now? We only heard a series of gasps, as if something terrible had happened." Xianxia's face was full of curiosity. Not only them, but the disciples outside the stone room were also very curious. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't go in to take a look, many disciples would have already gone in to check it out. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, "Actually, nothing much happened. It's just that some of the disciples were of a higher level, so everyone was very surprised." Since Qin Ai told everyone not to spread this news, then he must have his reasons. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not mention it. "Then what do we do now? Go back?" Bai Junyu asked. Previously, he and Xianxia had already been tested, but with the strength of the two of them, there was still a certain distance to get a spot. "There's nothing else, let's go back." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were slightly raised, her smile was clear and charming. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Xianxia talk about a lot of things that had happened recently. They often contacted Gong Xiaoqing and the others, and now Lu Qingyue often gathered with them. Although Lu Qingyue had not been in the alchemy hall for a long time, with her strength and beauty, she was very popular in the alchemy hall. Similarly, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue's relationship also had some progress, and there were even disciples who challenged Gong Xiaoqing for Lu Qingyue. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know about these things before, but now she found it very interesting. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the house to rest for about 2 hours, a disciple came to find her, saying that the hall master had informed her to go to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang came to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall under the guidance of a disciple. This was the first time she came to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This was naturally smaller than the Tiangang Sex Hall, but it was red all over and looked very eye-catching. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, there were already many disciples gathered in the hall. Among them, Qin Ai was sitting on the main seat, looking at the disciples present with a smile. After Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, the eyes of some disciples fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Suddenly, many disciples frowned. When the other disciples were looking at Bailey Hongzhuang was also looking at the other disciples. With this look, Bailey Hongzhuang found that there were no familiar faces among the 20 disciples. Obviously, these disciples were the old disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. And it was extremely difficult for the new disciples to compete with the old disciples for this quota. After all, the old disciples' cultivation time was much longer than the new disciples, and their strength was naturally not comparable to the new disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang also got a quota? She is the only one among the new disciples. Could it be that she got the quota by relying on the young sect master? What's impossible about that? We don't have Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, so we can only rely on ourselves. The competition of the 4 palaces this time concerns the honor of our Vermilion Bird Palace Hall as well as the allocation of cultivation resources for our disciples. If we allow Bailey Hongzhuang to participate, wouldn't that be equivalent to us losing a spot for no reason? In this kind of matter, young sect master and palace master are actually so biased, it's simply too disappointing. A group of old disciples looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a bit of dissatisfaction. They were all disciples who cultivated blindly in order to make themselves strong enough to be outstanding. To them, Bailey Hongzhuang was someone who got in through the back door, so they were unhappy from the bottom of their hearts. As for Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the alchemist competition, what did that have to do with cultivation? Since her pill refining skills were so good, then she should stay in the Cultivation Palace and not harm others here. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the unkind gazes from the surrounding disciples, but she didn't mind it too much. Anyway, tomorrow was the start of the competition of the 4 palaces, and their true abilities would be revealed on the tournament stage. Since everyone is here, then let me introduce the rules of tomorrow's competition. Qin Ai's voice slowly rang out. The battle of the 4 palaces is divided into the preliminary round and the final round. The preliminary round uses the elimination system. 20 disciples from each side palace will take part in the battle of the 4 palaces. A total of 80 disciples will take part. There is no room for redemption in the preliminary round. Once you fail, you will lose the right to continue. In the first preliminary round, 40 out of 80 will remain. In the second preliminary round, 20 out of 40 will remain. In the third preliminary round, 10 out of 20 will remain. After the preliminary round, the remaining 10 disciples will enter the final round. The first round of the final round will be the same as the preliminary round. Out of 10 disciples, only 5 will remain. The last 5 disciples will take turns to fight, and the disciple with the most wins will win the first place. Following Qin Ai's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest instantly understood. The rules were simple and easy to understand. They only needed to win 3 rounds in a row to enter the final round. As for the martial arts championship, every sect will have 10 places and the young sect master will participate as well. Hence, the disciples who have been eliminated in the first round of the final round will participate in the ranking round again to determine the places for the martial arts championship. Basically, as long as you enter the final round, you will more or less win a place for the martial arts championship. Qin Ai's face was filled with a faint smile. He knew that the disciples were very concerned about the martial arts championship. If he did not make this clear to everyone, they would be very anxious. Rather than that, he might as well make it clear to them. This way, everyone would be able to pay more attention to every round. Once they lost, they would miss the opportunity to enter the martial arts championship. Sure enough, when everyone heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They only needed to do their best to win 3 rounds in a row and they would more or less win a place for the martial arts championship. Qin Ai noticed the joy on everyone's faces and began to wake them up. It looks like you only need to win 3 rounds in a row to win a place, but winning every round is not an easy task. The disciples who are taking part in the battle of the 4 palaces are the most outstanding disciples from each side palace and their powers are definitely not weak. Hence, you must not harbor any feelings of love rivals. There was not much difference in the powers of the 4 palaces. Every battle of the 4 palaces was a fierce battle and the results would not be known until the end. It may seem easy to win 3 rounds in a row, but luck played a role in this as well. If you met a strong opponent as soon as you entered the arena, then you could only say that you were unlucky and were eliminated as soon as you entered the arena. However, other than the trump cards of the various branch palaces, the strength of the majority of the disciples was not too different. Therefore, the element of luck would be slightly better. Disciple will keep that in mind. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others replied with a salute. Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself. The process of this competition was not complicated, but it was clear that winning each round was not an easy task. She didn't know much about the strength of the Tiangang sect's disciples. Similarly, she didn't know what level she was at. According to the situation of her cultivation with Bewitching during this period of time, presumably her strength should not be too bad in Tiangang sect. These disciples were all older than her and had cultivated for a longer time than her. Moreover, she was not the only one who had obtained first place in the assessment competition. In addition, I have one more thing to remind everyone. When your opponent's strength is not enough to display all your means, you can look at the situation and hide your strength. Once all your cards are exposed in the early stage, it is very likely that you will be targeted. Qin Ai had been the palace master of Tiangang sect for so many years, so she was very clear about this situation. Once targeted, it would be even more difficult to win. The disciples nodded and remembered Qin Ai's words in their hearts. Because the participants of the competition of the 4 palaces were all very famous disciples of the 4 palaces, this competition of the 4 palaces would go on for several days. Every time the competition of the 4 palaces was held, it was a big event for Tiangang sect. All the disciples would temporarily put aside their cultivation and other matters to watch the competition of the four palaces. After all, even if they couldn't participate, watching the battle of the powerful disciples could also make them gain some benefits. Therefore, each disciple would only participate in one battle a day. This was also to allow the disciples to recover their fighting strength better, so that they could break out their true strength on the martial arts stage. Speaking of which, only the first day had the most battles. The number of battles would decrease every day, but there would be more and more disciples watching. After Xianxia told everyone the things they needed to pay attention to, everyone left the meeting hall. Tomorrow was the day when the competition of the four palaces would begin. Everyone had to go back and prepare well for tomorrow's battle. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang got up early. Because today was the 80th elimination round, there would be a total of 40 battles, so the competition of the four palaces would start very early. As for whether these 40 battles would be divided into 1 day or 2 days, this would depend on the situation. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the house, she found that there were many disciples outside the house who were setting off for the competition venue. It was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang had seen such a lively scene. "Hongzhuang, if you are ready, let's go together." Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. They were not qualified to compete, so today's main purpose was to watch Bailey Hongzhuang compete. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, okay. As a disciple who was going to participate in the competition today, he definitely couldn't be late. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had already set off very early. However, when they arrived at the competition venue, they discovered that there was already a sea of people in the vicinity. As far as the eye could see, there was only a sea of black heads moving about. It was impossible to tell who was who. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the surrounding area that could hold tens of thousands of spectators, and she understood that this place must have been specially prepared for the battle of the four palaces. In Tiangang sect, perhaps only the competition between the four halls could attract so many people. Not only the disciples, but the palace masters and elders had also arrived early. The four hall masters and the hall master of the alchemy hall had already sat down on the high platform. As they looked at the lively scene, they all smiled. In the middle of the 5 palace masters, there was an empty seat, which was obviously reserved for Bewitching. After Bailey Hongzhuang looked around, she greeted Xianxia and the other two and went to the area where the participating disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were located. After all, if the participating disciples did not stay in one place to wait for the battle, it would not be easy for that person to walk up to the tournament stage from the crowd when the call came. The disciples from the 4 side palaces stood in 4 different areas and were not too far apart. At this moment, they were full of energy and looked around in high spirits. Today was the stage for them to perform. As outstanding cultivators, they were very willing to let everyone know how powerful they were. By the time Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, more than half of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's participating disciples had already arrived. She stopped at the back of the crowd. As soon as she appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel a lot of disdainful gazes falling on her. Yesterday, ever since they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang would be taking part in the Battle of the Four Palaces, the participating disciples had gone back to ask about the results of the test that Bailey Hongzhuang had entered the apparatus. However, all the disciples who were asked shook their heads as if they could not say anything. Most importantly, the palace lord had instructed them not to say anything. After finding out the answer, the participating disciples understood the answer even more clearly. They did not need to think to know that Bailey Hongzhuang's powers had not reached the standard to take part in the Battle of the Four Palaces. It was only because of her status as the young sect master that Bailey Hongzhuang had been given a place. In order to cause an even bigger commotion, the palace lord had ordered all the disciples to keep their mouths shut. But so what if they had kept their mouths shut? One would only need to think carefully to know the answer. Hence, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's participating disciples looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with even more unfriendly gazes. They had relied on their own hard work to get to where they were today. Bailey Hongzhuang had only relied on one layer of relationship to obtain all of this so easily. Some of the disciples could not help but wonder if Bailey Hongzhuang would use this layer of relationship to directly obtain a place in the Battle of the Deer. If that was really the case, it would be too unfair to them. This Bailey Hongzhuang really likes to be in the limelight. Since she's an alchemist, she should just be an alchemist obediently. Why must she come here to join in the fun? I don't believe that young sect master will still give her a place in the battle for the throne if she can't enter the finals. That's right. If that's the case, even the young sect master won't be able to escape the gossip. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with displeasure. The other disciples in the group were all powerful people and they knew each other well. Only this Bailey Hongzhuang was nothing. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard the discussion of the disciples. It seemed that everyone had a lot of opinions about her. Master, these fellows' words are too harsh. I'll go scold them. Xiaohe had always been hot-tempered. She could not hold back at all when faced with such a situation. Before Bailey Hongzhuang could stop her, Xiaohe's angry voice rang out. What are you guys talking about? You don't know anything. If you don't have the power, just say it. Why are you still pretending to be all high and mighty? What other abilities do you have apart from belittling others? Xiaohe placed her hands on her hips and stood on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. She looked as if she could hold back 10,000 men and compete to see who could scold the other more. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had originally wanted to ridicule Bailey Hongzhuang. No one had expected that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast would actually start scolding her. If Bailey Hongzhuang knew what these disciples were thinking, she too would not be able to resist ridiculing them. Yesterday she was just too lazy to bother about it, not that she didn't dare to bother about it. To her, the amount of criticism she had suffered along the way was just too much and she had long stopped caring about what others thought. After all, people lived for themselves and she couldn't be bothered about what others thought. But when Xiaohe said that, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's disciples' gazes all fell onto Bailey Hongzhuang. From their point of view, they didn't think that it was Xiaohe who had scolded them. It must be Bailey Hongzhuang who had instigated her contracted beast to stand out and scold them. This move was truly despicable enough. What we've said is the truth. If you hadn't relied on your relationship with the young sect master, how could you possibly obtain the quota to take part in the competition of the 4 palaces? Tan Yuehan's face was filled with displeasure and anger. As a lady, she had put in a huge amount of effort to obtain her current position in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, which was filled with talents. Originally, she was the limelight in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. But ever since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everyone's attention had shifted onto Bailey Hongzhuang. On one hand, it was because Bailey Hongzhuang could possibly be the future young sect master's wife. On the other hand, it was because of Bailey Hongzhuang's outstanding looks. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang obviously didn't have a body constitution that attracted people's affection. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's background and looks weren't bad, but she was still the target of suspicion in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. However, ever since the alchemist competition had ended, the situation had changed and many disciples had changed their views towards Bailey Hongzhuang. She was originally feeling displeased, but Bailey Hongzhuang was only an alchemist and didn't have much interaction with her, so she didn't mind. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had now taken part in the competition of the 4 palaces, so naturally she felt extremely displeased when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang. You idiot! My master got it with his own ability, and I'll say that you got it by relying on some messy connections. Xiaohe was an expert at stirring up trouble. It did not care what other people said. Anyway, it did not know what they were talking about. All it needed to do was to slander them. Everything was that simple. You're talking nonsense. Tan Lihan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that Xiaohe was furious. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Your whole family is full of nonsense. Xiaohe hopped on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. She was best at talking. Even if a few more people were to scold her, she would not be afraid at all. Xiaobai was also good at fighting, but now that it saw that Xiaohe was able to completely stun this guy, there was no need for it to step forward and show off its strength. Bailey Hongzhuang had never been afraid of shedding all pretense of cordiality. Usually, she couldn't be bothered to say it because she couldn't be bothered. However, when this kind of thing really happened, she didn't care in the slightest. Since so many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were not convinced, then she would make them completely convinced. There was only one way to do it: beat them up. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't go overboard. Tan Lihan stared angrily at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her voice had not been the loudest, but she never thought that after Xiaohe had spoken, she would be the only one to speak. The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's participating disciples were all looking at the conflict between Tan Lihan and Bailey Hongzhuang with great interest. Previously, when everyone was verbally attacking Bailey Hongzhuang, they naturally didn't mind joining in. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang had started to retaliate, no matter what, they still had to take into account the young sect master's identity. Even if they felt disdain towards Bailey Hongzhuang for breaking the rules to obtain such a quota, but the young sect master's identity was there. If they were to directly clash with Bailey Hongzhuang now, wouldn't that mean that they were dissatisfied with the young sect master and palace master Qin's decision? The bird that sticks out gets shot, so they would never do something that was disadvantageous to themselves. However, for a hothead like Tan Lihan to be willing to directly clash with Bailey Hongzhuang, they were happy to see that. Seeing that Tan Lihan had taken the initiative to provoke her, Bailey Hongzhuang lightly turned around and her cold and distant gaze sized up Tan Lihan for a moment. Her red lips parted slightly and her voice was cold. Tan Lihan, from the beginning to the end, it was you who was attacking me and I didn't say a single word. Now you're asking me not to go overboard? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression became increasingly cold and her eyes were as cold as ice. I think you're the one who shouldn't go overboard. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Tan Lihan's expression froze. From the looks of it, the matter indeed seemed to be as such. That's not right. Tan Lihan wasn't intimidated by Bailey Hongzhuang's words as she continued. Doesn't your contracted beast's words represent your own words? That's what you think, not what I said. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent and her state was elegant. She didn't seem to care about Tan Lihan's words at all. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent look, Tan Lihan felt even more displeased. It was obvious that Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who had no ability. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was standing at the top to criticize her. This was too funny. Bailey Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to be so good at quibbling. This must be how you got your ability to get in through the back door, right? You obviously don't have the strength, yet you still took up a spot. You are really shameless. Tan Lihan originally had some scruples about Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, but now that she was angry, she couldn't care less. As soon as these words came out, the disciples present all looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that the conflict between Tan Lihan and Bailey Hongzhuang was about to escalate. No matter how calm Bailey Hongzhuang was, in the face of Tan Lihan's accusation, she would definitely lose face. Just when everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to go crazy, Bailey Hongzhuang sneered and her lips curled into a mocking smile. Even if I got in through the back door, what has that got to do with you? If you have the ability, you can get in through the back door. If you don't have the ability, then shut your mouth. Besides, against a pig-like opponent like you, Bailey Hongzhuang disdained to get in through the back door. After Bailey Hongzhuang's words came out, she couldn't even be bothered to look at Tan Lihan. That look was filled with disdain towards Tan Lihan and even looking at her was a waste of time. Tan Lihan was stunned. The disciples present were all stunned. Was Bailey Hongzhuang admitting that she had gotten in through the back door? But just as Bailey Hongzhuang had said, towards Bailey Hongzhuang being able to get in through the back door, most of the disciples were envious and jealous. Who asked them to not be able to do it? Through the back door, she really did not have that ability. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had actually said that she was a pig-like opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang was only a new disciple, and a new disciple who had spent all her energy on refining pills. Now, she had actually said that she was a pig-like opponent. Tan Lihan only felt a surge of anger in her chest, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Based on her, Tan Lihan's ranking in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, who would dare to say that she was a pig-like opponent? Just as Tan Lihan was about to rebut Bailey Hongzhuang, a low and cold voice rang out. Tan Lihan, since you are already well aware of it, why continue to fuss over it? Hearing this voice, Tan Lihan was slightly taken aback. She immediately looked towards the man who had spoken, and her face instantly turned red as she nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked towards the man who had spoken. The man was handsome, and his posture was steady and cold. His coldness was different from Gong Xiaoqing's indifference. His coldness was more like a form of contempt. He despised everyone around him, so he was very cold. Because these people were unable to receive any of his attention. Xin Shouhan, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's #1 disciple, was a cultivation maniac. Usually, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's disciples rarely saw Xianxia. Even if it was the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's internal competitions, Xianxia would not even bother to participate. However, even though Xianxia rarely appeared, his position as number one was still extremely stable. He had a very high reputation in the hearts of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's disciples. The existence of the most powerful cultivator had always attracted attention. Xianxia glanced coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. It was just a glance, but Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly see that it was full of disdain. It was as if Bailey Hongzhuang, a person who had walked through the back door without any real talent, was beneath his notice. Compared to Tan Lihan's provocation, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that Xianxia's disdain was even more unpleasant. Who did this guy think he was? How dare he look at her with such a gaze? *CK, this guy really knows how to act cool. When Xiaohei saw Xianxia, she couldn't help but curse. It wasn't that she had never seen a pretentious person, but she had never seen such a pretentious person. Even young masters like Bewitching, Wen Ziren, and even Mo Yunjue wouldn't dare to look at master with such a gaze. Who the hell did this guy think he was? As the number one expert of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, if he doesn't show off, how can he show off how extraordinary he is? However, I'm curious if he can still maintain his arrogance and disdain when he's beaten to the ground. Xiaobai sneered. Acting tough will get you struck by lightning. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Little White Lion were beasts who loved to show off. Now that there was someone who could show off better than them, they were very displeased. They should be the ones in charge of being in the limelight and having their own halo. The voices of the three beasts were not soft, and in an instant, all the participating disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall heard them clearly. Instantly, everyone's expressions became interesting. Xianxia's expression stiffened, and his expert demeanor was almost broken. Where had Bailey Hongzhuang found such a top-grade contracted beast? He, Xianxia, had always shown such an attitude after coming to Tiangang sect. Who dared to criticize him? Even though his anger had reached its peak, Xianxia still managed to hold back his anger. As the number one disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, if he were to argue with Bailey Hongzhuang like this, it would be a loss of grace. If word got out, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. After all, he rarely argued with others on a daily basis. There was only one way for him to argue, and that was to teach the other party a lesson. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had not said anything. The ones who had spoken were Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beasts. If word of this got out, he would undoubtedly lose all face. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang could say that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if he were to argue in secret, he would be too petty. Furthermore, teaching Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson was not urgent. After the Battle of the Four Palaces had begun, he would use his own power to make Bailey Hongzhuang understand that he was not acting pretentious. When the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall saw that Xianxia had maintained his silence, their expressions became a little more interesting. It must be said that Xianxia's usual arrogant and cold style was not the least bit approachable. Many of the disciples were unhappy, but because of Xianxia's power, they could only swallow their anger. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts had directly exposed Xianxia's pretense, they felt extremely delighted. It must be said that they enjoyed a clash between cultivators of such status very much. Tan Lihan glared angrily at Bailey Hongzhuang, her bright eyes filled with anger and hatred. She had always admired Xianxia. From her point of view, Xianxia was her future man. Usually, she worshipped Xianxia the most. Xianxia was her sky. As a female disciple, Xianxia was the main reason why she had been able to cultivate to her current level of power. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's mockery of her, she was even more dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang's insults towards Xianxia. No one had ever dared to say such things about Xianxia. The male god in her heart would not allow anyone to slander him. Tan Lihan had already remembered this grudge in her heart. The battle between the four palaces was about to begin. No matter how arrogant Bailey Hongzhuang was, she would not be able to stay arrogant for long. On the contrary, Xianxia was the main character of this battle. What she hoped for the most now was to be able to meet Bailey Hongzhuang on the tournament stage. However, in the competition between the four palaces, disciples from different palaces would face off against disciples from different palaces. she was afraid that she would not have much of a chance. With Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, it was impossible for her to enter the finals. For Bailey Hongzhuang, this incident was just an interlude. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her attention to the stage. Under everyone's amazed and admiring gazes, a faint golden figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The 5 palace masters hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to the handsome man who was slowly walking over. The man looked as if he had walked over under the sun, like the stars surrounding the moon, noble and elegant, unparalleled. In a split second, all the brilliance seemed to be enveloped by Bewitching. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a smile. Bewitching was such a breathtaking existence. No matter where he was, he would always be the focus of attention. Just one smile, that moment of youth. Even in such a crowd, they could still see each other at a glance. Bewitching slowly sat down and waved his hand slightly. The crowd of disciples then stood up straight, full of vigor and anticipation. Quite a number of disciples had noticed Bewitching's smile towards Bailey Hongzhuang, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The young sect master's feelings towards Bailey Hongzhuang were indeed not ordinary. Tan Lihan glared hatefully at Bailey Hongzhuang, her heart feeling extremely indignant. She just couldn't stand looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. Apart from her outstanding looks and bewitching looks, everything else about this woman was just average. However, the young sect master's honorable presence was actually so affectionate towards Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really hard to imagine. In terms of looks, she felt that her looks weren't too bad either. In comparison, she had liked Xianxia for a very long time, but he had never expressed his feelings towards her. Although her power couldn't be compared to Xianxia's, it wasn't too bad. The gap between the two of them wasn't that huge, but she could always feel that Xianxia cared about her. However, the gap between Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master was simply a chasm that was difficult to cross. Even so, the young sect master had still acknowledged Bailey Hongzhuang's existence in front of everyone. The gap between the two of them was just too big. While Tan Lihan was glaring hatefully at Bailey Hongzhuang, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't pay any attention to Tan Lihan. However, she could still feel her gaze. It looked like Tan Lihan really hated her this time. But even so, so what? Since the young sect master is here, let's begin the competition between the 4 palaces, shall we? Qin Ai's face was filled with a warm and benevolent smile as he asked Bewitching respectfully. Bewitching nodded slightly and said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." After receiving Bewitching's approval, the palace masters and elders were all smiles. Bewitching immediately stood up and looked at the dense crowd of disciples below the high platform. His voice was magnetic and loud. The Battle of the 4 Halls has always been a tradition of the Tiangang sect. The ranking of the Battle of the 4 Halls is also related to the distribution of resources in the following period of time. Presumably, everyone was paying close attention to this competition between the 4 palaces and had been looking forward to it for a long time. At the same time, everyone should know that this Battle of the 4 palaces will affect the Battle of Zhuelu in 3 months' time. Once one participates in the Battle of Zhuelu, as long as one performs well in the Battle of Zhuelu, one's name will truly spread throughout the world. Therefore, in this competition between the 4 palaces, I hope that everyone will be able to bring out their true strength. As Bewitching's voice fell, the eyes of all the disciples present lit up, especially those participating in the competition. This was a crucial moment for their future. Speaking of which, the disciples who were participating in the Battle of the 4 Palaces felt that they were exceptionally lucky. Coincidentally, the Battle of the 4 Palaces was related to the quota for the Battle of Zhuelu. If it had been any other time, they wouldn't have had such an opportunity. I believe that everyone is ready. Then, I hereby announce that the Battle of the 4 Palaces has officially begun. In a split second, the atmosphere in the entire battle arena changed. All the disciples looked at the stage with great anticipation. The exciting competition would begin here. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia slowly stood up. The Great Elder had completely disappeared from Tiangang sect. Therefore, Xianxia, who was originally the 2nd Elder, was now the Great Elder of Tiangang sect. The preliminary round uses the method of drawing lots. Disciples who draw the same number will compete with each other. The order of the competition will be determined according to this number. Number 1 is the disciple in the first round of the competition. Number 40 is the disciple in the last round of the competition. Does everyone understand? In the process of this competition, only drawing lots was the fairest method. Disciples understand. The participating disciples of the 4 major branch halls responded one after another. Now, the participating disciples can come up to the stage to draw lots. Listening to Xianxia's words, the disciples of the 4 major branch halls walked up to the high platform one after another. This drawing lots was also an opportunity for them to show their abilities. When every disciple walked up to the high platform, there would be a burst of discussion below the high platform. As the existence of the top 20 of each branch hall of Tiangang sect, they had always been known by everyone. The participating disciples were even more arrogant. They were already the existence of powerhouses to be able to obtain a place in this competition. Bailey Hongzhuang also walked up to the high platform. After drawing her lot, she walked back to her original position. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked back to the preparation position of the participating disciples, she found that everyone's position was according to the order of the competition. In this way, they could also see who their next opponent was. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Everything was really simple and clear. Bailey Hongzhuang was number 27. Her appearance was a little late, so her position was also a little further back. Her opponent was a male disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, she didn't know much about the Azure Dragon Hall and didn't know how strong her opponent was. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the male disciple's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. The moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, the male disciple was obviously stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he revealed a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang also responded with a smile. Tan Lihan and Shin Xiuhan's rankings were relatively high. Tan Lihan was in the 7th round, while Shin Xiuhan was in the 15th round. Coincidentally, she could also understand their strength through their competition. After drawing lots, the first round of the competition began. There was only one huge battling platform in this huge martial arts arena. The scale was extremely vast. After the referee elder introduced the names of the 2 disciples and the sub-palaces they came from, the competition officially began. This battle was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected. The strength of each disciple selected from the sub-palace was not weak. On this martial arts stage, they even used all their skills. Their combat strength was very astonishing. Therefore, they were in a stalemate when they exchanged blows. Both sides were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other for a while. However, one couldn't help but admit that the strength of these disciples was really outstanding. The collision of their martial skills and battle experience would often cause the disciples and the spectators stand to cry out in surprise. Through watching this competition, they understood the difference in strength between themselves and the disciples on the ranking board. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was watching the competition, a voice rang out beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. She had never met this Shi Qinyu before. However, since the other party took the initiative to express goodwill, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind making another friend. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't have any other thoughts. So it's senior brother Yi. Sorry for the disrespect. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled lightly. Junior sister Bailey doesn't spend much time in the palace. I presume you don't know much about your opponents. I've always liked to collect information, especially about the participating disciples. I have some understanding of their strength. Why don't I introduce them to junior sister Bailey? Yi Qingyu was obviously a friendly person. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't reject him, he immediately began to introduce. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She indeed didn't know anything about the participating disciples. This was a bit disadvantageous. If someone could introduce her, she would naturally be very happy. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Yi. Your opponent is Lu Xingyang of the Azure Dragon Palace Hall. I can say that junior sister Bailey's luck is very good. Yi Qingyu smiled lightly. He believed that there were many people who were envious of Bailey Hongzhuang's good luck. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She had more or less understood Yi Qingyu's meaning. This Lu Xingyang is at the bottom of the participating disciples of the Azure Dragon Palace Hall. If there are no accidents, he will definitely be eliminated in the first round. He is 21 this year and has been in the Tiangang sect for 2 years. His current cultivation is between Green Realm Level 9 and Green Realm Level 1. As far as I know, he was still Green Realm Level 9 before. However, I feel that in order to have a good performance in the competition between the 4 palaces, he must have tried his best to break through to Green Realm Level 1. The last 40 disciples participating in the competition between the 4 palaces have about the same cultivation. However, everyone's fighting strength is different. However, the first place of the 4 palaces is much stronger. Yichengyu earnestly explained the situation to Bailey Hongzhuang. The participating disciples of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall didn't know of Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, but he did. This was because when Bailey Hongzhuang was taking the test yesterday, he was also in the stone room and personally saw Bailey Hongzhuang's heaven stage. Even in the entire Tiangang sect, how many disciples of this level could appear? Therefore, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was not weak. By the time Bailey Hongzhuang stood on the martial arts stage and began to compete, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples would probably be stunned. He had already admired Bailey Hongzhuang very much during the alchemist competition. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator who had been evaluated as a heaven stage cultivator, which made him admire her even more. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was very amiable and approachable. He was very happy to have the opportunity to be friends with Bailey Hongzhuang. After Bailey Hongzhuang understood LV Xingyang's strength, she understood in her heart. She didn't expect that her luck in randomly drawing lots would be so good. This way, she could still hide a certain amount of her strength in the first round of the preliminary competition. I didn't expect Senior Brother Yi to understand the situation of these disciples so well. I really admire you. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't pay much attention to Yichenyu's words. After all, as long as one stayed in Tiangang sect long enough, it was normal to have some understanding of some disciples. Junior sister Bailey is too polite. With junior sister's ability, it's easy for you to obtain this information. It's just that junior sister is busy and doesn't know much about it. In fact, most of the disciples participating today have some understanding of their opponents. In this way, we can reduce the possibility of being at a disadvantage when we fight. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She knew that Yichengyu was telling the truth. The battle of the 4 palaces this time was related to many things. Every disciple was thinking of ways to make full preparations. It wasn't difficult to obtain information. As long as they walked around a few palaces and spent some resources to inquire, they would definitely be able to obtain the information they wanted. However, none of the disciples were fools. Thus, they would hide some of their strength. However, the gap wouldn't be too big. Bailey Hongzhuang had previously spent all her time on raising her cultivation and didn't have the time to pay attention to these things. She never thought that Yichengyu would tell her about these things. Senior Brother Ye's information is very helpful to me. However, I still want to know some information from Senior Brother. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Yichengyu smiled. Junior sister Bailey, if you have any questions, just tell me. I will tell you everything I know. To him, most of this information was known to everyone. If he could make Bailey Hongzhuang think highly of him, he would be extremely happy. Of course, the information he gathered was more specific than what the ordinary disciples gathered. I wonder if Senior Brother Yi can introduce me to the strongest of the 4 palaces. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yichengyu. She didn't pay much attention to the strength of the ordinary disciples. However, the strongest of the 4 palaces were definitely extremely powerful. Once they entered the finals, they would definitely encounter each other. She had to understand more. Originally, she planned to wait until the end of today's competition to find out more. However, since there was Yichengyu, who was extremely knowledgeable, she naturally wouldn't go too far. This is naturally not a problem. Yichengyu smiled. The strongest of the Azure Dragon Hall is called Xiao Feilin. He's 23 years old and has been famous in the Azure Dragon Hall for a long time. When he first entered the Tiangang sect, he was already very powerful and deeply praised by the Azure Dragon Hall master. Under the nurturing of the Tiangang sect's resources, his potential completely exploded, and the speed at which his strength increased was extremely shocking. For the past year, he had been in seclusion and could be called a cultivation maniac. He had never fought with anyone, so it was difficult to judge his strength. However, it is said that before he went into seclusion, his cultivation had already reached Green Realm level 9. At the mention of Xiao Feilin, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. The strength of such an expert was simply too shocking. Even if the cultivators behind him tried their best to catch up, they were still too far away, Bailey Hongzhuang secretly exclaimed in her heart. Sure enough, the first rankers of this branch hall were all extremely terrifying existences. Their talent and strength were both astonishing. The strongest person in the White Tiger Hall is called Xiao Feiyu. She and the Azure Dragon Hall's Xiao Feilin are blood siblings. Both of their talents are extremely shocking. However, these two people had always regarded each other as opponents and wanted to defeat each other. Therefore, when they first entered Tiangang sect, they chose different branches. After learning that Xiao Feilin and Xiao Feiyu were actually a pair of siblings, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. The genes of this pair of siblings were truly amazing. Our Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's #1 expert is Xianxia. He's 24 years old and very few people are able to communicate with him. Xianxia can be said to be the most difficult person to approach among the experts of the 4 palaces, but his strength is also admirable. In this year, Xianxia is the same as Xiao Feilin, always in a state of seclusion and rarely appears in front of everyone. It could be assumed that the experts of the 4 palaces had already known about the Battle of Zhuolu. Therefore, they had put all their efforts into improving their cultivation in order to perform well in the Battle of the 4 palaces. The strength of the experts of the 4 palaces is not too different, so the ranking has always been controversial and has never been confirmed. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Although Xianxia was arrogant and disdainful, she had to admit that he did have his own abilities. The #1 expert of the Black Martial Hall is Yanben. Like his name, he is straightforward and can be said to have a violent temper. Moreover, Yanben is famous for being a battle maniac. As long as there is a disagreement, he will start a fight. Thinking back, the Black Martial Hall master also felt very helpless towards Yanben, but because Yanben is indeed a cultivation genius and has now become the #1 expert of the Black Martial Hall, the previous problems naturally disappeared. Under Yi Qingyu's reminder, Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the appearances of the 4 great experts. Xiao Feilin and Xiao Feiyu were indeed brother and sister. Their appearances were very similar, but after looking at them for a while, she felt that Xiao Feilin was more feminine and Xiao Feiyu was more masculine. As expected, the extremely similar faces were of completely different genders. After looking at them for a long time, it was quite magical. Needless to say, Xianxia was cold and arrogant, looking down from above, with a bit of the demeanor of an expert. Yanben was like his name. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, his appearance was very outstanding, just like a sunny and handsome man. However, any disciple who had some understanding of Yanben knew that all this was just on the surface. If anyone provoked him, it would be really troublesome. Even Xianxia and the others were not willing to have any conflicts with Yanben. When the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall saw that Yi Qingyu had taken the initiative to curry favor with Bailey Hongzhuang, they were somewhat astonished. Yi Qingyu's ranking in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was also not bad. His strength was also very high. Furthermore, Yi Qingyu had another ability, which was that he was extremely good at gathering information. In fact, although everyone was very unhappy that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained this quota through the back door, there were still many disciples who wanted to curry favor with Bailey Hongzhuang because of her identity. Therefore, when Tan Lihan and Bailey Hongzhuang clashed, no one helped Tan Lihan. However, no one expected that Yi Qingyu would take the initiative to befriend Bailey Hongzhuang. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang also recognized Yi Qingyu as a friend. Yi Qingyu's actions were really fast. When Xianxia saw that Yi Qingyu and Bailey Hongzhuang were chatting happily, he could not help but furrow his brows. However, he quickly returned to his usual appearance. In the process of this conversation, the competition continued. As long as the disciples ranked in the bottom 40 became their opponents, the competition would take a little more time. However, the higher the ranking of the disciples, the less time they spent in the battle. It was almost as if the battle ended in a single exchange. Just from this point, it could be seen how big the difference in strength between the first and the 20th disciple was. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly sighed. The huge Tiangang sect was really full of talents. Wanting to enter the finals was not an easy task. As for ranking in the front, that was even more difficult. If she had not been in closed-door cultivation for the past 3 months, it would have been impossible for her to obtain a place in the Battle of Zhuolu. Very quickly, the first disciple of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall went up. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that this figure was very familiar because this person was the eldest senior brother of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Gue Jianyuan. Thinking back to the first time she went to the arena, Gue Jianyuan told Bailey Hongzhuang a lot of information about the Vermilion Bird Palace Halls. Cultivation. However, she rarely appeared after that and naturally did not have the chance to see Gue Jianyuan again. Bailey Hongzhuang had a very good impression of the approachable Gue Jianyuan. Previously, Gue Jianyuan had been standing very close to the front, so Bailey Hongzhuang did not notice him. Now that she saw Gue Jianyuan go up the stage, she finally noticed. As expected, as the eldest senior brother of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Gue Jianyuan's strength was extremely powerful. Although he was not the number 1 expert of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, his ranking would definitely not be bad. After Yiqingyu saw that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be very interested in Gue Jianyuan, he could not help but say, as the eldest senior brother of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Gue Jianyuan's strength is ranked second in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, second only to Shin Xiuhan. This competition will not put any pressure on Gue Jianyuan. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Her thoughts were the same as Yiqinyu's. The moment Gue Jianyuan and his opponent exchanged blows, the gap between the two could already be seen. Winning was only a matter of time. In the following period of time, the disciples went up one by one. Time quietly passed in this process. However, the enthusiasm of the disciples around the martial arts stage did not decrease in the slightest. Especially when they saw the disciple they admired going up the martial arts stage, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they cheered endlessly. Of course, there were also many disciples who were ridiculed and belittled. Tan Lihan's strength was not bad either. She was at green realm level 2. No wonder she was so arrogant before. In the first preliminary round, Tan Lihan won. After the victory, Tan Lihan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang provocatively, as if to say, "Look, I'm the real deal." Faced with Tan Lihan's provocation, Bailey Hongzhuang generously gave her a thumbs up. However, this thumbs up was directed downwards. Tan Lihan was so angry that she wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Taunting the opponent was good for venting one's emotions, and it was also good for one's cultivation. In the afternoon, after such a wait, it was finally Bailey Hongzhuang's turn to go up the stage. Round 27, Azure Dragon Palace Halls Lu Xingyang vs Vermilion Bird Palace Halls Bailey Hongzhuang. When the referee elder's voice rang out, the disciples present were all shocked. Compared to the top experts' battles, this battle was also highly anticipated. End of chapter 22-28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.